Dazed and confused, Zhang Weihao felt like a tightly wrapped zongzi sticky rice dumpling. He tried to ask what was going on, but when he opened his mouth, all that came out was a loud wah, wah. He was instantly terrified. He struggled to sit up and see what was happening, but couldn't stand. He forced his eyes open, only to see a blurry, black and white world. The baby's crying. Go check if he's hungry. Oh, it's all my fault, no milk for the poor little thing. A familiar voice came from beside him. Coming. Daddy's here. Let's see if my precious little dumpling is hungry. A large face loomed into view so close it was unmistakable. Holy, say. What is this? Young version of Dad. Even with blurry vision, Zhang Weihao recognized the man immediately as father, Zhang Guoqing. He watched as his dad fetched a bottle, gently picked him up, and carefully placed the nipple into his mouth. Zhang Weihao finally understood. He had truly been reborn back to the year 1988, the year he was born. But this wasn't the usual rebirth script. Others got reincarnated as rich second-generation heirs or gained superpowers. He'd literally been reborn. After finishing the bottle, gazing up at his young mother, cradling him, and soothing him gently, Zhang Weihao felt an indescribable sense of peace and comfort. He slowly closed his eyes. New body's grateful belly, straight to sleep. In his previous life, Zhang Weihao hadn't done too badly. After graduating from a third-year university in the provincial capital, his family pulled strings to get him into a construction company, just as the real estate boom hit its peak. Sure, the industry slowed down later, but he'd managed to be a project manager for a few years, so he had some savings. His parents worked at a coal mine. In their generation, a dual-income family was already quite stable. They'd never stinted on Zhang Weihao, and after he started working, they used their entire life savings to buy him an apartment in the provincial capital. That lifted a huge burden off his shoulders. After a few years on site, he became a project manager. A typical engineering nerd, he spent his days inspecting rebar and his nights. Well, let's just say he didn't date seriously. His parents nagged him constantly about it. Just recently, relatives had set him up on a blind date. Several families gathered for a meal and drinks. Zhang Weihao found the girl across the table strangely familiar, but couldn't place her. Using a toast as an excuse, he approached her. The girl quickly stood up, saying she couldn't drink. Zhang Weihao didn't mind. He deliberately set down the wine pitcher and glass, saying, "Oops, had too much, gotta use the restroom." When the girl instinctively pulled several tissues from the table's tissue box and handed them to him with both hands, Zhang Weihao's face turned ashen. The girl looked up at him, seeming to realize something was wrong, her hand with the tissues suddenly awkward and unsure. Zhang Weihao just froze for a second, then took the tissues and said, "Thanks," before heading to the restroom. After relaxing, he returned to the table. He listened as relatives praised the girl for being thoughtful and polite, and his parents nodded vigorously. Zhang Weihao gave the girl a meaningful look, but she dared not meet his eyes again. After the meal, Zhang Weihao exchanged contacts with the girl as his family expected, immediately labeling her contact as Pleasure House Melody. He figured he'd chat with her sometime about music appreciation. Blind dates? Forget it. After appeasing his parents, he gave them a house code and made an excuse about work to leave early. He headed to his favorite bathhouse for a full-body spa. Under the dim lights of the private room, he felt unusually drowsy. He planned to extend his time later. After scrolling through short videos for a bit, he drifted off. When he woke up, he somehow triggered a rebirth mechanism and was thrown straight back to the year of his birth. Thinking about the several thousand yuan still left unspent at that bathhouse, Zhang Weihao felt a tiny pang of regret and wanted to scream it out, but a pacifier was shoved into his mouth. Over the next few months, Zhang Weihao came to terms with it. He actually enjoyed this clothes handed to me, food fed to me lifestyle. After all, he was still so small he couldn't do anything earth-shattering with his past life knowledge. If he acted too unusually, he might get snatched away for dissection research. Ew, the thought was terrifying. Husband, change the baby's diaper, he peed again. And so, a year passed in a flash. During that year, Zhang Weihao figured something out. Back when he was in school, to push him toward a top university, his old man had sacrificed many of his precious 7 Wolf cigarettes for him. Hith. Now that I'm little, you're in for it, Dad. From then on, whenever his father held him affectionately, Zhang Weihao would either pee on him or burst into loud, tearful tantrums. Seeing his father hold him so carefully, Zhang Weihao was secretly overjoyed. Didn't think you had 2 faces, old man. Deep down, Zhang Weihao knew his father loved him deeply and had high hopes for him. As his mother put it, your dad scowls at everyone, but only smiles when he talks about you. Zhang Weihao remembered his father always had sky-high expectations. When he got into the best local high school, his father hosted several banquets, and when drunk, told everyone Zhang Weihao already had one foot in Tsinghua or Peking University. Back then, Zhang Weihao himself thought that even if he didn't make it to Tsinghua or Peking, a 985 or 211 university was no problem. But the slap came fast. His first college entrance exam score? 250. Yep, exactly 250. His father was so angry, he didn't even hit him as hard as usual. After a year of retaking, he barely scraped into a third-tier university in his home province. For the next 4 years of college, his father never gave him a kind look. When he got a job and became a project manager, and relatives from the hometown asked his father for help getting small contracts, his father finally felt proud again. He started boasting to people, "What's the use of a good university? Work is what matters." Even Tsinghua and Peking grads end up selling pork. Zhang Weihao felt so embarrassed he could die. Actually, Zhang Weihao wasn't a bad student. But in high school, he fell for a girl. They dated for a while. Then some greasy local punk lured her away on an old, beat-up motorcycle. Zhang Weihao went to argue and got beaten black and blue. Later, his fat deskmate told him, "A man isn't loved unless he's bad." From then on, Zhang Weihao learned to smoke, fight, and dye his hair. He actually received a few love letters from younger female students, but still couldn't win back that girl. He secretly wrote in his notebook late at night, "They say a man isn't loved unless he's bad. I'm so bad, why don't you love me?" Looking back now, he realized he'd been an especially cringy, delusional teenager. Chapter 2. Do not blame me for being too clever thus. In this rebirth, Zhang Weihao grew day by day, swiftly reaching the age of first grade. Gazing at the familiar faces of childhood classmates, he couldn't help but think, rebirth is truly wonderful. As anticipated, during the first grade examinations, Zhang Weihao triumphantly secured the top position. Holding the report card and observing the scores, with the exception of Chinese, all subjects were perfect scores. Zhang Guoqing was filled with elation. He scooped Zhang Weihao into his arms, showering him with kisses, but Zhang Weihao, wriggling free, dashed into the embrace of his mother, Wang Yan. During dinner, as Zhang Guoqing tirelessly served more dishes to Zhang Weihao, urging him to eat, he kept glancing at the stack of test papers with uncontainable pride. "Enough, enough. Just eat your meal. How many times have you looked at those papers? Can you still distinguish anything new?" Wang Yan remarked, observing Zhang Guoqing's exuberance with slight annoyance. "Oh, son, all your papers are pristine, yet this Chinese composition is marred with eraser marks. Did you make mistakes?" After scrutinizing the papers repeatedly, Zhang Guoqing pointed at the Chinese test, inquiring about the essay page. Let me see," Wang Yan exclaimed, snatching the test paper to inspect the evident traces of erasure, where a small essay had been rewritten. "Oh dear, it seems you've erased it entirely. Is it that you struggle with composition? Perhaps tomorrow I shall buy you a few composition books to peruse." It's nothing, Mom. I just wrote too hastily at the beginning and felt the opening wasn't satisfactory. So I rewrote it, Zhang Weihao replied, casually reclaiming the test paper from his mother's grasp. He then examined the visual composition prompt, which depicted a little girl with a red scarf fluttering in the wind beneath a willow tree, declaring, "Spring has arrived." The first grade topics were still quite simple. While answering the questions, he felt as if he were possessed by the spirit of literary excellence, leading him to write boldly, standing by the street. "My gaze was drawn to the old locust tree, once withered and gaunt. I know not when it began, but its branches have quietly sprouted tender green buds, with leaves that are small and fresh." Fortunately, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Was this truly the writing of a first-grade child? For years, he had treaded carefully, fearing exposure, and nearly revealed himself. He promptly erased the words one by one, rewriting, "Today, as I stepped outside, the gentle breeze caressed my face, not cold at all. It turns out, spring maiden has arrived. Well, I believe we should still buy Weihao a few picture books to enhance his writing skills." Aiming for him to achieve a perfect score in Chinese next time, Zhang Guoqing stated earnestly. That night, as Zhang Weihao drifted into slumber, he overheard his father telling his mother, "Our Zhang family's ancestral grave prophesied the emergence of a dragon-born scholar, and I believe it refers to our Weihao." They had been too busy with work to assist Weihao with his homework, initially contemplating a reprimand if he performed poorly. To their surprise, he had secured first place. What a delightful turn of events. Quickly off to sleep. Remember to stop by the bookstore after work tomorrow to buy Weihao a few books. Hearing this, Zhang Weihao couldn't help but shake his head, pondering his father's fervent desire for him to succeed. His father even went as far as to dig up ancestral graves in his quest for greatness, while he himself was just a child without the slightest hope of being beaten. However, little did his father know that while he yearned for his son to soar, Zhang Weihao aspired to uplift his father instead. He contemplated ways to propel his father into the forefront of wealth, envisioning a life where he could bask in the comforts of being a modest, rich second generation. Over the past few years, Zhang Weihao had been ruminating daily on what he should accomplish in this new life, pondering whether there were any latent abilities within him yet to be awakened. 7 years had passed, and despite his fervent calls for a system to manifest, nothing had appeared. Just recently, his anguished cries at home had led his mother to believe he was suffering from a grave illness. The crux of the matter was that he couldn't recall any winning lottery numbers or football scores, although he had heard that such games had mechanisms to prevent rebirth-induced fortune, making it unlikely he could amass wealth that way. The golden age of the 1990s, where even a pig could soar if it found itself in the right circumstances. Yet here he was, merely 7 years old. Not only was entrepreneurship out of the question, but even finding menial labor proved impossible. After much contemplation, he concluded that the best course of action was for his father to accumulate wealth first, which would, in turn, allow him to prosper, thus achieving a shared prosperity for the Zhang family. His father had spent a lifetime in the coal mining industry, undoubtedly possessing technical skills. In his previous life, his father often bragged about his expertise, yet he remained rigid, only to retire as a deputy section chief without significant wealth. Nonetheless, he provided Zhang Weihao with a stable early life. Thus, adorned with the honor of being the top student for 6 consecutive years, Zhang Weihao transitioned into middle school. During those 6 years, he thrived on the knowledge from his past life, enjoying a carefree existence. He feigned attentiveness in class, while after school, he indulged in a myriad of sports: basketball, football, table tennis, badminton. He relished every activity available to him. In his previous life, he had struggled even to dribble a basketball. This time, he sought to make amends for that regret. Perhaps due to his regular exercise, by the age of 13, Zhang Weihao had already reached a height of 175 meters, his physical fitness remarkable for his age. Initially, his parents worried that sports might detract from his studies, but their concerns were unfounded, as he consistently ranked first in exams, earning accolades as an outstanding student and exemplary team member, amassing a plethora of awards. Zhang Guoqing increasingly believed his son to be a natural prodigy, excelling in all areas: morality, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and labor, boasting about him to anyone who would listen. How do you know Weihao has once again topped his class? It's all due to his playfulness, always clutching that basketball instead of coming home. Mom, why did you prepare so many dishes? Upon arriving home from school, Zhang Weihao gazed at a table laden with food. He grabbed a chicken leg and ventured into the kitchen, where his mother was still busy cooking. Well, your father has been promoted to deputy section chief. Today, his colleagues came to congratulate him, so I expect there will be a celebratory feast tonight. If you're hungry, feel free to eat. Watching his mother beam with joy while cooking, Zhang Weihao fell into contemplation. In his previous life, his father had spent his entire career in that very deputy section chief position, and he had recently been devising strategies to persuade his father to pursue greater opportunities. Having just been appointed as the deputy section chief, the situation is rather precarious. At this moment, there is an undeniable fervor, a surge of ambition. One cannot simply douse this enthusiasm with cold water, declaring, "Old Zhang, this is the pinnacle of your life." Such a remark would undoubtedly lead to a regrettable outcome. Weihao, what are you pondering? Please assist in serving the dishes. I shall prepare a bowl of sour soup noodles to complete the meal. Your father, after a few drinks, has a penchant for this. Zhang Weihao was jolted back to reality by his mother's voice, promptly helping her carry the food to the table. After hastily consuming a few bites, he approached his father for some money, expressing a desire for soda. Old Zhang generously handed him a 10 yuan note, and Weihao, elated, scampered off. After purchasing a bottle of soda, he walked for about 10 minutes until he arrived near the market by the mine, where he stealthily entered an illicit internet CAF. Brother Tao, power on the machines for 2 hours, Weihao said, tossing 3 yuan onto the counter. Ahao, you finally made it. Recently, I've been mercilessly beaten by Lao Wu and lost quite a bit of money. I've saved those 2 machines just for us. You go ahead and start. I'll be right back, Brother Tao replied, his oily hair cascading over his forehead like a curtain as he spoke. Chapter 3. A 3-minute showdown at the tender age of 10. Zhang Weihao stumbled upon a newly opened arcade downstairs, featuring slot machines and several video game consoles. After years of monotony, he finally encountered something that piqued his interest and stealthily ventured into play. Once he became familiar with the controls, he fully embraced the experience, effortlessly mastering the character Kyo Kusanagi and achieving consecutive victories. As the afternoon waned and he prepared to return home, he was astonished to find a crowd had gathered behind him. It was during this time that he met the arcade owner, Zhou Haitao, who initially challenged Weihao to a few matches but soon realized he was no match for him. After witnessing Weihao effortlessly defeat him using Iori Yagami, Zhou insisted that Weihao teach him the intricacies of the game. Weihao, recalling several skilled characters from memory, jotted down their moves to instruct Zhou, who, displaying a keen business acumen, not only practiced diligently but also began selling strategy guides clandestinely. Over time, the two became quite familiar with each other. Later, when Weihao casually remarked that the arcade was not a sustainable venture, suggesting they explore internet CAFS in the county for a more reliable source of income, Zhou took his advice to heart. He procured dozens of outdated computers and opened his own underground internet CAF. Weihao powered up 2 computers, and Zhou approached with 2 bottles of soda, casually returning the 3 yuan to Weihao, who graciously accepted it. Lao Wu, my brother has arrived. Are you daring enough for a match today? Zhou called out, tilting his neck towards the interior. 20 for a game, Lao Wu replied, removing his headphones to reveal a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth. 20 it is, I'll set up the room. Zhou was genuinely in awe of Weihao's gaming prowess. Red Alert, a classic strategic operation game, was undoubtedly a staple in the gaming CAFS of an era when online games were still scarce. Even in his previous life, Zhang Weihao often indulged in this game after work, climbing the ranks. He quickly established a base, choosing the United States as his faction. At the onset, he rapidly selected the construction vehicle, which promptly unfolded, while the screen flickered with building commands. In the blink of an eye, structures such as power plants, barracks, and/or refineries rose from the ground, all orchestrated through swift keystrokes, maintaining a relentless pace without any hesitation. Before long, Zhang Weihao had developed his base effectively. Without waiting for Zhou Haitao, he launched an assault on his opponent, leaving them utterly unprepared and swiftly dismantled. Zhou Haitao, commanding his tank army, barely reached the halfway point when he saw the game conclude. Damn it, can't you play properly? You caused me to lose this round. You owe me 20. Let's go again. The opposing player slammed his keyboard, venting his frustration towards his teammate. Hey, if we play a few more rounds, you'll just keep losing. You'll have to compensate for my broken keyboard, Zhou Haitao taunted, removing his headphones. What have you even done this round? I'll take you on one-on-one. 200, do you dare accept? The opposing player turned, casting a defiant glance at Zhang Weihao. Upon hearing the wager of 200, the surrounding players were taken aback. Although the living standards had improved significantly by 2001, 200 yuan was still a considerable sum. Players paused their games, rising to witness the unfolding spectacle. Not wishing to draw attention to himself among the growing crowd, Zhang Weihao declined the challenge, wary that someone might recognize him and inform his parents, thereby inciting a reprimand. Damn, so you're backing down, remarked the opposing player, which irked Zhang Weihao. Back down. Watch your mouth when you talk about my brother, he retorted, though Zhou Haitao had already stood up to confront the challenger. All right, we'll play just one round, Zhang Weihao interjected, urging Zhou Haitao to remain calm. The two established a room and commenced the game, as onlookers gathered behind them in anticipation. As the game began, the opposing player furiously clicked his mouse, aiming for rapid development. However, Zhang Weihao, after completing his mine construction, astonishingly sold his base. This maneuver left Zhou Haitao and the crowd in disbelief. Zhou Haitao attempted to advise Zhang Weihao, but he only witnessed Zhang Weihao utilizing the funds from the base sale to construct an army of units, which he then dispatched, charging directly into the opposing player's base. Before the opponent had a chance to react, his base was obliterated, and the game concluded. In less than 3 minutes, the match had ended, leaving Zhou Haitao and the spectators utterly bewildered. This was absurd, beyond all reason. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhou Haitao exclaimed, "Incredible, brother. I can't believe this game can be played like that." The opposing player was equally dumbfounded, bewildered that just as he discovered a diamond mine, He was met with the alarm sound in his headphones, only to see his base obliterated before he could comprehend what had transpired. With a sense of discontent, Lao Wu rushed over, his expression dark as he glared at Zhang Weihao, who had already exited the game and was engrossed in something on the web. What's the matter? Is it that you refuse to acknowledge defeat? Zhou Haitao flicked his hair back, eyeing Lao Wu, who was visibly unsatisfied. Who said I wouldn't accept defeat? I, Lao Wu, am not that kind of person. Just you wait. Noticing that Zhang Weihao had not cast a glance in his direction, Lao Wu pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket, slammed them onto the table, uttered a harsh remark, and stormed out of the internet safe. This is simply unacceptable, Zhou Haitao lamented, wanting to chase after him, but was restrained by Zhang Weihao, who motioned for him to let it go. In that era, the miners were rather unruly, often engaging in brawls and petty thefts. Zhang Weihao feared that pushing someone too far might lead to trouble, which could result in lingering consequences. After all, he had yet to inherit wealth, so it was not worth the risk. Go buy a pack of hard Zhonghua cigarettes and grab a bottle of soda for my brother, Zhou Haitao instructed, counting out some coins to hand to his younger companion. Ahau, you've truly opened my eyes today. I never knew the game could be played this way. Please, teach me, Zhou Haitao exclaimed, pulling Zhang Weihao into a side embrace. The unwashed state of his hair nearly suffocating Zhang Weihao. Pushing Zhou Haitao away, Zhang Weihao continued to browse the web. There's nothing much to teach. At its core, it's merely a simple base-pushing game. Regardless of how you develop or how many troops, tanks, or planes you build, as long as you can demolish the opponent's base, you win. Thus, while he is still trying to grasp the game, I swiftly raided his base. Winning is winning, but it lacks a genuine gaming experience. What are you talking about? I don't understand, but it sounds impressive. How is your mind so sharp? I've heard you excel in your studies, are skilled in basketball, and, as for gaming, I've never seen anyone as formidable as you. Zhou Haitao offered Zhang Weihao a cigarette from the pack of hard Zhonghua, but Zhang Weihao hesitated and ultimately declined. Zhou Haitao, undeterred, lit one for himself and casually handed over the remaining coins to Zhang Weihao. Zhang Weihao shook his soda bottle, indicating that he had enough and did not require the money. After spending some time playing games with Zhou Haitao, he returned home. Chapter 4. Encountering a young delinquent upon arriving home, Zhang Weihao found his father already intoxicated and sprawled on the bed, while his mother was tidying up the house alone. Seeing this, Zhang Weihao joined her in the cleanup effort. Weihao, you needn't bother, just leave it to mom. There's some yogurt if you'd like to have some, Wang Yan said, her affection for Zhang Weihao evident. She had never had to worry about his studies, and he was considerate of others. Today, Zhang Guoqing had received a promotion, and she felt that life was improving day by day. Her tasks executed with alacrity and a smile gracing her lips. It's just a promotion to deputy section chief. You're overjoyed for nothing, Zhang Weihao remarked, gathering the trash into a plastic bag to be disposed of downstairs the next day before school. Not only is it a promotion to deputy section chief, but it also comes with an additional 600 yuan in monthly salary. Your father and I have agreed that once this month's salary comes through, we'll take you to the county to buy you a pair of basketball shoes. What is that brand called? Delwy? That is a reputable brand. However, one must not allow learning to be delayed. All right, it's none of your concern now. I shall return to my room to read and retire early. Junior high is not like elementary school. One must exert greater effort. Wang Yan waved her hand, signaling Zhang Weihao to cease his tidying up, urging him to return to his room in haste. Lying on his bed, Zhang Weihao was overwhelmed by a wave of melancholy upon recalling his mother's words. Regardless of whether in this life or the previous one, his parents had truly devoted their hearts to him. His father and mother seemed to wear the work uniforms issued by the mine throughout the seasons, while he had never lacked for food, drink, or clothing. Zhang Weihao resolved with determination that the Help Father Succeed plan must be implemented swiftly. He vowed to ensure that his parents would lead a better life. Yet, with his father recently promoted to deputy section chief, how could he navigate this situation? Being still young, he was acutely aware that the era of rapid economic growth had commenced. How could he persuade his father to forsake this stable job and pursue his own aspirations? Zhang Weihao pondered throughout the night, yet found no answers. The following day, he arrived at class bearing the weight of dark circles under his eyes. Appearing listless during the lessons, Zhang Weihao, want to play basketball? A group of boys at the door called out during recess, clutching basketballs. Zhang Weihao waved his hand dismissively, claiming to feel unwell, and rested his head on the desk in silence. A few female classmates nearby chattered incessantly about some melodramatic romance, which only added to his agitation. Rising from his seat, he decided to leave. As he walked, he found himself at the entrance of the school's convenience store, where he noticed several students from a higher grade hurrying out, sneaking to a corner where wisps of white smoke wafted into the air. After much hesitation, Zhang Weihao entered the store. "Boss, 3 Red Rivers," he said, retrieving 50 cents from his pocket and placing it on the counter. It seemed that children raised in the mining community matured rather quickly. Some were already smoking in elementary school, and the number only increased in junior high. Most students were short on funds, which allowed the convenience store owners to sell cigarettes individually, having opened the packs for sale. A box of cigarettes sold for 2 yuan could yield an extra yuan when sold this way, making it far more profitable than selling the entire box. The shopkeeper glanced at Zhang Weihao, took out half a pack, and placed 3 cigarettes on the counter. Zhang Weihao pocketed the cigarettes and turned to leave. Finding a secluded spot, he crouched down and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, inhaling its scent before placing it between his lips. In his previous life, he had been quite the chain smoker. In this life, he had intended to indulge only occasionally in college. Yet, feeling troubled today and having just witnessed someone sneak a smoke, he found himself compelled to light one. Just as he was about to do so, he realized he had no means to ignite it, which only deepened his frustration. Even good students smoke. Suddenly, a girl's teasing laughter broke through his thoughts, causing him to instinctively toss the cigarette aside. "Haha, I'm not a teacher. Look how scared you are," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out. Zhang Weihao turned to see a girl in uniform with short hair, her face adorned with 2 dimples as she smiled. He recognized her as Lin Xiaoqiao, whose parents ran a restaurant at the mine and who had gained notoriety as a little delinquent in the previous life. In those days, Zhang Weihao was a diligent student, wholly devoted to his studies, and he kept a distance from students like her, having little in common. Unwilling to engage with her, Zhang Weihao attempted to walk away. However, the girl persistently extended her arm to block his path. "Aren't you afraid I'll inform the teacher that you smoke?" she challenged. Zhang Weihao chuckled, gazing at the petite girl before him. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, inquiring, "Do you have a light?" Surprised, Lin Xiaoqiao hadn't anticipated that instead of fearing her threat, Zhang Weihao would ask her for a lighter. "I asked if you have a light," he reiterated. "Oh, I do," Lin Xiaoqiao replied, producing a red disposable lighter from her pants pocket. Zhang Weihao casually accepted it, igniting the cigarette and taking a deep drag. Coughing, he realized it was his first experience with smoking. The acrid smoke stung his throat, prompting him to cough uncontrollably. After a solitary puff, he discarded the cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot, muttering to himself how utterly unpleasant it was. "Puffed, pretending to smoke when you can't even handle it," Lin Xiaoqiao scoffed. Observing Zhang Weihao struggle with the smoke, she seized the lighter from him, lit her own cigarette with practiced ease, inhaling and exhaling a plume of smoke effortlessly. Ignoring her, Zhang Weihao turned to leave. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell the teacher?" the girl called after him. "Do you think the teacher would believe the word of a model student like me, or yours?" Zhang Weihao glanced back at Lin Xiaoqiao, then plucked a handful of leaves from a nearby willow tree, rubbing them between his palms. "Rubbing these leaves after smoking helps eliminate the odor from my hands," he explained before resuming his path to the classroom. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Zhang Weihao was hardly intimidated by a young girl threatening him with a smoking accusation. Lin Xiaoqiao was momentarily speechless. After finishing her own cigarette, she mimicked Zhang Weihao's actions, grabbing a handful of leaves and rubbing them vigorously between her hands. Afterward, she sniffed her palms, dismissing the scent with a shake, pleased to find the smoke odor replaced with the fresh aroma of grass. When school was dismissed in the afternoon, Zhang Weihao wandered home in a distracted manner. Upon arriving, he noticed his mother concealing something beneath the bed. He recalled that she worked as a net weaver at the mine, crafting wire mesh for underground support to prevent collapses. Each day after work, she would secretly gather leftover wire, coiling it to bring home, and once enough was collected, she would call upon a scrap dealer to sell it, thereby improving their household meals. In his previous life, when Zhang Weihao had succumbed to bad influences in high school, he had stolen 2 coils of wire from home to sell at the recycling station, having no money for internet or cigarettes. He vividly remembered lugging those 2 coils in his backpack to the recycling station, drenched in sweat from the exertion. Yet, his mother had to walk for over 40 minutes from the mining area, her back slightly hunched under the weight of her burdens. Observing her frail figure, Zhang Weihao understood that he could no longer afford to wait. Chapter 5. A pillow for sleep. As the weekend arrived, his parents excitedly took Zhang Weihao to the county town. The journey from the mine to the town was typically made in small vans, costing 1 yuan per person, departing only when full. After purchasing a pair of shoes for Zhang Weihao, Wang Yin patted Zhang Guoqing's wrinkled suit and remarked, "Old Zhang, let us buy you a new shirt at that men's clothing store up ahead. This is the same one you bought on our wedding day." "Oh, what need is there to purchase clothing? The attire I currently wear is perfectly intact. Let us acquire a tape recorder for Weihao at the bookstore, along with a few English cassettes. During my high school entrance examinations, it was my English that faltered." Zhang Guoqing waved his hand dismissively and proceeded towards the bookstore. "Father, let me buy you something, and something for mother as well." Zhang Weihao, burdened by the weight of his basketball shoes, felt as though he were carrying an immense load. Zhang Guoqing was inclined to refuse, yet Zhang Weihao had already entered a clothing store, compelling his parents to follow suit. After selecting several items, both parents declared they found nothing suitable. Zhang Weihao understood their reluctance to spend. "Oh, it's Director Zhang," exclaimed a well-dressed man, adorned with a gold watch, as Zhang Weihao insisted on helping his father choose a jacket. "Ah, it's Boss Zhou," Zhang Guoqing responded, having recognized the visitor and removing the jacket he had just tried on. Come, Director Zhang, have a cigarette. I intended to congratulate you on your promotion, but I was delayed by some issues at the mining bureau." The man, displaying great enthusiasm, produced a pack of open soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing accepted it, but Zhou, without hesitation, struck a match to light it for him. "Surely, smoking is permitted here?" Zhang Guoqing began to decline. "Not at all. These establishments are all mine. Smoke away." Zhou lit his own cigarette, extending an invitation for Zhang Guoqing and his wife to join him at the counter for tea. Zhang Weihao recognized the gentleman before him, Zhou Youfu, and was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, Zhou Youfu indeed lived up to his name, embodying fortune. In his youth, he was merely a vendor selling lamb offal in the county, but his culinary skills attracted a prominent leader from the mining bureau, who frequented his stall. Zhou Youfu, being astute, learned of the leader's preferences and began delivering dishes tailored to his tastes. As their acquaintance deepened, the leader took notice of Zhou Youfu's cleverness and facilitated his acquisition of coal mining permits. Thus began Zhou Youfu's foray into the coal trade. Through his charm and diligence, he swiftly amassed his initial fortune while consistently preparing lamb offal for the leader each week. Gradually, he expanded his business to supply safety gear to various mines, eventually diversifying into electrical and mechanical equipment. His enterprise flourished, and even after the leader's retirement, Zhou Youfu continued to pay weekly visits, bringing joy to the leader. Through connections from their shared past, the leader assisted Zhou Youfu in procuring several mines in Ming province. Zhang Weihao recalled that in his previous life, Zhou Youfu initially incurred losses due to his lack of mining knowledge. On one occasion, he had visited their home, seemingly seeking his father's assistance in assessing a mine. However, his father, newly appointed as deputy director, had declined without a second thought. Subsequently, Zhou Youfu approached a captain under his father's command, persuading him to resign from his formal job at the mine to follow Zhou Youfu to the mines in Ming province. Upon returning after more than half a year, it was said that he had amassed tens of millions, a staggering amount reminiscent of the early 2000s. He soon drove back in a Desert Prince off-road vehicle, truly making a splash. At that time, Zhang Guoqing remained indifferent, not foreseeing that the young team leader would flourish, ultimately achieving a net worth exceeding 100 million within a few years. This sparked immense envy among the miners. Many skilled workers in the mine began to contemplate leaving, realizing that opportunities outside were indeed more lucrative than remaining in the mine. Zhang Guoqing's father received several invitations from friends, seeing no hope for promotion. He too considered venturing out. However, Zhang Weihao's unruly behavior, marked by frequent fights, kept Zhang Guoqing from leaving. It is worth noting that the young team leader was fortunate. After several years of hard work, Zhou Youfu, having earned enough money, followed his daughter abroad to enjoy a life of leisure. Before departing, he sold several mines at a low price to the young team leader, capitalizing on the subsequent boom in the coal market over the next few years. The young leader achieved a remarkable social ascent. While Zhang Weihao was lost in thought, he overheard his father making excuses. "Oh, Director Zhang, please don't be modest. Let me tell you quietly, This clothing is marked up significantly. In truth, it cost very little. Do not hesitate. Consider it a congratulatory gift from an old friend. Zhou Youfu insisted on pushing several bags of clothing into Zhang Guoqing's hands. Hello, Uncle Zhou, Zhang Weihao interjected politely, stepping forward. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his son, momentarily distracted, as Zhou Youfu swiftly placed the bags into Zhang Guoqing's hands. Ah, you must be the son of Director Zhang. You've grown so tall. I've heard you excel in your studies, consistently ranking first in your exams. Old Zhang truly has a wonderful son. When you get into Tsinghua or Peking University, Uncle Zhou will surely come to celebrate. Zhou Youfu attempted to ruffle Zhang Weihao's hair, but, realizing Zhang Weihao was taller than him, merely gestured to indicate their height before praising him. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. If I manage to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, I will definitely invite you to my graduation feast. Zhang Weihao replied with an endearing smile. This was the first step that could propel his father to great heights. He was determined to secure it, bowing to Zhou Youfu while deep in thought. Hearing praises for his son, old Zhang and his wife beamed with joy. And Zhang Guoqing momentarily forgot he was still holding the clothes gifted by Zhou Youfu. Look at this well-mannered child. He truly knows how to speak and show respect. Zhou Youfu remarked with a smile as he observed Zhang Weihao. After some back and forth, Zhang Guoqing ultimately accepted the clothing, aware that his son's merits played a significant role in this exchange. It seems that one's success hinges significantly on one's own capabilities, Zhang Weihao mused, recognizing that his academic achievements were the key to navigating these situations. As he gazed at Zhou Youfu, he felt as though he was in the presence of a benevolent figure. Before departing, he didn't forget to bow and express his gratitude, wishing Zhou Youfu good health and prosperity. This gesture further endeared him to Zhou Youfu. Upon returning home, Wang Yin could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed to the bedroom to try on the new clothes, repeatedly asking the father and son if she looked good. Zhang Guoqing merely nodded, uttering a simple "looks good," which prompted a series of disapproving glances from Wang Yin. Mother, you look splendid in that outfit. Reminiscent of the glamorous actresses featured on the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Weihao, astute as ever, understands that women of all ages relish compliments. Indeed, Wang Yin beamed with delight upon hearing this and declared she would add an extra chicken leg for Zhang Weihao at dinner, humorously mentioning that there would be none for old Zhang. Dad, why did Uncle Zhou send you in mom clothes? Zhang Weihao inquired during dinner. He supplies production equipment to the mine, but never repairs it when it malfunctions. When he finally brings in someone from the manufacturer, production at the mine suffers, and he turns to me for help with those machines. I'm not sure how much money I've saved him, but a couple of cheap garments hardly seems significant. Zhang Guoqing replied with a sense of pride. Dad, you're amazing. Zhang Weihao quickly complimented. Chapter 6. A million for 1 meter that night, lying in bed. Zhang Weihao reflected on the events of the day. Now, all he had to do was wait for Zhou Youfu to come knocking, and with a little persuasion, he could encourage his father to make a trip to Inner Mongolia. Who knows, this could be the first step towards becoming a wealthy second-generation heir. The coal industry was booming at present. Seizing this opportunity could transform him into a prosperous figure in the coal sector as well. He pondered the contributions made by coal barons to the film industry in his past life. Indeed, there's a saying, one may question a coal baroness character, but never their vision. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Zhang Weihao gradually drifted into slumber, dreaming of a scene where he lounged among a throng of admirers, puffing on a cigar and confidently proclaiming, I invested in that film. The following day at school, Zhang Weihao took out his textbooks and diligently began to take notes, committing himself to study earnestly. Middle school was indeed a far cry from elementary school, presenting a level of challenge that required his full attention. Slipping back into old habits would jeopardize his chances of advancing to high school. Absolutely not. My grades must serve as motivation for old Zhang. Scores equate to wealth. I must study hard and strive for excellence. After an invigorating morning of solving problems, Zhang Weihao stretched and tidied his backpack. The last period was physical education, a chance to unwind. After jogging a couple of laps around the playground, the physical education teacher called for dismissal. Zhang Weihao, along with a few male classmates, grabbed a basketball and dashed towards the court. After an exhilarating game, Zhang Weihao was drenched in sweat. As he wiped his brow, a bottle of mineral water was handed to him. Zhang Weihao, drink some water, a girl said, her cheeks flushed as she shyly offered him a bottle. It was none other than the class monitor, Li Qian. Not one to be impolite, Zhang Weihao accepted the water and gulped down half the bottle in one go. The surrounding boys erupted in howls of laughter, causing Li Qian to blush even deeper. Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink later, Zhang Weihao responded. Fully aware of the girl's intentions, Li Qian was indeed quite lovely, yet Zhang Weihao, harboring the spirit of an older man, found himself preferring mature women over younger ones. Thus, while he diligently focused on his studies, he also awaited Zhou Youfu's arrival. A month passed with no sign of Zhou Youfu, leaving Zhang Weihao feeling disheartened. Had he misremembered? Meanwhile, ever since handing him a bottle of water, Li Qian had taken to bringing him a lollipop one day and yogurt the next, leaving Zhang Weihao both amused and perplexed. On this day, as Zhang Weihao returned home from school, he noticed a black Audi A8 parked downstairs. In this era, the only luxury car in the county was a Puzang, and families with better circumstances might drive a red Xiaoli. This Audi A8 was undoubtedly a symbol of opulence, and suddenly struck by a thought, Zhang Weihao hurried home. Upon his arrival, he found Uncle Zhou Youfu engaged in cheerful conversation with his father, while his mother busied herself in the kitchen. Hello, Uncle Zhou, Zhang Weihao greeted, promptly filling Zhou Youfu's teacup with hot water from the kettle. Thank you, little Zhang. You are truly a good child, Zhou Youfu praised him warmly. After replenishing the water, Zhang Weihao sat beside his father, feigning interest in peeling an apple, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. Just then, his mother brought in the dishes, inviting everyone to dinner. Throughout the meal, however, the two men hardly discussed anything of substance. After dinner, Zhou Youfu and Zhang Guoqing shared a smoke before preparing to take their leave. As they departed, Zhou Youfu grasped Zhang Guoqing's hand and said, Zhang Guoqing, I Zhou. Never deceive, I keep my word. Please consider my proposal. Very well, once I have made my decision, I will get back to you, Zhang Guoqing replied, escorting Zhou Youfu to the door. Goodbye, Uncle Zhou. Upon returning to the living room, Zhang Weihao noticed his mother rummaging through a pile of items, presumably gifts from Zhou Youfu. Wow, what's this? Zhang Weihao exclaimed, spotting a white box. What is it? His mother inquired, puzzled. Zhang Weihao opened the box and revealed a silver device, roughly the size of a matchbox. This is an incredible gadget. Despite its small size, it can store all the English listening exam questions from junior high to high school. It is far more convenient than using a tape recorder. With this, I can study English on my way to and from school. He played with the device, trying to convey his fascination. Can such a small thing really hold so much learning material? Zhang Guoqing questioned, skeptical. Look, it's a phone. Mom, Dad, look, Zhang Weihao exclaimed, as he discovered two identical phone boxes, eager to open them before his father could intervene. How could Zhou Youfu give you such expensive items? Surely, he doesn't expect something illegal in return. If he asks you to do anything unlawful, we must refuse his gifts, Wang Yin interjected, snatching the phone boxes from Zhang Weihao and placing them in a bag. That can't be true. I don't know why Uncle Zhou sent such valuable items. He just asked me for a favor, Zhang Guoqing insisted, waving his hands dismissively. I knew it. He must expect you to help him. Otherwise, why would he give you such expensive gifts? He must want you to do something illicit at the mine. Tomorrow, you should return these items. Wang Yin continued as she tidied up. Zhang Weihao thought to himself. Despite his mother's limited education, her insight was profound. It's nothing. He merely wants to invite me to Ming province. He has opened a mine there, but production is not meeting expectations. He doesn't want to manage it himself and wishes for me to be the mine manager, Zhang Guoqing explained hastily. Is that the case? He brings you all these gifts for just that? Wang Yin gazed at Zhang Guoqing with a hint of disbelief, yet her actions of tidying up slowed. What else could there be? Zhang Guoqing settled into the sofa and lit a cigarette. Why did that person seek you out? And why offer you the position of mine manager? Wang Yin inquired further. After all, I am a bona fide graduate in mining technology, he replied. Last time he visited the mine to maintain the equipment, he brought a blueprint and asked for my assistance. I pointed out that the tunnels were improperly constructed. He mentioned that the technicians he found in Inner Mongolia were all foreigners, merely collecting pay without delivering results, and he wanted me to come and take a look. He promised an incentive of 100,000 yuan for every meter of tunnel excavated, in addition to my salary. Before he could finish, Wang Yin interrupted. How much? 100,000 for a meter? She was taken aback. In 2001, the average monthly wage nationwide was merely around 1,000 yuan, and together, she and Zhang Guoqing earned less than 3,000. How many days would it take to excavate a meter? She queried softly, setting down what she held. I noticed from the blueprint that the coals seem isn't very deep, and there's a large open-pit mine. Boss Zhou said he's using imported equipment there. So if everything goes smoothly, they could manage around 10 meters a day, Zhang Guoqing reflected. Oh, 10 days for a meter, 30 days in a month, that's 3 meters. 100,000 per meter means 300,000 for the month? Wang Yan's eyes widened as she calculated. Indeed, Zhang Guoqing confirmed, 3 million yuan a month. Even Zhang Weihao, having lived 2 lifetimes, was astonished by such an exaggerated figure. No wonder coal is referred to as black gold. 3 million, my goodness. That is a staggering amount. Wang Yan was equally stunned, abandoning her task and plopping down onto the sofa. Look at you, so enamored by wealth. I only mentioned that under optimal conditions could one achieve such figures. If the weather turns foul, or if equipment malfunctions, not to mention the risks of roof collapses. Coal mining is a complex endeavor. Zhang Guoqing's pride swelled as he spoke of his profession. Even extracting a meter in a month is quite an achievement. What are your thoughts on this, as the head of the household? Wang Yan, not fully comprehending, fixated on the notion of 100,000 per meter. I'm rather reluctant to go, no matter how enticing it sounds. It's merely a private mine. We know little about the actual conditions there. It's certainly less stable than our state-owned mines. Moreover, who would take care of our son's studies if we go there? Zhang Guoqing, holding the cigarette, gestured towards the ashtray. Zhang Weihao rolled his eyes, recognizing his father's disinclination to go. Since your rebirth, you haven't had to worry about studies, have you? After placing the ashtray next to Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Weihao picked up a device and remarked, Dad, if you don't wish to go, should we return the gifts from Uncle Zhou? Zhang Weihao feigned reluctance while looking at Zhang Guoqing, who was now the focus of Wang Yan's gaze as well. Son, is this device truly as remarkable as you claim? Will it assist you in learning English? Zhang Guoqing hesitated, questioning. Absolutely. With this, I can practice listening every day on my way to and from school, which will undoubtedly enhance my English proficiency, Zhang Weihao declared, holding the device close to his chest. His face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Zhang Guoqing. How much is this? Is it expensive? Zhang Guoqing inquired once more. Well, I'm not entirely sure of the exact price. I've seen some classmates using it, and they mentioned it costs over 2,000, Zhang Weihao replied, fully aware of its actual value, yet choosing to exaggerate, inflating it to a figure that would surely concern his father. Upon hearing Zhang Weihao's quoted price, Zhang Guoqing paused momentarily, then lit a cigarette. Dad, I think you could request a few days off from the mine and go visit Uncle Zhou first. If it truly aligns with what he said, you could give it a try. If it doesn't work out, you can always return to your regular job. Zhang Weihao knew he had to stoke the flames of persuasion. Wang Yan, upon hearing this, brightened and nodded in agreement. Is that feasible? Besides, it's not easy to ask for leave from the mine. I've only recently been promoted to deputy section chief. Taking time off wouldn't be appropriate. Zhang Guoqing appeared to waver. Dad, what's the harm? Look at how many gifts Uncle Zhou has given you. He must see potential in your expertise. Perhaps if you go, you could help him out, and the mine would thrive under your guidance. After all, professional matters should be handled by professionals, regardless of the outcome. Uncle Zhou would surely feel awkward asking for his gifts back. Zhang Weihao sweetly nestled beside Zhang Guoqing, playfully wrapping his arm around his father's. He felt a twinge of discomfort at his own behavior, yet he was willing to endure it for the sake of his ambitions. Indeed, son, your assertion that professional matters require professional handling holds merit, Zhang Guoqing acknowledged appreciatively. However, leave from the mine isn't easily obtained. Oh, just request a family visit leave. You haven't taken your annual leave in ages, Wang Yan interjected. Exactly, Dad. You've been so dedicated to work that we've hardly seen you take a break. This would be a good opportunity for some relaxation, Zhang Weihao quickly chimed in to further encourage his father. Very well, I shall attempt to request leave tomorrow, Zhang Guoqing resolved, reaching for a cigarette only to find his pack empty. Zhang Weihao had already spotted 2 boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes among the gifts and hurriedly ran to open one, presenting a pack to his father. You, this child. Such expensive cigarettes. You shouldn't have opened it without considering sending some back to Uncle Zhou, Zhang Guoqing admonished, though he unwrapped the pack nonetheless. Old Deng, while clearly wanting to indulge, was too prideful to admit it, enduring unnecessary discomfort. Dad, Mom, I won't need to return the 3 just yet. I'll just borrow it for now. Also, could I have one of those phones? I've heard they can access the internet for research, Zhang Weihao theatrically asked, holding the 3 with hopeful anticipation. You can use the 3, but don't break it. As for the phone, it's off limits. Your mother and I can't use it, and we aren't sure what's going on in that regard. Zhang Guoqing reluctantly consented upon seeing Zhang Weihao's excitement. Yay! Long live Dad! Long live Mom! Zhang Weihao exclaimed, leaping with joy. He then took the 3 into the bedroom, casually tossing it aside as he flopped onto the bed and exhaled deeply. This acting is exhausting. I can't fathom how those actors endure such lengthy performances. As Zhang Weihao returned to his bedroom, Zhang Guoqing felt an inexplicable sense of unease. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not discern the cause. Taking a puff of his cherished Zhonghua cigarette, he mused that there was indeed a reason behind every luxury. Zhang Weihao considered this a successful first step, quietly clenching his fist, hoping that his father's journey would be smooth and prosperous. On Friday, after school, his mother prepared a lavish spread of dishes, while his father busied himself packing clothes into a large suitcase. Mom, why have you made so much delicious food? Zhang Weihao inquired playfully. Your father has taken a half-month leave from the mine, and he has arranged with Boss Zhou to catch a train to Inner Mongolia tonight to visit his mine. Come, sit down and eat. Boss Zhou will be here shortly to pick up your father. Zhang Weihao's eyes brightened, and he hurried over to feign concern, asking his father, have you packed everything? I've only brought a few changes of clothes. There's not much to take for just half a month, Zhang Guoqing replied, zipping up his suitcase with a pat. Let us go eat. During dinner, Zhang Guoqing repeatedly urged Zhang Weihao to study diligently and to heed his mother's guidance in his absence. Zhang Weihao nodded earnestly in agreement. After the meal, as his father received a call from Zhou Youfu, he prepared to head downstairs. Zhang Weihao and Wang Yin accompanied him to the entrance. Sister, you need not worry. I will take good care of Zhang Laodi, Zhou Youfu reassured, noticing Wang Yin's concern. Yes, just take care of what needs caring for, and leave the rest alone. Zhang Weihao thought, wary of the indulgences of these affluent coal magnates and hoping his father would not be led astray. Dad, remember to call home when you have a moment. Don't hesitate to spend on the phone, Zhang Weihao said, embracing Zhang Guoqing. Uncle Zhou, I wish you a smooth journey, he added, bowing slightly in respect. You are such a charming child, always wishing for smooth sailing. With your father around, it's hard to imagine anything going awry. Indeed, it is your boss Zhou who knows how to flatter, praising too with one compliment, Zhang Guoqing remarked as he departed, leaving behind Zhang Weihao's eager anticipation. Father, this is the moment that will determine everything. Chapter 8. The Skill of 30 Years on Saturday. As his mother prepared for work, she reminded Zhang Weihao to study diligently before venturing out to play. He complied and earnestly engaged in his studies, genuinely apprehensive about falling behind. He realized that he could not afford to be as carefree as he had been in elementary school if his grades slipped. Zhang Guoqing would surely return to monitor him closely. In Zhang Guoqing's eyes, his son's education far outweighed the value of money. Perhaps this was also a prevailing sentiment among most parents of that era. Throughout dinner, Zhang Weihao remained focused on his studies, recognizing that the die had been cast, and now he could only hope for favorable outcomes. After enjoying dinner with Wang Yin, he expressed a desire to unwind and headed to Zhou Haitao's internet CAF. Zhou Haitao was absent, and a scruffy young man was managing the shop. Having witnessed the close bond between Zhang Weihao and Zhou Haitao before, he quickly set up a computer for him. Zhang Weihao intended to download a few songs, specifically English ones, to enhance his language skills. Afterward, he opened a game, indulging in his favorite, Red Alert. After swiftly eliminating the last enemy AI, he felt a surge of satisfaction. As Zhang Weihao felt a light pat on his shoulder, he momentarily assumed it was Zhou Haitao. Upon turning his head, he discovered it was actually Lin Xiaoqiao, clad in a white shirt and form-fitting jeans. She exuded an aura of youthful vitality with her slender, elongated legs. Such a diligent student, you truly excel at everything, she remarked as she moved a chair and sat beside Zhang Weihao. Call me Zhang Weihao, not some diligent student, he replied. I know you. The exemplary student in the eyes of adults, always ranking first, she said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqiao opened her laptop and offered Zhang Weihao a cigarette, but he waved his hand in refusal. You play too, let us enjoy together, she invited, lighting a cigarette for herself upon noticing Zhang Weihao's disinterest. Once I'm done, I plan to head home, he stated, showing little enthusiasm for the situation. How? Zhou Haitao entered the room, flanked by Lao Wu and a couple of unruly youths. "Hey, is this your girlfriend?" Zhou Haitao teased, eyeing Lin Xiaoqiao with a mischievous grin. "What are you thinking? She's just a classmate, and we're not close." Zhang Weihao responded as he stood up to shut down his computer, while Lin Xiaoqiao appeared embarrassed. "Are you leaving already? Last time, you barely defeated Lao Wu. And this time he brought reinforcements to seek revenge. I just saw them arguing at the door." Zhou Haitao pointed towards Lao Wu and his companions. "It's just a game, nothing serious," Zhang Weihao replied, somewhat exasperated, knowing that those from the mine often took things too seriously, relishing every opportunity for a challenge, regardless of its significance. "Afraid, are you? Once you show fear, you'll play less often here," Lao Wu chimed in, his gaze fixated on Lin Xiaoqiao, while he approached Zhang Weihao with a feigned confidence. "This is your place? Here, my brothers can come and play whenever they want," Zhou Haitao retorted, not indulging Lao Wu's bravado. "Forget it, Brother Wu, she's just a kid. Last time you played Red Alert, I heard you only won by ambushing him. If you want to play today, you'll need genuine skill," Zhou Haitao added, sensing the tension rising between them. Seeing the heat of the moment, the young man beside Lao Wu quickly stepped in between them. "My brother doesn't he want to play with you today? I'm here. How do you want to proceed?" he stated firmly, as Zhou Haitao pointed at Lao Wu, issuing a challenge. "Let us have a one-on-one match, each choosing a map, a random map. Best of 3 rounds wins. The stakes? 2,000 yuan. Zhou, are you brave enough to accept?" Lao Wu scoffed, seemingly confident in his abilities. Zhou Haitao's expression tightened at the mention of the wager, momentarily hesitating. "Is the monkey really that skilled?" Zhang Weihao pondered, recalling that in his previous life, he had not encountered anyone particularly exceptional in gaming. The manager at the county's night internet CAF is reputed to be quite formidable, known as the god of sniping. Lin Xiaoqiao whispered close to Zhang Weihao's ear, her youthful essence making him feel slightly uneasy, prompting him to turn away. "Tao Gu, let me take this one," he finally said, realizing he didn't want to provoke trouble, yet not feeling intimidated by the 2 young ruffians. "All right, my brother will take the challenge. But do you have the funds?" Last time, 200 was insufficient. Zhou Haitao, aware of Zhang Weihao's prowess, regarded him as exceptionally skilled at any game. With a smirk, Lao Wu reached into his pocket and produced a bulging canvas wallet, extracting the cash and counting it out to reveal precisely 2,000 yuan. "Then let us proceed." Zhou Haitao noticed that the 5th brother had sufficient funds and immediately expressed the commencement of their game. "Our money is here. What about yours, Boss Zhou?" The 5th brother placed his cash on Zhang Weihao's table, exhaling a puff of smoke directly into Zhang Weihao's face. Zhang Weihao leaned back and waved his hand dismissively. "Humph, I don't need your petty change." He then retrieved his own wallet from beneath the bar, counted out 200 yuan notes, and placed them beside Zhang Weihao's machine. "All right, let's get started then." The young man referred to as Monkey seated himself opposite Zhang Weihao, opened his laptop, lit a cigarette, and propped his leg up nonchalantly. "Here, pretty lady, take this 4,000 yuan for now. Just give it back to me later, and I'll make sure you get a tip." As the 5th brother reached for the money on the table, he attempted to grasp Lin Xiaoqiao's hand, but she quickly withdrew her hand and shifted her chair closer to Zhang Weihao. The 5th brother's expression darkened as he placed the money in front of Lin Xiaoqiao and shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Weihao before standing behind Monkey. "Young lady, just hold on to the money for now. Whoever wins can take it." Zhou Haitao noticed Lin Xiaoqiao's apprehension and casually suggested, "You can pick the map for the first round." Monkey, who appeared quite confident, opened the game. Zhang Weihao selected the Blood Pool map, stating that with only 2 players, they would have to traverse quite a distance. After adjusting the sensitivity settings, they entered the game. Once done with their headphones, Zhang Weihao promptly purchased a small submachine gun and filled its magazine, also acquiring a flashbang. He commanded his SEAL Team 6 to toss the flashbang into a corner before swiftly leaping out with his weapon drawn. As Monkey's character emerged, the screen flashed white, and by the time it brightened again, Zhang Weihao had already eliminated him, jumping repeatedly over the corpse. Seeing that Monkey was about to respawn, Zhang Weihao retraced his steps. Monkey cursed under his breath and, upon respawning, noticed Zhang Weihao's return. He cleverly tossed a grenade into the corner before lunging out with his gun, but initially failed to spot Zhang Weihao. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed through the headphones, and Monkey fell once more, unaware that Zhang Weihao was crouched in the corner by the exit. Frustrated, Monkey slammed his mouse down. In just 10 minutes, Monkey had perished in various corners of the blood pool, with Zhang Weihao claiming 6 kills and winning the first round with a score of 18-6. You just hide in corners and ambush. Do you dare to engage in a direct sniper duel? Monkey shouted at Zhang Weihao after his defeat. Whatever, Zhang Weihao shrugged nonchalantly. All right, I'll create a room. We'll only play a direct sniper duel. Monkey opted for the snowy Death Cross map, preparing to face Zhang Weihao in a sniper showdown. As the game commenced, Monkey diligently set up, crouching at the center and peering through his scope, fixated on the opposite side. After purchasing his sniper rifle, Zhang Weihao adjusted his crosshair to a black dot, alternating between positions on the keyboard before springing out from the side with his knife drawn. With a crack, Monkey shot Zhang Weihao down, turning to share a triumphant smile with the fifth brother. Lin Xiaoqiao, feeling anxious, squeezed Zhang Weihao's arm, prompting him to glance at her, causing her to quickly release her grip. Zhou Haitao observed their subtle interaction with a smirk. That shot embodies 30 years of skill. I wonder if you can handle it. Zhang Weihao remarked with a slight smile. Chapter 9. May I purchase a pair of dance shoes? After his resurrection, Zhang Weihao acquired a bird sniper rifle, causing Zhou Haitao to furrow his brow in concern. The screen displayed Zhang Weihao wielding a knife, persistently slicing as he swiftly toggled the right mouse button to activate the scope, then reverting back to the knife. After familiarizing himself with the weapon, Zhang Weihao crouched and leaped, and Zhou Haitao witnessed the scope flash momentarily before the monkey was shot in the head with a single bullet. Goodness, that's impressive, Zhou Haitao exclaimed, his limited vocabulary forcing him to resort to exclamations of surprise. Amidst his astonishment, the monkey's composure crumbled, leading him to hurl his mouse and rip off his headphones, shouting at Zhang Weihao, "Are you using hacks? Old 5, you play a few rounds. I'll go see how this fellow plays," he said, rising to push through the onlookers and approaching Zhang Weihao from behind. After Zhang Weihao skillfully dispatched Old 5, he discarded the rifle and, brandishing the knife, executed an elegant maneuver before delivering a fatal blow to Old 5's head, leaving the monkey utterly astonished. What kind of technique is that? The monkey could not help but inquire. Instant sniper, Zhang Weihao explained. Press the right mouse button a moment before the left when firing, then switch to the knife immediately. He proceeded to demonstrate. The monkey, now exasperated, dragged the flustered Old 5 away, while cheers erupted in the internet CF, leaving Zhang Weihao feeling quite exhilarated. He greeted Zhou Haitao and prepared to head home. "Zhang Weihao, your money." Lin Xiaoqiao, noticing Zhang Weihao about to leave, hurriedly called out as she picked up the cash on the table. "That belongs to Brother Zhou. Give it to him." Zhang Weihao waved his hand dismissively as he exited the CAF. Lin Xiaoqiao quickly handed the money to Zhou Haitao, who extracted a few bills and passed them to Lin Xiaoqiao with a mischievous grin. "Go, have a drink with my brother." Lin Xiaoqiao blushed, thanked him, and rushed out after Zhang Weihao. "What a delightful girl. Look at that figure," Zhou Haitao murmured to himself, a smirk adorning his face as he watched Lin Xiaoqiao chase after Zhang Weihao. Zhang Weihao. Not far from the CAF, Zhang Weihao heard Lin Xiaoqiao calling for him, prompting him to shake his head and quicken his pace. "Wait for me." Lin Xiaoqiao caught up, breathlessly grasping Zhang Weihao's arm. "Brother Zhou said for us to go have drinks together." She waved the money in her hand. "Oh, then you can go enjoy it. I'm heading home." Zhang Weihao muttered a few curses directed at Zhou Haitao and turned to leave. "Hey, don't rush home just yet. There's a convenience store up ahead. Wait for me." Without waiting for Zhang Weihao's assent, Lin Xiaoqiao dashed toward the store. With a sigh, Zhang Weihao strolled forward at a leisurely pace. Moments later, Lin Xiaoqiao returned, carrying a bag filled with drinks. "Brother Zhou gave me plenty of money. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I picked up a few bottles," she said, opening the plastic bag for Zhang Weihao to choose from. Seeing the assortment, Zhang Weihao casually selected a bottle of soda. "I've had my drink. You should head home soon. How are you so skilled? Your studies are excellent, and you play games remarkably well." Lin Xiaoqiao trailed closely behind him like a devoted shadow. "How do you play so well with the sniper? Teach me, please. I always get shot as soon as I step out." "Zhou Gu is truly courteous to you. Are you quite familiar with him? That fellow named Lao Wu is rather repulsive. He has been casting glances my way incessantly." Zhang Weihao, exuding an expression of utter disbelief, hastened towards his home, while Lin Xiaoqiao trailed closely behind, incessantly chattering away. Zhang Weihao abruptly halted, nearly causing Lin Xiaoqiao to collide with him. "I've arrived home. Do you intend to follow me any further?" he inquired, gesturing towards the apartment building. Well then, you should head home early too. Oh, you've reached home already? Lin Xiaoqiao realized, quite unexpectedly, that she had unwittingly followed him all the way to his residence. As Zhang Weihao turned to ascend the stairs, Lin Xiaoqiao called out. Zhang Weihao, wait a moment. What now? Zhang Weihao's tone revealed a hint of impatience. The money that Zhouge gave you, there's still plenty left. You should take it. Lin Xiaoqiao said, pulling out a handful of cash and extending it towards him. Zhouge gave it to you, so you should keep it. Zhang Weihao was taken aback, and his demeanor softened slightly. Ah, this is too much. There are still several hundred here. It's fine. You've already taken it. He waved his hand dismissively. Can I use this money to buy a pair of dance shoes? Lin Xiaoqiao asked timidly. Dance shoes? Zhang Weihao expressed mild curiosity. Yes, the shoes for practice. They aren't expensive, but my mother refuses to buy them, and my previous pair was thrown away by my parents. Lin Xiaoqiao hastened to explain. Do as you wish. Zhang Weihao replied nonchalantly, turning to ascend the stairs without a backward glance. After watching Zhang Weihao's figure vanish within the corridor, Lin Xiaoqiao licked her lips, slowly stowing the money into her pocket, and gently patted the pocket in a manner that was inexplicably endearing. She glanced upwards at the corridor before lowering her gaze to the drink she was carrying and skipped her way home. Upon returning home, Zhang Weihao found his mother engaged in a phone conversation, likely with his father. Your son is back. You should have a word with him. Wang Yin promptly handed the phone to Zhang Weihao. Dad, have you arrived? Zhang Weihao felt his tone betraying a hint of flattery. I've reached Ming province, but the mine is still far off. Boss Zhou arranged for me to stay at a hotel for the night. I'll visit the mine tomorrow. Zhang Guoqing's tone seemed rather pleasant. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Zhang Weihao feigned sincerity, driven by his aspirations for the future. Haha, my son has grown up. While I'm away these few days, make sure to listen to your mother, study diligently, and refrain from aimlessly wandering. If you cause trouble outside, just wait until I return to deal with you. Rest assured, Dad, I will study right away, Zhang Weihao hastily replied. Handing the phone back to his mother before retreating to his bedroom, he retrieved the guitar from the corner and strummed a rendition of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, which somewhat calmed his turbulent emotions. Speaking with such eloquence reminded Zhang Weihao of the model operas he had encountered in short videos during his previous life. Initially perplexed by their content, he later found himself captivated by the powerful lines. Oh, the eagle spreads its wings and soars into the clouds, unafraid of the fierce winds and torrential rains. A shiver ran down his spine at the memory. On Monday, as school resumed, Zhang Weihao had just taken his seat when he noticed a bottle of soda water resting on his desk. Zhang Weihao paid little attention, mistakenly believing it was once again Li Qian's doing. After all, who could blame him for being so exceptional? Alas, dear class monitor, I am destined to be someone you cannot possess. In junior high, the subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry posed some challenges. However, Zhang Weihao remained unfazed. In his previous life, he had toiled late into the night, feeling ensnared by an array of formulas and symbols, grasping only their forms without comprehending their meanings. In this life, learning felt significantly more manageable, not due to any innate talent bestowed by his reincarnation, but rather as a result of the experiences he had accumulated in his past. As long as one mastered the formulas, the principles remained constant, making the subjects quite accessible. The Chinese language was even simpler. While his peers engaged in rote memorization, Zhang Weihao savored the nuances of the texts. It was apparent that the rich heritage of Chinese culture was profound. Without a certain breadth of experience, ancient literature and poetry could seem impenetrable. English was even easier, as he had at least passed level 4 in his previous life and had even engaged in one-on-one language learning with foreign friends. Lost in the reverie of his past life, Zhang Weihao was abruptly jolted back to reality by a homework notebook being slapped onto his desk. Class monitor Li Qian was distributing the assignments, her gaze fixed on him with an expression of ire, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Had he wronged her in any way? Chapter 10. Teacher Zhang, the gardener as the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Students surged out of the classroom like a tide, yet Zhang Weihao found himself blocked at the door by Li Qian. Have you become involved with that troublesome girl from the neighboring class? She questioned, leaving him utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Who's involved with that bad girl? Zhang Weihao was as confounded as a monk who couldn't comprehend the situation. Stop pretending. The whole class has been buzzing about it. You've been seen going home with her, sharing drinks, and even buying her shoes. Li Qian's voice quivered as she spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In an instant, Zhang Weihao realized whom she was referring to. But really, what was the matter with this? Were young girls now so audacious? He gently pulled Li Qian aside to a bench, intending to offer her a tissue to dry her tears, only to discover he had no such habit of carrying tissues. You excel academically. How could you possibly be interested in such a troublesome student? She's been involved with several boys, Li Qian lamented, lost in her own thoughts. Oh, class monitor, let me clarify. I am not in a relationship with anyone, nor will I engage in one before entering university. My sole focus now is to study diligently, gain admission to first high school, and strive for Tsinghua or Peking University, Zhang Weihao stated with a serious demeanor. Really? Li Qian asked eagerly. Absolutely. I have said it. He began, but before he could finish, Li Qian interrupted him. I knew it. With your academic prowess, how could you fancy such a girl? If anyone should be together, it ought to be us. I'm not any less attractive than that troublesome girl, and I am the class monitor. Oh, so it seems you only heard the first half of my statement, dear class monitor. To be too exceptional truly is a burden. In that moment, Zhang Weihao felt a flicker of pride. In his previous life, it appeared he had scarcely exchanged a few words with Li Qian throughout 3 years of junior high. Back then, she had outperformed him academically and was quite beautiful, with many boys vying for her attention. Ah, class monitor, allow me to express my thoughts. At our tender age, it is imperative that we devote ourselves to our studies. Did not the school make it clear that early romantic relationships are prohibited? During the assembly on Monday, you witnessed the principal publicly admonishing several students from the 3rd year for such indiscretions. How embarrassing. Our current mission must be to focus on our education. Zhang Weihao hastily interjected to prevent Li Qian from continuing. So we can engage in it secretly. As long as the school remains oblivious, right? Aren't other students doing the same? Li Qian's remark nearly sent Zhang Weihao into despair. What a nonsensical comparison. As the class monitor, you are a beacon of academic dedication for our peers, and you must not entertain thoughts of early romance. We are still young and lack a true understanding of love. My sole aspiration is to excel in my studies and become a pillar of society that contributes meaningfully to our nation. Zhang Weihao stood, speaking with resolute conviction, suddenly feeling as if he were performing in a theatrical play. After a moment of silence from Li Qian, he turned to see her gazing at him with admiration. Well, perhaps I have overdone it. Zhang Weihao endeavored to redirect Li Qian's thoughts, though he could not gauge the extent of his influence. Alas, in nurturing a sound worldview and values for the blossoming youth of our nation, he felt a profound sense of responsibility. At that moment, Zhang Weihao perceived himself as a noble gardener. Should he achieve success in the future, he must not forget the earnest teachings of teacher Zhang. Since their conversation, Li Qian indeed seemed to have embraced her studies with renewed vigor, frequently approaching him with questions about challenging topics. Each day, a bottle of soda adorned her desk. Following the brief rumors concerning himself and Lin Xiaoqiao, he found that he need not clarify anything. As Li Qian fervently proclaimed that Zhang Weihao was solely devoted to his studies, aspiring to be a useful asset to society, thereby quelling any notions of romantic entanglements. These whispers dissipated after a few days among classmates. However, he had not encountered Lin Xiaoqiao much lately. Son, your father called today, his mother said as they sat down for dinner. What did Dad say? Is he doing well in Ming province? Zhang Weihao inquired swiftly, having not heard from his father in 13 days. Your father is at the mine. It was quite noisy on the line. He mentioned that I should go to his workplace to extend his leave for a few more days. It seemed he mentioned something about explosions and coal production. And then the call ended. Wang Yan replied as she ate. To extend his leave. This suggested that Lao Deng must be enjoying some success there. Otherwise, given his diligent nature, he would not be requesting additional time off. As for what had transpired, Zhang Weihao was uncertain, yet as long as Lao Deng remained there, it seemed he was likely to thrive based on the previous development of that team leader. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, even consuming an extra bowl of rice. A week later, upon returning home from school, Zhang Weihao noticed an array of local specialties and gift boxes in the living room, confirming that Zhang Guoqing had returned. Sure enough, upon hearing the door, Zhang Guoqing appeared, beaming alongside Wang Yan as they emerged from the bedroom. Ah, father, you have finally returned, Zhang Weihao exclaimed, rushing into his father's embrace. Did you miss your father? Zhang Guoqing inquired, affectionately ruffling Zhang Weihao's hair. Of course I did. Zhang Weihua, with a hint of playfulness, eagerly exclaimed, all right, Dad. You've returned this time with a plethora of gifts for me. Look, these are Nike basketball shoes, and they cost over 1,000. And this sportswear. Zhang Guoqing released Zhang Weihao and entered the living room, presenting him with a collection of clothing and shoes. Wow, Dad, you are amazing. This is from the Street Dance Wind Thunder series. Zhang Weihao joyfully embraced Zhang Guoqing, pleasantly surprised that his father had chosen such fashionable shoes for him. In his previous life, he had to save several months' worth of living expenses during college just to buy a pair of retro models. It is noteworthy that these shoes are from Nike's Streetball series launched in 2001, typically available only in affluent areas like Mongolia. I don't even know what series it is. I just bought the trendiest, most expensive pair at a large shopping center in Mongolia. The emotional gratification Zhang Weihao provided filled Zhang Guoqing with pride, further solidifying his resolve regarding his decisions. Dad, are you planning to stay this time and not leave? After a moment of affectionate interaction, Zhang Weihao deliberately probed. Son, this time, I intend to resign from my job at the mine and work for Manager Zhou's company. Zhang Guoqing replied slowly, lighting a cigarette. Zhang Weihao's heart soared with joy. It appeared that his father had reaped significant rewards from his venture. Knowing his father's character, he realized he would never have abandoned his stable job at the state-run mine otherwise. Listening to his father refer to Zhou Youfu as Manager Zhou rather than just Boss Zhou, Zhang Weihao inferred that Zhang Guoqing had likely earned a considerable amount. Oh, so that means you won't be working at our mine anymore? Are you heading to Mongolia for development? How much is Manager Zhou paying you? Zhang Weihao seized the opportunity to inquire further. Well, guess how much your father earned during this trip? Zhang Guoqing teased. 10,000. Zhang Weihao pretended to guess. Zhang Guoqing shook his head, his face beaming with pride, while even his mother wore a smile. Then how much is it? Zhang Weihao feigned ignorance, only to see his father hold up 2 fingers. 20,000. Zhang Weihao swallowed hard in anticipation, but Zhang Guoqing shook his head, his expression growing even more triumphant. It can't be 200,000, can it? Zhang Weihao exaggeratedly gasped. 2 million. Zhang Guoqing declared, exuding confidence. How much? 2 million? Dad, you're not exaggerating. Are you? Zhang Weihao was taken aback, astonished that his father could earn such a sum in just over 20 days. Considering the 3 days of travel, he had only spent 17 days at the mine in Mongolia to earn that much. He had never anticipated such earnings from coal mining. Dad, you're not robbing a bank with Uncle Zhou, are you? How could you earn so much in such a short time? Zhang Weihao was genuinely curious. Although he was aware of the previous life's circumstances, he lacked the specifics and wished to understand how such a fortune could be amassed so swiftly. Enough of that nonsense about robbing a bank. Your father has earned it through genuine skill, Zhang Guoqing retorted proudly, casting a playful glare at Zhang Weihao before recounting his tale. Upon my recent visit to the vast mining site overseen by Director Zhou, I discovered that he had imported a substantial array of mining equipment from Japan and enlisted the expertise of several Japanese engineers. Upon my arrival, I noted that these engineers were diligently drilling vertical shafts, and after establishing a connection, they proceeded to extract coal from the working face. Several boreholes had been created at the wellhead, yielding a modest quantity of coal. However, upon meticulously examining the geological survey report of the mine, I realized that this was a natural open-pit mine, rendering vertical drilling entirely unnecessary. I conveyed this revelation to Director Zhou, who promptly summoned the engineers for clarification. After Zhang Guoqing shared his insights and took a sip of tea, Zhang Weihao eagerly inquired about the situation, while Wang Yan expressed her curiosity, encouraging Zhang Guoqing to continue. The Japanese engineers, brimming with arrogance, rambled on about their superior methodology and the optimal utilization of their equipment. I asserted to Director Zhou that, if provided with a work crew, I could orchestrate operations that would yield more coal in a single day than they managed in a month. The engineers, dismissive of my claims, remained unconvinced. Director Zhou proposed a competition. Whoever could achieve lower mining costs and higher production would be rewarded with 2 million. I contemplated this and resolved that, even if I did not profit, I could not allow the Japanese to succeed. Thus, I led a team of workers to thoroughly survey the mine, intending to employ a stepwise deep hole blasting method based on the geological report. Zhang Weihao, attentive to his father's narrative, refilled Zhang Guoqing's teacup, encouraging him to proceed. We identified a section of favorable terrain for extraction and spent 10 days inserting detonators. Upon detonation, we unveiled a substantial coal field, a truly spectacular sight. Subsequently, we employed a loader to transfer the coal onto trucks. The fleet was so busy that it seemed never-ending. Director Zhou was elated, having extracted more coal in just a few days than he had in several months. In the days that followed, he tirelessly sought additional trucks for coal transport. Zhang Guoqing's elaborate account left Zhang Weihao somewhat bewildered. Yet he discerned that his father possessed remarkable skills, especially considering the advanced equipment and technology the Japanese had at that time. "Dad, you are truly impressive. Even surpassing those engineers," Zhang Weihao expressed, filled with genuine admiration. It was perplexing how, with the progression of the economy, so many embraced Japanese culture, a sentiment that seemed inexplicable to any patriotic citizen. Reflecting on my encounter with the Japanese, I felt a surge of indignation. Director Zhou had invested heavily in their equipment and services, yet they offered little respect in return. My thoughts were not on profit, but rather on preserving our national dignity and proving our worth. Zhang Guoqing's voice grew animated as he recounted this experience. "Well done, Dad," heralded Zhang Weihao and Wang Yin in unison, both giving a thumbs up. In that moment, Zhang Weihao felt his father's greatness shine through. "However, Dad, since the Japanese provided the equipment, didn't they consult the blueprints? How could they overlook the blasting method you suggested?" Zhang Weihao still harbored some confusion. "Alas, that group of rascals harbors ill intentions. Did they not provide equipment? If we were to speak plainly, they would utilize less of our resources, resulting in fewer replacements for subsequent components and consumables. They seek to profit from both the sale of equipment and coal extraction. In such a minuscule nation, dabbling in meticulous operations might be acceptable, yet with mines vast enough to rival half their territory, they believe a mere scoop would yield coal." Zhang Guoqing wore an expression of disdain. "Regardless, Father, even if this venture does not yield financial gain, in my eyes, you remain a grand hero." Zhang Weihao expressed his heartfelt admiration. He chuckled. "At the time, I didn't consider it so deeply." Feeling a tad bashful, Zhang Guoqing scratched his head. "Are you indeed determined to work with President Zhou?" Zhang Weihao inquired further. "Yes, on the third day post the commencement of operations. President Zhou took me to the city in Inner Mongolia, arranged for a card, and deposited 2 million yuan, hoping to retain my services. He intends to dismiss all those engineers and offered me a 20 stake as a technical partner. Such wealth I could never hope to amass in a lifetime at the mine. Given President Zhou's generous offer, it would be impolite to decline, so I agreed to assist him." Zhang Guoqing felt a twinge of reluctance at leaving the state-owned mine, yet the offer was simply too enticing. "But with this departure, I might only return home a handful of times throughout the year. What will you and your mother do?" Zhang Guoqing expressed his concern, recognizing the difference between a few days away and being away for an extended period. "Father, rest assured, whether you are near or far, I shall diligently pursue my studies and take good care of mother and myself." Zhang Weihao promptly reassured him, realizing he could not let familial sentiments deter his father's ambitions. "Indeed, old Zhang, do not worry about Weihao and me. Focus on your work there. We must not allow those rascals to profit from our labor," Wang Yin interjected, prompting Zhang Weihao to regard her with newfound respect and admiration. Though his mother had not received much formal education, her perspective surpassed his own. Focused solely on his father's earnings, he felt a twinge of guilt, albeit a minor one. "Furthermore, Weihao, with your father earning such a substantial sum, you must not disclose it to anyone," Wang Yin reiterated to her son. "Fear not, mother, I understand the importance of discretion regarding wealth," Zhang Weihao assured her. "All right, let us not dine at home today. Let us go out to a restaurant," Zhang Guoqing declared grandly, waving his hand with flair. "Indeed, money emboldens a man," Zhang Weihao mused, sensing in his father the essence of a future coal magnate. Once the family was prepared, they ventured to a Sichuan restaurant at the mine, where Zhang Guoqing booked a small private room and ordered an extravagant feast, even producing a bottle of wine. Upon seeing it, Zhang Weihao exclaimed, "Is that a mitai?" Then he observed his father, familiar with the ritual, lighting up a soft Chinese cigarette with evident pleasure. "Father, you are increasingly embodying the spirit of a coal tycoon. My affection for you grows. Wait, mitai, what stocks will it issue? I must look into it. It should be within the next couple of years." He chuckled, considering how he might manage the 2 million yuan from his father. "What kind of wine is this, father? It appears quite expensive." Zhang Weihao initiated his performance once again. "Ah, This Matai liquor, a bottle costs over 300. It was gifted to me by Mr. Zhang. I could hardly bear to purchase such a thing. As Zhang Guoqing spoke, he poured himself a glass and, with a satisfying slurp, savored the drink, a smile of enjoyment spreading across his face. Xiao Qiao, the spicy hot pot in box 3 is ready. Please help me bring it in, called the chef from the kitchen, his Sichuan accent unmistakable. Chapter 12. Assisting Lin Xiaoqiao. Boss, your hot pot is ready. Lin Xiaoqiao entered the room, carrying a steaming pot of spicy hot pot. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback by the sight of Zhang Weihao in the box, causing hot oil to splatter onto her hand. Ouch! Lin Xiaoqiao quickly set the pot down on the table, oil splattering everywhere. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, hastily grabbing a napkin to wipe up the mess. It's all right, dear girl, are you hurt? Wang Yin observed the situation and joined in, offering her own napkins to assist with the cleanup. No, auntie, I'm fine. I can ask my dad to prepare another batch, Lin Xiaoqiao said, a bit embarrassed. It's no trouble, as long as your hand is unharmed. That's all that matters, Wang Yin reassured her, shifting the hot pot further onto the table and cleaning the edge of the bowl with a deft motion. Indeed, dear girl, it's nothing to fret over. It's not as if it's dirty. It's still edible, Zhang Guoqing declared, promptly taking a bite and praising its flavor. It's all good, Lin Xiaoqiao. It's already cleaned up, Zhang Weihao chimed in, noticing her fervent wiping of the table. Is Zhang Weihao your classmate? Wang Yin inquired, curious about the familiarity. Yes, we are in the same grade but not the same class, Zhang Weihao explained. Upon learning of Zhang Weihao's connection, Wang Yin invited Lin Xiaoqiao to join them for the meal. However, she quickly declined, saying, Uncle, Auntie, you go ahead. There are still a few dishes to bring out. I'll be right back. With that, she hurried out of the box. Wang Yin praised Lin Xiaoqiao for being so considerate and responsible at such a young age, while Zhang Weihao remained neutral, beginning to indulge in the meal. After Lin Xiaoqiao had brought out all the dishes, her cheeks flushed, she hurried to the kitchen and said to her father, Dad, my classmate's family is dining in box 3. Could you send over 2 cold dishes? Which classmate are you referring to? Are you bringing along those dance classmates of yours? Her father, not very tall, wiped his hands on his apron and turned to her with curiosity. No, it's just that family you always talk about. Zhang Weihao and his family, Lin Xiaoqiao quickly clarified. You mean the Zhang Weihao family is dining at our restaurant? Well, I should quickly prepare a few more dishes. Her father responded, hearing the name and immediately igniting the stove to get back to work. Before long, Lin Xiaoqiao returned with 2 plates of food, and Wang Yin prompted Zhang Weihao to help her take the dishes. Didn't we already have all the dishes served? Zhang Weihao asked, a look of reluctance on his face as he accepted a plate. These are courtesy of my dad. No charge, Lin Xiaoqiao hurriedly explained. At that moment, Lin's father entered the box, carrying a bottle of liquor and 2 glasses. Are you Zhang Weihao's parents? I am the owner of this restaurant. May I offer you a toast? Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang stood up politely in response. Just as Lin's father was about to pour the liquor, he noticed the Matai sitting beside Zhang Guoqing, feeling a bit embarrassed. No worries, this grain wine is even better. Zhang Guoqing, without any pretense, accepted the wine cup and clinked it with Lin's father before downing it in one gulp. Was the meal to your liking? Would you care for a few more dishes? Today, this feast is on me, Lin's father inquired after finishing his drink. Delicious indeed, but enough is enough. We couldn't possibly eat more, Zhang Guoqing quickly declined. I heard from Chower that Zhang Weihao's family was dining here, so I thought I would come over and raise a toast. Curious to see what kind of parents could raise such an outstanding child as Zhang Weihao. After pouring another cup of wine, Lin's father remarked. Upon hearing compliments directed at Zhang Weihao, Zhang's parents beamed with joy and promptly invited Lin Xiaoqiao and her father to sit down and enjoy the meal together. Zhang Weihao appeared to wear an expression of affirmation. I often hear that Zhang Weihao consistently ranks first in his exams, unlike my child, who barely scrapes by with scores of 60 or fails altogether. I am eager to learn how you educate your child, Lin's father said as he took a seat, shooting a glare at Lin Xiaoqiao, who wrinkled her nose and picked up the teapot to refill everyone's cups. Oh, children are still young. As long as they study diligently, they will surely excel in the future. I find your daughter quite bright and clever, Zhang Guoqing remarked, his eyes twinkling with mirth. My wife and I have never received formal education. We only envy those who excel in their studies. I used to understand Chower's homework, but once she entered middle school, It became beyond me. Lin's father continued as he toasted. Not at all. Children are still young. We haven't monitored Weihao's studies much either. After all, they are classmates now. If they encounter any difficult problems, they can always ask Weihao for help. Isn't that right, Weihao? Zhang Guoqing added, taking another sip of wine in a grandiose manner. Look at you, Lao Dang. A few dishes, and you've already drunk this much. Yet, upon seeing the table laden with food, Zhang Weihao sat silently, his expression one of gloom as he ate. Hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, Lin Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled, her fingers gripping tightly. Lin's father, overjoyed, urged Lin Xiaoqiao to express her gratitude. Weihao, you should speak up. How rude of you. Seeing that Zhang Weihao remained absorbed in his food, Zhang Guoqing immediately called out to him. Huh, what? I didn't catch that. Zhang Weihao feigned ignorance. In the future, when you have time, why not help Lin with her homework? You could explain any questions she might struggle with, Zhang Guoqing suggested, burping slightly as he addressed Zhang Weihao. Uncle, my name is Lin Xiaoqiao. Lin Xiaoqiao introduced herself while pouring water for Zhang Guoqing. Dad, I can barely understand some of my own subjects. How could I possibly teach someone else? I wouldn't want to mislead anyone. Zhang Weihao was keen to avoid any entanglement with Lin Xiaoqiao. His primary concern was to figure out how to help his father grow stronger. After all, he aspired to be a beacon of positive energy in the future. Oh, Zhang, you mustn't be so modest. You place first every year. Teaching shower would be as simple as pie. Just lend a hand, would you? As Lin's father prepared to stand, Zhang Guoqing quickly urged him to remain seated. That's settled then. From now on, we shall entrust Lin Xiaoqiao's studies to our Weihao, Zhang Guoqing declared decisively. Casting a stern look at Zhang Weihao, Lin's father was overjoyed, continually toasting Zhang Guoqing, while Lin's mother joined in with a few drinks of her own. In a moment of enthusiasm, she suggested that they come over to their home to study together. Zhang Weihao wore a look of exasperation, while Lin Xiaoqiao busied herself with pouring water. After a hearty meal, Lin's mother hurried into the kitchen, and upon learning that Zhang Weihao was assisting Lin Xiaoqiao with her studies, she promptly selected 2 live fish, insisting on preparing them for Wang Yan. After the meal, as Zhang Guoqing prepared to settle the bill, Lin's father firmly declined, insisting on escorting everyone to the entrance of the market. Zhang Weihao resolved that he must swiftly persuade his father to go to Meng province to earn money for him. Upon returning home, he took advantage of his father's inebriation to procure a mobile phone previously gifted by Zhou Youfu. Remarkably, the phone was already equipped with a SIM card, showcasing Zhou's adeptness in social interactions. The Nokia 3310, a marvel for cracking walnuts, was undoubtedly one of the finest phones of that era. After indulging in a session of the pre-installed Snake game, Zhang Weihao cast the phone aside, contemplating his next steps before drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 13. The mysterious soda water. The following day, upon arriving at the classroom, Zhang Weihao found a bottle of soda water awaiting him on his desk. He resolved to speak with Li Qian, considering she was still a child and unlikely to afford bringing him beverages daily. To his surprise, when he inquired, Li Qian claimed ignorance and urged him to stop being vain. This only deepened Zhang Weihao's confusion. Who could be delivering him water daily? Influenced by the intrigues of his previous life, he absurdly wondered if the water had been poisoned. Alarmed, he hurriedly disposed of the remaining half-bottle in the trash, rushing to the restroom to induce vomiting. Determined to uncover the identity of his mystery benefactor, Zhang Weihao planned to arrive early the next day. Bright and early, he was the first to arrive at the classroom, where only a few classmates were present. He decided to hide and observe. Sure enough, a girl stealthily peeked in, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly placing a bottle of soda water by his desk and making her exit. Zhang Weihao swiftly followed and grasped her arm, causing her to gasp in surprise. Ah, it's you. He released her upon recognizing her. The girl, her face flushed, resembled a child caught misbehaving by a parent. Why are you leaving soda water for me every day? Zhang Weihao asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I thought you liked it, she replied timidly, unable to meet his gaze. Zhang Weihao faintly recalled her bringing a bag of drinks previously, from which he had casually taken a bottle of soda water. Please don't bring it anymore, he said, attempting to persuade her kindly. Why not? She asked, slightly anxious, finally looking up at him. Because I no longer enjoy soda water, he replied. And seeing the innocence in her eyes, he chose not to utter anything further. What do you like to drink then? I can buy it for you, she inquired eagerly. I like matcha frappuccino, Zhang Weihao replied curtly before returning to the classroom. Zhang Guoqing completed his resignation procedures at the mine, expecting that his departure would elicit some heartfelt pleas from his colleagues. To his dismay, the department head merely asked a few casual questions before signing off on his exit, hastening him to hand over his duties. This left Zhang Guoqing feeling profoundly saddened, as he had believed himself to be of considerable importance to the organization. Once the handover was completed, he set off for Inner Mongolia. Subsequently, his vacated deputy position was swiftly filled by a captain who was well acquainted with the department head. However, this turn of events was of no consequence to Zhang Guoqing and his family. That afternoon, upon returning from school, Zhang Weijun spotted Lin Xiaoqiao waiting for him in the corridor. "What brings you here again?" he asked impatiently. "I searched every shop at the mine, but couldn't find the matcha frappuccino. I even went to the county town, but to no avail," Lin Xiaoqiao replied softly. Zhang Weijun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as the nearly 40-year-old man grappled with the fact that he was being bested by a 13-year-old girl. "Is that the reason for your visit?" He diverted the conversation. "I have a few math problems I can't solve, and was hoping you could help me," Lin Xiaoqiao said, producing a math test paper. "If you can't solve them, just ask the teacher. Why come to me?" Zhang Weijun was genuinely impressed by the persistence of this young girl. "I don't understand what the teacher explained," Lin Xiaoqiao confessed shyly. Just as Zhang Weijun contemplated how to send her away, his mother happened to come downstairs to throw out the garbage. "Auntie, I'm Lin Xiaoqiao. We met at my family's restaurant. I have a few math problems I need Zhang Weijun's help with," she quickly interjected before he could speak. "Ah, it's Xiaoqiao. I remember you. What are you doing in the corridor? Come on inside," Wang Yin smiled, urging Zhang Weijun to bring Lin Xiaoqiao home while she went off to buy some groceries. Reluctantly, Zhang Weijun led Lin Xiaoqiao into his room. "Which problems do you need help with? Hurry, show me," he said as they entered his bedroom. "Wow, Zhang Weijun, you can play the guitar," Lin Xiaoqiao exclaimed upon seeing the guitar by the wall. "If you have nothing else to do, perhaps you should head home," he suggested, already anticipating the trouble this girl might cause. Lin Xiaoqiao quickly pulled out the test paper, pointing to several questions. Zhang Weijun glanced at them, finding them quite manageable. For example, given a line segment of 8, with a point on it at 3, which is the midpoint, find the length of the segment. First, calculate 8 minus 3, yielding 5. Since 3 is the midpoint, we have 12 and 25, leading to 3 plus 25 equals 55. In a class of 45 students, the number of those who can play chess is 35 times the number who can play Go. There are 5 students who can play both games, and 5 who cannot play either. Find the number of students who can only play Go. This is simpler. Let X represent the number of Go players. Then the number of chess players is 35x. Setting up an equation based on the total class size, we find 35 plus 5 equals 45, leading to X being 10. Thus, the number of students who can only play Go is 10 plus 5 plus 5. Zhang Weijun took the test paper, his neat handwriting quickly filling the pages. "Understand?" he asked, tossing aside his pen nonchalantly. "Ah, I still don't quite get it," Lin Xiaoqiao replied. Lin Xiaoqiao observed Zhang Weihao as he spoke and wrote earnestly, leaving her bewildered as he completed the answers without her comprehension. "What don't you understand?" Zhang Weihao inquired, exasperated. "I don't understand anything," Lin Xiaoqiao admitted candidly. With patience, Zhang Weihao meticulously dissected the problems, referencing the textbook and elaborating on the theoretical formulas. Gradually, Lin Xiaoqiao began to grasp the concepts, albeit faintly. "Zhang Weihao, am I too foolish?" she ventured timidly, sensing her lingering confusion despite his repeated explanations. "You are simply too lazy. You haven't even memorized the basic formulas. First, commit the textbook formulas to memory and understand them well. All the problems revolve around these few equations," Zhang Weihao remarked, reclining on his bed as he retrieved his phone to play Snake. "All right, once you understand, make sure to head home and study those formulas thoroughly." He was eager to part ways with the young girl. "Fine," Lin Xiaoqiao pouted, reluctantly rising from her seat. "Also, please refrain from broadcasting that you come to my house to do homework. I want to mention the incident with the shoes again." Zhang Weihao, wary of any gossip that might arise, recognized the attention young boys of their age might pay to her, and he had no desire to play house with a group of children. "That wasn't me saying it," Lin Xiaoqiao began, but Zhang Weihao waved her off, signaling her to leave promptly. With a slight reddening of her eyes, she dashed out the door. She crossed paths with Wang Yin, who had just returned from shopping. As Wang Yin was about to inquire why Lin Xiaoqiao had finished so quickly, Lin Xiaoqiao greeted her hastily and rushed away. Chapter 14. A glimmer of understanding in martial arts. Upon entering, Wang Yin questioned Zhang Weihao about the young girl's behavior. She says she's lazy, but she hardly seems pleased to hear it. Zhang Weihao responded nonchalantly. Oh, how can you speak of her that way? Wang Yin reproached. She came to you seeking help with her homework, and you call her lazy. I even bought extra vegetables, hoping she would join us for dinner. As Wang Yin continued her tirade, Zhang Weihao interrupted, claiming he was hungry. Wang Yin playfully tapped his forehead before turning to the kitchen. After their meal, Zhang Weihao excused himself, intending to visit Zhou Haitao to research some information online. How's business lately, Brother Tao? Zhang Weihao inquired. His spirits lifted since assisting his father in taking the first step towards success. Not too bad. I've been busy with that billiard table you mentioned, Zhou Haitao replied, emerging from behind the bar. Take your time. There's always more money to be made. Zhou Haitao had proven to be a loyal friend, always receptive to Zhang Weihao's ideas. Zhang Weihao contemplated how he might support Zhou Haitao further once he achieved his own success. Brother Tao, what is your phone number? I'd like to jot it down, Zhang Weihao said, having brought his phone for convenience. Oh wow, a Nokia. That must cost quite a bit. I'm just using a basic model, Zhou Haitao remarked as Zhang Weihao pulled out his 3310. He took the phone to examine it closely. It's an old one from my family. I only use it occasionally. After a brief inspection, Zhou Haitao saved his number and returned the phone to Zhang Weihao. Hey, where's your girlfriend today? She didn't come. Zhou Haitao suddenly leaned in beside Zhang Weihao with a mischievous grin. What girlfriend? Zhang Weihao cast a sideways glance at Zhou Haitao, perplexed by his words. The one who sat next to you the day you won 2,000 yuan from Lao Wu. Hee, brother, being experienced, I can tell. With that delicate face and splendid figure, she will surely blossom into a stunning beauty in a few years. Just as Zhang Weihao was about to clarify that he had no connection with that girl, Zhou Haitao continued. That little lady came by a few days ago, asking about you. I told her how we met, and she listened with such earnestness, her eyes filled with admiration. She's quite innocent too. The last time I gave her some money, she said it was with your consent, and she bought a pair of shoes, saving the rest for drinks for you. Indeed. Brother Zhang, Zhou Haitao added, there are a few boys in her class trying to pursue her. They even followed us to the internet CAF last time, and I had to give them a stern talking to. I told them she is your girlfriend, and you casually spend a few hundred on her shoes. So what are they making a fuss about? Suddenly, a boy with yellow hair chimed in, eager to ingratiate himself as if he had accomplished something grand. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems I've misunderstood Lin Xiaoqiao, Zhang Weihao thought, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the day's events. I'm not older than you. Stop calling me brother. He shot a glare at the boy with yellow hair. Brother Tao, let me log in. I want to crush some opponents, the yellow-haired boy said. After playing a few rounds, Zhou Haitao decided to stop gaming with him. Zhang Weihao found the game uninteresting and decided to head home, contemplating whether to apologize to Lin Xiaoqiao someday. From time to time, Zhang Guoqing called, sharing that progress in Ming province was becoming increasingly smooth. He had even taken time to learn driving. Zhou Youfu had equipped Zhang Guoqing with a Desert Prince Land Cruiser, and at first, Lao Deng was reluctant, thinking it was a Japanese car, but after driving it for a while, he was left speechless. Days passed by, and Zhang Weihao indeed enjoyed a life of utmost comfort. On Friday afternoon after school, he packed his bag and prepared to head home. As he approached the school gate, he saw a group of youths with vibrant hair, smoking and occasionally whistling at passing female classmates. Every weekend, a group of delinquents would come to assist students in fights. Sometimes, these young men were quite reckless, truly fighting hard. Each year, there were students seriously injured or even killed due to brawls. Watching wave after wave of people head toward the back of the school, some even already engaging in fights, Zhang Weihao noticed a few boys from his class following the delinquents, calling each other brother. He shook his head, not wishing to meddle, and lowered his gaze as he walked home. However, after a few steps, he found himself blocked by a group of people, led by Lao Wu. Isn't this the internet CAF master? Turns out he is quite the model student, Lao Wu mocked, staring at Zhang Weihao with a smirk. Lao Wu, why aren't you at the internet CAF playing games today? Zhang Weihao grinned, planning to greet him before making a quick exit. Suddenly, a slap echoed as Zhang Weihao felt a sharp pain on his face. Lao Wu had called out too. Old Five slapped Zhang Weihao directly across the face, leaving him momentarily stunned as he covered his cheek with his hand. In this new life, How could his father's pack of wolves have allowed a mere thug to strike him? Zhang Weihao was furious, truly enraged. Grabbing Old Five by the collar, he wasted no time delivering a powerful punch to his face. Old Five, taken aback by Zhang Weihao's audacity, shouted for his lackeys to finish him off. Immediately, the surrounding ruffians closed in on Zhang Weihao, but after knocking Old Five down, he swiftly unstrapped his backpack, wielding it as a shield to keep the thugs at bay. Stop it! At that moment, Lin Xiaoqiao rushed over, shouting and positioning herself protectively behind Zhang Weihao. Xiaoqiao, this doesn't concern you. Step aside, Zhang Weihao urged. As Old Five rose, seeing Lin Xiaoqiao shielding Zhang Weihao ignited his fury. I've told you, my relationship with Zhang Weihao is merely that of classmates. Why do you keep harassing him? Lin Xiaoqiao rebuked Old Five loudly. Who cares? Why are you defending him? Old Five retorted, attempting to shove Lin Xiaoqiao aside. But she stood her ground resolutely. Tell me, in what way am I inferior to him? Just because he excels in academics, plays a few video games well, and is slightly more handsome? Look at that cowardly expression. He needs a girl to protect him. Old Five's anger grew with Lin Xiaoqiao's defense of Zhang Weihao. Xiaoqiao, you must have a fondness for this coward. Is it because he doesn't want to be my girlfriend? He sneered. Fine, I'll make sure he has finished today. With that, Old Five produced a spring knife from his pocket, its blade glinting ominously. Get out of my way, he commanded, shoving Lin Xiaoqiao aside as he lunged at Zhang Weihao. Instantly, Lin Xiaoqiao scrambled to her feet, positioning herself once more in front of Old Five. Old Five's hand, holding the knife, swerved to the side, slicing through Lin Xiaoqiao's arm. Xiaoqiao, Zhang Weihao exclaimed, hurriedly pressing his hand against her wound, blood quickly staining his palms. Overwhelmed with guilt, he gently helped her sit on the curb. Old Five, if you wish to play, I'll gladly join you, Zhang Weihao declared, rising with a fierce glare directed at Old Five. Lin Xiaoqiao desperately shook her head, trying to dissuade him. Zhang Weihao met her gaze with a reassuring look before freeing himself from her grasp. He secured his backpack across his chest to protect himself from the knife, recalling how, as a child, he had always trained his body, not out of a passion for sports, but from a desire to avoid being at a disadvantage during conflicts. The miners' children were known for their wildness, often resorting to fights over trivial matters. Dare to strike me? Well, it just so happens that over the past few years, I have acquired some knowledge of martial arts. Chapter 15. The enraged Zhang Weihao. Zhang Weihao charged towards Old Five, who thrust the knife into Zhang Weihao's backpack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Weihao tackled Old Five, firmly pinning his arm that held the knife while unleashing a relentless barrage of punches to Old Five's face. As Old Five's lackeys rushed in to separate the two, Zhang Weihao fought like a man possessed, relentlessly pounding Old Five. The surrounding youths, unable to restrain Zhang Weihao for even a moment, immediately began to rain blows upon him. Their fists fell upon Zhang Weihao like a torrential downpour, yet he remained oblivious. Fixated solely on Old Five, determined to confront him relentlessly, Lin Xiaoqiao, disregarding the wounds on her arms, cried out desperately for them to stop. Zhang Weihao, lacking any formal training in martial arts, relied solely on his robust physique. In his previous life, after straying into the wrong crowd in high school, he had engaged in a few scuffles. An experienced ruffian once advised that when one finds themselves isolated and outnumbered, they should focus their fury on a single opponent, delivering a decisive beating until that adversary is subdued. Once that is achieved, the others would typically refrain from further conflict. Fortunately, Zhang Weihao had maintained his physical fitness over the years, and although he was merely 13, he stood a striking height of 175 meters. He bore down on Old Five like an unruly young bear, and soon, Old Five's face was a canvas of blood. It was evident that the gang of delinquents, witnessing Zhang Weihao's relentless assault on Old Five, began to fear him as Old Five's visage became unrecognizable. Alarmed, they halted their attacks, some attempting to intervene and pull Zhang Weihao away. With a sudden screech, a motorcycle skidded to a halt before them as Zhou Haitao arrived with his accomplice, the young thug with yellow hair. During Lin Xiaoqiao's struggle with Old Five, Zhang Weihao had swiftly sent Zhou Haitao a text message simply stating school, and had kept the call connected without hanging up. Ahau, enough. Stop, or someone will be killed, Zhou Haitao shouted, witnessing Zhang Weihao's fists raining down mercilessly on Old Five, whose face was nearing deformation. Rushing from behind, Zhou Haitao managed to lift Zhang Weihao, urgently imploring him to cease. Zhang Weihao, seemingly entranced, was unresponsive. And it took considerable effort from Zhou Haitao and the young thug to finally pull him away from Old Five. At that moment, Old Five lay on the ground, convulsing, bloodied and battered. Zhou Haitao quickly checked his nose. There was still a pulse. Once Zhang Weihao stood up, his eyes were bloodshot, glaring at the gang of delinquents with the ferocity of a predator. The gang, intimidated by his piercing gaze, scattered in terror, with one of them leading the charge. The remaining members fled in disarray. The young thug, brandishing a steel pipe, attempted to pursue them but was halted by Zhou Haitao, who shouted at him to refrain, allowing the thug to bellow threats at the fleeing figures. "I'll remember you all. None shall escape." Zhou Haitao then handed the young thug some cash, instructing him to take Old Five to the hospital before approaching Zhang Weihao. At this point, Zhang Weihao sat on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his right hand trembling uncontrollably as he gasped for breath, his clothes marred with footprints, and waves of acute pain coursing through his body. Zhou Haitao glanced at the two before rushing to a nearby shop to buy some bottles of water. Lin Xiaoqiao knelt beside Zhang Weihao, incessantly inquiring about his condition. Upon Zhou Haitao's return with water, he found Zhang Weihao already standing, looking at Lin Xiaoqiao, softly asking, "Are you all right?" I'm so sorry. Lin Xiaoqiao repeatedly apologized. Zhang Weihao sighed, grasped her hand gently, and said, "Let us go to the hospital first." "Thank you, Tao Ge," he added. Receiving the bottle of mineral water opened by Zhou Haitao, Zhang Weihai rinsed his mouth. The briny taste mingled with the metallic tang of blood, which he spat onto the ground. "Thank goodness. Are you both all right? Come, I shall escort you to the clinic first. We can discuss everything later." Zhou Haitao wiped the footprints off Zhang Weihai's clothes, and the trio ambled toward the clinic. Zhang Weihai sustained only minor injuries, and the doctor prescribed some ointment for contusions. However, Lin Xiaoqiao had 4 stitches in her arm. She felt no pain during the laceration, but cried out in agony when the stitches were being disinfected. Zhang Weihai, somewhat perturbed by Lin Xiaoqiao's wailing, urged Zhou Haitao to step outside the clinic first. "Brother Tao, could I trouble you for a cigarette?" At the entrance of the clinic, Zhang Weihai extended 2 fingers. Zhou Haitao rummaged in his pocket, lit a cigarette for Zhang Weihai, and then lit one for himself. "You truly are formidable, brother. I was genuinely afraid you might kill Lao Wu." After taking a puff, Zhou Haitao regarded Zhang Weihai, pondering what manner of creature he had encountered. Not only was he adept in various skills, but his ferocity in a brawl was equally astonishing. At that moment, Zhang Weihai felt a twinge of apprehension. What if something happened to Lao Wu? He imagined his father returning in a fit of rage, fixating on him. Such a scenario would unravel the plans he had meticulously crafted over the years. Zhang Weihai's mind was a whirlwind. In this second life, his sole aim was to evade trouble at all costs. He even refrained from forging friendships, seeking to live a life of self-sufficiency. He anticipated that once he reached adulthood, his previous experiences would ensure a lifetime free from worries, yet he never expected to find himself embroiled in such a predicament. During the altercation with Lao Wu, he felt as if his body was moving independently, driven by an overwhelming desire to inflict harm. Could this be a remnant of his rebirth? After much contemplation, Zhang Weihai let out a bitter laugh, wondering what had become of Lao Wu. "I had that little punk, the yellow-haired one, taken to the hospital. I'll inquire once he returns. As long as he is not severely injured, I'll find a way to handle it. Don't worry too much. After all, they attacked you first, so it's considered self-defense." Zhou Haitao, recalling Lao Wu's dire state, cast another glance at Zhang Weihai in astonishment. "That fool Lao Wu, knowing you are my brother, still dared to confront you. If he emerges unscathed from the hospital, I will avenge this grievance for you." Zhou Haitao seethed at the thought of Lao Wu having ambushed Zhang Weihai, feeling it was a direct affront to his honor. Once they finished their cigarettes, Lin Xiaoqiao emerged from the clinic, cradling her bandaged arm, and timidly said, I'm done, but I don't have enough money on me." Zhou Haitao promptly replied, "I'll take care of it. You two need not worry." With that, he re-entered the clinic, while Lin Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed crimson like a freshly ripened apple, leaving Zhang Weihai speechless. "Are you all right?" They both inquired simultaneously. "Does your arm still hurt?" Noticing Lin Xiaoqiao's downcast gaze and her silence, Zhang Weihai pressed further. "It does," she said, clutching her arm in a pitiful manner. "Oh, just take it easy for the next couple of days. Ensure the wound stays dry, and it will heal fine once the stitches are removed." Zhang Weihai looked at Lin Xiaoqiao, feeling a mix of helplessness and affection. I apologize, Zhang Weihao, but that persistent fellow has been bothering me lately, insisting that we enter into a relationship. I have consistently declined his advances, yet somehow he has come to believe that there is something between us. As Lin Xiaoqiao blushed and attempted to clarify, well, it's nothing to worry about. You should consider how to explain this injury to your parents. Zhang Weihao, having lived 2 lives, naturally comprehended the situation. He saw no reason to be irked by a 13-year-old girl over such trivial matters, especially since Lin Xiaoqiao had bravely stood before him, displaying an earnestness that greatly moved him. I'll just say I accidentally cut myself. After all, they constantly scold me for being a wild child. Lin Xiaoqiao seemed unfazed by the situation. Zhang Weihao gazed at her, momentarily at a loss for words. When Zhou Haitao coincidentally emerged, and the 3 of them set off homeward together. Chapter 16. The ailment of Lin Xiaoqiao upon arriving at Zhang Weihao's doorstep. He gestured to Zhou Haitao to contact him by phone and advised Lin Xiaoqiao to return home early and take care of her wound before entering his house. At the threshold, Zhang Weihao adjusted his attire, slung his tattered backpack over his shoulder, and retrieved his key to unlock the door. Weihao, where have you been gallivanting again? Dinner has gone cold, came the voice of Wang Yin as soon as he stepped inside. Oh, ISNT at Friday? After school? I played a basketball game with some classmates and lost track of time, Zhang Weihao replied, tossing his backpack onto his bed. He glanced at the mirror, relieved to find no visible injuries, and proceeded to the living room, pretending as if nothing had transpired. I'm starving, he exclaimed, behaving as though everything was normal, betraying no signs of distress. He picked up a bowl of noodles prepared by his mother and slurped a mouthful. Eat slowly, Wang Yin said, peeling a clove of garlic for Zhang Weihao as she joined him at the table. Make sure to eat quickly. I have to head to work tonight. Starting tomorrow, we'll be on the small shifts, and I want to be able to cook for you during the middle shift, she continued as she ate. Why the sudden switch to small shifts? Haven't we always been on the large shifts? Zhang Weihao inquired, perplexed. They say the mine is expanding production, and the net is insufficient. Weaving nets requires continuous operation, 24 hours a day, his mother lamented incessantly. After dinner, Wang Yin hurriedly tidied up and left for work. Zhang Weihao sighed in relief and laid down on his bed. Observing his slightly swollen right hand, he recalled the events of the afternoon, realizing he had bottled up his frustrations until they finally erupted today. Aside from a fleeting concern during the clinic visit, he now felt remarkably serene. For 13 years, he had indeed grown weary of maintaining a fade, lacking the carefree and indulgent existence typically portrayed in reincarnation novels. There was even a strange pressure, at times. It felt as though he were ensnared in a vivid dream, as if he might awaken at any moment to return to his previous life. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to and even relished this new life since his rebirth. Thus, he was reluctant to forge too many connections with others, fearing the emergence of any butterfly effect, except, of course, when it came to ensuring his father earned a living. Lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang, revealing a call from Zhou Haitao. Bro, are you free? Zhou Haitao whispered discreetly. Yes, I'm home alone, Zhang Weihao replied. Old 5 has sustained a fractured nasal bone, lost 2 teeth, suffered from conjunctival hemorrhage, and has a concussion. I visited the hospital earlier, and it seems he will require an extended stay. Upon learning that Zhang Weihao was alone, Zhou Haitao felt relieved to share the circumstances of Old 5's condition with him. Old 5, what does he intend to do? Settle privately or go public? Zhang Weihao was not keen on knowing the details of Old 5's injuries. He merely wished to discern his thoughts, as he needed to prepare for what lay ahead. He had a plethora of issues trailing behind him. How could he dare to confront the authorities publicly? The last time he lost that 2,000, I heard it was from money he obtained by stealing cables from the mine to sell as scrap. Does he truly think he is fit to go public? When faced with the authorities, he fled faster than anyone else. Zhou Haitao's words over the phone, however, offered Zhang Weihao a degree of reassurance. Tao Ge, I am deeply grateful. I will always remember this favor, Zhang Weihao expressed with sincere gratitude. What else with the politeness? After hanging up, Zhang Weihao let out a sigh of relief. He retrieved some ointment from his backpack, turned his back to the mirror, revealing a mottled array of bruises on his back. With a grimace, he applied the ointment. Turning to face his reflection, he faintly recognized a semblance of his former self. After enjoying a restful weekend, as soon as he arrived at school, Zhang Weihao felt compelled to inquire about Lin Xiaoqiao's arm and whether it had healed. However, He was intercepted by Li Qian. Did you get into a fight last week? Before Zhang Weihao could respond, several classmates, friends from basketball, rushed over. How good? Why didn't you tell us you got into a brawl? Do you not consider us your brothers? The chorus of voices enveloped him, filling Zhang Weihao with warmth. Had he been too controlling in the past, thinking of them merely as a bunch of kids? Even in his previous life, they had little interaction as adults. He had deliberately maintained a facade of warmth with everyone, but deep down, he viewed them as children, reluctant to forge deeper connections. Observing the eager crowd clamoring to avenge him, Zhang Weihao felt a profound sense of camaraderie among classmates. Oh, brothers, we did cross paths that day. Had I known, I would have surely called upon my brothers. One spit from each of us could have drowned them. Besides, I'm fine, Zhang Weihao exaggerated, which only stirred the group further into excitement, with everyone voicing their thoughts. After finally dispersing the throng of classmates, Li Qian remained, scrutinizing him. Is it because of that troublesome girl that you fought with those delinquents? With Zhang Weihao alone, Li Qian placed her hands on her hips, her anger palpable. Class leader. Her name is Lin Xiaoqiao, not that bad girl, Zhang Weihao corrected her. You still claim there is no connection? She is indeed a bad girl. If she weren't, why would she engage in a fight? Li Qian's annoyance flared as Zhang Weihao stood up for Lin Xiaoqiao, her childish temperament emerging. Li Qian, as the class leader, shouldn't you set a better example? To casually label a girl as a bad student is unbecoming. Is this the conduct of a model student and moral exemplar? Observing Li Qian's escalating fervor, Zhang Weihao resorted to his previous arguments to educate her. Whether you speak of it or not. It was indeed because of her that you got into that fight. I'll see if you've sustained any injuries. Li Qian, with a mischievous glint in her eye, attempted to tug at Zhang Weihao's school uniform, prompting him to hastily sidestep. It's nothing. We didn't engage in a scuffle. Those few individuals have a minor feud with me. Unrelated to Lin Xiaoqiao, Zhang Weihao explained as he retreated, reflecting on whether he had exhibited similar behavior as class monitor in his past life. You shouldn't have associated with that troublesome Lin Xiaoqiao, bringing this trouble upon yourself. As Li Qian's words left her lips, she noticed Zhang Weihao glaring at her and quickly shifted her stance. This matter has nothing to do with him. He got hurt while trying to help me. I should go check on her, Zhang Weihao declared, exiting the classroom to seek out Lin Xiaoqiao in the adjacent class. Upon inquiring with a classmate, he learned that Lin Xiaoqiao had taken a leave of absence that day. Upon returning home after school, Zhang Weihao found his mother absent, leaving 20 yuan on the table. He took the money with the intention of visiting Lin Xiaoqiao's family restaurant for a meal and to inquire about her health. At the small eatery, he ordered a bowl of fried noodles and casually asked Lin's father, who was busy cooking, why Lin Xiaoqiao was missing. Lin's father, with a hint of frustration, remarked that she had been disobedient, having wandered off last weekend, resulting in a cut on her arm and a fever, which led her to claim illness and request a day off from school. Zhang Weihao chose not to respond, silently finishing his noodles. Before departing, he assured Lin's father that Lin Xiaoqiao could reach out to him for any homework she found difficult. Lin's father promptly agreed, initially declining to accept payment. But Zhang Weihao insisted on paying. Chapter 17. My frustration. Lin Xiaoqiao must have genuinely been unwell, as she had not attended class for an entire week. Another week passed, and upon returning to school on Monday, Zhang Weihao cast his gaze towards the adjacent class, finally spotting the petite figure of Lin Xiaoqiao, which brought him a sigh of relief. After class, he quickly rose and headed towards the door, with Li Qian following closely behind, holding a bottle of milk. As Lin Xiaoqiao and a few girls exited, they spotted Zhang Weihao waiting by the entrance, and a blush crept across the youthful girl's fair face. Is your arm better? Ignoring the teasing remarks of the other girls, Zhang Weihao inquired, fixing his gaze on Lin Xiaoqiao's arm. Yes, see? The stitches have been removed, she replied, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a prominent scar on her otherwise delicate arm. Zhang Weihao's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to speak, Li Qian interjected, appearing between them. Hello, Lin Xiaoqiao. I'm the class monitor from the adjacent class. Oh, hello, class monitor, Lin Xiaoqiao responded, slightly bewildered. Here, this bottle of milk is for you. You protected a classmate from our class, and I heard you even got injured. As the class monitor, I should express our gratitude, Li Qian said, handing Lin Xiaoqiao the milk. Zhang Weihao, observing the interaction, felt somewhat speechless and simply remarked to Lin Xiaoqiao, as long as you're okay. Take good care of yourself, before returning to the classroom. Just as Lin Xiaoqiao was about to call out to Zhang Weihao, Li Qian interrupted. Zhang Weihao is our class's top student. He is destined to become a pillar of the nation. Lin Xiaoqiao was momentarily perplexed by Li Qian's words. Of course, I too will become a pillar of the nation. You protected Zhang Weihao, and I thank you on his behalf, Li Qian reiterated, extending the milk once more to Lin Xiaoqiao. Lin Xiaoqiao stared at Li Qian for a long moment, finally responding, thank you, but I don't particularly like milk, before turning to head back to the classroom. Then what do you like to drink? Li Qian quickly inquired. Lin Xiaoqiao turned her head to glance at Li Qian, a smile gracing her lips as she mimicked Zhang Weihao's mannerisms while enjoying her matcha frappuccino. Li Qian, momentarily lost in thought while gazing at the milk in her hands, murmured softly, her mind wandering back to their classroom seats. Her father occasionally called, relaying news about the smooth operations at the Meng mine, expressing his intention to purchase a spacious house in the county upon his return, ensuring Zhang Weihao would have a convenient commute once he enrolled in high school. Zhang Weihao, reassuring his father, was diligently preparing for his advanced studies at home. Lin Xiaoqiao sought out Zhang Weihao for academic assistance, but despite his patient explanations, she often stared vacantly at him, which irked Zhang Weihao considerably. On that day, Zhou Haitao called to inform him that Lao Wu was being discharged from the hospital. Under the pretense of going out to play basketball, Zhang Weihao made his way to an internet CAF. Tao Gu, let us head to the hospital together, he suggested, casually tossing a couple of cigarette packs to a scruffy-haired boy who beamed with delight, repeatedly praising Zhang Gu for his generosity. Once on Zhou Haitao's motorcycle, the two arrived at the hospital. Inside, Lao Wu was boasting to a group of people. Upon noticing Zhang Weihao and Zhou Haitao's entrance, his underlings sprang to their feet, their faces brimming with indignation, entirely oblivious to their earlier cowardice, until Zhou Haitao scolded them out. Zhang Weihao found himself a stool and sat down, with Zhou Haitao standing behind him like a devoted follower. You dare show up? Lao Wu remarked, noticing Zhang Weihao's unwavering gaze. Recalling the intensity of Zhang Weihao's stare from that fateful day, he gulped nervously, rallying himself. You deserve to be beaten. You initiated the conflict and brought a knife. Zhang Weihao stated bluntly. Initially, Lao Wu thought Zhang Weihao had come to apologize, ready to deliver some harsh words. However, Zhang Weihao continued. But I'm not here to express remorse. Lao Wu, bewildered, could not fathom Zhang Weihao's intentions. You were the first person to slap me across the face in all these years. Zhang Weihao pointed at his cheek. I never anticipated being struck by a petty thug. I have come to convey my anger, immense, unparalleled anger. Lao Wu was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Zhang Weihao's words. And you're angry? You think I'm not? I'm the one in the hospital, he retorted. If you wish to continue this game, seeking revenge, I welcome it at any time. But I assure you, it won't be as lenient as a mere hospital stay. Zhang Weihao fixed his expressionless gaze on Lao Wu as he spoke. Feeling uneasy, Lao Wu pondered Zhang Weihao's motives. I hope this matter concludes here, but should you harbor any ill intentions towards me, I guarantee you will find yourself in a situation far more painful than your current predicament. With that, Zhang Weihao rose and turned to leave, casting a faint smile at Lao Wu, who felt a sudden cramp in his toes. Once outside, Zhou Haitao addressed Lao Wu, saying, Lao Wu, you've escaped this time. But should you dare to entertain any malicious thoughts towards my brother again, I assure you, you won't last a single day at the mine. As the two emerged from the door, Zhou Haitao shot a fierce glare at the little entourage of Lao Wu, embracing his brother Zhang Weihao. Wow, your presence was truly impressive, akin to a character from a Hong Kong film, he remarked, momentarily taken aback, hardly daring to breathe. Zhang Weihao chuckled. Merely pretending to be grand. What does it mean to pretend? Once the two departed, Lao Wu's group of little brothers entered. Brother Wu, what did that guy say? If you give the word, we can go confront him right now, one of the younger brothers said fiercely. He merely came to plead for mercy. Apologizing for me to spare him, Lao Wu responded, casting a glance at his subordinate, wondering why he hadn't acted earlier. It was obvious he was intimidated by Brother Wu and had backed down. Another younger brother quickly chimed in. Lao Wu remained silent, pondering the significance of Zhang Weihao's earlier words and reflecting on the unsettling smile he had received just before leaving. Hey, don't sit on my blanket. Why does it feel like a storm is brewing? After dealing with Lao Wu's matters, Zhang Weihao enjoyed a period of tranquility. Tomorrow is the weekend. I plan to visit the county town. Would you care to accompany me? Zhang Weihao inquired after finishing the last problem with Lin Xiaoqiao. Ah, to the county town? With you? Really? What time tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqiao, initially appearing drowsy, was suddenly energized. Let us say 9 a.m. The earlier we go, the earlier we return. You should hurry home to rest, Zhang Weihao urged. I'll step out to greet Auntie and return, Lin Xiaoqiao replied cheerfully, springing to her feet. Zhang Weihao rummaged through his drawer, gathering a stash of change, his accumulated lucky money over the years and pocket money from his parents, counting a total of 876 yuan. Apologies to all the reborn greats. The following day, upon arriving at the station, Zhang Weihao immediately spotted Lin Xiaoqiao, anxiously waiting in a flowing white dress. As she saw him approach, she dashed to his side, twirling around him, her skirt billowing gracefully. The essence of youth. The two boarded a minivan to the county town. After Zhang Weihao purchased several books and study materials, he led Lin Xiaoqiao to the largest pharmacy in the area. Hello. May I inquire if you have any scar removal ointment? Zhang Weihao asked. What type of scar? The clerk inquired. Zhang Weihao motioned for Lin Xiaoqiao to lift her arm. What a long cut. We have both domestic and imported options. Which would you prefer? The imported one tends to be more effective, but is a bit pricier. The clerk explained, retrieving 2 boxes of ointment from behind the counter. I'll take the imported one. Chapter 18. Unafraid of broken legs, Zhang Weihao opened the ointment and gently applied it to Lin Xiaoqiao's scar. How does it feel? He asked while applying it. It's cool, Lin Xiaoqiao replied, her cheeks flushing as Zhang Weihao held her arm. Look at today's youth. They certainly know how to charm young ladies. The clerk remarked to an older colleague nearby. Humph, they're young and misled. If my daughter were to date early, I wouldn't hesitate to break her legs. The older clerk shot back with a fierce glare at Zhang Weihao and Lin Xiaoqiao. Hearing their exchange, Zhang Weihao felt somewhat disheartened and decided it was best to leave with Lin Xiaoqiao. Zhang Weihao, your kindness towards me surpasses that of my own parents. Lin Xiaoqiao gazed at him, her bright eyes reflecting his image. Zhang Weihao felt a bit uneasy under the intensity of the young girl's gaze. Remember, the ones who care for you most in this world will always be your parents. Furthermore, do not mistake fleeting acts of kindness from others as greater than the boundless love your parents have for you. He paused before continuing. My parents wouldn't even notice the scars on my arm. Lin Xiaoqiao gently touched her own scars. If your parents don't care for you, how have you grown this tall? Zhang Weihao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Oh, my mother often says I sprang from a crack in the rocks. The little girl was too absorbed to heed his words. There's cotton candy. Zhang Weihao, would you like some? Lin Xiaoqiao suddenly spotted an elderly man selling cotton candy by the roadside. She merely inquired before bouncing away towards the stall. Is this how children's thoughts leap? I'll pass, Zhang Weihao called out from behind. The spring breeze stirred the newly sprouted willow branches. On their way back to the bus station, Lin Xiaoqiao skipped joyfully. Clutching a pink cotton candy, Zhang Weihao held a white one, licking it with his tongue. Sweet, exceedingly sweet. Zhang Weihao, I am so happy today. It feels like the happiest day of my life. Lin Xiaoqiao looked at him, her tongue brushing against the cotton candy, stirring something within Zhang Weihao. Such temptation. He quickly turned his head away, silently chastising himself. Lin Xiaoqiao, do you have any dreams? Zhang Weihao steadied his emotions and posed the existential question that had lingered in his previous life. Dreams? My dream is to dance with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weihao hastily urged her to stop. I meant, what do you want to do when you grow up? Like, what job do you aspire to? Or where would you like to go? I'm not sure what I want to do, but I wish to dance forever. My parents say I need to focus on high school and can't dance anymore. Lin Xiaoqiao seemed a bit disheartened after pondering for a moment. You love to dance, don't you? Zhang Weihao recalled that Lin Xiaoqiao had mentioned wanting to buy dance shoes. Yes, I started dancing in elementary school at a training class in our county. The teacher praised my dancing. But once I entered middle school, my parents wouldn't let me continue, claiming it would affect my grades. They said that even if I danced well, it wouldn't put food on the table. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoqiao rose onto her toes. In truth, excelling in dance can indeed be a viable career. Zhang Weihao thought of the dance training classes or theater companies from his previous life. If all else fails, one could dance on short video platforms, where generous viewers might shower gifts, earning significantly more than a typical job. My parents don't see it that way. They prefer students like you who excel academically. My father often says that mastering mathematics and science will prepare you for anything the world throws at you. I don't even want to travel the world, so I've never excelled in those subjects. Zhang Weihao considered this perspective and found it somewhat valid. His own father had often espoused similar sentiments in his past life, only for him to find himself confined to his provincial city, let alone the world beyond. The child's thoughts are indeed divergent, something I had never considered myself. However, it is true that those who excel in any field, whether it be academics, dance, or even the simple act of washing dishes, possess remarkable abilities. If you genuinely enjoy dancing, you might consider applying to the experimental school, which offers a program for art students. This could provide an advantageous path for your college entrance examination, allowing you to earn additional points. Through their time together, Zhang Weihao discovered that Lin Xiaoqiao is a truly wonderful girl. Perhaps her past encounters or environment were less than favorable, but since she has met him in this life, and given the events that have transpired, he feels a sense of karmic connection and wishes to assist her as much as he can. Is it really true? Can I continue dancing if I get into the experimental school? Lin Xiaoqiao exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she grasped Zhang Weihao's arm. Can I actually get in? She added, momentarily deflated. I will help you with your studies and strengthen your foundation in the academic subjects. There should be additional points for art students in the third year of junior high. We can inquire with the teachers later. I believe you can get in, Zhang Weihao replied, though he was only vaguely aware of the specifics of the arts examination and planned to clarify things for Lin Xiaoqiao in the future. Really? I can get into the experimental school, Lin Xiaoqiao responded, her enthusiasm palpable. But you haven't even taken the exam yet. Remember to put in the effort to memorize the math formulas, classical poetry, and English vocabulary I mentioned earlier, or else you won't pass, he reminded her, transforming back into his role as a mentor. Yes, I will definitely listen to you, she assured him, her emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. Zhang Weihao, you are truly impressive, knowing so much, she said, her face filled with admiration, which momentarily fed Zhang Weihao's slightly egotistical vanity. The two of them took a minivan back to the mining area. As they parted ways, Lin Xiaoqiao leaned in and whispered in Zhang Weihao's ear, I'm not afraid of my mother breaking my legs. With that, her cheeks flushed, and she dashed away, leaving Zhang Weihao standing there, bewildered, with a strange expression on his face, muttering about the absurdity of it all. As the semester's end approached, the atmosphere among the students grew tense with anticipation for the upcoming exams. Zhang Weihao had already begun previewing the textbooks for the next semester. In the final examinations, he maintained his position at the top of the grade, while Li Qian secured the second position in their class. The most significant improvement came from Lin Xiaoqiao, who astonishingly passed all her subjects and ranked 20th in her class. Returning home for the holidays, Zhang Weihao assumed his father would be back before the new year, eagerly wondering how much his father had earned during his time away. The winter in the northwest was exceptionally cold, and Zhang Weihao mostly stayed indoors, passing the time by reading Camel Xiangzi. Suddenly, a series of knocks broke the silence, and Zhang Weihao, thinking his father had returned, hurried to answer the door. Standing outside was Lin Xiaoqiao, bundled in a thick cotton coat and wearing rabbit-themed earmuffs, holding a large black plastic bag. Zhang Weihao, can you help me carry this? It's really heavy, she puffed, pushing the bag to his feet. Who is it? Called Wang Yin from the living room, stretching her neck to see. It's Lin Xiaoqiao, Zhang Weihao replied, lifting the surprisingly heavy bag. What is this? Come in, Zhang Weihao said as he entered the living room with Lin Xiaoqiao, carrying a plastic bag. Hello. Auntie, my parents asked me to bring this half-pig leg to you for the New Year feast. Lin Xiaoqiao rubbed her hands together, her small fingers reddened by the cold. Upon noticing this, Wang Yin quickly poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Lin Xiaoqiao. Oh dear, why such formality? On such a chilly day, do have some warm water. My dad said my grades have improved this time, all thanks to Zhang Weihao. We're heading back to our hometown in Sichuan for the new year, and since we can't take this meat with us, I was asked to bring it here, Lin Xiaoqiao said, taking a few sips of the hot water, feeling warmth spread through her body as she removed her rabbit ear muffs. I heard from Weihao that you made significant progress in your exams. I always knew that the Lin family girl is exceptionally clever and would excel in her studies, Wang Yin said, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaoqiao's hair. Hee, Annie, my parents said it's all because of Weiho's excellent tutoring, Lin Xiaoqiao replied. I'll start cooking right away. You both can enjoy some time together while I prepare lunch. Today, you must savor my culinary skills, Wang Yin announced as she headed into the kitchen. Are you returning to your hometown for just a couple of days? Zhang Weihao asked, sitting across from Lin Xiaoqiao. Yes, just for these 2 days. What about you? Will you return home for the new year? Lin Xiaoqiao leaned on the coffee table, gazing at Zhang Weihao. I'll wait for my dad to come back. We surely have to visit my grandparents, he replied. Lin Xiaoqiao hesitated, wanting to say more. After the three of them enjoyed a meal together, Wang Yin unexpectedly handed Lin Xiaoqiao 100 yuan as a red envelope, insisting it was a New Year's gift. Lin Xiaoqiao stubbornly refused until Zhang Weihao gently urged her to accept it. As they prepared to leave, Lin Xiaoqiao lingered, casting several glances at Zhang Weihao, who sat upright, pretending not to notice. As the new year approached, Zhang Weihao assisted his mother in tidying up the house and preparing the festive goods. Finally, on the 27th day of the 12th month, Zhang Guoqing returned home triumphantly. Wife, son, I am back. Upon hearing the door open, both rushed out from the living room. His father exuded a certain flair, clad in a black fur-lined jacket and a navy wool sweater underneath. A mobile phone hung from his waist, and his shoes gleamed with polish. Zhang Guoqing carried a heap of items, extending his arms wide for an embrace. The three of them held each other tightly. In the living room, a plethora of gifts lay scattered across the floor. Zhang Weihao and his mother had already assisted his father in unloading the car, but still needed to retrieve a few more items. He took the car keys from his father's hands and went back out. Upon seeing his father's 1999 model Land Cruiser, a legendary vehicle that had been passed down through generations, Zhang Weihao couldn't resist the urge to sit in the driver's seat. He ignited the engine, gently pressing the accelerator, the roar of the engine filling him with exhilaration. Indeed, a true man drives an 8. Sitting in the driver's seat, he felt the thrill. Although it was a car from '99, it boasted automatic air conditioning, genuine leather seats, and even cruise control. In his past life, Zhang Weihao could never afford such a vehicle. Even though he had driven the boss's car on construction sites, where all one needed to do was press the gas pedal, taking you anywhere you desired. He recalled a certain influencer from his previous life who remarked that a real man drives an 8, while those who drove electric cars were merely soft. For 2 months, one immersed themselves in the comments section, hurling insults solely because they had recently purchased a refrigerator, a color television, and a large sofa on credit. The grievance persisted for 2 months, as the battery life had dwindled from a full charge of 500 to a mere 250, a decline that reminded Zhang Weihao of his first-year college entrance examination scores. This was purely a matter of superstition, having no relation whatsoever to the vehicle itself. One evening, the family gathered joyously for dinner. Zhang Guoqing appeared radiantly youthful, his face aglow. After the meal, he retrieved several jewelry boxes, presenting them to Wang Yin. Inside was a set of gold jewelry, which she cherished dearly. They had not even purchased a ring at the time of their wedding, and now they were finally making amends. He then handed himself a box containing a Casio electronic watch, quite suitable for Zhang Weihao's age. A fleeting glance at Comrade Zhang's wrist revealed a Rolex 16233, a gold date just. Father, that one is rather unappealing. I prefer the one you are wearing, Zhang Weihao remarked, deliberately pointing at the watch on Zhang Guoqing's wrist. You're still quite young. What need have you for such an extravagant watch? It's not convenient for telling time. That one was specially chosen for you by your father, Zhang Guoqing quickly defended, shielding his arm. Specially chosen? Or perhaps it was simply a complimentary addition with your purchase? Wang Yin interjected, teasingly. Guoqing, look at your son. He desires a watch, and you guard it as if it were a priceless treasure. Wang Yin adorned herself with gold earrings and held a gold necklace, admiring her reflection in the mirror. In her eyes, a watch could never compare to her golden adornments. This is precious. It's a Rolex, worth over 50,000, Zhang Guoqing said fondly, gazing at his watch. How much? Wang Yin gasped at the exorbitant price. 50,000. Zhang Guoqing felt a twinge of guilt, sensing he had let slip too much. Have you lost your mind? What is the worth of your arm that you would wear such an expensive watch? Wang Yin exclaimed, promptly removing the watch from Zhang Guoqing's wrist, scrutinizing it closely, struggling to comprehend how it could possibly be valued at 50,000, especially when a house in the county town barely reached that price. After just a few days away, you splurge on such an extravagant item. Do you still intend to live normally? Wang Yin's initial delight faded, revealing her concern over Zhang Guoqing's newfound wealth leading to reckless spending. Zhang Weihao understood that despite Zhang Guoqing gifting Wang Yin a 2 million yuan savings book, she had not touched a single cent, living instead off her modest monthly salary and even managing to save a bit. Please, do not be angry, Zhang Guoqing urged, noticing Wang Yin's growing displeasure. How can I not be angry? I was hoping that upon your return, We could buy a house in the county so Weihao would not need to board at school, and instead, you adorn your arm with a house's worth of wealth. Aren't you afraid of straining your arm? Wang Yin's frustration escalated. I've already considered all that you mentioned. Weihao, please bring over that black suitcase. Zhang Guoqing instructed, gesturing towards a nearby black combination lockbox. This suitcase was one that Zhang Weihao had brought up himself, and upon lifting it, he had wondered why it felt so heavy, suspecting that perhaps his father had purchased a calf to bring home for dinner. Zhang Guoqing crouched down, entered the password, and with a click, the suitcase sprang open. Inside, neatly stacked, lay bundles of crimson 100 yuan notes, which Zhang Guoqing began to extract one by one, piling them on the coffee table to form a small pyramid. Zhang Weihao estimated that there must be around 1 million. How would one react when faced with such a sum? Even with Zhang Weihao's prior lives, his heart raced at the sight. The convenience of mobile payments in his previous existence had rarely afforded him the opportunity to behold such a vast amount of cash. The primary reason, however, was that he had never earned such a fortune himself. Wang Yin was even more dramatic, her eyes wide like copper bells, radiating sharp intelligence. Her ears perked up like antennae, attuned to any suspicious sounds. At that moment, Wang Yin felt her brain was about to burst from excitement, and she plopped down on the sofa, gasping for air. Zhang Weihao hurriedly poured her a glass of water and sat beside her, gently patting her back. Look, just this little bit has got you both so worked up, Zhang Guoqing remarked proudly, pulling out a passbook and placing it on the table. Zhang Weihao discreetly picked it up for a glance, then quickly closed it, only to open it again. Goodness gracious, a whopping 8 million, he exclaimed. I told you both that I hold a 20 stake. This is the dividend for this year. Zhang Guoqing, content, lit a cigarette and glanced at Wang Yin. So much money, plus the 2 million you gave last time. Does mining coal earn this much? Wang Yin gazed at the mountain of cash on the table, suddenly feeling a bit surreal. Let me tell you, this year has been profitable. Lately, the coal prices have been fluctuating wildly. Yesterday, it was 140. Today, it's 160. Sometimes the price in the morning differs from that in the afternoon. Those coal traders, even with cash in hand, struggle to make a haul. After taking a drag from his cigarette, Zhang Guoqing lamented, that's not a coal mine. It's a money-printing machine. Wang Yin then picked up the passbook to take a look, but casually placed it back down. The numbers on the passbook paled in comparison to the shock of 1 million in cash before her. But we can't spend money like this. After all, my mother hasn't seen much of the world and feels that spending so much on a rather useless watch lacks meaning. Honestly, I didn't want to buy it either. Mr. Zhou mentioned that his daughter would be returning for the new year and dragged me to the largest mall in the provincial capital to buy her a gift. I was merely thinking of getting something for you too as the new year approaches. Mr. Zhou said that as a boss now, I should treat myself a bit. He said a watch is a man's second face, and thus he took me to buy one. Initially, I had to pay for it, which I opposed, as after all, he had given us so much money. I thought it was only right to pick up a few things in return. Zhang Guoqing felt somewhat aggrieved. Father, you are right. Money is meant to be spent. The more one earns, the more one should spend, and conversely, you can't take it with you when you go. Zhang Weihao, noticing the large sum of cash in the living room, wondered why his parents had fallen silent. The sudden quiet was unsettling, so he quickly sprang into action to lighten the mood. Life brings nothing at birth, and death takes nothing away. There is indeed some wisdom in this. Whom did you learn this from? As Zhang Guoqing heard his son speak on his behalf, he pondered thoughtfully, and it truly resonated. The more one reads, the more one comprehends, Zhang Weihao mused, feigning profundity while holding his head. At the sight of Zhang Weihao acting so mature, Wang Yin couldn't help but chuckle, and Zhang Guoqing joined in the laughter. Dear, do not take it to heart. I had no idea you earned so much. I thought you were frivolously spending it outside. Wang Yin gently remarked as she moved to sit beside Zhang Guoqing. Hee, whatever I earn is meant for you too, Zhang Guoqing replied with a cheerful grin. Indeed. What father says makes sense. He earns money for mother and me, Zhang Weihao chimed in, preparing to grab a stack of cash. Put that down. Why do you need so much money? Both parents admonished simultaneously. So, I am treated as an outsider, am I? Zhang Weihao retorted, retracting his hand in disappointment. Realizing he was still quite young, Wang Yin placed the money back into the suitcase, but ultimately gave Zhang Weihao 1,000 yuan as his New Year's red envelope, accompanied by warnings not to speak recklessly outside. Fortunately, throughout this lifetime, Zhang Weihao had consistently exhibited a level of maturity and reliability beyond his peers, primarily due to his academic excellence. Thus, his parents had little cause for concern. Otherwise, they would never dare to let him know how much money they had. They then began to try on the various clothes that Zhang Guoqing had brought back, and it was evident that his trip had made him more articulate, as he incessantly praised Wang Yan, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. After Wang Yan had Zhang Weihao try on her new clothes, he retreated to his own room. Gazing at the Nokia on the table and the Casio on his arm, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and draped a white towel over his head. With a white headscarf and a Casio, even a deity would be envious. After indulging his whimsical fancy for a moment, Zhang Weihao lay on his bed. Father's recent outing has truly transformed our home. I wonder how much wealth he will possess when I come of age. Haha, the second generation is here. Early the next morning, Zhang Weihao was roused from sleep. His father was preparing to take him back to his grandparents' house for the new year. As he descended the stairs, Zhang Guoqing's car was surrounded by neighbors. Upon seeing Zhang Guoqing open the trunk to load items, the crowd realized that this impressive vehicle belonged to him. Guoqing, where did you come into such fortune to acquire this splendid machine? An uncle inquired while circling the car. Haha, Zhang Guoqing was just about to boast. Wang Yan interjected quickly. Oh, Guoqing has been working at another mine. This is the boss's car, which he lent to Guoqing for the new year. Haha, yes. It is a mine's vehicle, but I am just temporarily using it. Zhang Guoqing quickly corrected himself. Zhang Weihao nodded to himself. Though his mother had received little formal education, she possessed far greater acumen in social affairs than his father. In his previous life, when logistics were just beginning to develop, his mother had an eye for opportunity and successfully contracted a logistics station. At the outset, my father dismissed the idea of delivering a package for a meager few coins, often leaving my mother overwhelmed with the burden of preparing meals for him. However, upon witnessing my mother's monthly earnings soar to 10 or 20,000, he approached her, eager to lend a hand. Yet, after a mere day of toil, he found himself unable to persist, feeling embarrassed by the sight of his colleagues while delivering takeout. Subsequently, he began to lament daily, claiming that he could not even manage a proper meal, which was taking a toll on his health. My mother, sympathetic to his plight, decided to transfer the logistics business. The individual who took over flourished, establishing several branches and amassing considerable wealth, which led my mother to reproach my father whenever the topic arose. I remarked that such a lucrative venture must indeed require a substantial investment, something beyond the reach of ordinary families like ours. The man continued, and several others in the vicinity nodded in agreement. Zhang Guoqing drove his family back to their rural hometown. The first stretch of the journey was relatively smooth, but as they entered the mountainous region, the ride became increasingly bumpy. In his previous life, Zhang Weihao was not particularly fond of returning to his rural roots. In fact, he preferred visiting his maternal grandparents, as they bestowed more generous pocket money during the new year. However, with the wisdom gained from his past experiences, he now cherished familial bonds more profoundly. This newfound appreciation granted him a sense of confidence, rendering him indifferent to trivial sums of money. Thus, whenever the opportunity arose to visit his hometown, Zhang Weihao would gladly accompany his elders. His academic success in this life endeared him even more to his grandparents, who viewed education as the sole path to prosperity. Unlike in his previous life, he did not return home merely to watch television or engage with his phone, nor did he shy away from his siblings. Each visit filled him with an inexplicable warmth as he gazed upon his extended family. In Chapter 21, the affectionate sister, upon reuniting with his grandparents, Zhang Guoqing, now financially secure, showered his hometown with gifts. The trunk of their car was brimming with rice, flour, oil, tea, and meat. And he even purchased several new outfits for his grandparents, ensuring a joyful celebration for the entire family. Drawing from his past experiences, Zhang Weihao endeared himself to the elderly members of his family. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, as his mother had to return to work, they had to depart early. This job is a real burden. Otherwise, I could have stayed longer to visit my parents, Wang Yan grumbled in the car. If you find it unbearable, perhaps you should consider resigning this time. After all, our family is somewhat financially stable now. You could focus on supporting Weihao's education while I work to earn more, suggested his father, stirring something within his mother. But what if you encounter difficulties again? Our family still needs a steady income. Wang Yan hesitated. Mom, I believe Dad's suggestion holds merit, Your daily workload is exhausting and detrimental to your health. Moreover, the money Dad has saved is sufficient for our needs, urged Zhang Weihao, wishing for his mother to be relieved of her burdens. In the past, circumstances had constrained them. But now the situation had changed. Let us finish this month's work and then reassess, Wang Yin replied, still tethered to her previous mindset. Fixated on her recently increased salary of over 2,000. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his son, and they both exchanged a resigned shake of their heads. Just focus on driving. You shouldn't be turning your head while at the wheel. The subtle gestures of the father and son did not escape Wang Yan's keen observation, prompting her to respond with a hint of annoyance. Upon returning home, their mother tidied up before heading off to work, leaving the two men to exchange bewildered glances. However, it wasn't long before a call from old Zhang's phone rang out, a series of New Year greetings from subordinates in Ming province. Some even inquired about their home address, expressing intentions to visit and extend their New Year wishes. Zhang Weihao retreated to his bedroom to commence his winter holiday assignments, as he felt compelled to present a good image in front of his father during this brief period. That evening, while the family gathered for dinner, a call from General Zhou extended an invitation for a joint meal. Their mother, having finished her shift, set aside a day for the occasion, rarely donning light makeup and adorning herself with jewelry purchased by her husband. Early the next morning, Zhang Guoqing drove the family to the county town, intending to purchase a new residence. In 2002, with the economy flourishing, several new developments had emerged in the county. Zhang's parents meticulously selected suitable building floors, while Zhang Weihao contemplated the possibility of persuading his father to venture into real estate. In his previous life, the coal barons had faded from public view, giving rise to the real estate boom, followed by the internet era, illustrating a historical tableau of rapid economic growth in the Dragon Country. After finalizing their choice of property, they inspected a completed unit, and old Zhang boldly paid the full amount, planning to seek renovations post-holiday. Soon, the designated time arrived, and Zhang Guoqing escorted his family to the hotel arranged by General Zhou. Upon entering the private room, Zhang Weihao was immediately captivated by a woman engaged in conversation with General Zhou, sipping juice. She was clad in the season's most fashionable winter attire, featuring a plaid skirt paired with black leggings and knee-high boots. A fitted wool coat complemented her high-neck sweater, exuding an air of elegance. Her face, with crescent-like brows and a delicate nose, bore a subtle blush on her lips, while her wavy hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her exquisite features. At that moment, the dormant romantic within Zhang Weihao stirred awake, yearning to transform into a playful figure, longing to be closer to the enchanting lady. As Zhang Guoqing's family entered, General Zhou rose to greet them. "Happy New Year, Uncle Zhou. Wishing you joy and family happiness," Zhang Weihao promptly conveyed, though his gaze frequently drifted towards the woman behind General Zhou. "Ah, Weihao, how delightful to see you. Happy New Year," General Zhou exclaimed, producing a thick red envelope from his coat pocket, which he handed to Zhang Weihao with a smile, declaring it as New Year's money. Zhang Weihao gratefully accepted it, offering a flurry of thanks. At that moment, General Zhou introduced the elegantly dressed woman beside him as his wife, Tian Xuqin, while Zhang Weihao's attention was irresistibly drawn to General Zhou's daughter, Zhou Miaoka. After Zhang Guoqing introduced his own wife and son, everyone took their seats. Zhang Weihao found himself beside Zhou Miaoka, and as he settled in, he was enveloped by the intoxicating scent of her perfume, leaving him utterly enchanted. As I reminisce about my past life in an upscale club, I remark that old Zhang's son not only excels academically, but also possesses impeccable manners. Upon taking a seat, Zhou Youfu began to extol the virtues of Zhang Weihao. The latter, quickly snapping back to reality, repeatedly denied the praise, while Zhang Guoqing and his wife chuckled heartily. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Guoqing inquired about Zhou's daughter, asking where she was currently studying. "Oh, she's in her third year at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and will be graduating soon," Zhou Youfu responded, his eyes brimming with affection for his daughter. "Remarkable indeed. That institution is a renowned university," Zhang Guoqing remarked, turning to Zhang Weihao. "You should take a leaf out of your sister Zhou's book." "Yes, I understand, father. I will certainly learn from Sister Zhou," Zhang Weihao replied obediently, although his thoughts wandered. "Of course, I will learn everything. My father is quite endearing today. Thank you for your compliments, Uncle Zhang. My father often says you have raised a fine son, obedient, clever, and well-mannered," Zhou Miaoka graciously replied. At that moment, Zhang Weihao was enchanted by Zhou Miaoka's soft, melodious voice, feeling as though his very bones were melting. Haha, Weihao is destined for Tsinghua or Peking University. What could Miaoka possibly teach him? Perhaps how to tease his father. Zhou Youfu laughed heartily. Father, there are so many people here. Zhou Miaoka interjected playfully, feigning anger. Zhang Weihao mused to himself. How could someone as delightful as Zhou Youfu have such a stunning daughter? Upon observing Zhou's mother closely, he began to understand. It is said that daughters resemble their fathers, but Zhou Miaoka had perfectly inherited all her mother's virtues. Zhou's mother, adorned with a gold-encrusted jade safety pendant that sparkled like the green of a beer bottle, exuded elegance, complemented by a jade bracelet that further enhanced her poise. In contrast, Zhang Weiyao's mother, clad in gold, appeared somewhat gaudy. After all, the saying goes, the wealthy prefer jade, while the impoverished favor gold. The Zhang family had only recently risen to affluence, and thus, it was only a matter of time before his mother's attire would reflect their newfound status. Yet, with Zhou Youfu having only this one daughter, had she not also inherited her father's generous spirit? Is it possible that such a flawless woman exists in this world? Zhang Weihao thought, excitement bubbling within him as he relished this notion. Zhou, you needn't be so modest. I often hear you praise your daughter, not only for her academic prowess, but also for her mastery of the piano, reaching level 10. Meanwhile, my son has stubbornly insisted on learning the guitar. And despite buying him one, I've hardly seen him play, Zhang Guoqing added. Zhang Weihao thought to himself. My father remains the same endearing figure. It was then that Zhou Miaoka cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Weihao upon learning he had once dabbled in guitar. In the course of their conversation, Zhang Weihao discovered that Zhou Miaoka's mother was a teacher at the provincial university, which explained her refined demeanor. After a while of dining, Zhou Youfu raised a wine vessel, ready to propose a toast. Sister-in-law, your assistance during this national day has been invaluable. However, without your backing, I would not have been able to invite the esteemed Guoqing. Allow me to toast you first, in gratitude for your support of Guoqing's work. Zhou Youfu chose to raise a glass to Wang Yan, pouring a full cup of wine and clinking glasses with her. Upon hearing Zhou Youfu's words and observing his intentional lowering of his wine glass during the toast with his mother, Zhang Weihao couldn't help but inwardly lament. Ah, Zhou, what you say is quite something. If my father has any shortcomings in the future, you ought to bring them to light. Indeed, both my parents couldn't contain their laughter upon hearing Zhou's remarks. After raising a toast to my mother, Zhou Youfu approached Zhang Weihao directly, prompting him to rise. Weihao, you are still young and should not drink. Let your uncle indulge instead. I wish you a joyous new year and great success in your studies, Zhou declared, lifting his glass. Then, Uncle Zhou, allow me to toast you with tea instead, wishing you a happy new year, good health, and family happiness. Zhang Weihao responded hastily while raising his teacup. I said that Weihao is a polite and articulate child. Only when your name comes up do I see a smile on your father's face. Otherwise, he often wears a stern expression, which sometimes makes me anxious when I see him. Zhou Youfu chuckled after clinking glasses with Zhang Weihao. My father has always taught me to be serious and diligent in both study and work, which is why he often appears stern. However, he has been repeatedly expressing gratitude since returning, saying that it was fortunate you provided the opportunity for him to develop in Inner Mongolia. Considering you to be a benefactor to our family, Zhang Weihao continued after Zhou finished his drink. Although he felt these words were somewhat inappropriate for his age, he couldn't help but feel that Zhou's compliments towards his mother might compel his father to work even harder, potentially affecting his own plans. Moreover, there was a lovely sister sitting nearby. You see, she glanced my way as I spoke. Not only did Zhou Miaoka take note of Zhang Weiyao's comments, but everyone at the table seemed to turn their attention toward her as well. Zhang Guoqing thought, have I ever spoken such words? And Wang Yan mused, how come my son is so eloquent? I never noticed before. Tian Xiuqin also nodded lightly at Zhang Weihao. Haha, old Zhang. Your son will surely outshine both of us in the future. Do you believe it? Zhou Youfu laughed heartily upon hearing Zhang Weiyao's words, turning to Zhang Guoqing. In the end, he stood before Zhang Guoqing and said, let us not dwell too much on words. You are my Zhuge Liang, the one I sought out diligently. I shall entrust all matters concerning the mind to you, and I will simply await the profits. Let us not raise our glasses for this, just this pot. Zhang Guoqing patted his chest, assuring Zhou Youfu that he would oversee the mind diligently. With that, he downed a drink in one go. My father has recently become enamored with the romance of the three kingdoms. He sees himself as Liu Bei, Zhou Miaoke whispered as she leaned slightly closer to Zhang Weihao. Her first proactive engagement. How can my father be compared to Zhuge Liang? Zhang Weihao, struggling to contain his excitement, inhaled the delightful scent of Zhou Miaoke's perfume. Anyway, I don't like Liu Bei when watching dramas with him, Zhou Miaoke added. Neither do I, Zhang Weihao quickly replied. Oh, why? Because he abandoned his son, Zhang Weihao stated earnestly. Zhou Miaoke stifled her laughter, her lips curling into a playful smile. So who do you like? She inquired, her interest piqued. Chow Chow, he responded. Why him? She asked curiously, recalling the villainous portrayal of Chow Chow in television dramas. Because he names his son, Zhang Weihao replied casually, immediately regretting his words. Just as Zhou Miaoke was about to ask for clarification, Zhou Youfu approached with a glass in hand. And to my daughter, I raise a toast to you. But you cannot drink, my dear. Father, you should drink less, Zhou Miaoke admonished, rising from her seat. Fortunately, Zhou Youfu's interruption spared Zhang Weihao from further awkwardness. He found himself longing to stay a while longer in the company of the enchanting Zhou Miaoke. Zhou Youfu's toast was somewhat lacking in finesse, merely extending wishes for a happy new year and good health. The 2 bottles of liquor were quickly depleted, primarily consumed by Zhou Youfu and Zhou Youfu himself. After a few minutes of pleasantries, the gathering came to a close. Miaoke, your Uncle Zhang has had a bit too much to drink. Leave the car here for now. You should drive your uncle and his family home, Zhou Youfu suggested. Zhang Weihao, eager to prolong his time with Zhou Miaoke, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Zhou Youfu's request. No, we can take a cab. It's no trouble. Let the young lady take you and your wife home. Zhang Guoqing insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. Frustrated, Zhang Weihao shot him a glare. Oh, we live just behind this hotel. It's only a short walk home. If you're heading back to the mine, let Miaoke give you a ride, Zhou Youfu remarked, pulling his wife along as they prepared to leave. There's no need, uncle. I can drive you, Zhou Miaoke volunteered, swiftly excusing herself to fetch her car. Moments later, a blue BMW came to a halt before the group, and Zhou Miaoke rolled down the window, beckoning them to enter. After bidding farewell to Zhou Youfu, Zhang Guoqing and Wang Yin settled into the back seat, while Zhang Weihao, in a state of exhilaration, took his place in the front passenger seat. A true beauty in a luxurious car. If only my parents weren't around right now, Zhang Weihao mused, fastening his seatbelt. As the vehicle pulled away, Wang Yin instructed Zhang Weihao to guide them along the route, which he was more than happy to do. Just a few moments into the drive, a raucous rock tune filled the air, prompting Zhou Miaoke to quickly turn down the volume. Zhang Weihao, recognizing the song, immediately named it. He was anxious about how to initiate a conversation with Zhou Miaoke. Oh, you've heard this song too? Zhou Miaoke asked, intrigued. It's a rock song. I used to play guitar and have listened to some rock music, Zhang Weihao replied, even humming a few lines. Little did he know that his knowledge of rock music was superficial. In his previous life, he was an ardent fan of Iron Man. What man could resist the allure of such mechanized grandeur? This particular song had played during Iron Man's entrance in Iron Man 2, where the armored hero descended from the sky, accompanied by electrifying music and captivating dancers, leaving a lasting impression on a young Zhang Weihao. Subsequently, he had sought out the song, and it found a permanent place on his playlist as a must-have driving anthem. Upon hearing that familiar rhythm, Zhang Weihao instinctively blurted out the song's title. Ah, yes, I recall Uncle Zhou mentioning that you have studied guitar. How proficient are you? Chapter 23. Regrets of a past life. I am not very skilled, certainly not comparable to you, my elder sister. After all, my primary focus remains on my studies. Zhang Weihao replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had initially intended to boast about his prowess, but alas, he could only play a couple of tunes, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and White Horse. Meanwhile, the other party had attained a grade 10 in piano and could effortlessly answer any question regarding music theory, while he found himself at a loss. He resorted to using the excuse of prioritizing his education. Zhou Miaoke sighed upon hearing this. Well, you are still young, and it is indeed wise to concentrate on your studies. What other rock music do you listen to? She inquired further. The Eagles, the Beatles, Nirvana. Zhang Weihao strained to recall a few band names from his previous life, mindful of the timeline to avoid mentioning any bands that had yet to debut. You have quite the eclectic taste, Zhou Miaoke remarked, somewhat surprised. Yes, I genuinely enjoy listening to them. Zhang Weihao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. reminiscent of being called upon by a teacher in class, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. Which song or band do you favor the most? Zhou Miaoke pressed on. After a brief pause, he slowly replied, Guns N' Roses. Zhou Miaoke turned to gaze at him, her expression one of astonishment. At that moment, Zhang Weihao, illuminated by the car's headlights, appeared unexpectedly profound, almost adult-like. One cannot deny the accuracy of a woman's sixth sense. While Zhang Weihao was uncertain if it was indeed his favorite song, it was undoubtedly the one he had listened to the most, to the extent that he could sing it by heart. The first time he encountered this song was in his previous life, when he had dined and drunk with a few contractors and ventured into a quiet bar to sober up with some beer. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a girl wearing a cap and an oversized hoodie, carrying a guitar, approached them, inquiring if they would like to request a song. The contractors encouraged her to sing for Zhang Weihao. He asked the girl to perform her best piece, and after accepting a tip, she took the stage to sing this very song. As she gazed at Zhang Weihao from the stage, the melancholic melody began to play. Zhang Weihao, who had been engaging in a drinking game, lowered his hand and listened intently. When the chorus arrived, the girl's somewhat hoarse performance stirred an inexplicable feeling of discomfort within him. With each repetition of the song, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. After the performance, the girl approached their table to express her gratitude, but the contractors attempted to persuade her to drink with Zhang Weihao. Observing her persistently shaking her head, insisting she did not drink and was merely a singer, Zhang Weihao intervened to put an end to their antics. Later, upon returning home, he searched for the song, and after reading the lyrics, he replayed it on loop throughout the night. Subsequently, Zhang Weihao became a regular patron of that quaint bar. Gradually growing familiar with a certain girl, he began to uncover fragments of her story, which deviated from the cliché narratives of a gambling father, ailing mother, studying sister, and a fractured home. Instead, she was merely a girl with a passion for singing, pursuing her dreams with unwavering determination. Zhang Weihao often attended her performances, and an ambiguous intimacy blossomed between them. After a night of reckless abandon, they began cohabiting. At that time, Zhang Weihao envisioned a serious relationship with the girl, even contemplating marriage. Thus, once they were together, he became reluctant to allow her to sing publicly, as his newfound role as a project manager clouded his judgment. He foolishly believed he could fully support her and felt that her singing career was beneath his status. During a particularly heated argument, the domineering side of Zhang Weihao emerged, leading him to violently smash the girl's cherished guitar. She ceased to argue, silently packing her instrument, tears streaming down her face as she left him. Despite his initial desire to hold her back, however, his male pride silenced him, and he found himself alone at night, haunted by the melody that once lulled him to sleep. Later, he learned that the girl had formed a band, gradually gaining some recognition, and had entered into a relationship with the band's keyboardist. Following this, Zhang Weihao became infatuated with the nightlife, never again engaging in a meaningful relationship. This experience also elucidated why he requested his family to buy him a guitar in this new life. Brother, are you asleep? What are you thinking about? Zhou Miaoke's voice jolted Zhang Weihao from his reverie. Oh, I just dozed off, he replied, turning to see his father snoring heavily, having indulged in too much drink, while his mother rested against his father's shoulder. My apologies, sister. It's quite all right. Were you referring to Guns N' Roses? Zhou Miaoke continued on the subject of the band. Indeed, that song is quite familiar to me. I can't believe you, so young, I've already heard these songs. They seem to be favored only by seasoned music enthusiasts, she remarked, puzzled by Zhang Weihao's affinity for Guns N' Roses. The song differed from typical rock music. Its rhythm was not as robust, and those who sought mere auditory excitement often shunned it. I'm not that young, he retorted. The rhythm is soothing, and the lyrics are beautiful. I listen to this song when I cannot sleep, especially that exquisite guitar segment before the drumbeat, which is incredibly soothing. Zhang Weihao presented himself as a connoisseur of music, leaving Zhou Miaoke somewhat astonished. Sister, just turn right at the upcoming intersection, and we'll arrive shortly. Zhang Weihao pointed out. Since I learned to drive, I've taken my father countless times. I certainly know the way. It feels as though I'm merely a chauffeur. Zhou Miaoke replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Dad, Mom, we've arrived home, Zhang Weihao called out as the car came to a stop. Oh, we've reached home so quickly, Wang Yin murmured, rubbing her eyes and waking the still sleeping Zhang Guoqing. Wang Yin invited Zhou Miaoke in for a brief visit and a cup of warm tea, but Zhou Miaoke politely declined. Zhang Weihao instructed his mother to assist Zhang Guoqing upstairs while he took a moment to escort Zhou Miaoka. "Sister, may I have your phone number?" he inquired as Zhou Miaoka prepared to drive home. "Of course," she replied. After obtaining her number, Zhang Weihao waved goodbye, only ascending the stairs once the car's lights faded from view. Upon returning home, Zhang Weihao retreated to his bedroom, gently caressing his guitar in the corner before stowing it away beneath the bed. Meanwhile, Zhou Miaoka arrived home to find Zhou Youfu immersed in romance of the Three Kingdoms. A teacup in hand, while Tian Xiuqin emerged from the bathroom with a facial mask adorning her face. "I've returned safely," she announced, prompting Zhou Youfu to lower the television's volume. Driver Xiao Zhou, following my father's instructions, safely delivered Uncle Zhang's family home, Zhou Miaoka playfully remarked. "Ha you," Zhou Youfu responded, eyes brimming with affection. "Kiki, we will return to the provincial capital tomorrow. Make sure to wash up and get some rest," Tian Xiuqin advised as she removed her mask and wiped her hands. "Heading back so soon? What about Dad?" Zhou Miaoka queried. "Your father is preoccupied with financial matters and must pay New Year's visits to several leaders. We have no pressing engagements here. You still need to practice your instrument upon returning," Tian Xiuqin replied, casting a teasing glance at Zhou Youfu, who quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Miaoka turned and retreated to her room. Chapter 24. The world of Jianghu is one of human affairs once in her room. Zhou Miaoka sat on a chair, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Suddenly, her cell phone chimed with a text message. Zhou Miaoka was using a Samsung 288 flip phone, a staple for the affluent of her time. She opened the text. "Sister, have you arrived home?" "I'm home now, don't worry, brother." Shortly after sending her message, Zhang Weihao replied. "That's good. Thank you, sister. Please rest early." As he typed, he lamented the slowness of his outdated phone. "All right, brother, you too, good night." Zhou Miaoka typed back, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. After receiving her good-night message, Zhang Weihao, cradling his phone, responded in kind, filled with a youthful exuberance, contemplating that at long last he had found a kindred spirit in his sister. Yet, upon reflecting on his age of merely 14, he felt a pang of melancholy as he absent-mindedly tugged at his hair. After setting her phone aside, Zhou Miaoka opened her wardrobe, revealing a locked drawer at the very bottom. She retrieved a key from the depths of her nightstand and unlocked the drawer, revealing neatly arranged tapes. Among a collection of colorful ribbons, Zhou Miaoka sifted through them for quite some time before closing the drawer. She then opened another locked compartment in the wardrobe, finding it similarly filled with tapes. After searching for a while, a smile graced her face as she extracted one particular tape, inserting the tape into her portable player. She donned her headphones. The magnetic sound of the Guns N' Roses filled her ears. After listening through once, she played it again, this time humming softly along with the original vocals. Meanwhile, Zhang Weihao drifted into slumber, his mind filled with images of Zhou Miaoka singing with her guitar. The following day, upon awakening, Wang Yin and her family had an early lunch in preparation for her afternoon shift. Zhang Guoqing called upon Zhang Weihao to accompany him in retrieving the car. As they descended, they encountered a gentleman from the first floor. "Guoqing, are you heading out?" he inquired. "Yes, just a trip to the county," Zhang's father replied courteously. "Where's your big vehicle? Have you returned it to your employer?" the gentleman asked further. Haha. Yes, I returned it," Zhang's father forced a smile. "Really? Why would you give up a decent position as a section chief to drive for someone else?" The man's comment provoked Zhang Guoqing, who felt compelled to respond, but was restrained by Zhang Weihao. Noticing his father's grim expression, Zhang Weihao gently advised, "Dad, don't be upset. He doesn't understand the situation." He continued, "Consider the family savings, the money you've earned, and your current habits of smoking and drinking. They will never be able to afford such luxuries." Weihao's words provided some solace to Zhang Guoqing. "Once we get down there, if there's anything you desire, father will buy it for you," he said, ruffling Zhang Weihao's hair with a flourish. Upon retrieving the car, Zhang Weihao confessed he had no particular desires and suggested they head straight home. Once parked, Zhang Guoqing honked the horn vigorously, prompting an amused yet exasperated reaction from Zhang Weihao, who thought it childish. The gentleman from the first floor, disturbed from his slumber by the horn, grumbled in irritation about Zhang Guoqing's antics. Initially, Zhang Guoqing intended to remain at home until after the Lantern Festival. However, a phone call from Zhou Youfu informed him of a trip to Inner Mongolia to extend New Year's greetings to the leaders. "Look at you exhausted. If it becomes too much, just resign. We could follow Zhou's example and open a shop in the county, which would be less taxing, he suggested. Observing Wang Yin hurriedly preparing her belongings after work, Zhang Guoqing felt a pang of sympathy. Let me finish this month's work first. You just focus on your tasks. He reassured her. As Wang Yin completed her packing, she assisted Zhang Guoqing in organizing his clothes. Don't hesitate to spend that money. Make sure the house in the county is beautifully renovated. When I return, we can finally live there, he instructed her. Dad, you must establish good relations with the leaders over there. It'll help you handle any inspections, Zhang Weihao suddenly cautioned. You little rascal, what do you know about such matters? Teaching your father how to work, Zhang Guoqing chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. Really, Dad, you're now working for yourself. Not like at the mine where everything was handled for you. You must manage everything yourself. After all, it's a private mine, Zhang Weihao insisted earnestly. I wonder why you don't focus on your studies instead of daydreaming, Zhang Guoqing responded. Father, the world isn't just about fighting. It's about navigating human relationships, Weihao retorted. No wonder Zhou Youfu was so successful in his previous life. His extensive dealings with various individuals allowed him to cultivate a keen understanding of social dynamics. Coupled with his gratitude towards those who supported him, many leaders preferred to engage with someone like Zhou Youfu, laying a solid foundation for his success. In contrast, Zhang Guoqing, being a product of his era as a college graduate, carried with him a certain scholarly arrogance. Initially, I held a disdainful view towards private business endeavors, believing that relying solely on my genuine talents and knowledge would inevitably lead to success. However, in my previous life, I remained oblivious to the nuances of social interactions, ultimately achieving no more than the position of deputy section chief. My mother, worn out from weaving nets, sought a more manageable role, urging my father to speak to the mine manager on her behalf. My father, unable to swallow his pride, hesitated, as the then manager was a former colleague and somewhat of a prodigy to him. Logically, given this connection, there was a possibility that Zhang Guoqing could leverage his influence to secure a proper position for my mother upon retirement, yet he steadfastly refused to approach the matter. Eventually, my mother took matters into her own hands, bringing 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine to the mine manager's wife. Within a week, she was reassigned from net weaving to overseeing the mine's employee bathhouse. I recall her returning home and relaying a remark from manager Wang. Since his appointment, he had never seen my father visit their home. That night, Zhang Guoqing sat alone in the living room, consuming an entire pack of cigarettes. Father, rest assured, I will study diligently. Just keep an eye on things from your end, Zhang Weihao thought, hoping that after my father encountered a wider array of people and experiences, he might learn to adapt. Recently, I observed that you are quite perceptive, and all you need to do is focus on your studies. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Guoqing muttered as he prepared to leave. After my father departed, Zhang Weihao and Wang Yin took a stroll through the county's new housing developments, collecting several business cards from renovation companies along the way. I was thinking of asking your uncle to help us with the renovations. He has been managing projects in the provincial capital, and surely he can handle this as well. After all, family is more trustworthy, don't you think? Wang Yin said, glancing at the stack of cards in her hand and recalling her brother. Sure, anyone can renovate. I haven't seen my uncle in ages. That evening, Wang Yin called her brother, who assured her he would bring along some workers to ensure a quality job. Soon enough, the holiday came to an end. And during this time, Zhang Weihao contemplated reaching out to Zhou Miaoka, but could not find the right excuse. Each time he picked up his phone, he hesitated before putting it down again. This damned age gap. On the first day of the new semester, the classroom was in a state of chaos. Zhang Weihao leaned over his desk, engaging in idle chatter with several classmates, mostly listening while occasionally interjecting, as he struggled to find common ground with children of this age. Zhang Weihao, did you have a good New Year? Li Qian, clad in a pink down jacket, resembled a cheerful sponge. Yes, it was great, Zhang Weihao replied, sitting up to greet Li Qian. She seemed poised to ask more, but the commotion around them erupted, drawing the attention of the entire class. Li Qian's cheeks flushed, and she stomped back to her seat. As the homeroom teacher entered, silence fell over the room. After delivering the customary admonition to focus and study diligently, the teacher departed, and the classroom transformed back into a marketplace. After school, Lin Xiaoqiao appeared before Zhang Weihao, her face beaming with joy. Zhang Weihao, Happy New Year. Indeed, Happy New Year. It seems that Lin Xiaoqiao has grown a bit taller during the holiday. Look, I apply scar cream every day, Hasn't he the color faded? Lin Xiaoqiao extended her arm. That's good enough. Zhang Weihao glanced up, noticing a faint scar on her fair arm. What did you do during the new year? Lin Xiaoqiao always had endless chatter. Just stayed at home. My father returned this time with a generous amount of red envelope money, saying it was for my improved grades. Lin Xiaoqiao bounced along behind Zhang Weihao. That's wonderful. Keep it up. Zhang Weihao, would you like some snacks? I can buy you some. Lin Xiaoqiao pointed towards the small shop. I'm fine. You can have them. Oh, if you're not eating, then I want tea either. Lin Xiaoqiao pouted, as if deeply aggrieved. There's a stall ahead selling gray bean soup. Would you like to have some? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weihao felt a sudden pang of discomfort. Absolutely. Drinking that on such a cold day is perfect. The little girl's face was as delightful as the weather in early spring, and once she agreed, it was settled. After accompanying Lin Xiaoqiao to finish the gray bean soup, Zhang Weihao intended to take out some money. This year, Zhou Youfu had generously gifted him a substantial red envelope of 10,000 yuan, making him perhaps the wealthiest among his peers in the mining district. However, Lin Xiaoqiao swiftly pulled out the money first. With the glee of a child who had accomplished something wonderful, she couldn't stop smiling. Upon returning home, Zhang Weihao noticed a scrap collector haggling with his mother at the door. It turned out she had sold some iron wire from under the bed. After managing to squeeze out a couple of extra yuan, his mother cheerfully entered with a handful of change. Son, what would you like for dinner? I'll buy it for you shortly. Wang Yin appeared to revel in the bargain. Let us have chicken legs. Zhang Weihao thought it best not to dampen the mood and refrained from saying anything will do. All right, you finish your homework first. I'll be back shortly. With that, Wang Yin donned her coat and headed to the market. At dinner, Wang Yin suddenly asked her son, do you think I should quit my job? The workload at the mine has been increasing, and I've been working overtime daily, especially the night shifts, which are exhausting. My hair is falling out. Just as Zhang Weihao was about to respond, Wang Yin continued. Moreover, our class leader, during the time your father was a section chief, treated me well and hardly monitored me. Now, even going to the restroom results in deductions from my hours. Mom, I genuinely believe you should resign. You work so hard for a meager salary. The interest from the money Dad earns each month is nearly equivalent to your salary, right? We could leave that money untouched, and it would suffice for our family's living expenses each month. Zhang Weihao set down his chopsticks and took Wang Yan's hand. Indeed, there are interest earnings from the bank. Just wait a moment. After saying this, Wang Yan rushed to the bedroom and soon emerged with a passbook. Weihao, take a look at the wages your father and I have earned over the years. We've saved some. Is there any interest on this? Wang Yan handed the passbook to Zhang Weihao. He flipped through it, revealing a total of 50,000 yuan. Mother, look, this savings book shows 50,000 yuan. You and Dad must have deposited it as a fixed term, and this line indicates the interest rate. Zhang Weihao pointed out the figures to Wang Yan. How much interest does that yield in a year? Weihao, can you calculate? Wang Yan inquired urgently. The principal of 50,000 multiplied by the interest rate gives us the annual interest. 50,000 times 177 results in 357, which amounts to 885 yuan for the year. Zhang Weihao calculated silently for a moment before responding. Only 885? That's not much, Wang Yan remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. Mother, this is a savings book for 50,000. The 2 additional books Dad gave you amount to 10 million, which is 200 times 50,000. Do the math and see how much that yields. Zhang Weihao chuckled at Wang Yan's perplexity. 885 multiplied by 2 is 1,770. And adding 2 zeros gives us 177,000. That's 177,000 yuan. Mother, you could simply stay home and do nothing for a year and earn this much. Why bother going to work? Zhang Weihao continued, calculating as he spoke. That's an astonishing amount. I wouldn't earn that even after working 30 years. Wang Yan gasped in disbelief. So why do you still work? You should enjoy life. Zhang Weihao teased, observing his mother's astonishment. Wang Yan took a moment to collect herself. So, does this mean my job is rather pointless? She suddenly remarked. Mother, you're still thinking about it, and the food is getting cold. Oh right, let's eat, Zhang Weihao said, hoping to convey to his mother the terrifying potential of wealth accumulation. That she would soon find herself increasingly affluent and should adapt to this new reality without fussing over small amounts of money. It was likely that Wang Yan could never have imagined how dramatically their lives had changed since father had been away for a year. She remained distracted throughout the meal. Weihao, you mustn't speak carelessly. Mother doesn't want you to know how much your father earns. And you must not slack off in your studies just because our family has come into some money, Wang Yin cautioned again. Zhang Weihao understood her concerns. The mining area had not been particularly safe in recent years, and if anyone discovered their newfound wealth, there was no telling what ill intentions might arise. I know, mother. You can rest easy, Zhang Weihao reassured her promptly. Yes, I am actually at ease regarding that. You have always been a clever and considerate child, never giving your father and me much worry. Thus, we have kept you informed about family matters, Wang Yin said with affectionate pride, gently tousling her son's hair. Mother, even if you wanted to keep it a secret, you couldn't. Dad's boastful demeanor is the most concerning of all. Zhang Weihao mused silently. What should I say if I resign from my job? Wang Yin asked again. Simple. Just say you are going to work with Dad at the mine, he replied. Chapter 26. A call from Zhou Miaoko Wang. Yin called Zhang Guoqing to inform him that if things became difficult, she would resign from her job. Zhang Guoqing readily agreed, even suggesting that after resigning, she could take their son along during the summer vacation. When the weekend arrived, Zhang Weihao, having received a red envelope from Zhou Yufu, arrived at Zhou Haitao's internet CAF. Brother Tao, are you busy? He asked, noticing that Zhou Haitao had recently caught the attention of a young lady, and they were both squeezed onto a single chair, engrossed in a game. Ah, brother, please wait a moment. After this round, feel free to take a seat. The girl nestled in Zhou Haitao's embrace cast a curious glance at Zhang Weihao. Once Zhou Haitao completed his game, he approached Zhang Weihao. Why haven't you come to play for such a long time? Zhou Haitao cheerfully fetched a bottle of water for Zhang Weihao from the bar. My father just returned from out of town. I'm accompanying him, Zhang Weihao offered as an excuse. Such filial piety. I returned home for a meal just once during the new year and have been in the shop ever since. Business is good during this season, so I can't leave. Zhou Haitao continued, speaking freely. Brother Tao, regarding the incident with Lao Wu's hospitalization last time, how much did you spend? Zhang Weihao inquired, while reaching into his pocket. Why bring that up? Don't be so formal with me, Zhou Haitao replied nonchalantly. Brother Tao, let's be straightforward. Just tell me, Zhang Weihao insisted, pulling out a red envelope. What is this? Are you giving me New Year's money? Zhou Haitao teased upon seeing the envelope. Just tell me how much you spent. It was my trouble to begin with. Your help in covering the costs is already generous enough. I can't keep pretending I don't understand, Zhang Weihao remarked, feigning ignorance. Oh, it wasn't much. The medical expenses and hospitalization were about 700 yuan. I gave him 1,000 directly for some compensation. I found it too troublesome otherwise. Besides, we won 2,000 from him, so it's like we didn't spend a dime. You knocked him out during the game. Haha, we even made a profit, Zhou Haitao said with a playful grin. All right, Brother Tao, I know you helped a lot with this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily resolved. Here, take these 2,000 yuan, Zhang Weihao said, handing over the money. Zhou Haitao quickly refused, insisting with a barrage of phrases about not treating each other like strangers. Zhang Weihao remained unmoved, holding the money out to Zhou Haitao, clearly determined not to lower his hand until he accepted it. After a prolonged stalemate, Zhou Haitao finally relented and reluctantly accepted the money from Zhang Weihao. I'll get a machine ready for you. If you ask for more money, I might truly get angry, Zhou Haitao quipped, striding toward the bar to retrieve a pack of cigarettes from the drawer. Here, take these. I bought a whole pack just for show during the new year. Zhou Haitao tossed a pack of soft Chunghua cigarettes to Zhang Weihao. Zhang Weihao smiled, picked up the cigarettes, but did not open them, instead placing them in his pocket. Hey, how? Do you have a QQ account? Zhou Haitao inquired as he noticed Zhang Weihao opening his computer. Yes, Zhang Weihao replied. He had registered for QQ back in 2000, initially hoping to connect with someone masquerading as a girl. However, after a long wait, he only received a friend request from someone named Wang Shuifeng. After a few mundane exchanges, he found it uninteresting and logged on infrequently. Today, prompted by Zhou Haitao, he struggled to recall his account and password before successfully logging in. Upon entering, his QQ avatar sprang to life. Wang Shuifeng, are you there? Are you there? What a lousy software, sending a message and no one replies. After replying with a simple yes, Zhou Haitao asked for Zhang Weijiao's QQ number. Before long, another notification blinked on the screen. Keishichang Zaimaking requests to add you as a friend. Zhang Weijiao accepted the request. In the bustling market, Shi Minxing inquired, are you there? After receiving no response from Zhang Weihao, Zhou Haitao asked, how? Did you not receive my message? Zhang Weihao could only respond with a simple yes. Xi Minqing pressed on. Do you know who I am? Zhang Weihao remained silent and called out to Zhou Haitao. Tao Ge, is it really necessary to be this tedious? Ah how? Would you like to play a game of miracle? Xi Minqing proposed. No, I do not wish to play, Zhang Weihao replied curtly. Then I shall go ahead and play, came the response. After spending some time idly with Zhou Haitao, Zhang Weihao gazed at the ever-increasing variety of games on the computer screen, silently reflecting on the arrival of an era of economic prosperity and uncertain about how far he could advance. After lingering in the internet CAF for a while, Zhang Weihao bid farewell to Zhou Haitao and returned home. As the weather gradually warmed, he continued to savor each day in a routine manner. Until one day, he received a text message from Zhou Miaoke, causing his previously dormant heart to race once again. Without hesitation, he called Zhou Miaoke. Hello, is this Weihao? The voice on the other end prompted a shiver of excitement in Zhang Weihao. Sister, it's me. Am I interrupting your studies? Zhou Miaoke inquired, her voice resonating with background noise, suggesting she was outside. No, not at all. I happen to be free, Zhang Weihao quickly replied. I've come to see Whitney Houston's concert. Do you know Houston? Zhou Miaoke shouted over the noise. Zhang Weihao thought to himself, of course I know Houston, just the Houston Rockets. However, he was uncertain about which Houston she referred to. Which Houston? He asked, truly unaware of which person she meant, as foreign names were often difficult to remember. The one who sings the song, Zhou Miaoke exclaimed. Zhang Weihao felt his hair nearly stand on end. He had no idea what song she was referring to. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and lamented, why didn't I listen to more music in my previous life? Noticing Zhang Weihao's prolonged silence, Zhou Miaoke offered to call back later and hung up. Anxiously, Zhang Weihao's heart raced, yet he could not recall the song. His unreliable phone could not access the internet, leaving him unable to search for it. After greeting his mother, he seized his phone and dashed towards Zhou Haitao's internet CAF, only to return midway to grab a notebook. What on earth is this child doing, acting all frantic? Wang Yin remarked from the living room. Tao Ge, I need to use the computer to search for something. Zhang Weihao exclaimed hurriedly, finding a secluded corner to swiftly boot up the computer. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered it. Whitney Houston, the renowned American singer, was the only artist to have topped the Billboard Hot 100 chart for 7 consecutive weeks. The song Zhou Miaoke mentioned was the theme song from the movie The Bodyguard, which had sold over 20 million copies in 1992. Upon finding the audio, Zhang Weihao donned his headphones and listened intently, realizing the tune was quite familiar. He downloaded the song onto his notebook, fearing it might appear on an upcoming exam. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Zhou Miaoke calling. Zhang Weihao hurriedly exited the internet CAF in search of a secluded spot. Upon answering the phone, he was greeted by Zhou Miaoke's exuberant voice. After a cacophony of cheers erupted from the receiver, an unexpected silence fell, only to be broken by a celestial voice that gradually began to sing. When an impassioned note resounded, it ignited the entire atmosphere. Zhang Weihao discerned Zhou Miaoke joyfully humming along, and thus, he accompanied her through the melody over the phone. He could not ascertain the lyrics, yet the air felt sweet in that moment. Chapter 27. The arrival of Uncle. Once the performance concluded, Zhou Miaoke's voice broke through. Weihao, did you enjoy it? Brother, are you listening? The persistent calls from Zhou Miaoke jolted Zhang Weihao back to reality. He had been utterly captivated by the music. This was the advantage of rebirth. He could speak of nonsense with ease. I just thought of you enjoying this kind of music, so I wanted to share it. Zhou Miaoke seemed to be still brimming with excitement on the other end of the line. Thank you, sister, I really liked it. Well, I must go now. The concert is ending soon. We'll talk later. With that, Zhou Miaoke hung up the call. Zhang Weihao clutched the phone, overwhelmed with exhilaration, and let out an ecstatic cry before racing back to the internet CAF. Hey, what good fortune has befallen you? Zhou Haitao noted that Zhang Weihao had never appeared so jubilant, despite his youth. He usually conducted himself with the seriousness of an old man. Haha, nothing much. Just remembered a funny joke. Zhang Weihao replied with a grin as he returned to his computer, downloading a plethora of rock music, regardless of whether he had heard it before. After exchanging jovial farewells with Zhou Haitao, Zhang Weihao prepared to head home, leaving Zhou Haitao puzzled. Once home, Zhang Weihao pondered and sent a text to Zhou Miaoke. Sister, shall we attend a concert together when the opportunity arises? Zhou Miaoke quickly responded, sure. In recent times, Zhang Weihao had been exceedingly joyful, often donning headphones at home while practicing his English. Wang Yin, upon witnessing her son's diligence, felt a sense of pride. As the temperatures gradually warmed, Wang Yin urged her brother, who arrived at the mine with 4 or 5 workers. While Zhang Weihao was at school, Wang Yin took her brother and his crew to Lin Xiaoqiao's restaurant for a meal, after which they proceeded to the new house in the county. "Sister, your house is truly spacious. It must have cost a fortune," her brother exclaimed, surveying the premises with admiration. "It wasn't too expensive. The prices here are nothing compared to the provincial capital," Wang Yin modestly replied, though inwardly, she reveled in her good fortune. "So, how do you plan to decorate it?" her brother inquired further. "I'm not quite sure. Just follow the current fashionable trends, but do ensure it's done well." After settling in, the workers made themselves comfortable in the bare structure for convenience. Wang Yin, feeling sympathetic towards her brother, escorted Zhang Weihao back to the mine. Upon returning from school that evening, Zhang Weihao found his uncle chatting amiably with his mother in the living room. "Uncle, you're here." Zhang Weihao greeted him warmly. "My goodness, Weihao, how have you grown in just a few years?" His uncle, seeing his nephew, was particularly enthusiastic, being the youngest in the family. "In his youth, my grandfather served as the village's brigade leader, leading the villagers to toil away at hard labor. He was among the first cohort of rural workers venturing into the city, earning a modest sum through their strenuous efforts, which he predominantly spent on my uncle. My uncle, having never endured hardship and disinterested in academics, eventually became a small contractor, managing a handful of workers. Unfortunately, his lack of education led to misfortunes. Named Wang Wu, he once attempted to embellish his body with tattoos, unsure of what to inscribe, ultimately settling on his own name, an incomplete character inked on his wrist. In the course of his construction endeavors, he proved to be rather careless. After securing a significant project, he sought to economize by foregoing the purchase of fire extinguishers. Consequently, a discarded cigarette but ignited the dust control net, resulting in a conflagration that consumed a substantial portion of his life savings. From that point onward, he never truly recovered. It was only when Zhang Weihao ascended to the role of project manager that he managed to secure a meager job for my uncle, just enough to sustain their livelihood. Yet, he often found himself borrowing 1,000 or 2 from Zhang Weihao. Despite these trials, my uncle was quite generous when fortune smiled upon him. When I managed to secure a spot at a low-tier university and desired a computer, it was my uncle who came to my aid when my father refused. In this life, I resolved to assist my uncle in any way possible. "How are my uncle, aunt, and younger brother?" inquired Zhang Weihao with concern. "They're all well. This year, we've taken on a significant project. I brought your aunt over to cook for the workers, and she can earn a little wage," my uncle replied. "As for your brother, his academic performance is abysmal, a far cry from yours. It's infuriating." My uncle's expression was one of exasperation as he spoke of his son, Wang Yuping, with whom I shared a reasonably good rapport, especially after I moved to the provincial capital for my studies. We often met at internet cafes for all-night gaming sessions, neglecting our studies altogether. He failed to gain admission to high school and instead enrolled in a vocational school. In a grave incident, he injured another boy during a brawl over a girl, resulting in a substantial compensation of over 300,000. During the days my brother was taken by the police, our grandmother, overwhelmed with fear, passed away. My mother fell gravely ill due to the stress, which subsequently severed ties with my uncle's family. However, my brother's penchant for fighting was partly influenced by me. In university, I often adopted a big brother persona, encouraging Wang Yuping, who had always been tall and strong, to engage in fights. I also instilled in my brother a misguided notion that he should seize the affections of any girl he fancied, which ultimately altered his mindset and led to tragic consequences. Suddenly, Zhang Weihao contemplated that perhaps his rebirth was a divine opportunity to rectify the regrets of his previous life. After conversing with his mother and uncle, his mother brought pillows and blankets, suggesting that his uncle should make do with the sofa for the night. His uncle, chuckling, remarked that it was no hardship at all. On the construction site, a few bricks and a wooden plank served as a bed, and sleeping on the sofa was indeed a luxury. Hearing this, my mother felt a pang of sorrow. Prior to the incident involving my brother, my mother often discreetly provided financial assistance to my uncle, which led to frequent arguments between her and Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Weihao understood that his mother held a deep affection for his brother. Even after their relationship soured, whenever he mentioned his uncle, his mother would perk up her ears, listening intently before pretending to casually scold him. Once, my mother remarked that after my grandparents were no longer around, my uncle would be her sole relative in this world. Regardless of the conflicts that might arise between her and my uncle, such matters were solely theirs to resolve. If I were to excel in the future, I should support my uncle's family out of respect for my mother. This thought weighed heavily on Zhang Weihao's heart. The following day, my mother accompanied my uncle to inspect the renovation of a house, leaving Zhang Weihao with 100 yuan. It seemed that once a person possessed wealth, generosity followed suit. He mused. After school that afternoon, noticing his mother had yet to return, Zhang Weihao descended to indulge in a bowl of beef noodles before heading to Zhou Haitao's internet CAF. Zhou Haitao was busy tidying up his pool tables, and Zhang Weihao handed a 10 yuan bill to a young boy with yellow hair, instructing him to fetch some cigarettes, which elicited exuberant shouts of brother from the boy. Zhang Weihao sat down at a computer, unsure of what to play, and logged into his QQ account. Upon logging in, he noticed his QQ was blinking, and he thought to himself how bored Zhou Haitao truly was. Chapter 28. Have you ever heard the sound of a bullet chambering? Upon clicking, he discovered it was not a message from Zhou Haitao, but rather a note from his first online friend, Wang Shuifeng. Wang Shuifeng, hello. Why did it take you so long to reply? Zhang Weihao, not convenient. Just as Zhang Weihao was about to close the chat window and return to his game, he noticed Wang Shuifeng had replied, why is it not convenient? Zhang Weihao, who sits by the computer chatting every day? Wang Shuifeng, indeed. It seems some do. Zhang Weihao chose to ignore further messages and played a game of beach landing, but found it dull, so he switched to violent modo. Upon exiting the game, his QQ was flashing incessantly. Wang Shuifeng, hey, why aren't you replying? Are you still there? Can you receive this? Zhang Weihao, here. Wang Shuifeng, as if awaiting his response, quickly replied, what were you busy with? Zhang Weihao, playing games. Wang Shuifeng, oh, do you often surf the internet? Zhang Weihao, occasionally. Wang Shuifeng, oh, what do you usually do online? Zhang Weihao, play games. Wang Shuifeng, you seem to enjoy gaming. Noticing Zhang Weihao's silence, Wang Shuifeng quickly sent several more messages. Zhang Weihao, just play occasionally. I need to head home. Wang Shuifeng, hold on a moment, buddy. Will you continue using this QQ? Zhang Weihao pondered for a moment. After all, QQ was a titan of instant messaging software that once aimed to dominate the internet. With the emergence of the green bubble, it fundamentally altered communication among the Chinese populace. And both were products of the same company. In his previous life, with the advancement of technology, it seemed everyone would eventually rely on both the green bubble and QQ. Zhang Weihao replied, I can use it, to which the user past events in the wind quickly inquired, can you share the reason? Didn't you say it was inconvenient? Zhang Weihao responded, it will be convenient in the future. Curious about his confidence, past events in the wind pressed on, how do you know it will be convenient? Zhang Weihao thought to himself, why should you care how I know? Instead, he typed, as more people go online, it will become easier. Past events in the wind countered. But didn't you just say who would stay by the computer all day? Zhang Weihao replied, using a mobile phone. Having lost interest in the trivial conversation, he exited the chat and decided to visit Zhou Haitao to see how his pool table was faring. Zhou Haitao had recently acquired 6 second-hand pool tables and replaced the felt. He found an open space in a market and set up an outdoor billiard room. As Zhang Weihao left the internet CAF, he soon heard Zhou Haitao's booming voice nearby. This shot is going in, and I'm having it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Prung City, in a lavish bedroom, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline donned a white jacket. One foot clad in flip-flops while the other rested on a chair. He occasionally rubbed his toes with his right hand, then brought his hand to his nose for a whiff, displaying a rather grotesque demeanor. Noticing Zhang Weihao's silence, the man fixated on the chat screen, repeatedly muttering, use the phone, use the phone. He then picked up the mobile device from the table and dialed, Shaoli, inform him that I need to meet him tomorrow morning. Seeing Zhang Weihao approach, Zhou Haitao called out warmly, Ahao, I refuse to believe you can play pool well. He handed Zhang Weihao a cue. Who breaks? Zhou Haitao asked, and Zhang Weihao gestured for him to take the shot. They were playing a simple version of Chinese 8-ball, where each player aimed to pocket 7 balls of their chosen color, and winning was achieved by sinking the black 8 ball after clearing one S-on. Zhou Haitao leaned over the table, gripping the back of the cue with his right hand while his left hand formed a pinching grip at the front. Observing Zhou Haitao's stance, Zhang Weihao pursed his lips. The target balls were arranged in a triangle, and Zhou Haitao placed the cue ball at the designated spot. Then, with all his might, he struck the cue ball, almost propelling himself onto the table. The cue ball collided with the cluster of balls, scattering them in an instant, with one solid and one striped ball dropping into the pocket. Zhou Haitao continued to shoot, sinking the 15-striped ball, and triumphantly flicked his hair back, picking up a chalk to coat the tip of his cue. "I'm shooting stripes," he declared before attempting another shot, which unfortunately missed. "Ahau, it's your turn." Zhang Weihao nodded, adopting a similar stance, with his right hand gripping the cue and his left hand resting on the table, fingers naturally spread, forming a groove where the cue's tip was positioned. Zhou Haitao thought Zhang Weihao's form was impressive, certainly more appealing than his own. As he watched intently to see what level of skill he would display, a smile danced on Zhang Weihao's lips as he considered, "Brother Tao, forgive me. You think my previous life as a billiards tutor was for nothing?" As Zhou Haitao shot at the striped balls, Zhang Weihao prepared to aim for the solid 2-ball, pulling back the cue. With a sudden sound, the cue ball rolled softly forward a few steps before coming to a halt, failing to touch even the target ball. "Haha, I thought you were quite skilled." Zhou Haitao laughed heartily. Zhang Weihao's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily wiped the tip of his cue. "It's my turn now," Zhou Haitao continued, striking the cue ball and potting 2 balls in succession. Zhang Weihao observed the table, noting he still had 6 balls left, with 2 positioned near the side pocket and the cue ball perfectly nestled between them. Taking a deep breath, he aimed at the closer ball, pulling back the cue, and, fortunately, he made the shot, potting 1. The remaining ball was also manageable, and Zhang Weihao successfully pocketed it. This time, he employed a high shot with a slight twist. The cue ball snug against the cushion, allowing him to strike the ball near the cushion. "This shot won't be easy," Zhou Haitao remarked as Zhang Weihao pocketed 2 balls, leaving the cue ball against the cushion. After wiping the tip again, Zhang Weihao applied a twist, and the ball complied, rolling into the bottom pocket. Zhou Haitao applauded, indicating it was a splendid shot. The last 3 balls were poorly positioned, and Zhang Weihao attempted a reverse pocket shot, but missed. Zhou Haitao took his turn, also failing to pot a ball, but inadvertently clearing Zhang Weihao's 2 cushion balls. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Weihao pocketed both with 2 strokes, with only 1 ball remaining. He knew he could then aim for the black 8. The final ball was somewhat distant from the cue ball, but at least on a straight line. After gauging the distance with his cue, Zhang Weihao turned to Zhou Haitao and said, "Brother Tao, have you ever heard the sound of a bullet being chambered?" "What?" Before Zhou Haitao could respond, Zhang Weihao fixed his gaze on the cue ball, aimed at the target ball, gently pulled back his cue, and then pushed forward with great force. The crisp sound of the ball hitting echoed in the air as the target ball fell into the pocket. "What a shot!" Zhou Haitao clapped in approval. Subsequently, Zhang Weihao continued to strike for the black 8, and with a powerful stroke, the black 8 ball ricocheted off the cushion before sinking into the pocket. In the midst of Zhou Haitao's astonished gaze, Zhang Weihao boasted, "I am akin to the deity of the ancient Greeks, master of the reverse pocket." "Yay, Zhang Weihao, you won. That was amazing." Lin Xiaoqiao appeared nearby, jumping and shouting, "Why are you everywhere?" Chapter 29. The small yet cunning Zhang Weihao. "You should be studying at home instead of running around." Zhang Weihao feigned a fierce demeanor. "My family restaurant is right here. I just came out for some fresh air. Seeing you here, I thought I'd come over to say hello," Lin Xiaoqiao replied, looking slightly aggrieved at Zhang Weihao's mock ferocity. "Have you been studying diligently?" Zhang Weihao felt he might have been a bit too harsh and decided to change the subject. "I have been serious about it. Following your advice, I've been taking notes in class, and now I can understand most of what the teacher explains," Lin Xiaoqiao replied proudly. "That's progress, but you must continue working hard and remain persistent," Zhang Weihao said, channeling his inner teacher. "Zhang Weihao, you are so impressive. How did you pocket the black 8? Teach me how to play billiards." Lin Xiaoqiao gazed at the table with enthusiasm. "Shouldn't you be focusing on your studies instead of learning billiards?" Zhang Weihao, "I am currently attentively listening in class and diligently studying at home. I felt a bit mentally exhausted from my reading, so I stepped outside for some fresh air and fortuitously ran into you. Would you kindly teach me a bit?" Lin Xiaoqiao's playful demeanor caused Zhang Weihao's heart to skip a beat. "Just give it a try?" As soon as Zhang Weihao spoke, Zhou Haitao, with a knowing glance, handed the cue stick to Lin Xiaoqiao while also playfully winking at Zhang Weihao. He then lit a cigarette and offered one to Zhang Weihao, who politely declined. Turning to Lin Xiaoqiao, he attempted to offer it to her as well, but she refused. "What's this, giving it up?" Zhou Haitao teased Lin Xiaoqiao. Zhang Weihao doesn't tease smoke, and neither do I, Lin Xiaoqiao instinctively replied. You two should enjoy each other's company. I will check on another case. Zhou Haitao's words caused Zhang Weihao to frown slightly. Noticing this, Lin Xiaoqiao stuck out her tongue and stood beside Zhang Weihao with the cue stick. Resembling a little attendant beside an ancient magistrate, Lin Xiaoqiao had no idea how to play billiards. She merely waved the cue stick haphazardly, unable to watch any longer. Zhang Weihao instructed her to lean over the table and positioned himself behind her, guiding her hands. At first, they felt comfortable, but as Zhang Weihao leaned closer to whisper instructions into Lin Xiaoqiao's ear, his breath tickled her, causing her to squirm. Zhang Weihao felt an unfamiliar heat rising within him and quickly stepped back, claiming a sudden stomachache before hurriedly leaving. Lin Xiaoqiao was left bewildered. Afterward, she leaned over the table again, employing the technique Zhang Weihao had taught her, and miraculously, the ball went in. Lin Xiaoqiao cheered exuberantly. Halfway home, Zhang Weihao felt a sense of calm in his abdomen and sighed in relief as he made his way back. He sensed a slight flush on his cheeks. Upon arriving home, he found his mother and uncle already there, deep in conversation in the living room. Weihao, you're back. Have you eaten? Wang Yin asked, putting down her pen upon seeing him. I've just finished eating. Did you two have your meal? Your uncle and I dined in the county. Zhang Weihao replied as he approached them, noticing his mother and uncle sorting through a pile of receipts. Oh my, we bought so much today. Your uncle and I visited several construction material markets and still haven't finished. We'll have to go again tomorrow. It's more exhausting than work. Wang Yin stretched lazily. Sister, if you're tired, I can manage tomorrow on my own. You can come to pay once I've confirmed the prices. Wang Wu suggested when he saw his sister looking weary. How can that be? Can you handle it alone? Besides, you're not familiar with the routes, she replied. What is the issue? Didn't we visit a few places today? I can ask around, Zhang Weihao remarked, perusing the receipts while listening to their conversation. After setting the receipts aside, he returned to his room. Mom, where did you put my sports pants? Zhang Weihao called out to the living room. They're in the cabinet beside your bed, his mother replied. Mom, come here, I can't find them. Wang Yin muttered a few words before heading to Zhang Weihao's room. Those pants. Zhang Weihao let out a soft hushing sound, pulling his mother into the bedroom and deftly closing the door behind them. What is going on? Why the secrecy? Wang Yin inquired, puzzled. Mom, may I ask, did you and uncle go shopping together today? Zhang Weihao whispered. Yes, why? Wang Yin nodded in response. Once you agree on the price, just pay him directly. Zhang Weihao continued to question. Wang Yin nodded again, her face reflecting confusion. Tomorrow, you can simply hand the money to uncle and let him handle the purchasing alone. Why? Wang Yin was perplexed by Zhang Weihao's intentions. Sure, listen, Mom. If you and uncle go together to buy materials, you pay for it, and uncle can oversee the renovations. Zhang Weihao gestured for his mother to lower her voice. You see, since you'll cover the material costs, later you can settle up with the workers, allowing uncle to manage the expenses efficiently. After hearing this, Wang Yin seemed to grasp something. Mom, uncle surely won't ask you for labor costs. If you hand him the money directly, he won't take it unnecessarily. It's better that way. Let him oversee the renovations. If you wish to check in, you can do so at your convenience. Uncle will undoubtedly ensure that our house is renovated well. Your constant presence may be inconvenient. Besides, he won't squander our money. Exactly, then why accompany him? Uncle might think you lack trust. But it seems uncle won't earn much from this. You need not worry about that. Just give uncle the money. Having worked on projects for so long, he knows what to earn and what to save. In that light, I suppose I can simply step back. Indeed, rest assured, uncle won't take much from you. Later, you can give him a little something for his efforts, and he will gladly accept it. Oh, you clever child, your cunning is quite pronounced these days. I wonder who you learned it from. The last time you dined with Uncle Zhou, you spoke quite boldly. What would your father say? Observing Zhang Weihao's cleverness, Wang Yin playfully raised her hand as if to scold him. Oh, Mom, I'm only thinking of what is best for our family. Zhang Weihao raised his hands in mock surrender. Wang Yin chuckled and playfully tapped his head with a finger. All right then, I'll inform your uncle. I'm quite exhausted. So I'll hand him the money and let him take charge. With that, the two exited the bedroom. Wang Yin asked uncle to estimate how much more was needed, explaining that she truly could not manage anymore and requested that he handle it alone the following day. Uncle nodded, reassuring her to rest easy at home. He promised to make their house the trendiest in the province. Wang Yin returned to the bedroom, handing uncle 50,000 yuan, but he waved his hand, saying it was more than necessary. But I still need furniture and other items. You must help me get those installed so I can move in right away. Wang Yin pressed the money into Uncle S' hand. Also, whatever you wish to eat or drink, or if you want to smoke, just take care of it yourself. My only request is that the work must be done well. Then you can rest assured. Chapter 30. I have great confidence in you the next day. Uncle rose early to purchase materials, while Zhang Weihao obediently went to school to focus on his studies. In the city of Peng, within a luxurious office, a young man adorned with glasses, dressed in a tailored suit, sat gracefully on a sofa, meticulously memorizing the data contained within a document he held. Moments later, the office door swung open, and a distinguished middle-aged man, guided by an assistant, entered. The young man promptly rose, respectfully addressing him as Chairman Zhao. "Oh, my apologies for the delay. Traffic was quite congested," said the balding man known as Chairman Zhao as he entered the office, casually removing his suit jacket, which his assistant swiftly caught. "I have no particular agenda today. I simply wanted to inquire about your recent endeavors." Observing the polished demeanor of the young man before him, Chairman Zhao gestured toward the coffee table, prompting his assistant to promptly exit the office. In no time, the assistant returned with 2 cups of coffee, placing them before the two men. Following a subtle nod from Chairman Zhao, the assistant retrieved a document from his briefcase and presented it to the chairman before exiting the office, standing by the door, ready to assist. "Chairman Zhao, this is our latest data. It indicates that the registration for Penguin has been steadily increasing, having surpassed the 1 million mark," the young man declared as he handed the document to Chairman Zhao. To his surprise, the chairman waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would not review it. "Rest assured, Chairman Zhao, Penguin now boasts a stable daily active user base. If you grant our company a bit more time, the registration numbers will rise, leading to significant scalability," the young man insisted, his anxiety palpable as the chairman continued to ignore the document. "Do not fret. I summoned you here to share a document I would like you to review," Chairman Zhao said with a smile, handing over a report titled A Brief History of Mobile Communication Development. "Chairman Zhao, are you considering venturing into the mobile business?" "This is not my area of expertise," the young man responded, puzzled. "Back in the 1980s, we relied on devices hung at our waists, always needing to check for messages. Contacting someone involved leaving a message and then dialing a landline, making communication a protracted affair. The 1990s brought improvements with the advent of the Big Brother phones. Although cumbersome, they significantly facilitated urgent communication. Then came the little smart and now, the compact mobile phones we have today, which have made connectivity even more convenient," Chairman Zhao explained, gesturing to his mobile device. "Yes, I am aware of that. But when you approached me to invest in your Penguin venture, it was merely out of curiosity. I later registered an account, idly adding friends to chat. Yet every time I sent a message, it would take several days or even weeks to receive a reply." The young man attempted to clarify. Observing the young man's eagerness to explain, Chairman Zhao waved his hand again and continued, "Just yesterday, I inquired of an online acquaintance why he hadn't responded to my messages. He replied that it was inconvenient, and when I pressed for further explanation, he remarked that not everyone has the leisure to remain tethered to their computers. I believe this encapsulates the essence of the situation. Chairman Zhao, computers will undoubtedly become more ubiquitous. With portable computing devices already in existence, the number of internet users is bound to increase," the young man finally interjected, unable to suppress his thoughts any longer. "Haha, do not rush. Let me finish my words first." I then inquired whether he would continue using the Penguin application, to which he replied affirmatively. At this point, the young man appeared considerably more at ease. I pressed on with my questioning, asking why he believed so, considering he had previously stated it was inconvenient. This online acquaintance, quite intriguing, suggested that convenience would come in the future. I followed up with another question, seeking clarification on his reasoning. He echoed sentiments similar to yours, asserting that the number of internet users would undoubtedly increase. The young man nodded vigorously in agreement. I reminded him that he had previously mentioned no one would be sitting by their computer every day. Can you guess how he responded? Chairman Zhao paused, observing the attentive young man before teasingly withholding the answer. What did he say? The young man inquired eagerly. He said, "Use your mobile phone." Upon hearing those 3 words, the young man's posture, which had been upright on the sofa, deflated like a punctured balloon. He gradually leaned back, exhaling deeply as if releasing an immense burden. His expression transformed, revealing a blend of joy at being understood, relief at being unburdened, and a resolute sense of inevitability. "What's the matter, my dear?" Chairman Zhao remarked, taken aback by the young man's reaction. Even when seeking financial support for investments, the young man had always presented his case with reason and composure. Yet he had never exhibited such an expression before. "To be candid, Chairman Zhao, our team has indeed been attempting to develop a mobile version of the Penguin application. However, as you know, we are a startup and we lack the personnel and resources to simultaneously pursue both desktop and mobile versions. There are considerable divisions within the team. Most believe we should focus our efforts on enhancing the desktop version, given that it has already captured a portion of the client base. I wish to invest more in the mobile side, but due to financial constraints and the current functionalities of mobile devices, our product development has been relatively slow." After finishing his explanation, the young man lifted the now slightly cold coffee before him and drank it in one go. Haha. Didn't I ask someone to investigate the history of mobile communication? Have you not noticed how phones are becoming smaller, yet more functional? Many can now access the internet. Chairman Zhao pointed to the materials laid out before him. "Chairman Zhao, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Our conversation has indeed illuminated my understanding and solidified my direction. Upon my return, I shall intensify the development of the mobile Penguin application to strive for an early launch. Yes, the reason I called you today was to discuss the developmental trajectory of the Penguin application and to express my intention to increase investments in your project. You must continue to strengthen the desktop side, while I will ensure the mobile investment is taken care of." "That is fantastic, Chairman Zhao. With such support, I am confident we can launch our mobile version of the Penguin application this year." The young man rose quickly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, visibly excited. "Please sit down. Regarding the follow-up investment, I will arrange for someone to connect with you immediately. Focus on your product, and remember, I have always believed in your potential. Do not let me down," Chairman Zhao remarked as he pulled out a cigar, cutting it before offering it to him. "Rest assured, Chairman Zhao." At this moment, the young man brimmed with confidence, eager to return to work immediately. After both had enjoyed a cigar, they rose to take their leave, with Chairman Zhao accompanying them to the elevator. Upon returning to his office, Chairman Zhao opened his computer, intending to log into QQ. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the office. "Is there anything else? Chairman Zhao, could you share with me the QQ number of the netizen I spoke with? I find him exceptionally perceptive and wish to communicate with him." "That won't do. I have yet to become well acquainted with him. He seldom responds to my messages. I am curious to see if he will behave the same way once he learns of my identity." At this moment, Chairman Zhao exuded an air of authority, completely unrecognizable from the image of the foolish old man from the previous day. Chapter 31. Rustic Charm. After the somewhat disappointed visitor departed, Chairman Zhao hurriedly opened his computer and logged onto QQ. He clicked on Zhang Weihao's profile and, rubbing his hands together, typed, "Are you there?" Little did Zhang Weihao know that his offhand remark had hastened the launch of the mobile version of QQ. However, even without Zhang Weihao's influence, the mobile version would have launched normally that year, albeit a few months later. Recently, Zhang Weihao had been exchanging texts and occasional phone calls with Zhou Miaoke, primarily discussing topics related to music, which brought him considerable joy. When Lin Xiaoqiao visited Zhang Weihao to seek help with her homework, she encountered him several times, laughing heartily while engrossed in his cell phone. When she inquired about the source of his amusement, he adopted a serious demeanor, urging her to focus on her studies. This semester, whether due to his frequent messaging with Zhou Miaoke or some other reason, Zhang Weihao felt the time passed in a blink. As summer arrived, the renovations on the house in the county were nearly complete. Wang Yin took him to see the newly decorated home. Upon entering, his uncle incessantly praised the stylish decor, while Wang Yin nodded enthusiastically. Zhang Weihao observed, "Ah, a true reflection of the era." The entire house was adorned with deep red solid wood flooring. The living room boasted a grand ceiling extending to the balcony, and the television backdrop displayed the phrase blossoming wealth. The walls were covered in intricately patterned wallpaper, harmonizing with the European-style furniture. How should one put it? Well, it was undeniably rustic. Wang Yin, however, appeared quite satisfied, twirling around the room. Zhang Weihao glanced into his bedroom and was surprised to find that his uncle had installed a certain brand's Qilin series computer. He couldn't help but nod in approval. His mother then entered, exclaiming, "Why is there such a small television in Weihao's room? This will surely hinder his studies." Zhang Weihao replied, "Oh, sister, this is not merely a television. It is the latest computer capable of accessing any information online. His uncle chimed in to clarify. Really? It can look up information? His mother asked, intrigued. Yes, it is quite convenient. Essentially a learning device, Zhang Weihao demonstrated, though it was still booting up and displayed an outdated 2000 operating system. Once his mother learned it was for educational purposes, she ceased her inquiries. However, later on, after Zhang Weihao taught her how to use the computer, she became an avid internet user. Mother took out 20,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to uncle. Sister, what are you doing? Just a few days ago, when you moved in the furniture, you gave him 30,000. Now that everything is set up, why are you giving him more money? Uncle hesitated to accept it. Well, after everything is done, you still need to pay the workers, right? Wang Yin grabbed uncle's hand and firmly stuffed the money into it. That much isn't necessary. Besides, there's still leftover money. It's more than enough. Take it, you deserve it. You've been working hard these past few months to help me with my house. And the projects in the provincial city have been delayed. I can't let your efforts go unrewarded. Zhang Weihao urged uncle to accept, stating, come on, it's family. It's just a transfer within the household. Seeing uncle still reluctant, he encouraged him further. All right, I'll take it for now, but if you need money later, just let me know. Wang Wu tucked the money away, feeling a bit awkward. Mother had never disclosed to uncle how much her husband earned. Uncle still believed it was the result of their hard work together. Wang Yin was quite pleased with the house's decoration and suggested treating uncle to a meal. But uncle insisted that he must pay for it today. After they dined in the county, uncle packed up to take the workers back to the provincial city. Wang Yin felt a tinge of reluctance, but still asked Zhang Weihao to buy some drinks for uncle for the journey. Just as Zhang Weihao was about to dash off for the drinks, Wang Yin called him back and pulled out a few hundred yuan. Get a few packs of cigarettes too. Uncle, please pay extra attention to safety on the construction site in the provincial city. Zhang Weihao reminded as he placed the drinks and cigarettes in the car. Haha, I know, uncle replied casually while packing. Uncle, my father always says that safety in production is paramount. When you're at the site in the provincial city, make sure to use all the necessary safety equipment, like fire extinguishers and hard hats. Noticing that uncle seemed a bit dismissive, Zhang Weihao's tone grew urgent. I understand. The more you study, the more you know. Uncle reassured him with a glance. Don't smoke them all by yourself. Leave a pack for Dad, Wang Yin said with a hint of reluctance. I know, sister. When you have time, go back and visit Dad. After bidding farewell to Uncle, Zhang Weihao and Mother returned home to the mining area. Mother called Father to inform him that the house was finished. Wife, Weihao is on break now, and you're not working either. Why don't you come to Ming province for a visit? Father's invitation warmed Wang Yin's heart. After hanging up, she asked Zhang Weihao if he wanted to visit Father in Ming province, to which he readily agreed. After they made plans, they immediately began packing. Zhang Weihao took his phone and 3 items, feeling that there wasn't too much to bring. Wang Yin, however, packed several sets of clothes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and filled a large bag, even considering taking Zhang Weihao's summer homework along. After a lengthy discussion, he ultimately decided against it. Zhang Weihao, carrying his bag, left early with Mother for the county train station, purchasing sleeper tickets for the 9 p.m. train that would arrive in Ming province around 6 a.m. the next day. They agreed on a time with Zhang Guoqing to have him pick them up at the station. With time to spare, they returned to their house in the county. Little did they expect that Mother could live in such a splendid home. As my mother busily wiped here and there with a cloth, I remarked with a smile, Mom, our future home will surely surpass this one. You will enjoy the blessings of life. My mother, without any extravagant desires, simply wished for me to study diligently and gain admission to a reputable university while hoping for my father's safety. Indeed, her aspirations were modest. All she desired was the tranquility of our family. Rest assured, Mom, in the future, my father and I will earn money for you, allowing you to live like a queen at home, I declared, eliciting hearty laughter from her as she playfully scolded me for dreaming of such grandeur. During lunch, we adhered to local customs, refraining from cooking in our new home until my father returned to choose an auspicious day for the occasion. As we approached the station, we boarded the train. The railway was predominantly serviced by green trains, and I had never experienced such a journey in my previous life. By the time I had the opportunity to travel, high-speed trains in our country were already celebrated worldwide for their speed and reliability. Upon finding our seats, I opted for the upper bunk to provide my mother with more convenience. The air inside the green train was filled with the sense of instant noodles and, regrettably, foot odor. After a somewhat tumultuous journey, We arrived in the capital of Inner Mongolia, where I beheld the city for the first time. Chapter 32. The self-indulgent Zhang Weihao. Once we disembarked, we spotted my father, Zhang Guoqing, straining to see inside the station on tiptoe. I hurriedly pulled my mother toward him. With a wide grin, he embraced me tightly, then turned to give my mother a quick hug, only for her to push him away. Slightly embarrassed by the public display of affection amidst the crowd, I found this amusing. In this era, people were still quite reserved compared to the couples who shared passionate farewells at train stations in my previous life. As my father reached for the bag I carried, I signaled that it was unnecessary, as it was not heavy. We then made our way to the vehicle, where Zhang Guoqing drove our family toward the hotel. Along the way, I observed the streets of the provincial capital bustling with cars, high-rises stretching towards the sky, and construction cranes rising in rows, revealing the nascent form of a future Western metropolis. Zhang Guoqing had booked the finest hotel in the area, securing 2 rooms, one for each of my parents and one for me. My mother remarked on the extravagance, questioning why we needed 2 rooms for the family. My father chuckled, well, a grown son needs his space. This earned him a few playful slaps from my mother. Having not rested well on the train, I informed my parents of my desire to take a quick nap. Zhang Guoqing handed me a room card, saying, "Son, this is your key. You probably haven't seen one like this before. Just tap it on the door." Before he could finish, I took the card and deftly opened the door, casually inserting the card into the power slot. My father looked on in astonishment, thinking, how does he seem more familiar with this than I am? After a brief exchange, I closed the door behind me, leaving my parents to head to their own room. My father had booked a luxurious room with a king-sized bed and a computer. After surveying my surroundings, fatigue washed over me, and I succumbed to the allure of sleep. On the train, I was reluctant to sleep, as the safety of the carriage was somewhat questionable. While there were no outright robberies, petty thefts were not uncommon. Eventually, I succumbed to slumber. Zhang Guoqing entered the room with Wang Yan, embracing her fervently. "My dear wife, I have missed you terribly." Wang Yan, feeling shy, reminded him that Weihao was in the adjacent room. "Do not worry. I've reserved 2 rooms that are quite distant from each other. Besides, this is a luxury hotel with excellent soundproofing." Zhang Weihao was roused from his slumber by his father's knock on the door. The arrival of his mother and brother filled Zhang Guoqing, who had been toiling in Ming province, with great excitement. After treating them to a sumptuous lamb feast, he took the mother and son to a grand shopping mall. Wang Yan had never visited such an expansive mall before and was immediately captivated by the myriad of goods on display. Zhang Guoqing, with a joyful demeanor, led her through the aisles. As Zhang Weihao observed the familiar presence of Colonel Sanders, he felt an otherworldly sensation. To his astonishment, he discovered that many luxury brands from his previous life had emerged in this era. Growing weary of the shopping, he excused himself to his parents, stating he was going to enjoy a drink at KFC. With an air of generosity, Zhang Guoqing withdrew 500 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to Weihao, cautioning him to stay safe. "Weihao, is there anything you desire?" his mother inquired. He simply shook his head, settling in the comforting ambience of KFC. Zhang Weihao ordered a cola and a signature bucket of chicken, gazing out at the bustling crowd outside. He reminisced about the first time he had tasted KFC during his university years when his parents had brought him to the provincial capital for school. Despite his less than stellar academic performance, his parents were still concerned about sending him off alone. After packing his belongings, he accompanied them to the bus station, where he spotted the familiar KFC. Noticing his longing gaze, his mother took him inside, and after inquiring about the prices, she treated him to a burger and a cola. At that moment, it was the most delightful meal he had ever experienced. Meanwhile, his parents opted for a bowl of noodles next door, priced at just 5 yuan. Later, as he entered the workforce and began to earn his own money, he found himself dining at KFC daily, yet he could never recapture the essence of that first meal, which paled in comparison to his mother's homemade noodles. Some desires linger in our hearts when we lack the means to fulfill them. However, upon finally attaining them, we often realize they are not as extraordinary as we had imagined. Zhang Weihao contemplated this, recognizing that in his previous life, he had never witnessed a grand stage. But in this life, he yearned to experience it. After his parents had shopped extensively, they reunited with him at KFC. Zhang Weihao made a point to order them hamburgers and colas, reminiscent of the time his mother had first taken him to KFC. "What is this? It has an odd taste," Zhang Guoqing remarked after taking a bite of the burger, promptly spitting it onto his plate. "Let me try," Wang Yan said as she eagerly unwrapped her burger and took a small bite. Indeed, there seems to be a peculiar flavor. Perhaps the bread has gone stale? Zhang Weihao was eagerly awaiting compliments from the couple, having invested considerable effort into preparing the meal. It turned out he was merely indulging in self-deception. I can't eat this. I'm not accustomed to foreign delicacies. Let me take you to a nearby noodle shop. After devouring 2 hamburgers and 3 cups of cola, Zhang Weihao returned to the hotel, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Following several trips to the restroom, he resolved to abandon such foods for good. Lying idly on the hotel bed, Zhang Weihao glanced at the computer and decided to see if he could connect to the internet. Fortunately, the computer was functional and allowed him to browse the web normally. He opened his QQ account, hoping to find Zhou Haitao online. Upon logging in, he noticed the familiar avatar of Wang Shui-Feng flashing. Wang Shui-Feng, are you there? Where are you? How old are you? Are you male or female? Zhang Weihao felt a surge of annoyance. Was this yet another attempt to flirt online? He simply replied, male, closed the chat window, and clicked on Zhou Haitao's profile. What are you up to, Tao Ge? After a long wait with no response, Zhang Weihao aimlessly browsed the web. He stumbled upon a community forum discussing domestic economic development trends, which reminded him of the popular posts he had often encountered in his previous life. Each time, he had to follow and comment before posting, only to find that after doing so, there was never any further discussion. After reading several threads, he found some insightful contributions that resonated with the developmental situation of his past life. Zhang Weihao was engrossed in the content, and only after finishing the last post did he realize his QQ notifications were incessantly flashing. Kai Shichang Zaimaking. How? I just arrived at the pool table. Just got to the store. Where are you online? Wang Shui-Feng. I'm also male. Just came back from a social gathering. Just saw you. Are you still there? Are you there? Zhang Weihao replied to Zhou Haitao. I'm in a hotel in Ming province. And also responded to Wang Shui-Feng. What a coincidence. Wang Shui-Feng, seemingly perpetually online, replied instantly. What coincidence? Are you also at a social gathering? Zhang Weihao. What a coincidence. We're both male. Wang Shui-Feng. You have quite an interesting way of speaking. Let me ask you something. Will you be able to use the QQ mobile version when it comes out? Zhang Weihao. I certainly will. Kai Shichang Zaiming's avatar also flashed. Oh, I was wondering where you went. Zhang Weihao. I just arrived today. Came to see my dad. Kai Shichang Zaiming. When will you be back? Zhang Weihao. I can't say for sure, probably before school starts. Zhou Haitao. Come back to hang out with me. I've been incredibly strong lately. Zhang Weihao. In what way? Zhou Haitao. In every possible way. As Zhang Weihao and Zhou Haitao engaged in casual conversation, Wang Shui-Feng continued to send messages incessantly. Chapter 33. Is there enough money? Wang Shui-Feng. I don't find this better than a phone. It feels just like the messaging function. Why are you so certain you'll use this? Are you gaming again? Are you there, Zhang Weihao? Upon opening Wang Shui-Feng's profile, was greeted by a flurry of messages. Yes, just chatting with a friend. Wang Shui-Feng. Oh, why did you choose this penguin? Zhang Weihao. And why did you choose this? Wang Shui-Feng. I simply enjoy novel things. I like to keep up with trends. Zhang Weihao. You're doing quite well with your trend setting. Many will chat on this platform in the future. Wang Shui-Feng. Is this the phone you mentioned before? Zhang Weihao. Yes, but also not quite. Wang Shui-Feng. What does that mean? Is it or isn't it? Zhang Weihao. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Those words sent Chairman Zhao, situated in his grand villa in Peng City, into a furious rage. His fingers danced across the keyboard, producing a cacophony of messages, only to delete them all and start anew. Well, do tell, perhaps I might understand. Zhang Weihao thought to himself, it would be a miracle if you did. In any case, everyone will eventually use products from the Penguin brand. Chairman Zhao, invigorated by this assertion, quickly replied, how can you be so sure? Zhang Weihao feigned sophistication, writing, it's a matter of historical inevitability, which made Chairman Zhao's already bright mind shine even brighter. If everyone across the nation is using Penguin products, then surely the company will be immensely profitable. Zhang Weihao recalled a notion from his previous life, where a renowned singer sold the rights to his songs for an astronomical sum to Penguin Music, which recouped its investment in mere seconds. While perhaps an exaggeration, it nonetheless reflected the company's formidable ability to generate revenue, a phenomenon that could only be described as astonishing. He subsequently replied, indeed, The truth was, he currently lacked the means to invest in the Penguin brand early. Otherwise, his father wouldn't be laboring in the coal mines. Seeing the certainty in his counterpart's words, Chairman Zhao grew even more intrigued. I sense you hold great optimism for the Penguin's growth. Zhang Weihao thought back to the 30 years of economic ascendance in Huagua, a remarkable chapter in global economic history. It is only in such a magnificent nation, where the government serves the people diligently and the populace works earnestly, that such miracles can be achieved, washing away a century of humiliation and restoring the country to its rightful place among the world's great nations. I have faith in the development of our nation. Chairman Zhao, fixated on the words before him, felt a surge of emotion, realizing he had encountered a true confidant. His decision to abandon his ventures in the United States and return to invest domestically stemmed from witnessing the rapid and vibrant growth of his homeland. Despite family opposition, he had resolutely returned to his country, yearning to witness its continuous improvement in the days to come. Zhang Weihao, perplexed by the comment, thought to himself, "Who has befriended you?" He then navigated to the website to peruse a blog. Chairman Zhao, after sending out the message, was quite pleased with himself. For those he considered friends were certainly not ordinary individuals. He even muttered something about how he had waited a long time to discover that the other party had gone silent again. Suddenly, it struck him that the other person likely did not know who he was. The conversation continued. "Are you there? Have you gone back to gaming? Hey, we were having a good chat. Why have you gone quiet again?" Zhang Weihao, slightly at a loss for words, decided to respond. "I'm reviewing some materials." "Oh, reviewing is good. Much better than gaming," came the reply. Zhang Weihao countered, "No one is superior. Excelling at games is impressive in its own right." After that, he was no longer inclined to chat, preferring instead to quietly immerse himself in his studies. Despite having been reborn, he still found an abundance of valuable information within the blog. Unexpectedly, a statement from the other party piqued his interest. Chairman Zhao, however, disagreed. "You just mentioned that penguins can generate profit. Investing in them now would surely yield great returns." Zhang Weihao sensed that this online acquaintance possessed some insight, able to keenly grasp such information. "Indeed," he replied, "considering our country's vast population, all utilizing penguin products, wouldn't investing now mean financial security for life?" Zhang Weihao mused that while this acquaintance showed some promise, the notion of a lifetime of financial ease was rather exaggerated. One could essentially do nothing and merely spend money at home, perhaps even outpacing the dividends received, Chairman Zhao noted, recognizing this response as the most eloquent from his conversational partner. "Then let us invest in penguins." Zhang Weihao read the reply. "If you have the capability, go ahead and invest. Would you invest if given the chance?" Came the next question. "I would," Zhang Weihao responded. "Then why haven't you?" Zhang Weihao chuckled. "The initial investment would be substantial, and I lack the funds." "If you had money, how much would you invest?" the other inquired. "As much as I could," Zhang Weihao replied. "Enough of idle chatter. I need to review some materials and get some rest." "Wait, brother, you're rarely online. Can you leave a contact number? I might call you someday." Zhang Weihao felt a flicker of curiosity. What if this were his sister? Yet, judging by the username, it seemed unlikely, and he ultimately declined the offer politely. Chairman Zhao, witnessing Zhang Weihao's refusal, had just began to gather his thoughts for another attempt when he saw Zhang Weihao's avatar turn gray, infuriating him to the point where he slammed his mouse onto the desk. After regaining his composure, he dialed another number. Adopting a gentle tone, "I apologize for disturbing you so late. Is your financial situation adequate?" Meanwhile, after playing on the computer for a while, Zhang Weihao took a shower and retired to bed early. The following day, with a rosy complexion, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by the slightly fatigued Wang Yan, roused Zhang Weihao from slumber. "Son, we are off to breakfast. After we eat, I shall take you to see our mine." Zhang Guoqing drove with a cheerful hum, swiftly departing the city. "How much farther is it?" After nearly 2 hours traversing the desolate Gobi, Wang Yan's initial excitement waned into visual fatigue. "We are nearly there. Almost there." At long last, after another hour, father halted the vehicle before a 3-story building. "Here we are. This is our office. The mine is a little further back," Zhang Guoqing announced, opening the car door and gesturing towards the edifice. As Wang Yan and Zhang Weihao alighted, they noticed a sign above that read Ming Province Kaiyuan Coal Company. "Zhang Mine, you have arrived." A middle-aged man emerged from the building upon seeing Zhang Guoqing and the others. "Zhang Mine, this must be your wife and son." The man warmly accepted the bag from Zhang Weihao's hands. This is the head of the labor and personnel department at the mine. Weihao, you may call him Uncle Wang. Zhang Guoqing introduced. Uncle Wang, hello. Hello. Come, let us head upstairs. Under the guidance of Director Wang, the group ascended to Zhang Guoqing's office. Well, how does it feel? Your wife hasn't inflated my reputation, has she? My office is indeed larger than the mine manager's, Zhang Guoqing boasted as they entered. Zhang Weihao surveyed the office, which spanned approximately 60 square meters, featuring an opulent desk equipped with 2 landline phones, alongside a complete set of sofas and a coffee table. The deep red wooden floor gleamed, and beside the desk rested a 1-meter-long aquarium housing 2 red dragons. Observing his father's display, Zhang Weihao settled into a large armchair, indeed resembling a coal magnate. Weihao, there's tea in the cabinet, and your Uncle Zhou's coffee. Choose whatever you and your mother wish to drink. Zhang Weihao prepared himself a cup of coffee and brewed tea for his mother. Rap. Director Wang politely tapped on the doorframe. Zhang mine. The room has been tidied up. Regarding lunch, what would you like arranged? I will inform the cafeteria. Just some home-style dishes will suffice, nothing extravagant, Zhang Guoqing instructed. Once Director Wang understood, he exited to make the arrangements. Old Zhang, are you busy with work? We wouldn't want to disturb you. Wang Yin expressed concern after the man left. Disturb? This is an office, not a mining area. Besides, I have no pressing matters at the moment. Zhang Guoqing replied just as another knock sounded at the door. This time, a middle-aged woman entered, holding a stack of reports. Zhang mine, here is this month's payroll. Director Wang has already signed it. Please review it, and if all is well, kindly sign so we can proceed with disbursement. The woman smiled and greeted Wang Yin and Zhang Weihao before placing the payroll on Zhang Guoqing's desk. After perusing the payroll and finding no discrepancies, Zhang Guoqing affixed his signature. Once the woman departed, Zhang Weihao inquired with curiosity, Dad, how much do you pay in wages each month? Quite a substantial amount, over 2 million a month. Such a sum. How many employees do you have? Wang Yin responded, somewhat astonished. A total of over 400 workers are required, primarily due to the significant number of laborers needed. Previously, there were several vertical shafts that demanded a greater workforce, while the open-pit mine required fewer hands. Zhang Weihao calculated that, excluding management positions, each worker should receive approximately 3,000 to 4,000, which is slightly higher than the wages of state-owned miners at present. At noon, Zhang Guoqing brought his wife and daughter to the mine's cafeteria for a meal, where everyone referred to him as Director Zhang. Upon entering the cafeteria, they found a considerable queue of workers waiting for their meals. Under the invitation of Section Chief Wang, they proceeded to a private room on the 2nd floor, which was already laden with a lavish spread of dishes. Alas, did we not mention that we are few and only require a modest amount of food? Zhang Guoqing remarked, shaking his head at the abundance laid before him. Director Zhang, considering your wife and son have made the journey to our mine, I thought it fitting to prepare some local specialties for you to sample. Section Chief Wang replied with a smile. We 3 shall not consume so much. It's best if you join us as well, so we may all indulge, he added. During the meal, Section Chief Wang was attentive and solicitous, while Zhang Guoqing appeared somewhat accustomed to the attentiveness, and Wang Yin felt slightly embarrassed, repeatedly insisting that it was unnecessary trouble. Observing Wang, Zhang Weihao was reminded of his past life, where one would serve leaders at meals like a mere automaton, turning the lazy Susan for them and refilling their drinks promptly. Oh, the plight of the working class. After the meal, the elder took the 2 to their dormitory. Though not large, it was clean and tidy. Zhang Weihao lay down for a brief rest before accompanying his father on a tour of the mine. As he stepped onto the gravel path of the open-pit mine, the coal slag mixed with the yellow earth gave way beneath his feet, each step resembling a tread upon a soft sponge. 100 meters away, the iron arm of an excavator was tearing through the surface, revealing deep brown coal seams beneath. The cutting sound was sharp, akin to nails scraping against glass. The wind, laden with coal dust, rushed toward him, prompting him to shield his face with his hand, only to find his fingers instantly coated in fine black particles. Coal trucks formed a long line, their engines rumbling, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As the tires rolled over the uneven terrain, splashes of coal slurry traced black parabolas in the sunlight, landing with a splat against the iron guardrail. Nearby, the conveyor belt emitted a piercing metallic screech. With coal cascading down like a dark waterfall, the dust rising to create a gray mist that blurred the distant mountains into obscurity. Weihao donned a mask as Wang Yin handed him a gauze mask she had taken from Section Chief Wang. After Weihao put on the mask, Section Chief Wang offered one to Zhang Guoqing, who declined, stating, "I relish the scent of coal." After touring the open pit mine, Zhang Weihao accompanied his father to the vertical shaft mine. While the vertical mine was not as dusty as the open pit, it posed significantly greater dangers. Zhang Guoqing merely brought them to the entrance, where he explained the production conditions of the vertical shaft. Curious, Zhang Weihao peered into the tunnel of the vertical mine, where the damp air carried a pungent mix of rust and coal tar. As a minecart passed, the sound of wheels clashing against the iron tracks reverberated in the narrow space, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. At the corner of the alleyway, several miners were laboriously transporting steel beams. Their work attire was thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to their backs in patches of black and gray, while the skin around their necks glistened with coal dust. As one of them looked up, Zhang Weihao discerned the bloodshot whites of his eyes, with corners stained by uncleaned coal powder. When he grinned, a set of teeth, darkened by coal, was revealed. Occasionally, miners emerged from the shaft in a steady stream, their safety helmets devoid of light, their bodies covered in coal dust. One miner removed his mask, revealing 2 white imprints on his face. The phlegm he coughed up was mingled with fine coal debris, leaving dark marks on the ground. Even having lived 2 lives, it was Zhang Weihao's first time observing miners from such proximity. He recalled a phrase his father often uttered in his previous life: "Coal miners earn money in the realm of the living, yet toil in the realm of the dead." For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Weihao felt a pang of sorrow. Was this how his father had upheld the entire family in his past life? Fortunately, in this life, he had lent his father a helping hand, sparing him from such arduous labor. "Dad, you must treat the workers a little better, even more so," he said, leaving a few of them momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting to the departing workers, all falling silent. Chapter 35. Establishing his own company upon returning to the dormitory. Zhang Weihao's heart was tumultuous with lingering emotions. Although he had lived 2 lives, it was the first time he scrutinized the mining community so closely. Those faces, layered with coal dust, were like the ravines carved by time's chisel. Their rough, cracked hands bore the weight of calluses, each line etched deeply with coal particles and the burdens of life. These were not merely the bodies of laborers, but the very spines of countless households. Beneath the veil of coal dust, perhaps lay the worries of a father regarding his children's tuition, a mother's concern for her family's sustenance, and the youthful longing for the world beyond the mine. A complex array of emotions surged within Zhang Weihao's chest, akin to a pot of bitter tea boiling over. In this moment, he finally comprehended the fear reflected in his parents' eyes in his previous life. Despite being accepted into a mediocre school and spending money to secure connections, they exerted every effort to pull him away from the unfathomable depths of the mine. It turned out that, in his parents' hearts, the coal mine was never a viable means of livelihood, but a black hole that devoured hope, a chasm built on blood and sweat that might not yield light. The winding tunnels underground were, for his parents, a perilous abyss more terrifying than any treacherous mountain path. Those flickering miners' lamps, in their eyes, perhaps forever cast a shadow tinged with blood. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Zhang Weihao rubbed the coal dust that had somehow adhered to his pant leg, suddenly recalling the howling wind at the mine's entrance. Within that wind was the fateful essence of generations steeped in coal dust, the sighs of countless families awaiting dawn in the darkness. A question arose within him. Was it divine providence that granted him a second chance at life, merely to rectify the regrets of his past and ensure a smoother existence in this life, or to behold the sights he had not witnessed before? No, it should not be so. The gifts of fate might harbor deeper expectations. Perhaps he could assist more people. That evening, while dining with his parents, Zhang Weihao broached his thoughts. "Dad, I believe you should consider establishing a company of your own." Zhang Guoqing was savoring a bowl of ribs when he heard the remark, his chopsticks suspended midair. "You spend your days dreaming of fanciful ideas. Is excelling in your studies not enough?" His eyes, cast sideways at his son, reflected his skepticism. Zhang Weihao ladled more rib soup into his father's bowl, carefully pushing the floating oil to the edge. "Now that your income is ample, it is indeed an opportune moment to embark on a venture. Moreover, mother has resigned from the mine, with a company to support her. She could find some work to do." Before he could finish, his mother paused, her hand gripping the ladle, ripples of uncertainty surfacing in her gaze. But mother knows nothing about it, Wang Yin remarked, biting her chopsticks. Yet Zhang Weihao discerned a glimmer of hope in her tone. You can learn, he urged, seizing the moment, his gaze shifting between his parents. Father can oversee as chairman, while mother manages the finances. One focuses outward, the other inward. Isn't that preferable to working for someone else? Besides, we cannot spend our lives toiling for others. We must also build our own legacy, mustn't we? Zhang Guoqing wiped his mouth and instinctively reached for the cigarettes in his pocket. Easier said than done. Starting a company involves navigating business registrations, tax obligations, and acquiring licenses, all of which require financial investment. What if we incur losses? Before he could finish, his hand, poised to ignite the lighter, was gently restrained by his mother, her typically gentle eyes now radiating an uncommon resolve. Your father, I believe Weihao speaks with reason. When you ventured into the mines, I began weaving nets. Did we not start from nothing? Now that conditions have improved, why should we not give it a try? Besides, I cannot bear to stay at home all day alone. But the crux is, what kind of company can we establish? My entire life has revolved around coal mining. I lack knowledge in other areas. Zhang Guoqing mused, puffing on his cigarette, the ember flickering under the light. Wang Yin set her chopsticks down, her gaze fixed intently on her son. Zhang Weihao, gripping his glass, pondered, why not start with something related to mining? How can we open a mining company without a mine? Are we to simply set up an empty shell? Mining is not solely about extraction. Zhang Weihao leaned forward, animated. There are avenues such as coal trading, transportation, and equipment leasing, all viable paths. We may not have a mine now, but we can lay the groundwork for future opportunities. We cannot wait for fortune to fall into our laps, only to scramble for pots and pans at that moment. But your father is currently employed by Boss Zhou. All the things you speak of, he already does himself. I suggest you focus your energies on your studies. Matters of earning are not for you to worry about yet. Zhang Guoqing resumed his lecture, grateful that he had performed well academically in his lifetime. Otherwise, his father would certainly have insisted he study diligently, never allowing him to take this step. Zhang Weihao understood that establishing a company is not something that can be resolved in a moment, and he refrained from further discussion. However, his mother, Wang Yin, seemed to hesitate repeatedly, which brought a smile to Zhang Weihao's face. It appeared that the work would indeed have to be pursued through her. After dinner, Zhang Weihao returned to the small dormitory his father had prepared, curling up on the iron-framed bed to reflect on the myriad experiences of his past life, attempting to identify any potential opportunities. Outside, the searchlights in the mining district sliced through the night, and he watched the shadows of trees dancing on the ceiling, deconstructing the stories he had heard and the transformations he had witnessed. Ultimately, he could not conjure any suitable opportunities and decided to abandon the endeavor. The following noon, Zhou Youfu entered the cafeteria, his polished leather shoes gleaming, followed closely by a chef carrying a thermos box. Dear sister-in-law, our private mine has limited conditions, so please bear with us. Zhou Youfu greeted warmly, continuously adding oil-braised prawns to Wang Yin and Zhang Weihao's bowls amidst the steaming delicacies on the table. Zhang Weihao gazed at the abalone on his plate, a rare delicacy in the mining district, likely ordered specifically by Zhou Youfu from a hotel in the provincial capital. Zhou's generosity was truly commendable. You are too kind, brother Zhou. We have never tasted such dishes at the state-run mine. Wang Yan's hands trembled slightly as she held her chopsticks, her eyes crinkling with gratitude. Oh, this is nothing. Once we reach the provincial capital, I will take you to savor an authentic abalone and shark fin feast. Zhang Weihao stirred his spoon, the amber broth enveloping the fresh ingredients wafting delightful aromas past his nose, yet a complex sentiment stirred within him. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended the significance of choice outweighing effort. In his previous life, his father toiled for decades in the state-run mine, laboring under coal dust to attain a mere deputy position. Meanwhile, the team leader who had worked alongside Zhou Youfu had long surpassed him in social standing during the expansion of private mines. Fortuitously, in this life, he managed to lend his father a push at the crossroads of fate. Outside, the rumble of coal trucks and the laughter of workers wove a rough symphony of the marketplace. Zhang Weihao watched as Zhou Youfu wiped his spoon with a napkin before serving Wang Yin a bowl of mushroom soup. Sister-in-law, do have more. This soup is nourishing. Zhou Youfu's voice, roughened by the mining district, softened when he spoke of health, as if afraid to startle something delicate. Sunlight streamed through the dusty window panes, casting a net of light and shadow across Zhou Youfu's weathered face. Zhang Weihao recalled the scene at his father's retirement banquet in his previous life, where the elder sighed at his deputy certificate, and now, at the same table, the gears of destiny were quietly turning. Not everyone possesses the ability to transform the world, but perhaps by grasping the hands offered by those around us, one might chart a different course. Chapter 36. Products used by over half the nation. During Zhang Weihao's stay at the mine where Zhang Guoqing worked, he glimpsed the grand intricacies of coal mining operations. Each dawn, dozens of trucks laden with raw coal lined up at the storage yard, a steel dragon winding out of the mining district. The roar of diesel engines awakening the slumbering mountains. When the blaster pressed the detonator, the sound of the detonating cord reverberated like thunder across the plains, causing fragments to tumble from the cliffs, and amidst the rising dust, the black gold glimmered in the morning sun, akin to flowing fire cleaved from the earth. Witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, Zhang Weihao recalled a phrase from a short video in his past life. Oh my, it's all about that. As the school year approached, Zhang Weihao and his mother, Wang Yan, set out for home. The August winds of Inner Mongolia, laden with cold dust, swept past the platform, lifting the iron sheets of the waiting shed with a piercing shriek. Zhou Youfu had driven to see them off. The trunk filled not only with local specialties, but also with brand new sets of sportswear. Back home, Wang Yan seemed somewhat dazed, while Zhang Weihao, after resting for a night, headed straight to Zhou Haitao's internet CAF. How, have you had your fill of fun? Zhou Haitao, affectionately embracing his girlfriend, grinned with a mischievous smile upon spotting Zhang Weihao entering from behind. The girl, feeling embarrassed, wished to rise from his lap, yet he tightened his embrace around her waist, pressing her back into place, her ears flushed with a hue so vibrant it seemed as if they might bleed. Tao, living a rather indulgent life, leisurely swirled the cola in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the animated game visuals on the computer screen. Zhou Haitao, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, coughed out a muffled sound. Stop the nonsense. In that region of Inner Mongolia, are camels not roaming freely? He tossed the cigarette towards his companion, who shook his head in refusal. Undeterred, he lit his own cigarette, and amidst the rising smoke, tapped the monitor. Get online. It's been ages since we gamed together. As Zhang Weihao logged into his QQ account, the penguin icon in the taskbar began to bounce frantically. The moment he clicked it, a flood of messages surged in. Predominantly inquiries of "Are you there?" and "Why haven't you replied?" Yet, the most recent message bore a hint of caution. "What have you been up to lately? Is everything all right?" The signature remained that of a username long lost to time. "I'm visiting relatives in another province," Zhang Weihao quickly typed in response. Casually opening the login interface, Zhou Haitao leaned in to observe him inputting his username and suddenly pointed at the screen, laughing derisively. "Your online friend ISNTA girl. Is she? Always pestering you with questions, more diligent than my girlfriend checking up on me." No sooner had he spoken than the girl behind him pinched his arm, eliciting an exaggerated yelp from him. Meanwhile, within an office building in Pengcheng, Chairman Zhao sat anxiously before the active user data of QQ. On a genuine leather sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows, he held a custom business smartphone, his fingers hovering uncertainly above the keyboard. Initially, he typed, "Why haven't you replied to my messages?" but reconsidered, feeling it too accusatory. After much contemplation, he revised it to, "Haha, so you're visiting relatives. I hope all is well with your family." Before sending, he meticulously reviewed the punctuation, ensuring his tone was sufficiently gentle before finally pressing the send button. During the 3 minutes of waiting for a reply, he unconsciously rubbed the edge of his phone. When the words "It's all right" illuminated the screen, a smile suddenly broke across Chairman Zhao's face, the fine lines around his eyes relaxing, leaving his companion astonished. Such joy from Zhao indicated the successful closure of a new investment, perhaps? Tentatively inquiring, the companion's gaze involuntarily drifted to the incessantly vibrating phone. There sat their financial backer, akin to a schoolboy eagerly awaiting a response from a crush, holding the phone and repeatedly scrolling through the messages. The cigar nestled between his fingers forgotten, ash cascading onto his bespoke trousers. One couldn't help but wonder if Chairman Zhao was engaging in online flirtation, contemplating whether to warn him that it might be a man in disguise. After all, he himself had donned the guise of a young girl for the sake of QQ. But that was purely for the company, for his aspirations. "Busy, are you? Guess what I'm using to message you?" Chairman Zhao promptly replied. "Your phone, of course." Zhang Weihao thought without hesitation. knowing that such a question could only arise if he were not at his computer. How did you know? Zhao inquired. Didn't I mention that the mobile version just launched? I'm among the first users. Trends, my friend. The owner of QQ is quite remarkable. Zhang Weihao reminisced about the previous life of the Penguin Company, a colossal entity that, through its iconic penguin and green bubbles, established an unassailable position in the fierce realm of internet commerce. Regardless of its developmental trajectory, it undeniably facilitated long-distance communication for the people of the nation. I see you hold Penguin Company in high regard, he noted. Upon reading Zhang Weihao's response, Chairman Zhao glanced at him, a puzzled expression crossing his face. As Zhang Weihao observed the barrage of follow-up questions in the dialogue box, he was suddenly reminded of a scene from his past life on the subway, a carriage full of passengers engrossed in their phones. An elderly man sending voice messages to his grandson using the green bubbles, a delivery man intently navigating the penguin map, and even a homeless person holding up a payment code, pleading for kindness. He typed, "Penguin is an exceptionally formidable company." On the other side of the screen, Chairman Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. His gaze lingered on the words "exceptionally formidable" as he gently traced the elegant texture of his leather phone case with his fingertip. New notifications from the Penguin app popped up, yet he was oblivious until a cough disrupted the silence. "Chairman Zhao, you have a meeting with Mr. Li from Xinchuang Investment regarding financing today. It has been postponed." Without lifting his head, Chairman Zhao's fingers danced across the keyboard, pondering, how formidable. Just how formidable. Well, the mobile version of Penguin will transform the way people in the country interact. Just imagine, half the nation utilizing Penguin's products. Isn't that remarkable? Not just remarkable, but also incredibly profitable. Chairman Zhao glanced again, visibly taken aback by Zhang Weihao's assertions. If, indeed, as Zhang Weihao claimed, half the population were to use Penguin's products, it would surely be both impressive and lucrative. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under Chairman Zhao's scrutiny, Zhang Weihao inquired. "Do you have any questions, Chairman Zhao?" No. You carry on with your tasks. Do not mind me." Chairman Zhao replied hurriedly, maintaining his politeness. He did not heed Chairman Zhao's dismissal and resumed his own work, settling onto the sofa while pulling out his phone to access Penguin. Engaging in a conversation with someone unknown, the two sat several feet apart, each absorbed in the glow of their screens, reminiscent of a silent assembly in a modern gathering, each person thriving in their own unique way. Haha, let me share a secret. Would you like to hear it? Chairman Zhao, buoyed by Zhang Weihao's admiration for Penguin, felt a sense of kinship developing. Go ahead. If you wish to speak, do so, Zhang Weihao replied, indifferent to gossip. Chapter 37. Requesting a signed photo from Zhang Weihao's nonchalant demeanor doused Chairman Zhao's rekindled enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the warmth he had begun to feel. A sudden wave of frustration surged within him as he felt his warmth met with a cold shoulder. After all, he held a respectable position. He had intended to share heartfelt words, only to feel as though he was playing a lute to a cow. After a moment's contemplation, he typed furiously, "I have invested in Penguin." Thinking to himself, now that you exalt Penguin so highly, this should leave you astounded. Zhang Weihao indeed paused for a brief moment, though his mind conjured images of various self-proclaimed moguls from his past life, who would boast of having shared tea with this or that figure, only to misidentify the very person in question. With a slight smirk, he leisurely typed, "Congratulations to you then." At last, a thoughtful clapping emoji was added, akin to congratulating a child who, after purchasing an iced tea, has won another bottle. Chairman Zhao stared at his phone screen, rolling his eyes, wishing he could reach through the call and give the young man a good shake by the ear, particularly that clapping emoji, which he found rather distasteful. He couldn't help but retort, much like a cat whose tail has just been stepped on, "I'm not joking. I'm right at the Penguin headquarters right now." Zhang Weihao glanced at the message, casually opened the strategy guide for Miracle Sent by Zhou Haitao, and replied without lifting his head, "I'm currently having grilled kidneys with Buffett." The other end fell silent, leaving only the Penguin icon blinking in the taskbar, mirroring Chairman Zhao's mixed emotions at that moment. Suddenly, a blurry photo popped up in the Penguin chat box, causing Zhang Weihao's pupils to contract sharply. In the image, a man in a checkered shirt stood at the door of an office in Huiqiangbai. On the wall, a crumpled paper with the Tencent Technology logo was stuck, while a few young people in the background were tapping away at an old computer. Goodness! The moment Zhang Weihao saw the photo, his jaw nearly struck the keyboard. The technology of 2001 was still at a stage where images were edited with erasers. The pixelation in this photo was unmistakable. The man in the checkered shirt, arms crossed, flashed a bright smile, reminiscent of those often seen in financial news of the future. "Brother Tao, you play for a bit." Zhang Weihao hurriedly declined Zhou Haitao's gaming invitation, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Where was this taken? As soon as he sent the message, he realized that his right hand was uncontrollably shaking in excitement. In 2001, Tencent was still nestled in a small house in Shenzhen's Huiqiangbai, with registered users barely surpassing 10 million, struggling even to pay salaries. Huiqiangbai Seg Technology Park. Chairman Zhao sent a smoking emoji, the pixelated smoke swirling in the chat box. How much was invested? What is the stake? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Weihao's eyes remained glued to the screen without blinking. The reply came slowly, with the cursor blinking for half a minute before a line of text appeared. 2.5 million US. 30. Zhang Weihao gasped, prompting Zhou Haitao to think he was choked by smoke. In 2001, a 2.5 million US investment. Who on earth was this netizen? Zhou Haitao leaned over to look at the screen, nearly dropping his cigarette. Wow, is your netizen really that boastful? Zhang Weihao stared intently at the blurry photo, his gaze fixed on the man in the picture. He swallowed hard. In 2001, there was no photo editing, and such internal scenes were impossible to find online. This photo was likely genuine. Let him boast. Isn't that what the internet is for? He maintained a tough facade, yet his fingers uncontrollably zoomed in on the image, even catching the lip print on the coffee cup of the programmer in the background. As he typed, "Incredible. You'll never have to worry about your life. Or rather, your descendants will never have to worry." He felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. In his office, Chairman Zhao held his customized phone and laughed heartily, startling those around him. This notoriously stoic figure in the investment world, at this moment, had laugh lines deep enough to catch a fly. What delightful news had Chairman Zhao just encountered? With cautious inquiry, he cast a glance at the penguin icon displayed on the other person's phone screen. "Oh, our Zhao family shall depend on you henceforth." Chairman Zhao chuckled heartily, his gold-rimmed glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. "I have never been this exhilarated since my investment in Google." The remark startled him so much that his phone nearly slipped from his grasp. Speaking of which, our previous conversation has indeed solidified my resolve to invest in the penguin. Zhang Weihao, upon reading the reply, scrolled back through their chat history, realizing that the initial tone had indeed revolved around the penguin. Haha, that is merely your foresight. Using honorifics for the first time, Zhang Weihao felt a surge of curiosity towards his enigmatic online acquaintance. "I had intended to invite you to invest alongside me, but you never responded to my messages." The new message elicited an eye roll from Zhang Weihao. How could he invest when he had nothing to contribute? "In light of my encouragement for your investment, could you procure a signed photo from Zhang for me?" Having lived through a second life, Zhang Weihao took a deep breath and quickly recovered from his astonishment. He pondered, what of investing in the penguin? He was privy to the trends of the coming decades. By the way, are you seeking his autograph for what purpose? Chairman Zhao mused, thinking that he ought to request one for himself as well, having invested in the penguin too. Indeed, anyone capable of creating penguin products must be extraordinary. I am a fan of his. Then why not mine? I am not your fan. At that moment, Chairman Zhao resembled a petulant child, reflecting on his own status as a financially liberated, renowned patriotic investor. The tone of the other party's conversation was dismissive, failing to acknowledge his stature. Even though he had already claimed to have invested in the penguin, the familiarity was irksome. What do you mean by that? The literal meaning. If you help, then help. If not, so be it. I'm heading home. Zhang Weihao mused that in this life, leveraging his advantages, he could simply seek out an autograph himself after achieving financial independence. The era of the internet was upon them, heralding 3 decades of economic ascendance for the nation. He wondered how far he could progress in this life. Subsequently, Zhang Weihao exited the penguin conversation, exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Haitao, and returned home, realizing that with school approaching, his summer homework remained unfinished. Hey, wait a moment. Chairman Zhao, awaiting Zhang Weihao's response, noticed the other person's avatar had turned gray, almost causing him to throw his phone in frustration. Chairman Zhao, although we engage in real-time online chats, one must remain vigilant. The internet can be a realm of both truth and deception. Observing Chairman Zhao frowning at his phone one moment and grinning foolishly at the screen the next, one could not help but worry that if Chairman Zhao were deceived by an online user, the blame might fall upon them. What deception! It was that optimistic online user from last time, who kept praising you and even requested a signed photo, treating you like an idol. Chairman Zhao's words sparked a hint of embarrassment in Zhang Weihao, yet he remained intrigued by the chairman's mysterious online acquaintance. Could you kindly provide me with a few signed photographs? Despite the irritation, Chairman Zhao still managed to secure a signed photo for Zhang Weihao. Upon returning home, Zhang Weihao reclined on his bed, pondering who had invested in Penguin in his previous life. He vaguely recalled it being a foreign consortium. Who, indeed? Could this enigmatic online acquaintance be? Chapter 38. Adult Training Class. It was the first day of school in the second year of junior high, and Zhang Weihao, clad in the latest Nike street dance apparel, stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection. This ensemble was something he had never owned in his previous life. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he shouldered his backpack and made his way to school. As soon as Zhang Weihao entered the classroom, he drew the attention of his classmates. Standing at a height of 175 meters, coupled with his handsome features, he exuded the aura of a quintessential sunny boy. Hardly had he settled into his seat when Li Qian rushed over, incessantly inquiring why he had been absent throughout the holiday. While Zhang Weihao was engaged in conversation with Li Qian, Lin Xiaoqiao appeared at the classroom door. Having not seen each other for over a month, she seemed to have matured significantly. How? Why didn't you visit Brother Zhou during the holiday? She teased, observing Li Qian and Zhang Weihao together. I went to Ming Province to see my dad, he replied. Oh, that explains it. How is Uncle? My dad mentioned he wanted to prepare a lavish meal to properly host Uncle and Auntie, expressing gratitude for your help with my studies. Oh. Please tell Uncle not to be so polite, Zhang Weihao replied, engaging in casual banter with Lin Xiaoqiao. Yet, he noticed that Lin Xiaoqiao would glance at Li Qian after every sentence. Turning around, Zhang Weihao saw Li Qian glaring at Lin Xiaoqiao, her expression dark with displeasure. Lin Xiaoqiao, seemingly triumphant, even leaned closer to Zhang Weihao deliberately. What are you doing? That's crossing the line, he stammered, feeling a surge of distraction in the warm summer air. All right, class is about to begin, he quickly interjected, rushing into the classroom and taking a few deep breaths. Vixen, Li Qian remarked, her brow furrowed as she glared at Lin Xiaoqiao. Lin Xiaoqiao responded playfully, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face. Like a victorious general, she held her head high as she returned to her classroom, leaving Li Qian fuming in frustration. During the first lesson of the new semester, teachers urged everyone to focus and study diligently, as the second year of junior high was deemed pivotal. However, Zhang Weihao found himself overwhelmed by Li Qian's incessant questions about his relationship with Lin Xiaoqiao. Not wanting to hurt the young girl's feelings, he could only engage in light conversation with her. As the school bell rang, Li Qian followed Zhang Weihao, insisting that she hadn't understood the day's lesson and demanding him to tutor her. Tutoring, indeed. Zhang Weihao thought to himself bitterly. I see you're just eager to learn English. Oh, I didn't quite grasp what the teacher explained today either. What if I explain it wrong? Let me study it at home first, and if you have any questions, we can help each other, he suggested, feigning ignorance while secretly planning to study on his own. Indeed, the heart of a young girl remains pure and innocent. Upon hearing Zhang Weihao's words, she eagerly exclaimed, Then I shall return and study diligently. Let us study together when the time comes. All right. After successfully sending Li Qian away, Lin Xiaoqiao crouched by the path Zhang Weihao took to return home, holding a bottle of soda. As she spotted Zhang Weihao approaching, she joyfully ran towards him. Here, observing the radiant smile on Lin Xiaoqiao's face, Zhang Weihao said nothing further and accepted the soda. Lin Xiaoqiao beamed even brighter, chattering animatedly about her summer activities until they reached the doorstep of Zhang Weihao's home. You must be thirsty. Why not come up and continue our conversation? Zhang Weihao suggested, pointing towards the entrance. Lin Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed, and she bid him farewell. Skipping happily back to her own home, Zhang Weihao watched her lively and endearing figure, shaking his head with an amused smile. As he reached the second floor, he glanced out through the corridor window, watching Lin Xiaoqiao's silhouette vanish at the street corner, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Mom, I'm home, Zhang Weihao called, tossing his backpack onto the sofa. Noticing the absence of his mother in the living room, he raised his voice. Weihao, you're back. Wang Yin emerged from her bedroom, surprisingly wearing glasses, with her notebook filled to the brim with intricate interest formulas. Mom, are you studying interest? Zhang Weihao raised an eyebrow at the crooked calculations in her notebook. Ahem, I was just pondering idly, Wang Yin replied, her ears turning crimson as she hurriedly closed the notebook. Didn't you help me calculate interest last time? I thought I might learn to do it myself. That's great, Mom. Zhang Weihao gave her a thumbs up, though his mind drifted back to the capital frenzy that began in the coal industry in 2002. A golden opportunity for many coal bosses to amass their initial wealth. Oh dear, I was so caught up in calculations. Wang Yin suddenly slapped her forehead and rushed into the kitchen, nearly knocking over a bottle of oil. How about we have potato and beef stew for lunch? The yellow beef Uncle Zhou gave us is still frozen in the fridge. Zhang Weihao followed her into the kitchen, taking the knife from her hands. Let me handle the meat. You can relax and guide me. By the way, Mom, if you want to learn about these things, you could enroll in an adult education class that teaches practical finance. No way. Wang Yin quickly waved her hands, tightening her apron strings. With my elementary school diploma, I can't go to class. I'd be the laughingstock. Who says that? Zhang Weihao chopped the beef into even cubes, the hum of the range hood underscoring his determination. In the future, when our family starts a company, you will be the financial director. And you need to grasp cash flow management and tax planning. Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the potential of her son's dreams. The knife paused on the cutting board as she gazed at her son's earnest profile. Weihao, do you truly believe our family can establish a company? She wiped her hands. Of course, Zhang Weihao replied, tossing the beef into the hot oil, the sizzling sound releasing a rich, savory aroma. With coal prices expected to continue rising, we are laying the groundwork now. Perhaps one day we can even invest in Uncle Zhou's mine. Wang Yin looked into her son's eyes, reflecting a spark of ambition, and suddenly recalled her own dreams as a 14-year-old apprentice in a tailor shop, vowing to make a name for herself. Let us eat first. She piled 3 pieces of beef into her son's bowl. When your father returns, we shall discuss our plans in earnest. Indeed, regarding the adult training program you mentioned, I am not well acquainted with the one in our county. But I am certain that there are opportunities in the provincial capital. Perhaps you could ask your uncle to inquire further. Zhang Weihao absent-mindedly pushed his rice around, reminiscing about his mother's agile demeanor while working at the courier station in his previous life. A trip to the provincial capital is in order. She added a spoonful of soup to her son's bowl, her expression fraught with concern. Zhang Weihao set down his chopsticks, aware of his mother's worries. It was simply the fear of him being left alone, managing his own sustenance, without anyone to care for him. Mom, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of further education. You are currently not employed, and acquiring a skill would be beneficial. Even if we do not establish a company, you could obtain an accounting qualification and secure a position as an accountant in the future, which would certainly be advantageous. He recognized that his mother's execution ability surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Perhaps she merely lacked a suitable platform. Chapter 39. The Closed Coal Mine in the Afternoon. Zhang Weihao attended school, while Wang Yin resumed her contemplation with a notebook in hand. After considerable deliberation, she dialed her younger brother's number. During the first history lesson, Zhang Weihao fixated on an illustration of Watt's improved steam engine in his textbook. Yet the roaring of loaders from the mining district echoed in his ears. Subconsciously, he sketched the outline of a tracked excavator on a scrap of paper, recalling the coal mining machine imported from Japan at the Zhouyofu mine. Its colossal drum devouring coal seams and spewing forth glimmering black gold onto the conveyor belt. The hallmark of the first industrial revolution was the widespread application of the steam engine, but the history teacher's voice was abruptly drowned out by a thunderous rumble. A boy at the back of the classroom suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Is there an earthquake?" The desks and chairs creaked as they swayed, while a girl in the front row screamed, clutching her textbook, and outside, the poplars danced wildly in the force of the wind. "Silence!" the history teacher shouted, rushing into the hallway, and Zhang Weihao caught a glimpse of her silhouette swaying amidst the gusts. In the distance, a plume of light gray smoke billowed from the direction of the rear mountain, carrying the familiar scent of coal dust, a distinctive aroma associated with explosives. As the bell rang, the class erupted like a disturbed beehive, flooding onto the rooftop. Zhang Weihao squeezed his way to the railing, witnessing the dusty mountain road where over a dozen olive-green military trucks whizzed by, laden with armed police officers, their riot shields glinting coldly in the sunlight. "It must be a military exercise," shouted several boys, pointing at the smoke rising from the mountain. Zhang Weihao's gaze lingered on the smoke halfway up the slope, which once comprised communal land for the villagers of Heihu Mountain. At this moment, The cracked surface revealed dark brown coal seams. Suddenly, he recalled a bizarre tale his father had drunkenly recounted in his previous life. On a newlywed couple's wedding night, their bed had collapsed into an underground coal mine, and the couple had tumbled into the coal heap, becoming a humorous anecdote at the mining district's tables. This could not simply be an exercise. Zhang Weihao clenched the railing, realizing it was an operation to demolish illegal coal mines. Laughter erupted among his classmates. How do you know? Is it your family's operation? Zhang Weihao remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the scattered mine entrances on the rear mountain. The sunlight of 2001 shone brightly, yet it failed to illuminate the black cavities hidden within the mountainside. Caverns filled with villagers' homemade explosives, rudimentary ventilation systems, and an insatiable thirst for wealth. He suddenly recalled his father's words. Small coal mines are like parasites within the mountains, feeding off blood money. On the way home from school, a cordon had already been established at the village entrance. Zhang Weihao, from behind the barricade, witnessed armed police officers spray painting the character in red at the entrance of a cave. A few villagers, donned in safety helmets, were ushered into a police vehicle, one of whom wore an old work uniform emblazoned with the words coal mine. This was the attire discarded by the state-owned mine, now ironically worn by an illegal mine owner. It was rumored that a tunnel had breached the state-owned mine, nearly resulting in tragedy. Old Mr. Wang, who sold ice cream, shook his head, recalling how just last month he saw them hauling coal with a tractor. Now it was all over. As night fell, a muffled explosion echoed from the back mountain. Zhang Weihao stood on the balcony, witnessing flames shoot skyward, painting the clouds a deep crimson, reminiscent of a wound oozing blood. His mother called him to dinner from the kitchen, while the television broadcasted the evening news. The State Council convened a meeting on production safety, demanding the resolute dismantling of illegal small coal mines. As he bit into his mother's sweet and sour ribs, he suddenly recalled the lament of his father's colleague from a previous life. It is truly a pity about those blasted coal mines. In that moment, savoring the evening breeze of 2001, he finally comprehended the weight of those words. Certain wealth, burgeoning in a savage manner, was destined to yield to the explosive sounds heralding a more regulated future. Yet, in the next era, the Heihu mountain mine indeed reopened, transforming into a large-scale coal mine with an annual output of several million tons. He envisioned the massive stone monument that would later stand at the entrance of Heihu Mountain Village. Inscribed in gilded letters, Heihu Mountain Coal Mine, annual output of 3 million tons of high-quality thermal coal. The dilapidated cave currently sealed by armed police would, in due time, evolve into a modern mining area dotted with towering rigs, with the twists of fate hidden within the creases of time. At the time, following the closure of the small coal mines in Heihu Mountain Village, the state-owned mine sought to expand and dispatched a geological survey team for exploration. It was indeed ludicrous that the identity of that survey team was unknown. They hastily drilled a few holes at the sealed mine entrance, declaring the coal content insufficient and dismissing the matter. Subsequently, the village chief of Heihu Mountain Village, skeptical of such claims, took it upon himself to dig in his own fields, effortlessly uncovering coal. How could it be that the state-owned mine deemed the content inadequate? He discreetly engaged another geological team, investing considerable funds to conduct a thorough exploration of the area surrounding Heihu Mountain Village. The new geological team concluded that beneath Heihu Mountain Village lay a wealth of coal seams, with a total output reaching tens of millions of tons. The village chief, astute as he was, kept the exploration report hidden, revealing not a word to anyone, and quietly began to contract all the land available in the village. Fields, barren slopes, wild hills, and even the homesteads of several families were all acquired by him under various pretexts. The villagers assumed he was merely pursuing a side venture, unaware that this seemingly unassuming old man, often found squatting at the wall smoking a pipe, harbored a scheme darker than coal itself. He moved like a keen-scented badger, navigating through the gaps in policy. By day, he labored alongside the villagers in the fields, and by night, he scrutinized land contracts under the lamp, tracing the future boundaries of the mining area with his rough fingers on the map. He was mocked for purchasing so much land to cultivate rocks, yet he merely chuckled, biting down on his tobacco pipe, producing a rhythmic clatter. Beneath the surface, the black gold was simmering, while these short-sighted individuals could not even perceive the scent of coal ash. It was only when a convoy from a large coal enterprise thunderously entered the village that the villagers came to a sudden realization. The once humble village head now stood at the forefront, clad in gleaming leather shoes. The exploration report he brandished held more weight than any official seal. The CEO of the coal enterprise shook his hand vigorously, exclaiming, "You have bestowed upon us a mountain of gold." He recalled the village head's statement during a later interview. "I took the report to the state-owned mine, and they dismissed me, thinking what would a farmer know? Yet I knew the coal beneath would not deceive." That middle-aged man in a worn Zhongshan suit had exchanged the deeds he acquired for a staggering fortune of 20 million, transforming Heihu Mountain from an illegal mining area into a celebrated project. His father was enraged, cursing that an outsider had seized the mine at their doorstep. It seemed that upon the mining bureau learning of this, they immediately relieved the then mining chief of his duties. Zhang Weihao, absently twirling his chopsticks, suddenly froze while gazing at the ribs in his bowl. Was that village head, who had once profited immensely from the exploration report, still lounging against the village wall smoking his pipe? He abruptly set down his chopsticks, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. In this lifetime, the exploration report for Heihu Mountain ought to bear the Zhang name. It would be best if this mine were entirely under the Zhang banner. He merely hoped to avoid that director from the capital, who had a penchant for noodles with soybean paste. It was not until his mother, Wang Yan, called his name several times that Zhang Weihao came back to his senses. Chapter 40. Departing for the provincial city, what are you pondering so seriously? I called you several times. Wang Yan emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, the aroma of stewing beef wafting through the air. Oh, nothing much. Just recalling a math problem, Zhang Weihao replied, picking up a piece of potato as he spoke. Oh, did I interrupt you? Wang Yan suddenly appeared flustered, setting down her bowl and chopsticks, resembling a student who had erred. No, I've already come to terms with it. Zhang Weihao added a piece of meat to his mother's bowl. What were you saying just now? Today, I called your uncle, Wang Yan said. Her gaze fixed on the reflection in her bowl, her voice barely above a whisper as if fearing to startle someone, to inquire about that adult training class you mentioned. The chopsticks clinked against the bowl's edge. Zhang Weihao noticed the glimmer of hope in his mother's eyes. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized how absurdly he had behaved, never having assisted his family, only taking from them. Why should parents tread so carefully when seeking help from their children? As though it were an imposition? That is wonderful. Zhang Weihao put down his chopsticks and grasped his mother's hand. Once we hear back from Uncle, I will accompany you to the provincial city to select a school. Really? What about your father's side? I'll handle things with my father, Zhang Weihao replied, stuffing a mouthful of rice into his mouth and deliberately chewing with bulging cheeks. Besides, your son is already in the second year of junior high. He can take care of himself. I can't let it be that I'll be a boss in the future and not know how to use financial software. Wang Yan chuckled, the creases at the corners of her eyes softening. You're such a tease. I'm just worried you want to eat well. Rest assured. Zhang Weihao lifted the empty bowl and shook it slightly. How about I demonstrate self-sufficient cooking for the hot dishes now? He rose to fetch the slightly cooled egg drop soup and made his way to the kitchen, only to catch a glimpse of his mother discreetly wiping her eyes. Steam rose from the pot, and as Zhang Weihao gazed at the bubbling soup, memories of his mother delivering packages in winter flooded his mind. In the frigid 10-degree weather, she wore thin, fingerless gloves, delivering parcels with frostbite that cracked and bled, yet hesitated to buy a pair of padded gloves. Mom, he offered the warmed soup, his voice muffled in the steam. You don't have to be so cautious anymore. Do whatever you wish. I will always support you. Wang Yan looked up and noticed the moisture on her son's eyelashes. She suddenly reached out to touch his head, feeling that his hair had grown coarser since last year. Unbeknownst to them, the little child who once clung to her leg in tears had grown into a young man standing before her, offering to take charge. Outside, the streetlights in the mining area flickered to life. Observing his mother cradling the soup bowl, Zhang Weihao felt an extraordinary sense of stability in this meal. Some paths must be learned by parents to let go, and some dreams require children to give a gentle push. Hurry and eat, don't let it cool. Wang Yan added a piece of meat to his bowl. Once I learn accounting, you can be the boss, and I'll be your financial director. What about Dad? Zhang Weihao raised his soup spoon to clink with his mother's. He'll be working for us. Laughter echoed between mother and son. Indeed. When Wang Yan mentioned learning accounting to Zhang Guoqing, a muffled complaint came from the other end of the line. I moved so far away to the mines in Meng province just to ensure you two live comfortably. If you run off again, what will happen to Weihao, who is still so young? Before he could finish, Zhang Weihao saw his mother's hand tremble with the phone. her gaze wavering. "Dad, please listen." He took over the call, deliberately lightening his tone as if boasting to friends during a break. "I'm already in the second year of middle school. I can cook instant noodles, change light bulbs, and you don't need to worry about my studies." "Stop being cheeky." Zhang Guoqing's voice, raspy from work underground, replied, "I always feel like you're trying to get us to do things for you and your mother." The remark startled Zhang Weihao. Could his father really sense this? "That is not true," he insisted, stamping his foot in frustration. He caught sight of his mother's reddened eyes and softened his tone. "Dad, you always say that skills are never a burden. Now I'm acquiring knowledge. And Mom is learning skills. Once you retire, our family will be an intellectual household." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by the sound of a lighter flicking. Zhang Weihao knew his father was contemplating, a habitual sign of his deliberation. "Be honest." Zhang Guoqing suddenly lowered his voice. "Did you get into trouble at school? Are you trying to distract us?" "I swear on my honor." Zhang Weihao raised his right hand. "If I really got into trouble, you can come back and whip me with a belt." Besides, he stretched his words, "Once Mom learns to manage the accounts, when you receive bonuses, there will be professionals to assist you in planning." "You little rascal." Zhang Guoqing finally chuckled, a cough mingling with the sound of electricity. "All right then, if you really get into trouble, just wait and see how I handle you." In the instant the call ended, Wang Yin suddenly covered her mouth. Her husband's last words, "Take care," resonating with a heat that surpassed any sweet nothings. Zhang Weihao gazed at the tear stains at the corners of his mother's eyes, recalling a rainy night in a previous life when she was berated by a young manager at the courier station. Upon hearing the news, his father paced back and forth in the living room, gripping his phone tightly, his voice trembling as he finally called the offender. "Try saying that again. Do you believe I won't bring 20 brothers from the mine to block your company's entrance?" In that moment, he realized that beneath his father's rough hands and explosive temper lay a clumsy yet fervent desire to protect. People of that era often concealed their deep affections behind a veil of grumbling. His father would mutter, "Isn't it possible to buy a new one?" while his mother mended worn work clothes. Yet late at night, he would secretly repair the frayed cuffs with protective tape. His mother would nag his father about drinking less while preparing a cup of honey water to sober him up when he was drunk. His uncle had found a training school, confirmed to be located in the old district of the provincial capital. On Saturday morning at 6, Zhang Weihao stood with his mother at the intersection of the mining area, the streetlights still aglow, the bus's high beams cutting through the thin fog. Wang Yin slipped a boiled egg into his pocket, saying, "I was packing until 10 last night. You can catch a quick nap on the bus." "Did I keep you up?" She spoke to her son in such a manner. Zhang Weihao replied with irritation. As the bus rolled over the speed bumps at the highway toll station, he opened his eyes just in time. Outside, the provincial capital basked in bright sunlight. Tower cranes pierced the clouds like a steel forest, and the cars on the roads outnumbered the bicycles in the mining area. This was China in 2001, where every city was reconstructing its visage amidst scaffolding and dust. "We're here." Wang Yin peered out of the bus window and suddenly raised her hand. In the distance, under the shade of trees, his uncle stood on tiptoe waving, a youth beside him taller than he remembered, the belly beneath his white shirt stretching his belt into an arc ant. "Brother." When Zhang Yuping came running, his sneakers made a rustling sound against the ground. Zhang Weihao looked at his cousin's rounded shoulders and recalled a past life when he had sent his girlfriend to the hospital with a knee. Now, those formidable limbs clumsily grabbed at the luggage. "You've put on weight," Zhang Weihao teased, pinching his cousin's belly, which elicited a muffled grunt. Zhang Yuping muttered, "This is called being sturdy," as he took the egg offered by his mother and cracked it on his head. "This child." Wang Yin chuckled through her tears at the sight of him peeling the egg. Chapter 41. A warm harbor. His uncle patted Zhang Weihao's shoulder as they walked toward the bus stop, his middle-aged, paunchy belly pressing against Zhang Weihao's arm. "The training class is across from the old finance institute. I checked. You can pay the tuition in 3 installments. But why did you suddenly decide to learn this? Isn't staying home with nothing to do boring? I want to learn a skill." His uncle and mother walked ahead, while Zhang Yuping pulled out some dried meat from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Weihao. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sycamore trees, and Zhang Weihao inhaled the familiar scent. In a previous life, he had spent nearly 20 years learning and living here. The outline of the provincial capital overlapped with his memories. The station had yet to be renovated, the old signboards covered in dust, and the sanitation left much to be desired. "Sister, Weihao, what do you want to eat?" His uncle expertly led everyone toward the alley. Just a little snack will suffice. I'm not very hungry, Wang Yin said, softly caressing the strap of her canvas bag. Dad, I want to eat KFC, Wang Yuping said, gazing at the neon lights of the distant shopping mall. Why eat that? It's devoid of nutrition. Uncle frowned. As a father, if the child enjoys it, why not indulge him? Wang Yin interjected with a smile. Aunt, please treat Yuping to that KFC you mentioned. Hee, you're the best, Aunt. Ultimately, they did not go to KFC. In the provincial capital of 2001, fast food outlets were scarce, with the nearest one requiring 2 bus stops to reach. Uncle slapped his thigh and turned into a side street leading to a mutton restaurant. Let's have some hand-pulled mutton. It's authentic. At the dining table, Zhang Weihao finally comprehended why his cousin was so tall and robust. 2 pounds of hand-pulled mutton and a bowl of stewed noodles had nearly all vanished into Wang Yuping's stomach. The young lad devoured his meal, juices trickling down his chin, the oil in the bottom of the noodle bowl reflecting his silhouette, causing the proprietress to chuckle. This child eats with such enthusiasm. Zhang Weihao pondered whether to encourage his younger cousin to pursue a career as a food blogger. Many food bloggers in his previous life thrived in this field, allowing them to sample diverse cuisines while earning promotional fees from businesses. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality when his cousin burped, licking his greasy fingers. Upon arriving at the training school, the reception teacher appeared visibly taken aback upon learning Wang Yin was a complete novice. Yet, Zhang Weihao mused internally that this instructor was far more genuine than the online course salespeople from his previous life. Remembering his own experience of being misled during his second-tier construction examination, he clenched his fists. This time, he was determined to ensure his mother learned something substantial. Teacher, my mother has a weak foundation. Are there any one-on-one courses available? I don't mind paying a bit more. Yes, indeed. We happen to have a private coaching intensive program. The teacher replied. They ultimately settled on the private coaching intensive class. During the accommodation discussion, Wang Yin gestured dismissively at the price list. A 6-person room is sufficient. I get along well with others. However, Zhang Weihao directly signed the contract for a single room. How can you study well if you don't sleep properly? There's no need to pinch pennies. Dad has said he earns money for us to spend. As Wang Yin gazed at her signature on the contract, her eyes trembled, but she chose not to voice any objections. By the time they completed registration, it was already evening, and the teacher reminded them that classes would officially commence the following Monday. Wang Yin's grip on her attendance certificate suddenly tightened. Why is it so urgent? Although I signed up through gritted teeth, I haven't prepared anything yet. Zhang Weihao has classes next Monday too. Zhang Weihao gently patted his mother's back. It's all right, Mom. After completing the registration, Uncle led them into an urban village, where multicolored mops hung from the iron railings of the tenement building, and clotheslines crisscrossed overhead, forming a web, with the stench of sewage wafting from somewhere. Upon entering, Uncle busied himself with fetching tea leaves into an enamel basin. Sister, Weihao, I'm sorry to have you stay here. Wang Yin looked at the peeling walls and the windows patched with newspaper, suddenly recalling the mud brick house in the countryside where she lived before her marriage. With a leaky roof during rainy days, her mother had sewn her wedding dress by the light of a kerosene lamp in such a place. What are you saying? She patted her brother's hand. I'm not a princess. I'm not that precious. Yet, despite her words, her heart tightened when she saw Uncle pulling out a foldable metal bed from under the bed, an old piece of furniture from the 1980s. With the drawer handles long gone, tied together with a red string. Uncle, where's Aunt? Zhang Weihao crouched down to help his uncle straighten the wobbly table leg. Having gone to the construction site to cook, he would not return until 10 at night. His uncle pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack, but suddenly remembered his nephew was present, so he tucked it away. You all rest. I will go downstairs to buy a couple of watermelons. Wang Yan's fingertips brushed over the patches on the bedsheet, and she was suddenly reminded of her wedding 20 years ago, when her younger brother pressed 500 yuan into her hand. His fingers still stained with cement from the bricks. Back then, he declared, Sister, from now on you will enjoy a life of luxury with me. Now, gazing at the drafty windows and the peeling wardrobe, she realized those grand words about making big money through contracting were merely the youthful aspirations of a boy dreaming of the future. Outside, a tricycle collecting scrap clattered by, and she turned to see a faded elementary school graduation photo on the wall. Wang Yuping stood in front of the rural school's earthen structure, grinning foolishly in his worn blue and white uniform. The ivy creeping from the wall obscured the slogan "Study hard" in a half light. Let us eat out. The noodles at the place downstairs are quite good. Upon arriving at the restaurant, her uncle called out again, but Wang Yin grasped his wrist firmly. Don't waste money. She rummaged through the cupboard for some noodles and eggs, then sent Zhang Weihao downstairs for a block of tofu. With the soft light filtering in through the window, she stir-fried a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the narrow gas stove. By the time her aunt returned at 10 o'clock, her work pants were worn white at the knees, and the meat sandwich in her hand was still steaming. Sister, quick, try this. It's a new recipe I learned at the cafeteria on site. Seeing the dust on her sister-in-law's face, Wang Yin felt a pang of compassion. The next morning at 5, Wang Yin urged Zhang Weihao to pack his belongings. We need to catch the early bus. There are many things to do at home. The boy rubbed his eyes and mumbled, I can go back on my own, don't worry about it. But his mother had already neatly folded his change of clothes and stuffed them into his backpack, even wrapping his toothbrush tightly in a plastic bag. Unable to resist her insistence, Zhang Weihao stood at the bus stop with his backpack. In the morning mist, the outline of the apartment building gradually became clearer. His uncle waved from the entrance, and behind him, Wang Yuping still wore his pajamas, clutching an unfinished tea egg that their aunt had boiled early in the morning, saying it would be good to eat on the way. As the bus crossed the moat, the sun rose just above the horizon. Wang Yin suddenly opened her eyes and pulled out a cloth bag from her pocket, handing it to her son. There are 5 tea eggs inside. Eat them if you get hungry. Zhang Weihao noticed the red veins in his mother's eyes and recalled how she always claimed, I'm not tired, yet secretly wiped her tears in the kitchen on the day he was admitted to university. The shantytown outside gradually receded, and he held the cloth bag tightly to his chest. He understood that this journey to the provincial capital was not an end, but the beginning of a new chapter in his mother's life. Just as hope blooms from the patched bedsheets and the warmth of daily life in the apartment, it would eventually radiate a simple, yet brilliant light one morning. Having lived a second life, he seemed to gain a different understanding of existence. In this life, no matter how far he ventured, familial love would always be his warmest harbor. Chapter 42. Understanding the shadow. Returning to the mining area, the mother and son ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles downstairs. The steam from the beef bone soup obscured the glass, and Wang Yin found herself lost in thought, staring at the slices of radish in her bowl. It was only when Zhang Weihao added a spoonful of chili to her dish that she realized her chopsticks had yet to move. As she pushed open the front door, the sunlight slanted gracefully across the living room. Wang Yin opened the wardrobe, and the mingled scent of camphor balls and wood wafted toward her. She retrieved a neatly folded set of clothes, but hesitated as she prepared to pack them into her suitcase. Weihao, perhaps I should withdraw from that class, she murmured, glancing at the empty suitcase. Why would you do that? Zhang Weihao rummaged through the bookshelf, selecting a few new notebooks to add to the luggage. Mom, it's just. Wang Yin held the clothes in her hands, suddenly feeling that the decision was too rushed. You'll be home alone. And what if you don't eat well or sleep properly? Besides, can you really manage to learn with your mind as it is? The book says that in ancient times, Gan Luo was 12 when he became a high minister. Zhang Weihao placed the notebooks inside, asserting, I can't compare to him. But I'm 14 now, and I can certainly take care of myself. Besides, he deliberately elongated his voice, pointing to the awards on the wall. Your son, while I may not be exceptional, look at all these accolades. They're almost too numerous to fit. Wang Yin chuckled, poking his forehead with her fingertip. You're just being cheeky. It's called reading 10,000 books and then writing with ease. No, I mean speaking eloquently. Zhang Weihao laughed, adding, and to have a son as clever as me, your intelligence must surely be off the charts. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, weaving golden threads into the wrinkles at her eyes. As Wang Yin gazed into her son's sparkling eyes, memories flooded back of him at 3 years old, proudly declaring, Mommy, look, I can do it. As he donned his socks for the first time, she reached up to smooth his tousled hair, her fingertips brushing the soft swirl at the crown of his head. Unbeknownst to her, the child who once nestled in her arms had blossomed into a young man. All right, I'll follow your lead. She finally placed the neatly folded clothes into the suitcase. But you must promise me to call every day after school. At your service. Zhang Weihao saluted her, eliciting a smile from Wang Yin. That evening, Wang Yin prepared a lavish feast, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to her son. And she couldn't help but serve him heaping portions. The next morning, she quietly made breakfast for Zhang Weihao, leaving behind 5,000 yuan before dragging her suitcase, careful not to disturb him. When she opened the door, She couldn't resist peeking into his bedroom, watching him sleep. She gently kissed the back of his hand and tucked the blanket around him before reluctantly stepping out of the house. At the moment she closed the bedroom door, Zhang Weihao opened his eyes, a pang of sorrow filling his heart. He had distinctly felt his mother's light tremor. The old security door creaked softly, reminiscent of silkworms nibbling on mulberry leaves. Zhang Weihao kept his eyes shut, listening as the sound lingered at the door for what felt like an eternity. He imagined his mother glancing back one last time through the door, recalling how, during his first day of first grade, she had stood just like that at the entrance, her hand raised in farewell until he turned the third corner and could still see her hand aloft. Zhang Weihao understood that throughout his life, his mother had never truly left his side, and the thought of separation filled him with deep sadness. Throughout this life, I have longed to alter the trajectory of my parents' existence, pondering whether aspiring to be a wealthy heir is right or wrong. Tears have soaked the pillow, blending into a delicate cloud. In a moment of clarity, I realized that the notion of changing one's path should never be measured in material wealth. The gentle brush of my mother's hair against my cheek as she tiptoes to tuck me in is far more tangible than any bank balance. The clatter of pots and pans as she prepares breakfast in the early hours of dawn holds greater value than any label of privilege. The tremors hidden in farewells and the careful movements meant to avoid disturbing my slumber constitute the most profound riches in this world. Zhang Weihao rose and gazed down at his mother's slender figure below. When the bus came to a halt at the roadside, Wang Yin instinctively looked up and caught sight of Zhang Weihao on the balcony. In that instant, tears streamed down her already reddened eyes. Zhang Weihao savored the breakfast his mother had lovingly prepared before her departure, neatly placing the money on the table. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off for school. In every class, he listened with heightened attentiveness, shedding the notion of living off past glories. As he perused the text of the back shadow in his Chinese textbook, he comprehended the work of Zhu Ziqing for the first time. At that moment, his mother was likely also diligently studying. Some paths must be traveled side by side, lest we squander the bond of blood that unites us. After school, Lin Xiaoqiao playfully stepped on Zhang Weihao's shadow, giggling incessantly. "Zhang Weihao, are you lost?" she inquired, noticing him heading towards the market. "Aren't you going to your family's restaurant for a meal? Why the lack of enthusiasm?" Zhang Weihao had already observed Lin Xiaoqiao quietly laughing as she followed his shadow, perplexed by the whimsical thoughts that occupied her young mind. Of course, welcome." Upon hearing that Zhang Weihao was going to dine at his restaurant, Lin Xiaoqiao joyfully skipped ahead. At the entrance of the restaurant, Lin's father, clad in a grease-stained apron and dusted with flour, greeted him. "Is that you, Hao Hao? Come in, come in." His voice carried the warmth of the kitchen, the jingling of his keychain ringing as he turned. Zhang Weihao watched in astonishment as Lin Xiaoqiao ordered a feast that his own family could scarcely afford. "Lin Xiaoqiao, this is too much. You should take some of these dishes to your parents," he insisted. These are all prepared especially for you by my father. Don't you like them?" "I can have him cook again," she replied, rising to serve him, only to be restrained by Zhang Weihao. "I meant there's too much food. Neither of us can finish it. Why don't we invite your parents to join us?" "I'd rather not invite them. I'll just take these 2 dishes to them." During the meal, Lin Xiaoqiao would steal glances at Zhang Weihao with a smile, her clear eyes reflecting his image, leaving him somewhat flustered. After hastily finishing his meal, he made a swift exit. On the way home, Zhang Weihao called his mother, soothing her as she lamented her struggles with learning. After hanging up, he recalled a friend from the internet and turned back towards Zhou Haitao's internet CAF. Zhou Haitao is not present. I had intended to discuss the matters concerning the land at Heihu Mountain Mine with him, but I shall have to wait until our next encounter to address it. Skillfully, I opened my computer, and the moment I logged into the QQ platform, I indeed noticed a message from Wang Shi's phone. "I'll send you the signed photo. Are you there? How should I send it to you? Could you leave a contact number? I can never seem to find you here." Zhang Weihao hurriedly sent over his name and phone number, yet he found himself waiting in vain for a reply. Chapter 43. "Greetings, sister. You are wonderful." While awaiting a response, Zhang Weihao engaged in a game, occasionally returning to the desktop to check for messages. After the game concluded, he glanced at the still silent dialog box. The pulsating input icon, alas, did not appear as he had anticipated. With no other option, he powered down his device and returned home, where he dialed his father's number. "Hello? Dad?" The sound of glasses clinking against porcelain resonated from the other end, accompanied by laughter in a dialect Zhang, you must down this drink. Zhang Weihao reclined on the sofa, his father's voice distorted by static. Study hard. And before he could finish, he was drowned out by a chorus of toasts. Back in his bedroom, the bedside lamp cast the shadow of his mathematics book onto the ceiling as he counted the variables in the quadratic formula. Suddenly, he scribbled Zhou Miaoka's name on a piece of scratch paper. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to send her a text message of inquiry. The vibration came almost instantaneously. He hurriedly answered the call. Is something the matter, Weihua? Zhou Miaoka's voice was imbued with warmth and concern. Faint laughter from her roommates echoed in the background. I was just applying a facial mask and thought you might be in trouble. Typically articulate, he stammered at that moment. No, nothing is wrong. It's just that it's been a while since we last spoke, so I wanted to check in on you. As the words left his lips, he tightened his grip on the pen in his hand. Yet, he was met with a cheerful laugh from her end. Thank you for your concern. Dear brother, I am doing quite well. How about you? Are you feeling overwhelmed with studies? I'm all right. Not overwhelmed. Are you feeling tired, sister? After a few moments of casual banter, Zhang Weihao mentioned that their mother had enrolled in an adult training class to learn financial knowledge, then inquired if Zhou Miaoka was also studying finance. As soon as he uttered the words, he regretted it, internally questioning the relevance of his comment. To his surprise, Zhou Miaoka did not ridicule him. Instead, she expressed genuine interest. Oh, it's certainly good for Annie to learn something new. However, my major is in finance. Finance? What does that entail? Zhang Weihao feigned curiosity. In simple terms, financial investment involves using funds to purchase assets such as stocks and bonds, hoping to earn some returns. For instance, if you have a bit of pocket money, do you spend it on comic books or save it to earn interest? There's a great deal of knowledge involved. Her words flowed with enthusiasm for her field of study. Zhang Weihao listened intently, his mind involuntarily conjuring an image of Zhou Miaoka attentively engaged in a lecture. Without thinking, he blurted out, So, sister, if you study this, will you be trading stocks in the future? A clear and melodious laughter resonated from the other end of the phone. Stock trading is merely a small facet of our studies. In the realm of finance and investment, one must adeptly navigate various financial products and instruments, such as bonds, futures, and funds. It is not only essential to analyze the market, but also to comprehend risk management. Upon graduation, opportunities abound in financial institutions like banks and securities firms, as well as roles in major corporations where investment decisions are made. At this juncture, Zhou Miaoka paused, reflecting on her recent internship experience. For instance, during a project with my team, we were tasked with evaluating whether a company was worthy of investment. We meticulously examined its financial statements, analyzed market prospects, and considered industry competition. This endeavor consumed several weeks before we could ultimately present our investment recommendations. Zhang Weihao, despite lacking professional expertise, had previously served as a project manager and had some experience in project financing. His intention was simply to engage Zhou Miaoka in conversation. It sounds incredibly complex. Do you manage to keep up with it all? Initially, it was indeed a bit challenging, but I gradually found my footing. Zhou Miaoka replied with a light tone. Studying finance and investment necessitates proficiency in mathematics and computer skills. We engage in analyzing financial data and constructing models to forecast market trends. These are foundational skills. By the way, once you delve into functions and statistics, you will grasp the intricacies involved even better. The two continued their conversation for some time, discussing Zhou Miaoka's amusing classroom anecdotes and future career prospects. With Zhang Weihao listening intently, before concluding the call, Zhou Miaoka made sure to remind him, Weihao, focus on your studies in mathematics and English. They will prove invaluable when you encounter financial concepts. Should you have any questions, feel free to reach out to your sister. Once you complete your entrance exams, I will take you to explore the vibrant city of Shanghai for a few days, and we can see if there are any concerts happening then. Zhou Miaoka's words ignited a sense of anticipation within Zhang Weihao, who wished fervently for his exams to arrive the very next day. Sister, you are wonderful. I am your little treasure, he mused, humming a melody of his own creation while clutching his phone. Oh, how I wish to grow up quickly. I am perfect in every way, except for my age. That night, Zhang Weihao dreamt again, envisioning himself aboard a luxurious cruise ship alongside Zhou Miaoka, who then morphed into Lin Xiaoqiao, and eventually, Li Qian made an appearance as well. Upon awakening, the memory of his dream prompted him to lightly slap his own face in disbelief. When he arrived at school and saw Li Qian, he felt a rush of embarrassment. During the morning class, Zhang Weihao's phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket. Stealthily retrieving it, he discovered an unfamiliar number and dismissed the call. Later in the afternoon, the phone rang once more, and Zhang Weihao, irritated, turned it off, muttering to himself about the inconsiderate individual who chose to call during class. Meanwhile, far away in Pingcheng, Chairman Zhao De, frustrated by the disconnected call, dialed again, only to find the phone was turned off. Opening his messaging app, he meticulously verified Zhang Weihao's phone number, confirming that he had not misdialed. The previous evening, he had dined with the CEO of a securities firm, indulging in a few drinks and neglecting to check his phone. Upon seeing Zhang Weihao's message that morning, he had hoped to engage in a conversation with the young man he regarded as a visionary confidant, particularly to discuss a project mentioned during their previous dinner. However, after a day of unsuccessful attempts to reach him, he was now met with a deadline. Truly, what can be endured by a gentleman when faced with such provocations? Zhang Weihao gritted his teeth in frustration. After school, he whimsically decided to prepare a meal for himself. With an impressive display of culinary ambition, he ultimately settled for instant noodles to satiate his hunger. Once he had eaten, he thought to call his mother to inform her of his well-being. As he reached into his pocket for his phone, he suddenly remembered that he had turned it off that day. After powering it back on, he noticed a message from his mother and promptly replied, explaining that he had switched off his phone while at school. Upon answering her call, he hurriedly spoke. "Oh, have you eaten dinner?" "Yes," she replied. "What did you have?" "Fried noodles with an egg." Glancing at the empty instant noodle container on the table, Zhang Weihao sighed in relief that video calls were not yet a feature. While video calls are indeed convenient, they can also be quite inconvenient. After finishing his conversation with his mother and setting down the phone to tidy up the table, the phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Zhang Weihao finally answered. Chapter 44. A call from Pingcheng. "Hello? Who is this?" A youthful, clear voice resonated from the other end. Zhao, holding the phone, hesitated momentarily, double-checking the number on the screen. Indeed, it was correct. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Weihao?" He spoke with a deliberate enunciation in Mandarin, though his Cantonese accent inadvertently slipped through. On the other end, there was a brief silence before a cheerful response came. "That's me. Who are you?" "I am Wang Shi Sui Feng." Zhao smacked his forehead, recalling the whimsical online moniker he had chosen, feeling rather awkward saying it aloud. Zhang Weihao quickly realized that he had left his number the night before, but had not received a response. However, the voice sounded like that of a middle-aged man, rather than the golden-haired, blue-eyed persona he had imagined. "Ah, it's you. I was wondering why I couldn't place your voice. Greetings, fellow netizen." Though his thoughts wandered, Zhang Weihao cleared his throat and attempted to sound profound. Upon hearing the formal address of fellow netizen, Zhao immediately surmised that Zhang Weihao must work within the system, likely exposed to a wealth of information, which could explain his optimistic views on the nation's progress. Hello. I was a bit intoxicated last night and missed your message. This morning, upon waking, I saw your note on QQ and wanted to call you back. I didn't expect to reach you only now." Zhao had initially felt somewhat uneasy, having intended to tease Zhang Weihao, but the latter's formal address had thrown him off balance. I was a bit busy today and forgot to charge my phone. I apologize. How should I address you? I can't simply call you Wang Shi Sui Feng, can I?" "I am Zhao Guoqing," he stated confidently, aware of his modest reputation in the investment realm. Little did he expect Zhang Weihao's polite response. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I saw your message about receiving your autograph photo." Zhao's lips twitched in irritation. If not for him, he would still be enduring indignities among those voracious foreign capitalists. Yet, one could hardly blame Zhang Weihao. Although he had been reborn, in his previous life he had merely been a minor project manager, far removed from the sphere of someone like Zhao. After Chairman Zhao introduced himself, Zhang Weihao quickly searched his mind, astonished to discover such a significant figure in the investment world. He thought to himself, "Isn't Zhou Miaoka studying finance? I should ask her if she knows him. Well, how should I address you?" Chairman Zhao no longer referred to Zhang Weihao with a polite title. "Is it convenient for a delivery?" "Delivery? I mean mailing." In a moment of excitement, Zhang Weihao forgot that the concept of delivery hadn't yet emerged. "All right then, give me an address, and I'll have my assistant send it to you." Chairman Zhao suddenly seemed a bit disinterested, yet he remained curious about Zhang Weihao's identity. "What do you do for a living?" "I'm in construction." "Construction?" "Yes. I carry bricks on the construction site. Today's bricks are particularly hot to handle, and the ice cola from the convenience store feels like an unreachable dream." Zhang Weihao inadvertently shared a joke from his past life, leaving Chairman Zhao bewildered. What do bricks have to do with ice cola? This person speaks rather oddly. He assumed the other party was reluctant to discuss his job and chose not to press further. Let me ask you, do you think the future development of penguins will be promising? Of course, I've told you this 100 times. Chairman Zhao was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Weihao's bluntness. So, are you saying that in our country, one can earn money doing anything now? Essentially, yes. Except for illegal activities. Obviously, I know that. With this thought in mind, Chairman Zhao began discussing the real estate investments he had mentioned the previous night. Although his professional investment manager had drafted dozens of pages of investment decision reports, for some reason, he desired Zhang Weihao's perspective. Real estate is quite promising right now. It's worth investing in. Chairman Zhao, a savvy player in the industry, pondered the meaning behind quite promising. Given that you helped me obtain an autograph, let me share my thoughts. How is it related? I have invested. I am his benefactor, Chairman Zhao thought, feeling a bit exasperated. You see, since the country began its reform and opening up, the money in people's pockets has been increasing. Meanwhile, urbanization is advancing rapidly, with more and more rural residents flocking to urban areas. Consequently, the existing housing in towns cannot keep up with demand. Too many people, not enough houses, leading to conflict. Just think, those moving to cities need a place to settle, don't they? It's like a rising tide. When the tide comes in, there must be somewhere to hold the water. As long as the location isn't too remote, building houses aligns with demand. However, one must be cautious. Zhang Weihao took a sip of water and continued. Don't let your imagination run wild with the site selection. Places that require a 2-hour drive from the city center, with hardly any public transportation, should be approached with caution, even if they are cheap. Urbanization progresses in waves. The core areas heat up first, and then the surrounding areas expand outward in circles. If you grasp this rhythm and focus on planned transportation hubs and school districts, you can't go wrong. Zhang Weihao's words plunged Chairman Zhao into contemplation. What Zhang Weihao articulated was largely in line with the report provided by his investment manager. Yet the notion of wave-like progression was something he had not encountered in the report. He mused. This young man claims to be in construction, yet he must be involved in policy research within the system. Well, what you just said implies that things are good now, but may not be so in the future. Chairman Zhao inquired. You see, everything has its limits. Given our country's vast population, it was inevitable that the real estate market would flourish in recent years. However, excess in anything leads to adverse consequences. Zhang Weihao, holding the receiver, reminisced about the property he purchased at a peak price in his previous life. As real estate prices continued to soar, he observed an influx of capital into the housing market, with developers acquiring land as if it were a mere commodity. But can this phenomenon continue indefinitely? One day, if the number of houses surpasses that of people, won't it be akin to unsold vegetables at a market, left to rot? He paused, then continued. The family planning policy resulted in most individuals born around the 1990s being only children. Those from well-off backgrounds, upon reaching adulthood, possess multiple properties, one from grandparents, another from grandparents on the maternal side, and a third from parents. Do the young ones still need to purchase new homes? Those from less fortunate backgrounds cannot afford to buy and must settle for renting temporarily. With demand being finite and supply increasing, how can housing prices remain stable? Much like your investment in penguins, user growth has its ceiling. The housing market cannot perpetually ascend. Chapter 45. Investing in new mines. A click of a lighter resonated from the other end of the line as Zhao Guoqing exhaled smoke from his cigar, carefully reflecting on every word Zhang Weihao had just uttered. So, according to you, when should one pull back? He deliberately employed the Cantonese term pull back, hinting at a bit of provocation. Perhaps in about 10 years, Zhang Weihao mused, recalling when the policy of housing for living was first introduced, bringing the real estate frenzy to a halt. Zhao Guoqing suddenly chuckled, ash from his cigar landing on the investment report. You speak like a fortune teller. Yet, he silently noted every word spoken by Zhang Weihao. The latter chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that excessive words may lead to missteps. Those who are perceptive could discern the intricacies within his statements. After all, our nation is vast, rich in resources, and brimming with talent. In his previous life, there was a Hong Kong enterprise that acquired land across the mainland, merely holding on to it without constructing, waiting for the surrounding land prices to rise before reselling at astronomical profits. After some more conversation, Although Chairman Zhao belonged to this era, his exposure was markedly different. Zhang Weihao found himself animated, as he hadn't enjoyed such an exhilarating conversation since his rebirth. Holding back one's thoughts for too long can be detrimental. Meanwhile, Chairman Zhao grew increasingly astonished. The voice on the line, presumably youthful, conveyed insights reminiscent of a seasoned economist with decades of experience. After hanging up, both men felt a lingering sense of intrigue. Chairman Zhao contemplated whether to invite Zhang Weihao to work for him. Through their discussion, Zhang Weihao sensed that Zhao might possess some significant influence, potentially beneficial for him in the future. Both were calculating their next moves. Upon receiving the address sent by Zhang Weihao, Chairman Zhao became even more perplexed. The address of the first coal mine in Luobai City, Yuanshan County, seems to indicate a mining area, rather than a residential compound for government officials. After his conversation with Chairman Zhao, Zhang Weihao let out a long sigh, contemplating that in just under 4 years, he would reach adulthood and could finally explore what lies beyond the mountains. On the weekend, his mother returned home. Though only a week had passed, Wang Yin felt as if it had been several months since she last saw Zhang Weihao. Early Saturday morning, as dawn broke, she began kneading dough under the bright kitchen lights. The dough shimmered softly in the enamel bowl as she cracked an egg into it, the golden yolk enveloping the flour. Feeling uneasy about leaving Zhang Weihao to fend for himself with takeout during her training sessions, she decided to prepare some fried dough sticks and twisted pastries for breakfast. Weihao, get up and eat your fried dough. She lifted the pot lid, and steam billowed, momentarily obscuring her vision. As the egg-coated dough slid into the hot oil, it began to sizzle joyfully. Zhang Weihao, wearing his slippers, rushed out, his nose catching the delightful aroma. It smells amazing. I could smell it even in my sleep. The fried dough flipped in the oil, transforming into a tempting golden hue. Zhang Weihao pinched one of the freshly cooked pieces, ignoring the heat, and took a bite, savoring its crispy exterior and tender interior. "Mom, are you getting along well over there?" he asked, swallowing the mouthful, the rich flavor lingering on his palate. "Quite well," Wang Yin replied, wiping her hands. "The food in the provincial capital seems to be on par with what we have here." At noon, Wang Yin casually stir-fried a couple of dishes, and Zhang Weihao relished every bite. Observing his enjoyment, Wang Yin felt a pang of regret about her decision to attend the training school. As the clock struck 7, the streetlights in the mining area flickered to life. Zhang Weihao placed the landline phone in the center of the dining table, and just as Wang Yin set down the soy sauce beef, the phone emitted a long beep. Zhang Guoqing was calling from the public phone at the mine. "Wife, Weihao, have you eaten yet?" His voice, roughened from a day of labor underground, mingled with the distant roar of machinery. "I just sat down for dinner. How's it going over there?" Wang Yin added another spoonful of vegetables to Zhang Weihao's bowl, and over the line, the clattering of metal lunchboxes was heard. "I'm having oil-splashed noodles." Zhang Guoqing's laughter caused the receiver to buzz, but then he lowered his voice. "By the way, I need to discuss something with you." Zhang Weihao perked up, sensing the topic had shifted to the coal market. Boss Zhou intends to contract a new mining site and wants to involve Zhang Guoqing as a shareholder. There was hesitation in his father's voice. "We just made a bit of money, but what if we incur losses? I'm thinking of taking a technical stake instead. Perhaps some equity." "Dad, don't rush to a decision," Zhang Weihao urged, neglecting his beef. "Why not establish your own company and invest under its name? What would a child know about such matters? Just focus on your studies," Zhang Guoqing retorted, his tone embodying the typical roughness of a working man. "Mom's been studying accounting." Zhang Weihao quickly pulled her into the conversation. "I just glanced at some financial texts, and it said forming a company could help with tax deductions, making future business expansions easier. Right, Mom?" Wang Yin hesitated, then realized, "Yes, I did hear the teacher discuss corporate tax planning in class. There are indeed ways to legally minimize tax burdens, but I haven't fully grasped it yet." Teacher Wang Yin enunciated the two characters with great emphasis, and indeed, Zhang Guoqing on the other end of the line lost his temper. The father's complaints, interspersed with a sense of helpless affection, resonated in harmony with the playful exchanges between the two. "All right, I will discuss it with General Zhou when I return. How high? Do not let your studies suffer. Rest assured." Zhang Weihao promptly switched to the obedient child mode. He realized that accounting was replete with mathematical knowledge. Concepts such as weighted averages and capital turnover rates were undeniably applicable in reality. This tactic proved effective. As Zhang Guoqing's tone brightened immediately, I have long asserted the utility of mathematics and the sciences. Study diligently, and you shall gain admission to a prestigious university's mathematics department. Yes, I understand, father. I assure you, I will not neglect my studies. Our household now boasts 2 students. You shall bear the burden of providing for us both. Zhang Weihao winked at Wang Yan, resembling a cunning little fox. Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, hastily attempting to cover the microphone. Yet her laughter was transmitted through the line unmistakably. On the other end, Zhang Guoqing, already amused by Zhang Weihao's remarks, could no longer contain his mirth upon hearing Wang Yan's laughter, joining in the merriment. You too. Zhang Guoqing shook his head, the ash from his cigarette falling onto the desk. Isn't it necessary to come up with a name for the company? Suddenly, Wang Yan, biting into a freshly fried oil cake, spoke up with an eager glint in her eye. With her own company, her studies in finance would finally come into play. Yes, indeed. It must be a name that is instantly memorable. Zhang Weihao eagerly concurred, recognizing that establishing their own company would undoubtedly benefit their future endeavors. You too, Zhang Guoqing, bemused, remarked, you haven't even started, and you're already pondering the company name? Chapter 46. Western Mining. However, Wang Yan and Zhang Weihao seemed oblivious to his words. Their heads huddled together. Beneath the bright, incandescent light in the living room, the shadows of mother and son danced on the wall, resembling 2 excited little sons. How about using Guoqing? It has your father's name in it. Guoqing Coal Mine. That name sounds like a retirement office for state-owned enterprises. Zhang Weihao promptly shook his head, suddenly catching sight of the world map on the wall. We are in the Western Province, and Mongolia is to the west. How about something with west? It sounds dynamic. Western Mining? Wang Yan slowly pronounced the 4 characters, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of the table, contemplating if it sounded grand. Not grand at all. Zhang Weihao thumped the table. Look at the leading companies. They all incorporate national or provincial in their names. We can simply go with West and build our fortune from there, aiming for a global reach. Well, you do dare to dream. Zhang Guoqing's voice was tinged with uncontainable amusement. How about Weiyin Mining? Your mother's name is quite pleasant. Come now, Zhang Weihao scoffed. If I were to say that, people might think we're selling birds' nests. Wang Yan was so amused she could hardly stand upright. With that remark, West indeed sounded formidable. Let us go with West. Old Zhang, did you hear that? Smoke less. Your lighter has clicked several times already. Ah, yes, I heard. West, he chuckled. What Zhang Weihao could not have anticipated was that the illustrious Western Investment Group, renowned in its own right, had its inception as Western Mining, established during a simple phone call among family members. As the call ended, Zhang Guoqing's last words remained a gentle reminder to Zhang Weihao to study diligently. Fortunately, his own academic performance had always been commendable. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exasperated by his father's incessant nagging. After tidying up the dishes, Wang Yan returned to the bedroom with a cup of warm milk for Zhang Weihao and inexplicably found herself inscribing the 4 characters Western Mining onto a piece of paper. During the weekend, Zhang Weihao accompanied Wang Yan to their new home in the county. Upon opening the door, the scent of latex paint had faded almost entirely, and sunlight streamed through the balcony glass, casting bright patterns on the unwrapped sofa. As Wang Yan bent down to place a pothose plant in the empty space next to the TV cabinet, she suddenly straightened up. When your father returns, let us set up a desk by the window in the study. He always complains about straining his eyes while writing technical summaries at the mine. Zhang Weihao hung a spider plant on the drying rack, watching his mother as she moved from room to room, opening and closing the bedroom door. He recalled how his father had once rubbed his pencil against their home's security door, feeling disgruntled about the old house in the mining area. It was only after his rebirth that he understood that home was never merely a construction of steel and concrete, but rather the warmth of familial presence. Early Monday morning, Wang Yan, carrying a canvas bag, rushed to catch the first bus to the provincial city. Zhang Weihao stood on the balcony, watching his mother's figure disappear at the intersection, and then he resumed his monotonous journey into adulthood. After mathematics class, as chalk dust floated in the sunlight, Teacher Wang's voice suddenly echoed, Zhang Weihao, Li Qian, come to the office. Zhang Weihao tightened his grip on the pencil, catching a glimpse of Li Qian anxiously tucking her loose hair behind her ear. Some classmates could discern that their class monitor often lingered around Zhang Weihao, but they mustn't dare label it as a budding romance or involve their parents in such absurdities. In all honesty, His affections were solely fixed on the bustling metropolis. In the office, Teacher Wang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and pulled out 2 pale blue registration forms from the lesson plan folder. The National Mathematics Olympiad is set to commence next month. You two are the top students in the class. Would you like to give it a try? Performing well could earn you extra points for the high school entrance exam. And outstanding results might even lead to automatic admission to a key high school. Zhang Weihao exhaled in relief, though he couldn't help but internally scoff. Participate in the Olympiad? In his previous life, he had struggled through high school mathematics, and now, competing against those prodigies steeped in Olympiad classes since childhood would surely be daunting. His current proficiency relied heavily on the foundation laid in his past life, and it felt alarmingly insufficient. However, Li Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tossed her ponytail. Teacher, I'm willing. When she turned to Zhang Weihao, her eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Brimming with anticipation, Zhang Weihao hesitated, clutching the corner of the registration form, and stammered. Teacher, I've been feeling overwhelmed lately. I've reviewed the functions section several times. And what if I embarrass myself on the competition stage, tarnishing the school's reputation? Is there a particular topic you struggle with? Please share it with me, and I'll help you strengthen that area, Teacher Wang inquired, adjusting his glasses. After all, Zhang Weihao was the top student in the class, and if he struggled, it would only make learning more challenging for the other students. Zhang Weihao momentarily forgot that he was currently attending the only state-run school for miners' children in the mining area, where both teacher staffing and salaries were supported by the mine. Since the son of the mine chief entered junior high school, the mining company has strengthened the construction of the teaching staff at the school. The mathematics teacher I have is an experienced educator recruited from the neighboring county's top high school, a graduate of a prestigious normal university, whose dedication to teaching I, Zhang Weihao, genuinely admire. This teacher rarely consults the textbook during lessons, managing to fill 2 or 3 blackboards with chalk throughout a single class. Compared to the subsequent instructors, this teacher's prowess is indeed remarkable. I can still comprehend the concepts that Teacher Wang is currently teaching. However, as the difficulty of the material increases, I find myself grasping the content at a slower pace compared to what was presented in earlier textbooks. Zhang Weihao, reluctant to fabricate excuses, unexpectedly found the teacher anxious. Oh, that's quite normal. With the increase in difficulty, it's only natural to take a bit longer to understand, Teacher Wang reassured. But your foundation is solid. If you encounter anything you don't understand, do not hesitate to ask me. I will assist you. Understood, Teacher Wang. I will come to you for guidance whenever I struggle with the material, Zhang Weihao promised, though inwardly he thought. But that's an Olympiad competition. What kind of people participate in that? I can't even distinguish Ultraman. Well, I believe you should participate in this competition. Not only will it enhance your mathematical thinking abilities, but if you can secure a place in the provincial competition, advancing to the national contest in the Magic City will essentially guarantee your admission to a prestigious high school. All right, Teacher Wang, I understand. I will give it a try. But if I don't perform well, please don't blame me. Upon hearing the mention of the Magic City, Zhang Weihao resolved to give it his all, just for the chance to see his beloved sister. Good, each class has 1 spot, but our teacher has managed to secure 2 for us. Starting from now, you will need to put in some extra effort every afternoon after school. I will provide specialized explanations for competition-style problems. As they exited the office, Li Qian followed closely behind Zhang Weihao, grinning foolishly. Zhang Weihao turned to glance at Li Qian, who unexpectedly blushed and hurried ahead back to the classroom. Chapter 47. Planting trees early recently, Zhang Weihao has felt a flicker of enthusiasm in his chest. Whenever he opens the Olympiad problem set, that spark ignites fervently. He has affixed a yellowed national map inside his desk drawer, a treasure salvaged from an old book stall, with the location of the Magic City circled repeatedly in red ink, resembling a target waiting for an arrow to strike. The top 3 from the city preliminary round will advance to the provincial level, and only the top 10 from the provincial competition can enter the capital. Li Qian was sketching the advancement route with a compass on a piece of scrap paper, her ponytail brushing against Zhang Weihao's notebook. However, you solved the final problem in the last simulation, you'll surely be fine. When Zhang Weihao first joined the training class, he was brimming with confidence, reassured by the knowledge from his past life. Yet, upon hearing Teacher Wang explain the Olympiad problems for the first time, he was utterly bewildered. Is this really content for second-year junior high students? High-order equations are one thing, but Ptolemy's theorem, Siva's theorem, And Menelaus's theorem, wasn't he this learned during my university days in my previous life? Does the gap have to be so vast? The first thought that crossed his mind was of the mathematical prodigy from Tsinghua and Peking University, who seemingly secured a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad at the tender age of 16. Indeed, such innate talent is extraordinary. It is true that if one does not study mathematics, one may perceive the world as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. Yet, if one delves into the realm of mathematics, one may feel akin to an ant gazing up at the vast sky. Fortunately, Zhang Weihao, with the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes, possesses a slightly enhanced capacity for understanding, enabling him to grasp the concepts presented. Zhang Weihao did not respond to Li Qian's remarks. Instead, he repeatedly scribbled on the characters for Magic City until the paper began to fray. When his mother returned home for the weekend and discovered him diligently working through mathematics problems at his desk, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride upon learning that he was preparing for the Olympiad. After preparing a meal for her son, she retreated to her room to review the material presented by his tutor. Recently, Lin Xiaoqiao had been rather despondent, as Li Qian incessantly boasted about her and Zhang Weihao's participation in some mathematics competition, leading to late-night training sessions that left Xiaoqiao no time for Zhang to assist her with her studies. Tao Gu, has Ahao been in touch with you lately? Lin Xiaoqiao casually inquired while polishing the cue at Zhou Haitao's billiard table. No, I'm not sure what he has been up to lately. But you two go to school together every day, aren't you aware? Zhou Haitao remarked, focusing intently on the white ball as he executed a perfect shot. He has been engrossed in some math competition, as if possessed. Even when I invite him out, he doesn't show up. I thought as much. How could he be so absent from my company? Does he truly believe math can rival his girlfriend? Tao Gu, please, don't speak nonsense. Ahao and I are not. We don't have that kind of relationship. Haha, I understand. Haha, brother gets it, Zhou Haitao chuckled. But my dear girl, he lowered his voice, tapping the edge of the table with his cue, this lad will undoubtedly be sought after in the future. The more capable a man, the more he is desired. You two have grown up together. What do they call that? Childhood sweethearts? Yes, you must put in more effort, or once he ventures into the big city, he may overlook you in an instant. Zhou Haitao continued to converse with Lin Xiaoqiao, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Men are all the same, she muttered under her breath, watching Zhou Haitao embrace his girlfriend and plant a kiss on her cheek before she tossed aside her cue in frustration. When Zhang Weihao received a call from Zhao Guoqing, he had just received a signed photograph, 30 in total, enough to compile a photo album. Observing the stiff smiles in the pictures, Zhang Weihao understood he had done his utmost to accommodate Chairman Zhao. Have you received the signed photographs? Yes, indeed. Thank you for your support, Chairman Zhao. Zhang Weihao replied courteously while pinching the photographs, eliciting a satisfied cough from the other end of the line. What have you been busy with lately? I am engaged in mathematical research, Zhang Weihao stated, his gaze fixed on the Olympiad practice problems strewn across his desk, tapping his fingers against a collection of erroneous exercises on the pigeonhole principle. Mathematics? Academic research? Zhao Guoqing's tone was laced with curiosity. Indeed. Mathematics is the foundational logic of technology, the young man asserted with earnestness, his attention suddenly captivated by the function graphs on the examination paper. What high-tech endeavors are you concocting now? Not necessarily high-tech, merely some foundational theories. Zhang Weihao suddenly sat up straight. The words Magic City on the edge of the Olympiad problem set pricked his eyes, causing them to well up. Director Zhao, how well do you understand this? The muffled echo of the chip band from his previous life still lingered in his ears. He had witnessed Old Fei at the press conference, eyes reddened as he showcased the Chinese chip, and had seen countless engineers on television, burning the midnight oil in laboratories, slurping instant noodles while coding. At this moment, sunlight filtered through the gauzy window, casting a spiderweb of shadows on the words industrial software, and he could hear his heartbeat overpowering the electrical buzz on the phone. Is it that drawing software? Yes, it's industrial design software, the very soul of industrial design. Our country is now erecting skyscrapers, manufacturing automobiles, and engaging in infrastructure development. Yet we lack even a decent design software. If one day they lock the software, our engineers will have to resort to drawing circuit boards with pencils on paper. If you have some spare funds, it might be wise to acquire a small company that develops industrial software. Zhang Weihao wrote on the draft paper. No need to wait too long. Just 5 years will suffice. If you wish to step back, I can take over. Since their last telephone conversation, Zhang Weihao had discerned that Zhao Guoqing was not merely a profit-driven capitalist. He held a genuine concern for the nation's development. Although Zhang Weihao intended to embark on these endeavors after reaching adulthood, the unpredictability of fate, after all, he had experienced rebirth, made him ponder what might diverge from the trajectory of his previous life. If Chairman Zhao were unwilling, he would have to devise a long-term strategy on his own. There was silence on the other end for a full 30 seconds. Just as Zhang Weihao thought the call had dropped, Zhao Guoqing's low chuckle resonated. "Ah, Xiao Zhang, you seem to have a good eye. I can look into it. But I also have a favor to ask of you. What can I assist you with?" Penguin appears to have a significant number of daily active users. Yet profitability remains a challenge. I'd like you to explore potential strategies to enhance Penguin's earnings. After Zhao Chairman's request, the line fell silent. Zhang Weihao immediately began to strategize Penguin's developmental trajectory in his mind. Just as Zhao Chairman presumed Zhang Weihao had no substantial solutions, he heard, "All right, let us arrange a time later. I have some immature ideas we could experiment with." After hanging up, Zhang Weihao smiled. For someone once prophesied spring and winter. Thus we ought to be the first to plant trees. On the day of the Olympiad preliminaries, a sandstorm swept through the mining area. Teacher Wang took Zhang Weihao and a few others in a specially arranged school vehicle to the examination hall at County No. 1 High School. He felt the strawberry candy in his pocket, given by Li Qian, the wrapper adorned with her crooked encouragement. Zhang Weihao inscribed the words Magic City on the draft paper. As he completed the last auxiliary line of the final major question, he gazed at the densely packed equations on the answer sheet, hoping merely for the qualification, without aspirations for rank. On the day the results were announced, Teacher Wang burst into the classroom, brandishing the results sheet. Zhang Weihao, Li Qian, qualification for the provincial competition. Chalk dust fluttered onto his shoulders as he beheld the second place on the results sheet. After concluding the mathematics competition, Zhang Weihao finally found a moment to breathe. Early on that weekend, he dragged Zhou Haitao onto the roaring 250 motorcycle, heading towards Heihu Mountain Village, stirring up a cloud of dust. "What are you actually looking for?" Zhou Haitao shouted over the engine's roar, turning to Zhang Weihao. Startled, Zhang Weihao quickly gestured for Zhou Haitao to focus on the road ahead. Gazing at the distant, undulating mountain silhouettes, he recalled that the Heihu Mountain Mine was located near Heihu Mountain Village, yet he was uncertain of its exact location. "Stop at the shop ahead." Zhang Weihao patted Zhou Haitao on the shoulder. Beneath the faded red sign, the shopkeeper's wife sat on a bamboo chair, preparing vegetables, while shelves behind her displayed jars of pickled chili. 2 packs of hard zhonghua and 2 bottles of water, please. Zhang Weihao retrieved a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. The shopkeeper's wife wiped her hands and retrieved an open pack of hard zhonghua from the drawer. "This brand is quite expensive. It used to be popular when there were small coal mines around, but now hardly anyone smokes it," she remarked, handing 2 packs to Zhang Weihao. Noticing his youth, she added, "We can't afford such cigarettes. They're just for business purposes." "Did you have many small coal mines around here before?" Zhang Weihao inquired, mimicking the shopkeeper's tone with a smile. "Oh yes, this shop used to be bustling with customers. Now, I barely see a few people each day." "Oh, do you know where the most small coal mines are located nearby?" Zhang Weihao continued. "There's a coal mine just up the back hills. But it was shut down long ago. They can't stand to see our village prosper," she lamented, finding no suitable response to her complaints. Zhang Weihao took the cigarettes and water and exited the shop. Zhou Haitao approached, cigarette in mouth. "Why did you buy such fine cigarettes?" "It's for you." Zhang Weihao casually handed him a pack, and Zhou Haitao accepted it without hesitation, discarding the one he held and lighting up a new one from the hard zhonghua pack. "Brother Tao, I need to trouble you again to take me up to the back hills." Zhang Weihao hopped onto the motorcycle. "All right, Boss Zhang, with this pack of cigarettes. I could take you around all day." Zhou Haitao jested as he revved the motorcycle. Upon reaching the back hills, they parked the motorcycle. Zhang Weihao climbed partway up the hillside and gazed into the distance, where a vast expanse of barren land lay nestled between 2 mountain ranges, with broken mining lamps scattered along the roadside. Zhang Weihao waved to Zhou Haitao, signaling him to follow. "What are you doing in this desolate place?" Zhou Haitao extinguished his cigarette. "Brother Tao, I need to ask you for another favor," Zhang Weihao said, surveying the surroundings. "What is it?" "Go ahead. Please discreetly inquire with the village chief of Heihu Mountain Village about the possibility of leasing this barren land for cultivation." "You want to cultivate this wasteland?" Zhou Haitao scoffed, picking up a handful of dry soil and rubbing it between his fingers, with particles cascading onto his shoes. Just mention that I want to establish a vegetable greenhouse. There's no need to divulge more. Let us see what the village chief says. Zhang Weihao gazed at the barren hillside as the wind swept through the sandy slopes, carrying his words away in fragments. On the return journey, Zhou Haitao hummed a discordant rendition of Red Sun, a song familiar to Zhang Weihao, who knew it to be one of Zhou's staple choices. This piece, like many beloved songs from the Hong Kong and Taiwan music scene, was originally adapted from foreign influences, a fact that Zhang Weihao only realized later through short videos. It was impossible not to marvel at the significance of Zhou Dong. The motorcycle jostled over the gravel road as Zhang Weihao gazed intently at the undulating earthen hills surrounding him. In the twilight, the contours of the Rocky Mountains resembled the seams of coal layers. Occasionally, the headlights of passing cars flickered like the unmined embers of coal beneath the surface. Zhao Guoqing, ever meticulous, had arranged for Zhang Weihao's mobile phone to be topped up with a generous sum of 1,000 yuan. At the headquarters of Penguin, within the office, Zhao Guoqing placed a call on speakerphone. Brother Zhang, is this a convenient time to talk? The term Brother Zhang prompted a raised eyebrow from the individual at the desk, who absent-mindedly traced the rim of his coffee cup with his fingertip. It was the first time he had witnessed this renowned investor, known for his astute calculations, adopt such a cordial tone with a stranger. You're the one who topped up the phone, right? Are we discussing how to exhaust that 1,000 yuan? Zhang Weihao's voice burst forth from the receiver, causing Zhao Guoqing's lips to twitch as he stifled a laugh. Lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, this kid is quite amusing. Enough of the banter. Zhao Guoqing tapped the computer screen displaying Penguin's financial report. How do you think Penguin can enhance its profit margins? Zhang Weihao sobered, twirling a ballpoint pen between his fingers, his mind drifting to the flickering screens of internet cafes from the late 1990s. Currently, Penguin only offers instant messaging, which is rather flimsy. Both the desktop and mobile platforms have yet to flourish. Profitability must be firmly established first. Just as he was about to elaborate, Zhao Guoqing raised his hand to halt him. What do you mean by firmly establish? Zhao Guoqing poised his pen above the blank page, ready to jot down notes. During the initial promotion phase, it is essential to cultivate a sense of anticipation among users. Zhang Weihao envisioned the early login interface, where men hoped to encounter beautiful women, and women anticipated handsome men. Even if they ultimately discovered a scruffy fellow on the other end, curiosity about the next encounter, perhaps a true beauty, would linger. His ears flushed with warmth as he recalled a night spent testing the chat function using the pseudonym Dancing Light to converse with a technician. This sense of anticipation, a trendy allure, was akin to a powder keg for opening up the desktop market. The ballpoint pen spun rapidly between his fingers. Once the user base exploded, they could employ virtual avatars and interest groups to ensnare users. For instance, by creating a literary enthusiasts group, they could discreetly plant a few actors to discuss the first intimate contact, ensuring that online engagement surged. The office fell silent, the soft sound of a ceramic mug gliding across the table punctuating the stillness. Suddenly, Zhao Guoqing chuckled, circling the phrase user psychology with a bold stroke. This isn't merely software development. It's clearly constructing a bridge for the lonely. Once the bridge is built, who would fear a lack of foot traffic? Once users become accustomed to lingering on the bridge, we can introduce tolls, such as offering premium memberships that provide expedited access to quality connections, or creating a charm ranking system where users could pay to have their profile picture shimmer with golden light. Focusing on the value of emotion, he suddenly seized a piece of notepaper and, with a flourish, inscribed the words emotional economy. At that moment, Zhao Guoqing's phone vibrated, delivering the latest data from the investment department. The number of registered users had surpassed 5 million. Gazing out at the neon lights, he realized that this young man was not merely discussing software profitability, but was unraveling the code to a generation's loneliness. The pulsating hopes dancing on the keyboard would ultimately serve as the primal driving force within the tides of the internet. Xiaozhang, every conversation with you is a breath of fresh air. I truly cannot wait to see your true self, he remarked. Chapter 49's astonishment was palpable. Haha. There will surely be an opportunity, my chairman Zhang Weihao replied, eagerly anticipating a meeting with this investment mogul, though he felt that his current status was not quite fitting. Please, continue. What comes next? This sense of anticipation and the desire to be trendy could swiftly propel the Penguin brand into new realms, though novelty inevitably has an expiration date. Zhang Weihao's fingertips tapped the edge of the table, reminiscent of coding on a keyboard. The recent upgrade in the registration system's hanging duration was a strategic move, akin to a minecart track confining users within the system. However, merely having the track was insufficient. They needed to innovate ways for users to traverse it. Zhao Zhupeng drew 3 circles around the words user stickiness, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze intensely fixed on the phone screen. At that moment, he resembled a scientist in a laboratory, captivated by a new theory. Calculating the user base, 1 million users, each spending an average of 1 yuan monthly, would yield a revenue of 1 million. What about 100 million users? Zhang Weihao retrieved a scrap of paper and casually sketched a pyramid. The base tier of users would enjoy free chatting, the middle tier would purchase virtual embellishments, while the top tier would indulge in exclusive privileges, ensuring that every level felt indispensable. How do we achieve this? Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed into the phone. Zhang Weihao heard a youthful voice inquire, piqued by curiosity about the identity of the speaker. I am with your idol. Your words have piqued his interest. Zhao Dong's introduction startled Zhang Weihao. He realized he was conversing with a titan from a past life. No wonder everyone longs for rebirth. Possessing over 20 years of prior experience is truly formidable, transforming the penguin from a mere tool into a cherished pet. Zhang Weihao's pen sketched a personified little penguin on the paper. In the chat interface, this electronic pet would tilt its head and blink in response to conversations, while users could change its hairstyle and choose outfits, much like a virtual companion nurtured within a computer. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had secretly saved 3 months' worth of pocket money to purchase food for his penguin pet. The embellishments would incur a charge, while basic functionalities remained free. Those willing to pay for emotional connections would always exist. His mouse swiftly navigated to the penguin registration page. Pausing at the personal profile section, the virtual image must be developed by the art team overnight. Not just the image. Zhang Weihao remembered the wildly popular farming game from his past life. Inspiration surged like a spring between rock layers. He envisioned creating a penguin habitat where users could furnish rooms with virtual furniture, invite friends over, and even design storylines for their pets' labor and learning, fostering emotional investment among users. Suddenly raising his voice, the primary focus was to transform the penguin into a platform, allowing third-party developers to create mini-games and applications, enabling users to listen to music, read novels, and engage in multiplayer games within the software without the need to switch windows. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table, causing coffee from his mug to splatter across the financial report, beautifully staining the words ecological closed loop. This was not merely a chat application. It was an online virtual society. Indeed, Zhang Weihao's voice resonated with an indescribable exhilaration as he envisioned users leading a second life within the penguin interface, akin to moving from a familiar old house, reluctant to part with furniture, unable to leave behind pets, and deeply attached to neighbors. He stood and gazed at the streetlights below the mining district, suddenly perceiving each light as a user adorning their virtual persona. When that time arrives, profitability would flow as effortlessly as coal collected from an automated mining cart. The sound of keyboard clacking reached him from the phone, already sending messages to the tech group. Zhao Zhupeng retrieved a cigar, but set it down before igniting it. Xiao Zhang, do you comprehend what you are proposing? If all this comes to fruition, it would transform instant messaging into instant living. What is life without connections? Zhang Weihao chuckled, his fingertip tracing the sketch of a little penguin on the draft paper, its wings cradling a planet woven from code and emotion, reliant on anticipation, companionship, and the small joys that make us feel alive. The penguin must evolve into a spaceship capable of carrying all of this. His hand, still holding the coffee cup, hovered in the air, the steam blurring his glasses. Before him, the computer screen displayed the penguin login interface, the little penguin swaying side to side, as if listening to Zhang Weihao's description. He sensed that this penguin had transcended mere code, transforming into a messenger dove clutching an olive branch, soaring above the Babylonian tower constructed of data. Initially, he had merely wished for programmers in Shenzhen to have a few words with their peers in Beijing. His voice carried the youthful earnestness and nostalgia of an entrepreneur, lightly tapping the table. Yet, he aspired to build a city upon this line. Zhao Zhupeng rested the cigar on the edge of the ashtray.
the flame dancing upon his glasses. Xiao Zhang is not envisioning a city. He is envisioning a gold mine. Consider this virtual pet system.
He punctuated Zhang Weihao's sketch with the tip of his pen. Every minute users spend within it translates to future golden moments. Suddenly rising. He pulled a copy of Avalanche from the bookshelf, a recent read in the cyberpunk genre. As the pages turned, the phrase metaverse leaped into view, colliding thunderously with Zhang Weihao's concept of an online castle. He chuckled, pushing the book toward Zhao Guoqing. Brother Zhang, you dare to dream even bolder than science fiction writers. Ha. I am merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. The groundwork must rely on experts like you. Zhang Weihao felt a thin layer of sweat form in his palm as he held the phone. He was merely articulating the developmental journey of the penguin from his previous life based on his recollections. It had traversed this path step by step. To be fair, had he not retained the memories of his former existence, he doubted he could have conceived these strategies, even across 2 lifetimes. From the other end of the line came a soft, low laughter, mingled with the gentle whir of an office chair spinning. The man clad in a white shirt removed his gold-rimmed glasses, wiping the lenses with his cuff. A sly curve gracing his lips that bespoke the cunning of an entrepreneur. Only those who can weave their fanciful musings into a coherent map are the true pathfinders. While we were at the tech park nibbling on steamed buns and coding, who would dare to imagine that someone could so profoundly understand user psychology? Zhang Weihao felt his Adam's apple bob as he recalled a phrase often heard in his previous life, standing on the shoulders of giants. His current self merely transformed hindsight into foresight. You flatter me. These are merely scattered ideas gleaned from old magazines. Scattered ideas? Zhao Guoqing's voice resonated with the distinct acuity of an investor, punctuated by the clatter of keyboards in the background. I have witnessed countless ideas languish in obscurity. The true skill lies in deconstructing them into logical code. The man lowered his voice suddenly, tinged with approval. Xiao Zhang. You dare to dream more than many I have encountered. Zhang Weihao gazed at his reflection in the glass, the slender contours of his youthful collarbone now faintly resembling that of an adult. At this moment, he was grateful for the phone line that concealed his flushed ears and crumpled draft paper. It is primarily your strong execution that sets you apart. He licked his dry lips, his fingertips deftly spinning a metal. Were I in your position, even if I conceived of virtual pets, I might hesitate to wager on users' willingness to spend on digital personas. A sudden cough broke the silence, the hum of team discussions echoing in the background. To be honest, this morning, the tech team debated whether the Penguin Show represents a false demand. Yet your reasoning reminds me of a time when we decided to create a free instant messaging platform, despite being criticized for our profit model. Chapter 50, Consultant? The fingers gripping the coffee cup tightened abruptly, the amber liquid within creating delicate ripples against the walls of the cup. He fixated on the freshly drawn design of the Penguin Show on his computer screen, where a knitted scarf-clad penguin tilted its head towards the lens, astonishingly mirroring the virtual character description provided by Zhang Weihao. Are we paying for our emotions? He mused softly, recalling a scene from last week at Starbucks, a man in a suit photographing the latte art, despite the fact that the convenience store's black coffee was far cheaper. He turned to Zhao Guoqing, who was thoughtfully chewing over every word spoken by Zhang Weihao, cigar in mouth. Zhao Dong, why do you think some people are willing to pay for virtual personas? He suddenly inquired, the base of his mug leaving a faint imprint on the wooden table. Much like the premium price of Starbucks coffee, it's not the beans that are costly, but the experience of sipping coffee from a porcelain cup by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhao Guoqing lifted his gaze, his eyes sharpening as if the lens had suddenly focused. So, you mean the Penguin Show isn't selling clothes, but rather the alternative selves that users aspire to become? The cigar flickered in the ashtray as he broke into a smile. This kid is impressive, dissecting human nature with greater clarity than code. Loneliness, vanity, the need for belonging, all encapsulated within virtual personas. Rising, he approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, where the sunlight of Pengcheng spilled over the clustered skyscrapers. He recalled Zhang Weihao's mention of an online castle and the moment he observed someone in an airport lounge chuckling at their phone screen while chatting with a penguin. The virtual persona may indeed resemble an expensive cup of coffee. It may not satiate hunger, yet it provides every solitary soul in the digital realm a fleeting moment of tenderness. I have decided to expedite the launch of the beta version of Penguin Show. He suddenly turned, speaking at a rapid pace, introducing new thematic dressing options such as birthday parties and graduation ceremonies. allowing users to change outfits according to their moods. By the way, he took out a sticky note and wrote the words emotion store, envisioning the sale of emotional effects, where petals or stars could fall when users send messages, initially free of charge, transitioning to a fee once users become accustomed. Zhao Guoqing drew a smiley face in the margin of the financial report. This is not merely selling software. It is clearly the establishment of a digital psychological counseling center. Observe how today's youth are willing to invest in a sense of ritual. Thus, we will create ample ritualistic experiences for them. Couple sets for Valentine's Day and traditional Chinese skins for the Spring Festival, allowing every user logging into Penguin to don a new persona for the festivities. His fingertips traced the outline of a virtual penguin on the glass, sunlight filtering through his fingers, casting dappled light in his palm. Do you remember what Xiao Zhang said about transforming the penguin into a platform? Once the virtual persona is firmly established, we can integrate mini-games, enabling users to design outfits for their pets and trade them on an exchange, settling transactions with virtual currency. He suddenly paused, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhao Guoqing, both bursting into laughter. This is not a virtual economy. It is the creation of a parallel world for users. Zhao Guoqing extinguished his cigar. Here, individuals can become who they wish to be, purchase items unattainable in reality, and even engage in a romance without revealing their identities. Our only task is to provide the stage. Zhang Weihao listened to the two magnates' discussion, merely offering the occasional remark, and they immediately envisioned how to implement it. No wonder some individuals are simply destined to amass wealth. Speaking loudly into the phone, he said, "Chairman Zhao, what Brother Zhang mentioned about paying for emotions, we intend to call it the Magic of Penguin Show. May I invite Brother Zhang to join us in creating this magical world?" On the other end of the line, Zhang Weihao tightly grasped the receiver, his heart pounding in his chest. This is indeed an invitation. He rose and leaned against the bedroom door, swallowing hard, and after taking a deep breath, he replied, "I would love to, but I truly cannot break away at this moment." His hand holding the phone hesitated, fingertips unconsciously stroking the rim of the mug. Sitting across from him, Zhao Guoqing immediately sensed the urgency in his eyes, his suit sleeve brushing against the table, his tone imbued with just the right amount of warmth. "How? You need not worry about the salary. I have always been generous, and I will additionally provide you with a consultancy fee." He chuckled, shaking his cigar, ash falling onto the genuine leather desk. Young people, after all, need to see tangible benefits first. He placed the mug heavily on the desk, the glass bottom clashing with the wooden surface, producing a clear sound. "Brother Zhang, I sincerely hope you can join us. Once you give your nod, options, workspace, and team will all be prepared to the standards of a founder." His speech was rapid, his gaze intense behind his lenses, as if he wished to convey his sincerity through the phone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at his notebook filled with the various points Zhang Weihao had just mentioned. As he answered the call, his tone was imbued with a warmth reminiscent of an old friend. "How? Our acquaintance is indeed fateful. If you feel that the time is not ripe, I shall not press you. Yet, I must inquire." He paused, gazing out at the deepening twilight through the floor-to-ceiling window. "Is there any concern weighing on your mind? You may confide in me, my brother. Do not fret about your salary. I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged here. And I am prepared to offer you an additional amount." While his words were cordial, they concealed a personal motive. He yearned to bring Zhang Weihao under his wing. "I truly appreciate the kindness of both bosses, but I am currently facing difficulties. Once I have resolved my pressing matters, I will certainly pay you a visit at the first opportunity," he replied, his voice trailing off. Zhao Guoqing discerned the subtlety. Zhang Weihao spoke of a visit, not of joining. He waved his hand dismissively and spoke into the phone with a serious tone. "How? Though we met online, I have considered you a confidant. If you have other thoughts, feel free to express them." On the other end, Zhang Weihao's mind was in turmoil. He merely aspired to be a wealthy second generation. Just as his plans were beginning to take shape, he had not yet contemplated stepping into the limelight. At his age, revealing his aspirations to the two magnates on the line seemed implausible. Moreover, while a second generation can afford to lounge, a first generation must stand firm. He had yet to earn the right to stand. "Mr. Zhao, I truly am not in a position to discuss this now. I will explain the specifics later. But I am deeply touched by your regard. If you find that my ideas may benefit you, we can certainly communicate more frequently, and let us refrain from discussing salaries." Zhao Guoqing nodded gently at Zhang Weihao's sentiments. How about this? I invite you to be a consultant for my company, and I will pay you a standard salary. What do you think? Meanwhile, his companion, disregarding subtlety, shouted into the phone, Penguin also invites you to be a consultant, with the same salary. Zhang Weihao chuckled, realizing that he had no bank account to receive any salary. There's really no need for that. I do not require a salary. If you feel compelled to offer something, I would appreciate a small share of equity. Since you hold Penguin in high regard, I believe dividends each year would suffice, he laughed. Chapter 51. A desire for a ticket. Zhao Guoqing lit another cigar, and when Zhang Weihao mentioned, I only want equity, ash fell onto his Hermes suit. Yet he remained oblivious. His gaze was fixed intently on the phone screen. How? You have quite the appetite. Do you think equity is simply handed out? His tone carried a hint of inquiry, layered with unspoken admiration. Zhang Weihao gripped the phone with steady resolve, his earlier excitement tempered. Mr. Zhao? If I sought immediate monetary gain, why would I broach this topic with you? I am convinced that Penguin is not an ordinary company. What you are building is a vessel capable of carrying people far and wide. I do not seek the bread aboard the ship. I desire a ticket. Zhao Guoqing suddenly erupted in laughter, a sound filled with mutual appreciation. He turned to his companion, who had just set down their coffee cup, their eyes shining like morning stars, an illumination that signifies an entrepreneur encountering a kindred spirit. A ticket? The investor tapped his fingers on the table, holding the cigar. I possess 2 tickets, more than you can imagine. Do you understand what that signifies? It means that when this ship runs aground, you will feel the pain more acutely than anyone else. That is precisely why I seek equity. Enduring together leads to triumphing together. Suddenly, he pressed the call button, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. He understands long-termism better than we did back in our day. Zhao Guoqing nodded, reminiscing about his days sleeping in a garage in Silicon Valley. Only those who truly believe in the wave dare to stake their youth on a ship that has yet to take shape. All right, he released the button, his voice resolute as if he had crossed the Rubicon. I offer you 1%. What is the condition? Zhang Weihao promptly inquired. You cannot solely focus on the Penguins. I have numerous investments, and while I want to question what you don't comprehend, I hope you can provide insights similar to today's on matters you do understand. I will give it my all. After hanging up, Zhang Weihao gazed at his phone, which now had only 1 bar of battery left. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him. He was uncertain of the value of the 1% Zhao Guoqing mentioned. What mattered was that he had boarded this colossal vessel poised to set sail. In the office, the senior members of the Penguin team gathered, engaging in a series of brainstorming sessions. With the unanimous agreement of Chairman Zhao and the 2 major shareholders, the Penguin Group embarked on a significant step forward. That evening, a text was sent to Zhang Weihao, also offering 1% equity as a bargaining chip, inviting him to serve as a personal advisor. As Zhang Weihao saved the number into his phone, his finger lingered on the screen. The soft yellow light in his bedroom gilded the characters of Ma with a golden edge. The news of Lin Xiaoqiao achieving 2nd place in the city's math competition spread like wings of cold dust, fluttering through every alley and window ledge of the mining district. Lin Xiaoqiao's mother specially steamed sweet cakes, serving them on a red lacquer plate, insisting her daughter invite Zhang Weihao over for dinner. Mr. Wang at the reception boasted to everyone, our mining district has produced a math prodigy. Even the old miners who often loitered at the well mouth began their conversations with, have you heard about the son of Guoqing during National Day? Far away in Mongolia, Zhang Guoqing stood at the exploration platform of the new mine when he received a call from an old colleague. The admiration in the voice over the receiver, mixed with the roar of the drilling machine, smoothed the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. All right, let Weihua teach him. Back in the office, he glanced at the printed equity agreement on his desk, recalling the praise from his old colleague. This kid really brings us honor. He softly spoke to the wilderness outside the window, his voice carried away by the wind. The provincial competition was scheduled for the weekend at Provincial No. 1 High School. Late Friday night, as Zhang Weihao organized his pencil case at home in the mining district, his phone screen suddenly lit up. It was his mother's 7th message. Did you put your exam admission ticket in the side pocket of your bag? The young man chuckled, shaking his head, and swiftly typed on the keyboard. Mom, I placed it there earlier. You should get some rest. At 6 in the morning, Zhang Weihao stood at the mouth of the tunnel, waiting for the bus to the provincial capital, his backpack slung over his shoulders. The sky had just begun to lighten, and the distant mining site loomed like a silent giant. His phone vibrated. It was his mother calling. Call me as soon as you reach the bus station. Don't take a taxi. The youth exhaled a cloud of breath, smiling into the microphone. Got it. During the 4-hour journey, Wang Yin's messages poured in like spring willows. Have you reached the toll station? Is it cold on the bus? Did you bring something to eat? Outside the training school, Wang Yin stood on her tiptoes, her silhouette illuminated by the sunlight, appearing delicate. Upon seeing her son approach through the crowd, his backpack slung over his shoulder, she hurried towards him, her fingers instinctively brushing off the dust from his shoulder. You must be famished. Let me treat you to something delicious. Mom, I'm already 15. In ancient times, I would be considered an adult, Zhang Weihao replied with a smile. Noticing the worry etched on Wang Yan's face. Regardless of your age, you will always be my son, she said. A pang of emotion struck Zhang Weihao. He realized that when he reaches that age, there may come a time when he would long for his mother's nagging but would have no opportunity to hear it. They found a well-decorated restaurant where Wang Yan, not particularly hungry herself, continuously served Zhang Weihao with dishes. Mom, my bowl is already overflowing, he remarked, offering his chicken leg to her. The provincial No. 1 high school was not far from Wang Yan's training academy. After accompanying Zhang Weihao to view the examination venue, she opened a hotel next to the school. Mom, you and Dad could buy a flat in the provincial capital. He anticipated a swift rebuttal from her. As in their past life, his parents always believed that if they could help him get into a good university, they would not need to stay in the western province, and thus never considered purchasing property in the capital. It was only after he started working there that his parents finally bought him a flat in the provincial capital, coinciding with a time of soaring property prices. I have thought about it. When your father returns, I will discuss it with him, Wang Yin responded. Since attending the training, she had gained a broader perspective. It was not merely convenient to own a home in the provincial capital, but the instructor had also mentioned that the best way for common people to increase their wealth was through real estate investment. Outside the examination hall of Provincial No. 1 high school, groups of students preparing for the mathematics Olympiad discussed the topics in pairs. Clutching his examination admission ticket, Zhang Weihao turned and entered the exam room. Behind him, his mother's figure gradually shrank into a small point beneath the tree, yet it remained steadfastly present. As long as you look back, you will always see that beacon of light left for you. Upon seeing the examination paper, Zhang Weihao couldn't help but marvel. Instinctively glancing at the last major question, please prove the Pythagorean theorem in 7 different ways. 7 ways? He murmured, a smile creeping across his lips. The answers to the multiple-choice questions fell like a line of dominoes, and when his pen landed on the final question, the draft paper was already filled with 6 methods of proof: algebraic, geometric, vector, area, trigonometric, and similar triangles. For the 7th, he pondered while biting the end of his pen, his gaze suddenly sweeping across the proctor's wristwatch. The hands formed an acute triangle, and the second hand left a lingering trace on his retina. Dynamic demonstration. Suddenly inspired, he began to write, his pen racing across the paper as he traced the trajectory of a triangle changing over time, deriving the relationships between the sides using calculus. Outside, the cicadas' chirping grew clearer, and sunlight crept up the edges of the paper, gilding the final period. As he set down his pen, a thin sheen of sweat had formed on his wrist. Exiting the examination hall, twilight had already enveloped the spire of the teaching building. Wang Yin remained beneath the sycamore tree, now holding a bottle of her favorite drink. Chapter 52. Lin Xiaoqiao cooking noodles in front of the teaching building at Provincial No. 1 high school. Li Qian stood on tiptoe among the crowd, clutching her admission ticket. Sunlight filtered through her neatly combed bangs, casting delicate shadows on her eyelashes, until she finally spotted a familiar figure. Beside him stood a fashionable middle-aged woman, who was pressing a drink into Zhang Weihao's hand. The girl's fingertips suddenly tightened around the edge of her clothing, the pink hairpin she had deliberately worn yesterday now pressing painfully against her scalp. She turned to escape, but was halted by Mr. Wang's voice. Li Qian, how did you perform on the exam? His thermos, steaming with warmth, shimmered under the sunlight, the golden words outstanding teacher gleaming. The girl gazed at a mother and son beneath a distant tree. Mr. Wang, the questions were exceedingly difficult. I fear I may not qualify for the finals. That's all right. Mr. Wang reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the banners outside the examination hall. Mathematics competitions have never solely been about results. Look at Zhang Weihao. He paused, following Li Qian's line of sight to see the young man laughing and conversing with his mother. He arrived a day early to acclimate to the examination environment. Such proactive preparation is commendable. Mom, this is our math teacher, Mr. Wang. As Zhang Weihao approached with his mother, Wang Yin was busy wiping the sweat from his brow with a wet tissue. The woman's windbreaker fluttered in the breeze as she extended her hand to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I cannot thank you enough for guiding our Hao with his studies. Your concern means a lot to us. Not at all. Mr. Wang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, his eyes falling upon Zhang Weihao's examination admission card. This boy is the most talented student I've encountered in my 20 years of teaching. How do you feel about your performance? Upon hearing Zhang Weihao's response about doing his best and leaving the rest to fate, Mr. Wang smiled knowingly, eliciting a playful tap from Wang Yin on her son's shoulder. Hello, Auntie. Li Qian mustered her courage to greet Wang Yin politely, only to feel her cheeks burn with embarrassment afterward. Hello. Observing this graceful girl, Wang Yin learned from her son's introduction that she was the class monitor and had consistently excelled in her studies. At noon, Wang Yin insisted on treating a few people to lunch, bringing along a driver for a total of 5, specifically choosing a grand hotel. Zhang Weihao's mother. You're being too generous. Mr. Wang felt a twinge of guilt as he looked at the lavish spread on the table. Oh, it's a rare occasion for people from the same locality to share a meal in the provincial capital. Besides, you are still Weihao's teacher. There is no such thing as being overly generous, she replied. Listening to his mother, Zhang Weihao felt it was indeed worthwhile to expose her to broader horizons. As environment truly has the power to transform a person, Li Qian observed the mother and son, noting that Zhang Weihao's eyes resembled her mother's, while his nose was somewhat different. Lost in thought, she felt an unfamiliar warmth rise to her cheeks. After lunch, Zhang Weihao traveled back to the mining area with Mr. Wang and the others, while Wang Yin bought drinks for everyone before they parted ways. After seeing her son off, Wang Yin returned to the training school, dedicating herself to her studies. Upon arriving at the mining area, Zhang Weihao declined Mr. Wang's invitation to lunch and headed straight to Zhou Haitao's internet CAF. Oh, the great mathematician has arrived. Lin Xiaoqiao's fingers froze momentarily over the keyboard as she tilted her head to gaze at the young man at the door. Why are you here again instead of studying? Zhang Weihao frowned as he approached Lin Xiaoqiao from behind, oblivious to the undercurrents in her expression. Study. That is all you can think about. Lin Xiaoqiao suddenly slammed her palm on the table. She tilted her face upward, her eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows beneath her eyeshadow. Someone promised to tutor me, yet for over half a semester, I've not even seen a shadow of him, always walking with the girl class monitor. Is it any wonder I'm feeling envious? Only then did Zhang Weihao realize the jealousy lacing her tone. Under the glow of the lights, the girl's nose glowed faintly red, reminiscent of the hawthorn berries found in winter's grass within the mining district. Suddenly, he was reminded of the day when the fifth elder had blocked his path, with Lin Xiaoqiao standing protectively in front of him. He sighed and gently tapped her head, saying, if you wish to have extra lessons, just come to my house. The address is no secret to you, but I fear I might disturb you. Lin Xiaoqiao averted her gaze, yet she peeked at his expression through the curtain of her bangs. The whir of the ventilation fan in the internet CAF buzzed in the background, and she suddenly recalled the day Zhang Weihao won an award, envisioning her parents' joyous expressions. Her eyes grew warm as she remembered her father exclaiming that he would prepare a splendid feast to celebrate her achievement. All right, Zhang Weihao interjected, producing a tissue and extending it towards her, his fingers brushing against her flushed earlobe, akin to touching the melting snow of spring. From now on, after school each day, I will tutor you for an hour. Do not be upset. He waved to the bar counter, calling, hey, little yellow-haired one, bring us 2 bottles of cold soda. Lin Xiaoqiao bit the straw and glanced at him sideways. As the soda bubbles burst on her tongue, she suddenly poked his arm, saying, you mustn't despise me. Zhang Weihao nearly choked on the soda, exclaiming, why would I ever despise you? We'll play for a while, and then head home early. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin your lessons. I need to have a word with Brother Tao. With that, Zhang Weihao took Zhou Haitao's arm and exited the CAF. Lin Xiaoqiao watched his retreating figure, a crescent smile forming at the corners of her mouth as she took a deep sip of the sweet, orange-flavored soda. Upon learning that Zhou Haitao had yet to consult the village chief, Zhang Weihao said little, merely advising him to be more vigilant. I am still too young. Perhaps I should discuss it myself. Upon returning home, Zhang Weihao eagerly anticipated the results of the mathematics competition, hoping to catch the last bus. This could be his opportunity to venture into the bustling metropolis. Lying in bed, his thoughts were consumed by the image of Zhou Miaoke. Since meeting Zhang Weihao's mother, Li Qian had become shy in his presence, leaving him utterly perplexed. After school that afternoon, Lin Xiaoqiao trailed behind Zhang Weihao like a devoted shadow, content to walk in his wake. Passing by a small shop, Zhang Weihao stepped inside to purchase several packets of instant noodles and an assortment of snacks and drinks. "Why are you buying so many snacks?" she inquired. "There's no one at home to cook. We'll just manage with this tonight." He carried the snacks as they made their way home. "Instant noodles are hardly nutritious," she remarked. "An occasional indulgence one tea hurt." Upon arriving at Zhang Weihao's home, as he prepared to boil water for the noodles, Lin Xiaoqiao asked him to wait a moment. Opening the refrigerator, she discovered a few eggs and a bundle of vegetables. "Let me help you with that. Boiled noodles are far more delicious than instant ones," she offered, retrieving the ingredients. Just as he was about to respond, he watched her deftly crack the eggs, the egg whites shimmering in the bowl like crescent moons. The gas stove ignited with a soft whoosh, blue flames flickering to life as she broke the noodle cakes into the pot with a fluid motion. The steam clouded her bangs, and he was suddenly reminded of his mother in the kitchen, donning a similar apron, her profile flushed from the heat. Observing Lin Xiaoqiao skillfully preparing the noodles, Zhang Weihao felt a surge of emotion, as if someone had gently squeezed his heart. "How do you know how to cook?" He leaned against the doorframe, watching her sprinkle the seasoning into the pot. Without lifting her head, she replied, "Is boiling noodles not considered cooking?" The noodles rolled in boiling water as she picked up a strand with chopsticks. Suddenly turning her head, droplets of water clung to her eyelashes. "I, her elder, have not forgotten my role. I too lend a hand in cooking when the restaurant is bustling." Lin Xiaoqiao presented the cooked noodles on the table. A fried egg nestled atop, with green vegetable leaves artistically scattered throughout, surpassing even the cafeteria's nutritious meals. As she handed him the chopsticks, her fingertips brushed against his palm. "Give it a try. It should taste better than the instant ones," she suggested. As the noodles entered his mouth, Zhang Weihao vowed that this was undoubtedly the most delectable instant noodles he had ever savored. The girl, resting her chin on her hand, watched him devour the meal with a radiant smile and suddenly remarked, "If you enjoy it, I'll make it for you every day." Zhang Weihao nearly choked, noodles spilling from his mouth. Chapter 53. Family meeting. After finishing the noodles, Lin Xiaoqiao ushered Zhang Weihao out of the kitchen. "Go on, go outside. Don't be in the way here." Watching her busy figure in the kitchen, sometimes reaching for the cabinet on tiptoe, other times bending to wipe the stove, stirred an unexpected feeling within him. When he explained problems to Lin Xiaoqiao, his tone unconsciously softened, as if he were handling a fragile treasure. As she left, she casually took out the household trash. Zhang Weihao observed her departing silhouette, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. From then on, Lin Xiaoqiao flitted into the kitchen each day like a cheerful swallow. As the hem of her school uniform brushed against the tiles, it carried with it a sweet aroma of home-cooked meals. Being the daughter of a restaurant owner, she effortlessly conjured ingredients from the refrigerator. On Tuesday, she brought pickled sour beans from home. On Wednesday, she created a variety of egg pancakes, and even prepared a plate of stir-fried lamb with scallions on Thursday. That evening, Zhang Weihao found himself staring blankly at the tomato beef soup on the table. Amidst the steaming warmth, Lin Xiaoqiao served him a piece of tofu, the porcelain spoon clinking against the bowl with a clear sound. The shadow of a green pot hose swayed on the windowsill, and for a moment, Zhang Weihao was transported back to scenes of his mother bustling in the kitchen. The same apron, the same tender inquiries, yet infused with the vivacity of youth. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and eat." Lin Xiaoqiao tapped his bowl with her chopsticks. "The beef has been stewing for 2 hours. Taste and see if it's tender." Zhang Weihao jolted back to reality, silently chastising himself for being so unambitious, yet inexplicably nudging the bowl forward as she reached for more food. Golden sunlight cascaded upon her hair tips, and he suddenly noticed that the strands behind her ears curled into soft waves, reminiscent of the gentle hairstyles emerging from the latest fashion trends. On Saturday, when Wang Yan returned home, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of scallions. Lin Xiaoqiao, adorned in her mother's blue apron, stood on tiptoe sprinkling dried shrimp into the custard, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she spotted her parent. "Auntie, please relax. Today I'll showcase my dad's signature dish, spicy crab." Wang Yan observed her deftly slicing ginger and preparing the sauce, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiaoqiao, your knife skills are sharper than mine." She smiled while handing over a dishcloth. but the girl gently pushed her away. Laughter filled the kitchen, mingling with the sizzling sounds of oil. Zhang Weihao leaned against the doorframe, watching his mother pass Lin Xiaoqiao a jar of seasoning, and the girl wiping the sweat from his mother's brow. At that moment, he felt the scene before him resembled a warm, intricate painting. A mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sharing casual conversation, sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, weaving a golden web. After lunch, Lin Xiaoqiao skipped away with an empty lunchbox, the pink hairpin in her ponytail shimmering like a blurred spot of light. Wang Yin gazed at her daughter's figure and suddenly poked her son gently in the waist. That petite girl is indeed skillful and meticulous. I wonder to whom she will eventually bring her charms. Zhang Weihao nearly choked on his tea upon seeing the mischievous glimmer in his mother's eyes. His ears instantly flushed with a crimson hue, more vibrant than the spicy crabs Lin Xiaoqiao had prepared. Mom. He turned abruptly, only to topple the stool behind him. Wang Yin chuckled at her son's flustered demeanor, the candy wrappers in her apron rustling softly. Then, she looked at Zhang Weihao with an expression of bewilderment, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. Do not let it affect your studies. With that, Wang Yin retreated to her bedroom for a midday rest, leaving Zhang Weihao standing there, bewildered by her words. What does that have to do with my studies? You are still young, do not act recklessly. Nearing her bedroom, Wang Yin turned once more to address her son. Oh dear, what a calamity! In an instant, Zhang Weihao comprehended his mother's implication. What is this about? I had no such intentions. Even if I did, shouldn't there be some educational guidance at my age? Lying on his bed, Zhang Weihao found his perception of his mother completely upended by her two remarks. After a brief rest, he received a call from Zhou Haitao and informed his mother that he was going out to play before dashing out of the house. What did you say, Brother Tao? The village chief, upon hearing that I wanted to lease the land, directly asked if I intended to secretly mine. I told him that in this desolate wilderness, what mining could there possibly be? After gifting him 2 packs of cigarettes, he agreed to consider it, but insisted that a village committee meeting would be necessary. As soon as Zhou Haitao returned from Heihu Mountain Village, he promptly called Zhang Weihao. All right, Brother Tao, keep a close eye on this matter, and maintain communication with the village chief. It would be wise to regularly present him with cigarettes and liquor. I will cover these expenses, and if this comes to fruition, you will undoubtedly reap the rewards. Zhang Weihao contemplated that the approach should indeed begin with the village chief, and that geological surveys would also be necessary. There was much work to be done. However, sending gifts is trivial. What exactly do you plan to do with that land? You aren't genuinely considering mining, are you? Regardless of whether there is any mineral resource, given the recent crackdown, I've heard from the store that several small coal mine owners have already been apprehended by the authorities, facing severe penalties. Zhou Haitao extinguished his cigarette, but with his foot, fearing that Zhang Weihao might seriously contemplate illicit coal mining. I know. Rest assured, Brother Tao, I would never engage in illegal activities. You know what kind of person I am. After enduring a few rounds of billiards with Zhou Haitao, unable to tolerate the sight of him celebrating after sinking a ball by embracing his girlfriend for a kiss, Zhang Weihao decided to return home early, as there was a family meeting that evening. At 7 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing's call came in, as punctual as the evening news. After exchanging pleasantries, he glanced at the business license on the table and announced, "The Western Mining Company has been established. Congratulations, Dad. From now on, we shall address you as Chairman Zhang." Holding the phone in one hand and instinctively picking up a cigarette with the other, Zhang Guoqing could not help but chuckle at his son's teasing reference to Chairman Zhang. You little rascal, do not jest with your father. The laughter had not yet faded when his voice abruptly turned hoarse. By the way, Mr. Zhou mentioned something. He wants me to invest 5 million, acquiring 35 of the shares, while his company will invest 8 million for 45. The remaining 20 is supposedly to be given away as dry shares. Given away? Why should so many shares be given away for free? Wang Yin hesitated at the thought of investing 5 million, and upon hearing about the giveaway, she became somewhat displeased. After all, accumulating such funds was no easy feat. It wasn't as if they had come from thin air. Zhang Weihao was well aware that Zhou Youfu, that old fox, was calculating astutely. This 20 of dry shares, though seemingly a loss, was in fact a lubricant for smoothing out connections. Opening a mine is no simple task. Mining licenses, safety approvals, land leasing. Each hurdle requires financial support. Damn, that 20 of dry shares is essential. Zhang Weihao raised his gaze towards his parents, his eyes steady beyond his years. Consider this. Without Uncle Zhou's connections and influence, would the mine operate smoothly? Zhou Youfu's willingness to relinquish such a substantial share indicates that he too understands the necessity of this network. Chapter 54. The first step of Western mining. Zhang Guoqing leaned back in his office chair, puffing on a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, memories of his youth spent laboring in the mines flooded back, where every penny was earned at the cost of his life. That being said, he rasped, I'm not particularly worried about the 20 of dry shares, but investing such a large sum all at once is daunting. That is 5 million, not a trivial amount. We've only just begun to build our savings. What if we lose it all? The wrinkles on his forehead twisted tightly, as if they could crush a fly. Faced with such a significant investment, Wang Yin was filled with concern. Shouldn't we reconsider? Perhaps discuss it with Mr. Zhou and see if we can invest less? Dad, how is the mine performing? Zhang Weihao seized the moment, recognizing his parents' hesitation as an opportunity to raise his stakes. Zhang Guoqing leaned out to glance through the car window, where the tail lights of coal trucks snaked through the dusk like digits dancing on a ledger. It's going well. The traffic is bustling, and the surrounding mines are in similar situations. Isn't that settled then? Zhang Weihao pressed on, Mr. Zhou is keen on your partnership precisely because of the success you've brought to the old mine. As they say, a soldier dies for his confidant. In my view, Mr. Zhou sets the stage, and you perform, the essence of a win-win scenario. His words struck a chord with Zhang Guoqing. He pulled out a cigarette. Recalling his earlier days with Zhou Youfu in Ming Province, when he was merely the deputy section chief of a state-owned mine, his monthly salary barely sufficient. Now, the figures in his account often left him in disbelief. I understand the logic. Zhang Guoqing exhaled smoke. That's what I've been discussing with your mother. Though he claimed it was a discussion, he was genuinely more interested in his son's perspective. However, listening to his son speak instilled an unexpected sense of confidence within him. This rascal, it seems I must heed his advice now. Something feels amiss, Zhang Guoqing mused. If you invest, our family will finally own a stake, not just a hollow business license. Zhang Weihao turned to Wang Yin and winked at her, exclaiming, Mother, this accounting class has been worthwhile. Soon, I shall become the financial director, managing the purse strings. His words struck a chord within Wang Yin. Ever since Zhang Guoqing earned a substantial income from outside ventures, and after she resigned from the mine, she initially relished a period of rest. However, as time dragged on, an inexplicable sense of unease began to settle in her heart. She pursued accounting after hearing her son speak of starting a company in Ming Province, and at that moment, her thoughts were solely on managing finances. The sound of a lighter ignited Zhang Guoqing's contemplation as he inhaled deeply from his cigarette. But 5 million is no small sum. Your mother has never encountered so much money. I fear she may lose her peace of mind. Suddenly, Wang Yin snatched the phone from him, retorting, Who says I cannot sleep soundly? Clutching the receiver, her nails digging into her palm, she declared, When you resigned from the state-owned mine, did I not take the leap with you? Now that life has improved, have we lost our courage? Zhang Weihao stifled a laugh at the sight of his mother's flushed face. Dressed in the attire gifted by Zhou Youfu, she stood tall and proud, resembling a model of excellence from the mine's promotional materials. Moreover, Wang Yin continued, casting a glance at her son with a softened tone. If Hao intends to establish a physical company, my accounting lessons will not go to waste. I will handle the finances, with money flowing in and out under my supervision. What is there to worry about? A brief silence ensued on the other end of the line before Zhang Guoqing erupted in laughter. All right, my dear wife. Your resolve surpasses mine. His voice resonated with relief. His son was right. One would fight for those who truly understand them. As the head of the family, if you wish to invest, then do so. My accounting teacher mentioned that upon graduation, one could earn thousands monthly through work. Wang Yin encouraged from the side. Yes, I understand, Zhang Guoqing replied. We recently heard about your achievements in that mathematics competition. I must commend you, my son. Your father's hard work shall not be in vain. With a newfound determination, he shifted the conversation to Zhang Weihao's studies. Indeed, did I not inform you earlier? Our family now boasts 2 students. Our focus is solely on learning, and you need not worry about finances, Zhang Weihao responded, his mischievous expressions making Wang Yin stifle a laugh. Her eyes filled with pride at her son. Focus on your studies. The financial matters are not for you two to fret over, Zhang Guoqing asserted with newfound authority. Later that evening, Zhang Weihao retrieved a signed photograph from the depths of his drawer, featuring himself in a distinctive blue shirt, smiling like the friendly neighbor. Father, mother, even if the mind collapses, I will show you the wonders of the world beyond. He whispered into the still air, the sound merging with the hum of the lamp, resonating clearly in the quiet night. Zhang Weihao felt as though he was perpetually in motion. His school occupied most of his time. He had to oversee the land contracting in Heihu Mountain Village, communicate with Director Zhao regarding the penguin-related matters, and tutor Lin Xiaoqiao, who had recently become rather unruly, often leaning on him while studying. Zhang Weihao. As Teacher Wang pushed open the door, steam rose from the thermos cup in his hand. He had just received the news that you were the only middle school student from our county to qualify for the National Olympiad in mathematics. The elderly teacher's glasses glimmered with pride and joy. Suddenly, Teacher Wang lowered his voice, stating that the principal mentioned if you win an award this time, the school would find a way to recommend you for a priority admission to a key provincial school. On the way home from school, Lin Xiaoqiao seemed to have something on her mind. I heard you're going to the Magic City. She stood on her tiptoes to glance at Zhang Weihao's profile. Isn't that the kind of grand place where one gets to experience the world? It's just for an exam, Zhang Weihao thought, vividly picturing Zhou Miaoka's appearance. In an instant, Lin Xiaoqiao recalled Zhou Haitao's words and leaned closer, her hair brushing against his chin. Then I want to go with you. Zhang Weihao abruptly stepped back, gazing at Lin Xiaoqiao's penetrating stare, the setting sun casting a glow on her eyelashes, as the images of Lin Xiaoqiao and Zhou Miaoka began to merge in his mind. What nonsense. I'm only going for the competition, and I'll be back in a day or two. Why would you go? There's still over a year until the high school entrance exam. You should focus on your studies. Zhang Weihao shook his head, and after the fleeting images faded, he spoke slowly. Lin Xiaoqiao pouted, her face etched with displeasure. After Lin Xiaoqiao left, Zhang Weihao quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhou Miaoka's number. Eager to share this good news with his source of motivation, the delightful Sister Miaoka. Upon learning that Zhang Weihao was going to the Magic City for the National Olympiad, Zhou Miaoka was utterly astonished. She understood what it meant for someone from a mining area with limited educational resources to stand on a national stage. It was akin to a pine tree growing through a crack in the rocks, each needle soaked in the tenacity to transcend its environment. Little did she know that Zhang Weihao possessed the soul of his past life. Nor did she realize that the brotherly figure she cherished had always regarded her as his inspiration. Chapter 55. Crossing the river with the people in October. The mining area was cloaked in a thin veil of autumn. As Zhang Weihao accompanied his mother to the train station, the willows by the roadside began to turn yellow. Wang Yin tucked the savings book into her pocket, repeatedly urging him, study well. Strive to earn us a good ranking. The elderly couple unanimously decided against letting him accompany them to Ming Province. He was to stay home and prepare for the Olympiad in November. Watching the green train slowly depart, Zhang Weihao returned home, picked up a basketball, and headed towards the workers' sports field. No way, no way. He only intended to use the competition as an excuse to visit Zhou Miaoka in the Magic City. He never truly expected to win a ranking. He felt he could not compete with those prodigious talents. Even with his rebirth, he could not measure up. The autumn wind in the mining area swept cold dust across his face as he cradled the basketball and felt his abdomen. My six-pack is almost complete. At the sports field, Zhang Weihao encountered many classmates and casually formed a team, playing an exhilarating game of basketball throughout the afternoon. That evening, Zhang Weihao and Zhou Haitao ventured into a small barbecue stall by the mining area. Under the canvas awning, the bulbs flickered warm light, and the aroma of grilled leeks mingled with the scent of beer. Ahau, the village chief wants 30 yuan per mu, that's 30,000 yuan for 1,000 mu a year. Zhou Haitao twisted off the cap of his beer bottle, foam splashing onto the greasy tablecloth. This isn't renting land. It's clear they think we're easy targets. Zhang Weihao picked up a piece of crispy bone, rolling it in chili powder. To demand such a price in barren land is merely to presume that we are intent on clandestinely extracting coal. He crunched the crispy bone, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Yet we shall not adhere to conventional methods. But I have stated that we are engaged in agriculture, and he simply does not believe it. Zhou Haitao took a swig of beer, exclaiming his delight. Tomorrow, you must visit the village chief again. Zhang Weihao wiped his hands, producing 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maodai. There are 5,000 yuan in this card. Take it. Tell him we sincerely wish to lease, with the maximum price capped at 10 yuan per mu, but privately, we shall offer him an additional yuan as a gratuity for each mu. What? Zhou Haitao nearly choked. 10 yuan per mu is insufficient, and we must pay him more? Do not rush. Zhang Weihao sprinkled cumin over the roasted eggplant, explaining that the leased area must not be less than 10,000 mu. In this manner, he will receive an annual gratuity of 10,000 yuan. Far more profitable than farming. Tapping the bamboo skewer against the beer bottle, he emphasized the importance of making him feel that this venture is a guaranteed profit, which would naturally lead him to contemplate it favorably. Zhou Haitao stared at the flickering charcoal flames and suddenly slapped his thigh. Ingenious. Even if he suspects our coal mining, such an extensive leasing area would intimidate him. After all, who would resort to such complications if they genuinely intended to mine coal? Precisely, Zhang Weihao declared. Presenting the roasted eggplant, set it down and depart. Do not afford him the opportunity to refuse. People are most wary of benefits that are too hot to handle. After the meal, Zhang Weihao instructed Zhou Haitao to wait downstairs, rushing home to fetch 3,000 yuan, which he handed to Zhou Haitao for his tasks. Initially resistant, Zhou Haitao only accepted after Zhang Weihao insisted that refusal would mean he would no longer seek his assistance. Brother Tao, trust me. It won't be long before we emerge from this mining area to explore a more splendid world beyond. As Zhou Haitao departed, Zhang Weihao called out to him. Zhou Haitao gave Zhang Weihao a thumbs up, pondering how this young adult, 7 or 8 years his junior, was increasingly inscrutable to him, having treated him as an equal all these years. The next morning, while Zhang Weihao was still lost in slumber, his phone rang abruptly. Upon seeing the caller ID, he instantly became alert and hurriedly pressed the answer button. President Zhang, the Penguin Show is live. The voice on the other end burst forth, brimming with the unique excitement and anxiety of a startup founder. The server has just launched, and the number of online users is climbing. Yet, I cannot shake this unease. Constantly worried that something is amiss. Do you think users will truly appreciate our product? Unable to contain himself, Zhang Weihao instantly became fully awake. Indeed, we have merged virtual imagery with social interaction, and currently, there should be no similar product in the domestic market. We offer users a platform to express their individuality and self-image in the digital realm. Users can create a unique virtual persona by purchasing virtual clothing, accessories, and scenes, thus significantly fulfilling the desire for distinct self-expression online. On the other end of the line, the sound of rapid keyboard clacking echoed, the speaker's words flowing like a machine gun. But for our startup, the cost of trial and error is alarmingly low. What if the data is less than ideal? What then? Are you afraid of failure? Zhang Weihao chuckled and said, allow me to explain. We, as a nation, tend to be rather reserved. Many individuals, for various reasons, hesitate to express their needs. For instance, when I see someone on the street with dyed yellow hair, I yearn to try it myself. Yet due to my parents' opinions and work-related concerns, I refrain. The unattainable always stirs desire. However, Penguin Show has provided me with a platform to create a virtual persona. I can sport yellow today and green tomorrow, and who could possibly object? Moreover, Zhang Weihao raised his voice, imbued with conviction. We possess such a formidable team, bolstered by a considerable user base, and most importantly, we have you as our steadfast anchor. Why fear failure? Zhang Weihao was speaking with an earnestness drawn from the memories of his past life, fully aware that after the launch of Penguin Show, it had surged in popularity. His words undeniably instilled confidence in those who desperately needed encouragement. After listening, the other person paused momentarily before erupting into a hearty laugh. Hearing you say that reassures me. No wonder Chairman Zhao has been so secretive about your contact information. By the way, do you have any thoughts on the subsequent updates and iterations of the product? Zhang Weihao raised an eyebrow while holding his phone, surprised that Chairman Zhao would conceal his identity. However, he soon realized that this seasoned investor was adept at controlling the situation and had likely anticipated the chemical reaction between their ideas. We must take this step by step, he mused, suddenly craving a cigarette. In his past life, every phone call was accompanied by the flick of a lighter. Penguin Show is currently a seed. We must first ensure it takes root in the hearts of users. Once the data stabilizes, we can leverage social chains for growth, such as introducing limited edition skins for inviting friends, stimulating dissemination through scarcity. The sound of a mouse's scroll echoed as the other person rapidly browsed back-end data. Are you suggesting that we solidify user engagement before discussing monetization? Precisely. Once the user base reaches a certain scale, monetization becomes the least of our concerns. Are you familiar with the historical anecdote of Liu Bei crossing the river during the Three Kingdoms period? Zhang Weihao rose to pour himself a glass of water. The laughter on the other end of the line spilled over. How did your thought process drift into history? Please elaborate on its relevance to our product. When Liu Bei crossed the river, he brought along hundreds of thousands of citizens who seemed like a burden but were, in fact, the epitome of population as a resource. The same applies to our internet product. Users represent numerical population. As long as we gather them within the Penguin ecosystem, we need not worry about conversion opportunities. The sound of mouse clicks resonated from the other end, clearly searching for information. So your point is to build up the user base first, and monetization will follow naturally? Exactly. Chapter 56. Meeting you brings me joy. After concluding the call, Zhang Weihao got up to freshen up. Just as he donned his hoodie to head downstairs for breakfast, Chairman Zhao's call came through. Are these two perhaps tracking my phone? He muttered to himself as he answered the call. On the line, Zhao Guoqing's voice, slightly breathless, indicated that he was clearly on the move. Weihao, the software company you mentioned last time, I have found a suitable one. Zhao Guoqing's voice was tinged with unmistakable excitement. The headquarters is in Australia, and they are eager to expand into the Chinese market. Zhang Weihao was taken aback, retracting his hand that was still on the door lock, and turning to sit on the living room sofa. In his previous life, a deluge of information regarding various technological embargoes flooded the news, and he was utterly unaware of the specific purpose of the software that Chairman Zhao referred to. However, he never anticipated that Zhao would forge connections so swiftly. Chairman Zhao, your efficiency is truly remarkable, Zhang Weihao remarked, tapping his head and deliberately masking his unease with an admiring tone. It's all thanks to your reminder, came the response, accompanied by the bustling sounds of traffic in the background, indicating that Zhao was on the go. I reached out to a friend in Shenzhen who deals in foreign trade. He mentioned that there's a dispute with a Hong Kong agent and is looking for partners in the mainland. What do you think? Should we discuss agency or technical cooperation? Zhang Weihao, clutching his phone, stepped onto the balcony, striving to recall snippets from the industry he had heard about in his previous life. In 2002, domestic software was nearly non-existent, with most educational institutions relying on pirated versions. And the cost of legitimate licenses was astronomical for small to medium enterprises. Chairman Zhao, could we potentially explore the educational market first? For instance, collaborating with universities to provide free educational versions of the software? Zhao Guoqing seemed taken aback by this perspective. Why focus on universities? Because today's students will be tomorrow's engineers. Zhang Weihao blurted out. Think about it. If they become accustomed to our agency's software, won't they recommend using the legitimate version once they enter the workforce? There was a brief silence on the line before Zhao Guoqing suddenly chuckled. You clever lad. Your mind works quickly. All right. I'll instruct my lawyer to include a clause for educational authorization in the cooperation agreement. By the way, do you understand this software? Would you like to accompany me to Shenzhen to meet their Asia-Pacific director? Zhang Weihao nearly choked on his own saliva. No. What do I know? Even through the phone, he hurriedly gestured a refusal. After discussing a few more matters, they ended the call, and Zhang Weihao leaned against the balcony railing, lost in thought. The October sun was pleasantly warm as he glanced at his phone, watching the time flicker on the screen. October 2nd, 2002. An ordinary morning, yet, due to the foresight of a time traveler, it quietly sowed the seeds for altering certain trajectories. For now, he decided to put those thoughts aside. Shaking his head and stuffing his phone back into his pocket, the most pressing matter at hand was to purchase breakfast. He dashed down the stairs, the sunlight casting a long shadow behind him, reminiscent of an extending future. Suddenly, Zhang Weihao felt the weight of his former life as a worker, realizing he had to make several phone calls throughout the day. When Lin Xiaoqiao came to tutor Zhang Weihao, not only did she take care of his meals, but she also washed his clothes. Watching Lin Xiaoqiao standing on a stool on the balcony, hanging up clothes, Zhang Weihao swiftly steadied the girl, fearful of her falling. The unique fragrance emanating from her made him turn his head away. He realized that if this continued, something would inevitably happen. It was not until Wang Yan returned from a night on a green train in Inner Mongolia that Zhang Weihao turned off his phone, dedicating time to accompany his mother. During dinner, the pork ribs in the aluminum pot bubbled enticingly. Wang Yan picked up a piece, perfectly marbled, and placed it in her son's bowl. This time, when you go to Meng Province, your Uncle Zhou mentioned that he would take you around the magical city after your exam, she said. Zhang Weihao bit into the rib, the savory juices trickling down the corner of his mouth. Mom, there's no need to trouble Aunt Zhou, he mumbled, burying his head in his rice, though his earlobes betrayed a slight blush. I'm just going to take an exam and we'll be back promptly. Eat while it's hot, Wang Yin urged, adding another piece of meat to his bowl. Finish your meal and go to bed early. Don't stay up late studying. By the way, the exam for the coal mine in Meng province is scheduled for the first Saturday in November, and the school has granted you a week's leave. In the office, Teacher Wang paced back and forth, clutching a thermos. The school is so stingy. They say there's no budget, but I think they're just reluctant to spend money. Your success would bring glory to the school. Should I accompany you at my own expense? Really, there's no need. Zhang Weihao replied. My cousin works in the magical city and has already booked a hotel for me. Besides, I'm old enough to manage on my own. He thought to himself that the school's decision suited him just fine. Noticing the frown on Teacher Wang's forehead ease, he added, my mother is in the provincial capital. If it's convenient for her, I'll ask her to accompany me. Li Qian, clutching her homework, caught up with him at the school gate, her ponytail swaying in the breeze. Zhang Weihao, wait, let me tie your shoelaces. As she stood on tiptoe, her ponytail brushed against his hand, carrying the sweet scent of her hair. All right, enough with the superstitions, he laughed, sidestepping her playful grasp. The red hair tie around her wrist formed a charming bow, its ends adorned with a tiny plastic golden bean. Good luck, she cheered, stepping back, suddenly recalling something. She pulled a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and handed it to him, a sweet orange flavor from Su Fuji. Zhang Weihao planned to head to the provincial capital that weekend, knowing that securing flight tickets was far easier than in his previous life. He worried about not being able to get a ticket, which would delay his chance to meet Aunt Zhou. On the eve of his departure, Lin Xiaoqiao knocked on Zhang Weihao's iron gate, clutching a bulging plastic bag. The bag faintly revealed green peppers and pork belly. What's this? Zhang Weihao inquired as he opened the door, greeted by a wave of aromatic ginger and scallion. Let me show you a little something, Lin Xiaoqiao said, placing the bag in the kitchen. Her ponytail brushed against his hand, carrying the lively essence of the market. My dad says we should make dumplings for farewell and noodles for welcoming. I didn't have time to make dumplings, but today I'll prepare spicy stir-fried meat and vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes. I assure you, it'll taste better than anything from a restaurant. She rolled up the sleeves of her school uniform, and Zhang Weihao noticed a faint scar on her arm. The oil is hot. Quickly hand me the meat. Lin Xiaoqiao coughed twice amidst the smoke, but refused to let him help. The clanging of the iron pot and spatula resonated. The aroma of chili mingling with the richness of the pork belly soon wafted from the kitchen. Try this, Lin Xiaoqiao called, bringing the dish to the table. The green peppers in the spicy stir-fried meat were cut into perfect cubes, and the potato shreds were translucent. My dad says you need to soak the potato shreds in water 3 times to make them crispy. Thank you. He picked up a chopstick full of potato shreds, the tangy and spicy flavor exploding on his palate, while his eyes felt slightly warm. Lin Xiaoqiao sat across from him, poking at her rice with the tips of her chopsticks, looking up. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. Thanking me for what? He asked. I'm so happy to have met you. As he observed the young girl blushing and bowing her head over her meal, a tremor coursed through Zhang Weihao's heart. Chapter 57. Arriving in the Magic City, Teacher Wang had spent half an hour in the principal's office, finally signing his name on the departure registration form, which allowed Zhang Weihao to be sent to the provincial capital. The airline ticket office was tucked away in an alley behind the department store, its wooden sign bearing the faded inscription of China Civil Aviation. Zhang Weihao received a handwritten 4-part ticket, with blue ink from carbon paper nestled between its pages. He reminisced about the convenience of checking in via his mobile phone in his previous life. This 4-part ticket was a novel experience for him. Taking a taxi to the school where his mother was training, he found Wang Yin clad in a brown trench coat, cradling a copy of Fundamentals of Accounting. Straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. Mom, Zhang Weihao called out, and upon hearing his voice, Wang Yin turned, her face lighting up with a smile as she hurried over, appraising him from head to toe. Are you tired from the journey? She asked, reaching out to adjust his collar, which had been tousled by the wind. They shared a meal together, and afterward, Wang Yin took Zhang Weihao to the department store, purchasing him a new outfit. I've heard that people in big cities look down on those of us from smaller places. You must dress well to avoid their disdain, she remarked as she sifted through clothing. Is there really a regional bias even in this era? After outfitting Zhang Weihao entirely, Wang Yin arranged for her brother to contact a private car to take him to the airport early the next morning. That night, Zhang Weihao stayed alone in the hotel. As the saying goes, a grown child avoids their mother. After spending some time with him, Wang Yin left, reminding him to rest well. Zhang Weihao felt the ticket in his pocket, recalling the flight schedule displayed on the wall of the ticket office. At 10 o'clock the next morning, he would board flight 5102 bound for the Magic City. Zhou Miaoke called him, inquiring about his flight number, mentioning that Zhou Youfu had specifically asked her to look after this distant younger brother. Upon arriving at the airport, which had yet to undergo expansion, Zhang Weihao found the boarding gate with ease. After completing the check-in process, he settled at the gate, listening to music while waiting for his flight. Once aboard, he found himself seated by the window. A young couple requested to swap seats with him. The husband explained that it was their first time flying and they wished to gaze upon the blue sky and white clouds. Zhang Weihao readily agreed. Just outside the aisle, he had the opportunity to admire the flight attendant up close. It was undeniable that flight attendants of this era exuded a certain elegance, unlike some he would later store in his cloud drive. After the plane landed, Zhang Weihao shouldered his backpack and disembarked. The airport in the Magic City, though lacking the grandeur and modernity it would later exhibit, already hinted at the unique charm of an international metropolis. The Terminal-S exterior featured smooth, clean lines, with a combination of metal and glass that showcased the architectural aesthetics of the early 21st century. An old electronic display rolled through flight information, the green subtitles dancing against a black background, occasionally emitting a soft electric hum. Following the signs, Zhang Weihao arrived at the exit, and at a glance, he spotted Zhou Miaoke amidst the crowd. Like a meticulously crafted piece of fine art, every stroke exudes tenderness and refinement. The visage is petite yet three-dimensional, with a smooth, full forehead and slender eyebrows that arch gracefully like new moons above a pair of eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. Those eyes are particularly enchanting, their pupils resembling ink jade steeped in crystal-clear water, the outer corners slightly uplifted, curving into soft crescent shapes when she smiles. Her eyelashes are long and thick, akin to butterflies poised to take flight, casting delicate shadows upon her fair cheeks. Cascading down her shoulders are lustrous chestnut waves, the ends artfully trimmed to reveal distinct layers. Her figure is slender and proportionate, accentuated by a cream-colored wool coat that enhances her height. The collar features a vintage Peter Pan design, edged with hand-stitched white lace that layers upon itself like blooming petals. The fitted sleeves reveal her delicate wrists. Complementing her ensemble are high-waisted black straight-leg trousers crafted from structured suiting fabric, tailored to accentuate her elongated leg lines without constriction. On her feet are black patent leather ankle boots with slender heels that sway gracefully with each step, embodying both elegance and a sense of modern fashion. This meticulously curated look stands out remarkably in the somewhat antiquated airport hall, every detail reflecting sophistication and grace, blending youthful sweetness with the poised elegance of a mature woman, akin to a brilliant pearl captivating the attention of surrounding travelers. Zhang Weihao licked his dry lips, his gaze traversing the bustling crowd of Pudong Airport's arrival hall until it landed on the figure he had long yearned for. Zhou Miaoke stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the hem of her cream-colored wool coat fluttering gently in the draft, resembling a jasmine blooming in late autumn, radiant and graceful. "Weihua, dear brother," Zhou Miaoke exclaimed upon spotting Zhang Weihao, her voice as melodious as silver bells. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor echoed in his heart, stirring an inexplicable nervousness within him. "Miaoke, I truly appreciate you coming all this way," he managed, quickly steadying himself and offering an innocuous, sincere smile, his ears tinged with warmth. "There's no need for such formality with me, dear brother. I had planned to take you around the magical city after your exams. But with November's chill setting in, there isn't much fun to be had." As she spoke, she instinctively reached out to assist him with his luggage, only to be surprised to find he carried nothing but a backpack. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal," she said, turning, causing the wind from her coat to envelop him in her fragrance, leaving Zhang Weihao utterly entranced. Familiar with the path, he followed her towards the parking lot, admiring the way her coat swayed, accentuating her figure further. The black stiletto boots she wore, adorned with sparkling gems at the heel, shimmered as she walked, casting a cascade of tiny lights upon the ground, reminiscent of the ripples she stirred within his heart, an unease that lingered. The sleek black Buick Century, with its headlights shimmering through the rain, caught his attention. Observing the luxurious vehicle before him, Zhang Weihao couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the affluence of the Zhou family. As he opened the car door, The scent of genuine leather mingled with the aroma of the car's fragrance. And he mused to himself that spending a couple of days with Zhou Miaoke might just leave him imbued with that delightful scent. Let me first take you to savor the local cuisine. One must certainly experience the regional specialties upon arriving in this metropolis. Zhou Miaoke, with a demeanor reminiscent of a friendly older sister, smiled warmly, her tone imbued with enthusiasm and kindness. Through the car window, Zhang Weihao surveyed this grand town of the Far East, where towering skyscrapers lined the streets and neon lights flickered, already reflecting the modernity of this city from a past life, bustling and vibrant. As the vehicle set in motion, the melody resumed, and with a gentle hum, Zhang Weihao sang along, joined by Zhou Miaoke. Chapter 58. Yuanfang capital. Zhang Weihao was lost in the melodic flow emanating from the car's sound system, relishing the intimate moment with Zhou Miaoke. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone erupted from his pocket. He silently cursed, wondering who could be calling at such a time. Upon checking, he discovered it was his mother. "Mom, I've arrived. Sister Miaoke has already picked me up." His voice inadvertently took on a soft and obedient tone. Zhou Miaoke glanced at him sideways, her lips curling into a smile, as she gently lowered the volume of the music. Wang Yin's voice came through the receiver, incessantly reminding Zhang Weihao to be cautious. "Don't wander around outside, and avoid spicy food before your exam. Please thank Sister Miaoke for me. I truly appreciate her help this time." A mother's worry knows no bounds when her child travels 1,000 miles. After ending the call, Zhang Weihao awkwardly turned to Zhou Miaoke, saying, "My mom asked me to express her gratitude." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Zhou Miaoke replied, lightly pressing the accelerator, as the Buick Century glided smoothly along the road. "Not to mention, your father and mine are business partners now, and as candidates from Xixing. It's only right that I lend a hand." After glancing at Zhang Weihao, she added with a playful smile, "Moreover, you're a prodigy from our mining district. I'm merely ingratiating myself with a future scientific genius." Zhang Weihao felt his cheeks flush. He certainly did not consider himself a prodigy, and he mused that perhaps the eccentric uncle had a share of credit as well. The music played once more, and through the window, it was evident that this metropolis had already taken on the qualities of an international city. The traffic on the airport highway was noticeably denser than that of Meng Province and Xixing. The two engaged in a discussion about music, and fortunately, Zhang Weihao had done some preparatory work, otherwise, they would have struggled for topics. The phone rang again. Zhang Weihao pulled it out to see it was Zhao Guoqing. Hesitating whether to answer, Zhou Miaoke turned off the music. "Brother Zhao, I just landed in the metropolis. I'll call you once I reach the hotel." Zhang Weihao had never referred to himself in such a manner since they had met. Who was Zhao Guoqing? An elite who had traversed from Silicon Valley to Wall Street in America. It was clear that Zhang Weihao was likely unable to take the call at that moment, and Zhao Guoqing was about to suggest that he call back when convenient. "Wait a moment. Did you say you just landed in the metropolis?" "I'm here too. Where are you?" "I'll come find you." Although Zhao Guoqing had known Zhang Weihao for some time, they had yet to meet in person, and he was quite curious about what his consultant looked like. "Brother Zhao, I'll call you once I reach the hotel." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoqing immediately insisted that Zhang Weihao contact him as soon as he arrived at the hotel. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Guoqing immediately called back, urging, "You must hurry to the Magic City. Zhang Weihao is here. This time, we absolutely must meet." "All right, I will bring the equity agreement with me. I've asked him about it several times, but he always said there was no rush, which has left me somewhat anxious." Zhang Weihao pondered whether to meet him, yet he questioned if he was too young for such an encounter and what standing he should present when meeting Zhao Guoqing. "Brother Weihao, you needn't stay in a hotel. I have an apartment in Pudong where you can stay. It's south, quite close to your exam location." "Brother Weihao?" As Zhang Weihao gazed out of the car window, Zhou Miaoke assumed he was captivated by the city's development. "Ah, what's the matter, sister? I mean, you should stay at my place these days instead of a hotel. It's much more convenient." Zhou Miaoke's suggestion stirred a wave of excitement within Zhang Weihao at the prospect of living with his sister. "Well, that might not be very convenient," he feigned modesty. "What is inconvenient about it? I usually live alone, and there are plenty of empty rooms. Why stay in a hotel? If something were to happen to you alone, how would I explain it to your father?" "Oh, then I must trouble you, sister." Zhang Weihao suppressed his exhilaration. "Hey, sister, you study finance, right? Have you heard of Zhao Guoqing?" Perhaps due to his past ignorance, he could not recall who Zhao Guoqing was despite racking his brain. Zhou Miaoke, who was studying finance in the Magic City, should surely have heard of him if he was indeed well known. "Zhao Guoqing? I've heard my teachers mention him. He is an angel investor and the founder of Yuanfang Capital. Zhou Miaoke turned her head, her hair brushing against Zhang Weihao's hand. What? Have you seen his reports too? Her tone carried a hint of surprise, as she believed that most young prodigies participating in Olympiad competitions would focus their energies on formulas and problem-solving. Given the relative backwardness of their mining district, she found it surprising that Zhang Weihao was aware of such a figure. Is he really that famous? Zhang Weihao quickly inquired. In his previous life, the name Yuanfang Capital had been somewhat vague in his memory. He searched for fragments of information about Zhao Guoqing, recalling a video where a host mentioned an investor who returned from the United States, having invested in numerous domestic tech giants. Could it be him? Zhou Miaoke nodded, the red and blue lights of the dashboard reflecting in her brightened eyes. Not just famous. He was among the first in our country to make a name for himself on Wall Street, and even served as a director at Pacific Asset Management. Counting on her fingers, she continued, he suddenly resigned and returned home to establish Yuanfang Capital, investing in many robust projects across transport, real estate, and tech companies. He once lectured at our college. They wanted to invite him as a guest professor, but he declined, claiming he had no time for flattering talk. A big shot is indeed a big shot. Hearing Zhou Miaoke speak so highly of him, Zhang Weihao realized that the acquaintance he had online was indeed a significant figure. However, he had long since categorized Zhao Guoqing as a person of prominence, and the very notion of having spoken to him seemed utterly astonishing. Upon exiting the airport expressway, the Buick Century plunged into the steel forest of the magical metropolis. In the year 2002, the streets of Shanghai were already adorned with an intricate web of elevated highways. As the setting sun cast its golden glow through the glass curtain walls of office buildings, weaving a flowing tapestry of gold upon the road, Zhang Weihao gazed out at the towering edifices, the spire of the Jin Mao Tower piercing the clouds. The shop signs lining the streets shimmered with vibrant colors as a double-decker bus passed by, its upper deck passengers eagerly leaning out to capture photographs. Ahead lay the old city god temple. Zhou Miaoke pointed towards the elegantly curved eaves, the gray bricks and tiles of Yuan Garden strikingly prominent amidst the modern architecture. Once you finish your exams, sister will take you to savor the Zilong Bao from Nanxiang. As they finally halted in front of the old restaurant, Zhang Weihao noticed the brass lanterns hanging from the vermilion doorframe, the inscription dating back to 1875 polished to a shine. The restaurant's braised pork requires 3 hours of stewing. Zhou Miaoke guided him through the intricately carved wooden screens, and the rich aroma of rice wafted through the hall. The ceiling lights cast a warm glow, illuminating the walls adorned with an array of vintage photographs. Chapter 59, A Boastful Trickster? The waiter led them through the corridor, and Zhang Weihao heard the melodious sound of pingtan drifting from the second floor, the soft Wu dialect intermingling with the enchanting tones of the Sanxian. Truly, this city of magic impressed Zhang Weihao, who couldn't help but marvel at the intoxicating atmosphere, even in 2002. Have you arrived? The waiter promptly greeted them as they settled at their table. Today's eel is fresh. How about a serving of oil-splashed shrimp? Zhou Miaoke nodded with familiarity, turning to Zhang Weihao with a smile. I'm not sure what flavors you prefer, so I'll order a few local specialties, if they're not to your taste. Sister will take you somewhere else. I have a hearty appetite. I find everything delicious. The dishes arrived. The waiter placed a celadone plate on the table, the braised pork trembling in its sauce, while the shrimp shells were crisp enough to hear the crunch. Zhou Miaoke picked up a piece of meat, the rich, non-greasy fat glistening amber under the light. Give it a try. Is it sweeter than what we have back home? Zhang Weihao took a bite, the savory sweetness exploding on his palate, mingled with a hint of wine aroma. Looking up at Zhou Miaoke, he noticed her using a serving spoon to ladle soup for herself. In a luxurious office on the top floor of the Yangtze International Building in the magical metropolis, Zhao Guoqing hesitated for a moment before dialing Zhang Weihao's number. How? Is this a convenient time? Director Zhao. I'm just having a meal and taking a brief rest. Let us meet up tonight. Zhang Weihao had pondered this for quite some time. He must meet Zhao Guoqing, if only for that 1% share of penguin. Moreover, he could discern Zhou Miaoke's admiration for Zhao Guoqing. Their essay saying, a man must invoke curiosity in a woman to attract her attention, while a woman must first capture a man's heart through his stomach. The image of Lin Xiaoqiao cooking suddenly flashed in his mind. Weihao, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Zhang Weihao realized he often drifted off while in Zhou Miaoke's company. Zhang Weihao lowered his voice, extending his neck to lean closer to Zhou Miaoke. Sister Zhou, I have something to tell you, but you must promise to keep it a secret for now. Zhou Miaoka's eyelashes fluttered, a glimmer of gossip dancing in her eyes. Oh, little brother has a secret? Do share. She leaned closer, raising 3 fingers above her head. Rest assured, I swear to keep it confidential. It's about a person I met on Penguin, Zhang Weihao said. Zhou Miaoka nodded in acknowledgement. You know, a friend I met online. Weihao, you're not in a virtual romance, are you? Upon seeing Zhang Weihao hesitate, her initial thought was that her little brother might indeed be involved in an online relationship. Oh no. What are you talking about? How did you think of that? I just met a friend named Zhao Guoqing on Penguin. He knows I've come to Magic City and wants to treat me to dinner tonight, Zhang Weihao hurriedly explained, his dialect slipping out in his excitement. Oh, so it's not a virtual romance. Zhou Miaoka immediately lost interest, returning to her chair, completely oblivious to what Zhang Weihao had said next. As she picked up a piece of food and popped it into her mouth. Zhao Guoqing, that's the investor we talked about in the car today. Zhang Weihao noticed her lack of enthusiasm and raised his voice in urgency. Zhou Miaoka suddenly burst into laughter, nearly choking as she covered her mouth. Little brother, there are plenty of online scammers out there. She pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, laughter crinkling the corners of her eyes. Besides, anyone who casually invests in projects of that scale must be a significant figure. Why would he bother with a middle school student like you? Seeing Zhou Miaoka shaking her head in disbelief, Zhang Weihao moved closer to her and pulled out his phone to call Zhao Guoqing directly. Director Zhao, where shall we meet tonight? A calm, mature voice came through the receiver. 9th floor of the Peace Hotel. I've made a reservation for a simple meal. Just arrived in Magic City. I had my driver pick him up. Where are you now? If it's convenient, I can send a car over. Zhou Miaoka's eyelids flickered when she heard the name Zhao, as she had referenced the so-called Internet 5 Dragons in her thesis, thus recognizing who he was. Her gaze on the phone grew more serious. No need to trouble yourself. Just send me the room number. By the way, I'll be bringing a friend along. Is that all right? Zhang Weihao deliberately emphasized the word friend. What's inconvenient about that? Your friend must possess remarkable qualities. It would be great to have them join the conversation. Zhao Guoqing's laughter resonated through the receiver. See you at 7. Don't be late. After hanging up, Zhang Weihao shook his phone. Now do you believe it? Zhou Miaoka bit her lip, pondering for a moment, then suddenly poked his forehead lightly. Scammers have such audacity these days, claiming to casually dine at the Peace Hotel, as if they could just fabricate a room number. Yet her touch was gentle, and the skepticism in her eyes began to waver. Zhang Weihao sighed in exasperation and opened the messaging app. See, the room number just came through, 908. Should we call the Peace Hotel now to verify? Zhou Miaoka stared at the number on the screen, her manicured nails tracing delicate lines on the tablecloth. After a moment's contemplation, she grabbed her handbag. Let us go? Let us go? If he's a scammer, I'll call the police on the spot, but if he is genuine. She raised an eyebrow at Zhang Weihao. You must tell me how you two know each other first. As Zhou Miaoka's Buick Century came to a halt at the entrance of the Baixing department store, twilight began to envelop the glass faade. The two made their way toward the mall, while Zhang Weihao chatted about how he had met Zhao Guoqing through Penguin. Zhou Miaoka, twirling the car key with one hand, furrowed her brow, expressing her disbelief. It still feels a bit surreal, like something out of a novel. Isn't it just like a novel? Inside the Benetton boutique, Zhou Miaoka was simultaneously on the phone, instructing her roommate to photograph Zhao Guoqing's speech poster, and gesturing to a sales associate for a navy blue suit. She was eager to discern whether this was merely a con artist's trick or the extraordinary adventure of a gifted youth. If it were the former, she would surely hold accountable anyone deceiving a minor. If it were the latter, she glanced up at Zhang Weihao, who stood before the fitting mirror. Zhang Weihao, positioned in front of the mirror, gently tugged at the cuffs of the suit. The navy wool fabric adhered to his shoulders, accentuating his slender figure with a touch of sharpness, while the formerly slouchy appearance of a student was neatly contained by the crisp collar. He unfastened the first button of his shirt, gazing at his reflection, which indeed bore a semblance to that of a business elite. How do I look, Sister Zhou? He turned to solicit her opinion. Zhou Miaoka reached out to smooth the collar's creases, her fingertips brushing against the fine hairs at the nape of his neck. Open your shoulders a bit more. As her words faded, she suddenly stepped forward to adjust his collar, and Zhang Weihao took a deep breath, inhaling a fleeting hint of citrus that danced just past his nose. As they approached the counter to settle the bill, Zhang Weihao awkwardly glanced at Zhou Miaoka. If I've been tricked, I'll be asking your father for the money for this suit. After acquiring the attire, Zhou Miaoka's Buick Century headed towards the Peace Hotel. The lights along the bund gradually illuminated the encroaching twilight, with the purple glow of the Oriental Pearl Tower cascading like a river across the car window. Sister, just say I'm your friend when we arrive. Don't mention that I'm still a student. Zhang Weihao adjusted his shirt collar in the car's mirror. Zhou Miaoka chuckled as she removed the car key. Understood, President Zhang, she teased, elongating her tone. As she opened the car door, she swiftly dialed 110 on her phone. Pausing at the dialing interface, the gilded blades of the revolving door ushered them into the lobby, where the light from the crystal chandelier danced upon Zhang Weihao's shoulder. As they stepped onto the carpeted 9th floor, a receptionist approached gracefully, her tassel earrings glinting in the light. May I inquire which private room you two are visiting? Upon learning they were guests of room 908, she did not immediately lead them, but whispered something into her earpiece. A moment later, a suited manager hurried over, flanked by 2 elegantly dressed waitresses in kipayos. Are you guests of Director Zhao in room 908? The manager nodded slightly, confirming once more, and the respect in his tone tightened Zhou Miaoka's grip on her phone. This display felt far from that of a scammer. It was akin to welcoming a genuine dignitary. Yes, Zhang Weihao's voice suddenly deepened, his fingertips grazing the cufflinks on his suit as the navy fabric pressed against his palm, revealing fine creases. Zhou Miaoka caught a glimpse of his upright neck, impeccably restrained by the stiff collar, which lent him an air of maturity beyond his years. As the supervisor bent to lead the way, his gold-rimmed glasses slipped down his nose, his gaze fleetingly sweeping over the 2 individuals. Director Zhao, there's a slight traffic jam. I specifically instructed that the esteemed guest in room 908 be allowed to take their seat first. The corridor's carpet absorbed the sound of footsteps, and Zhou Miaoka's palm felt clammy against her phone. The dialing interface of 110 flickering dimly in the shadow of her trenchcoat pocket. The moment the private room door swung open, a cascade of light poured down from the crystal chandelier. Zhang Weihao gazed at the silver cutlery laid out on the long table, reflecting a chilling opulence. As the supervisor stepped back, seemingly unconcerned, he adjusted the table flower's position, his fingertip producing a delicate sound against the rim of the wine glass, an unspoken signal understood only by the finest waitstaff. Zhou Miaoka found her high heels caught at the threshold, watching as Zhang Weihao walked directly to the chair opposite the main seat. Sir, what would you like to drink? The supervisor offered the wine list, the gilded letters blurring into glimmers before Zhang Weihao's eyes. Blue Mountain, extra milk, less sugar. Without glancing at the menu, Zhang Weihao ordered directly and turned to Zhou Miaoka. What will you have? Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked at the young man, his profile illuminated under the light, the contours of his brow sharply defined. His tone while ordering was as practiced as that of a regular patron. Ever since entering the hotel, Zhang Weihao seemed to have transformed entirely, devoid of any pretense, as if this was his true nature. This thought left Zhou Miaoka momentarily dazed. I'll just have a glass of plain water. The jazz music in the room had unknowingly shifted to blues, the saxophone's fading notes like fine needles gently piercing the silence in the air. Zhou Miaoka watched as Zhang Weihao stirred his coffee with a silver spoon, the froth swirling like clouds in the deep brown of the Blue Mountain blend. Her curiosity piqued. Zhang Weihao stole a casual glance at Zhou Miaoka, secretly amused. Bringing her here today was to impress, and it seemed the effect was already in motion. As the door to the private room opened, the sound of Zhao Guoqing's polished shoes mingled with the chime of the corridor's crystal lights, his gaze abruptly halting as it swept across the dining table. The young man in a dark blue suit was intently stirring his coffee, seated beside a woman exuding the gentle warmth of early summer breezes. Zhou Miaoka's phone felt hot in her hand, the middle-aged man on the podium in the multimedia message overlapping with the person before her. The matching Oxford shoes gleamed. A glimpse of a golden watchband peeked from the cuff of his suit jacket. Was it Zhang Weihao? Zhao Guoqing's gaze lingered on the open collar of the young man's shirt until he heard the phrase, "Past events drift away with the wind," before he grasped the hand extended towards him. Brother Weihao, you are truly young and promising. Zhao Guoqing's laughter echoed in the private room. Director Zhao is truly a man of mystery. With their mutual compliments exchanged, Zhao Guoqing suddenly pointed to the dark-colored sofa by the window. Standing is tiring. Let us sit down and chat. Zhang Weihao complied and took his seat, while Zhou Miaoka, sitting beside him, felt completely disoriented. Who was she, and where was she? A waitress in a moon-white qipao brought a tray of blue and white teacups, her hair, held up by a silver hairpin, swaying gently with her movements. As she half-crouched, the buttons of her collar and the tea-pad on the table, a small celadone furnace, formed a perfectly symmetrical reflection. Zhao Juping pinched a tea cake and smiled. Try this old Banjiang tea my friend brought. It was roasted using lychee wood. The sound of the tea needle prying open the cake was as light as falling snow, and every movement of the waitress was executed with impeccable precision. Clearly a result of extensive professional training. How is it? Observing Zhang Weihao take a sip, Zhao Juping inquired. This is fine tea. Even if you, Chairman Zhao, were to merely brew a couple of vegetable leaves, those who partake would surely deem it an exquisite delight. Zhang Weihao's jest elicited a hearty laugh from Chairman Zhao. Although his manner of speaking, akin to conversing with a penguin, might be slightly irksome, I find it rather enjoyable. When Zhao Juping remarked that it was somewhat bothersome, Zhou Miaoke felt a momentary tension. However, the subsequent words prompted her to stifle a giggle. The supervisor entered, followed closely by a server pushing a dining cart. Zhang Weihao's gaze swept over each female attendant, who were adorned with subtle makeup and elegance. The crystal glass rack on the cart emitted a delicate chime, with a cigar box resting atop. Would you care for a drink this evening? I am uncertain of your preferences, but a variety has been prepared. Zhao Juping gestured towards the assortment of beverages on the cart. Perhaps some red wine, but just a modest amount, he added. As soon as he spoke, Zhou Miaoke cast a surprised glance at Zhang Weihao. I haven't introduced yet. This is. The observant Zhao Juping noticed Zhou Miaoke's expression and playfully inquired, Oh, is this your friend Zhou Miaoke, studying finance at the prestigious Shanghai Financial Institute? Zhang Weihao replied. Ah, a distinguished scholar from Shanghai Financial Institute. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zhao Juping said, rising to extend his right hand. Zhou Miaoke promptly stood, gently grasping Chairman Zhao's hand with both of hers. I have attended your lecture at our institute. Zhao Juping waved his hand with a laugh. Our principal insisted on my participation. It felt akin to reciting code. Your case studies on mergers and acquisitions were particularly vivid. Zhou Miaoke's pearl earrings sparkled, especially when she likened asset integration to a puzzle game. Just listen casually. Do not take it too seriously, the supervisor interjected, skillfully producing a cigar and presenting it to Zhao Juping. With a brass lighter, a flicker ignited, and Zhao Juping tilted the cigar, rotating it to toast the end, as the orange-red flame caressed the leaf, releasing a fragrant smoke infused with cedar and leather. Do have one. Zhao Juping offered the lit cigar to Zhang Weihao. The aroma of cedar intertwined with blueberry tannin wafted through the air. Zhang Weihao's gesture of holding the cigar was somewhat awkward. Today is indeed a treat. Not only have I savored Lao Banjiang tea, but I also have the opportunity to experience your Cuban cigar, Monte Cristo. You are familiar with cigars? Not extensively. But I believe the emblem of 6 swords is inspired by Dumas' renowned work, The Count of Monte Cristo, is it not? Zhang Weihao pondered, amused that he seemed more akin to an elder than a youthful individual. Ha! Zhang Weihao recognized that his knowledge stemmed from a previous life experience with an aficionado of cigars. The caliber of an exemplary project manager is substantial, akin to several stories high, as one might say in the realm of fantasy novels. Chapter 61. The fragmented Zhou Miaoke listening to the engaging dialogue between Zhang Weihao and Zhao Juping. Zhou Miaoke found it somewhat astonishing. One was a prominent figure within the financial realm, while the other would typically be seated in a middle school classroom. Yet, at this moment, they conversed like longtime friends, discussing the future trajectory of the national economy with ease. The cigar in Zhao Juping's fingers released wisps of smoke, while Zhang Weihao reclined on the sofa, the cigar he held swaying gently with his gestures. Ash lingered at the tip of the cigarette, refusing to fall, mirroring his unwavering confidence as he expounded upon market principles. Where was the slightest trace of youthful naivete? His demeanor unmistakably reflected that of a seasoned veteran, steeped in the tumultuous waters of commerce for years. Even the way he exhaled smoke bore a composure unbefitting his age. Zhou Miaoke, having grown up in affluence and accompanied her father to witness much of the world, now found the scene before her absurd, akin to an unreal dream. She observed Zhang Weihao deftly flicking off the ash, listening to him, and Zhao Juping engage in erudite discourse about economic trends. The specialized terminology flowing from his lips overlapped and fragmented her memories of the awkward youth she had encountered at family gatherings. It was not until a bespectacled figure, exuding a scholarly air, entered the room that Zhou Miaoke was jolted back to reality. Instinctively, she pinched her thigh, the sharp sensation confirming that this was no mere illusion. The three of them huddled together, discussing the development of Penguin as the swirling cigar smoke, the warm glow of the chandelier, and their voices intertwined to create a surreal tableau. Only when the supervisor entered to inquire about the dishes did they realize that the antique clock on the wall had already passed 8 o'clock. An ornate dining cart was pushed in, presenting exquisite dishes upon the table. Zhao Guoqing raised a glass of burgundy, the liquid shimmering a jewel-like red in the light. Throughout history, heroes have emerged in their youth. I have always been skeptical of this notion. A person may possess natural talent, but without sufficient social experience, they cannot accomplish much. Until I met Weihao, compelling me to believe in the wisdom of our ancestors. Come, Weihao, I toast to you. Zhang Weihao's gesture was decisive and swift. As the Bordeaux flowed down his throat, Zhou Miaoca's hand had yet to rise, and he had already drained his glass. You drink, but take it easy, she cautioned, knowing he was still merely a middle school student. Dear sibling, when one drinks with a confidant, 1,000 cups are too few. Both Xiao Dong and I feel that we have met Weihao too late. Allow me to toast to you, Weihao. An individual who arrived late, mistaking the beautiful companion at Zhang Weihao's side for his girlfriend, raised a glass, declaring, No, no, no. I am his. Zhou Miaoca's pearl earrings swayed rapidly as she corrected herself. Friend. The word sister barely lingered on her tongue before it was stifled by a knowing glance. Meanwhile, Zhang Weihao secretly reveled in the moment, thinking, no wonder you are destined to become the wealthiest. As the second glass of red wine settled in, a faint blush crept upon Zhang Weihao's cheekbones. He fixated on the swirling tannins at the bottom of the glass, recalling a past life where he had performed a bottle-blowing act for a client. When the waiter presented the silver cutlery for the main course, Zhou Miaoca observed Zhang Weihao skillfully slicing into the Wellington steak with familiarity, no longer surprised by his prowess. Halfway through the meal, he abruptly extracted a gilded contract from his briefcase. Weihao, as promised, the 1 shares, just sign here. I will have my 1 delivered tomorrow. Zhao Guoqing dabbed his mouth with a napkin and remarked, We agreed on this long ago. You, young man, are not in a hurry. Are you not afraid I might deny it? To engage with friends is akin to drinking from a clear spring. Why doubt its purity? Who says that returning to school in a new life is futile? This phrase, freshly learned from the literature textbook, was now instantaneously applicable, a compliment I could not have conjured in my previous existence. Zhang Weihao received the contract without a glance, promptly pushing it toward Zhou Miaoca. Zhao Guoping and the other individual exchanged a brief glance, nodding to each other in silent agreement. Zhou Miaoca gazed at the header of Penguin Technology, Pengcheng Company, Limited, finding it more dazzling than the current crystal chandelier. The feedback for Penguin Show's launch was quite favorable. Once she neatly stored away the contract, she spoke up, expressing her desire to explore new business ventures. What kind of business? Zhang Weihao paused with his knife and fork suspended in midair. Online gaming. He almost exclaimed. The registration for Legend of Blood has surpassed 40 million. Zhang Weihao set down his cutlery and dabbed his fingertips with a napkin. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, The gaming sector itself holds promise, yet the timing of entry is crucial. Currently, the number of broadband users nationwide is still limited, predominantly concentrated in the more developed first-tier cities. Moreover, we are largely reliant on dial-up internet, with speeds barely reaching a few dozen, making it take nearly half an hour to download a single file. Just imagine, how can an average household download a large-scale online game client that easily exceeds hundreds of megabytes? He adjusted his glasses and continued, But isn't Legend of Blood quite popular? Zhang Weihao explained. That success is largely attributable to the game's access through internet cafes. He raised 3 fingers, enumerating the factors. First, the game employs a microclient design, with an initial download size of only a few megabytes, allowing for rapid installation. Second, internet cafes procure computers in bulk, ensuring uniform hardware configurations that resolve compatibility issues. Third, the dedicated internet lines in these cafes guarantee smooth gameplay. Unfortunately, we currently lack all these conditions. He gently swirled his glass of red wine, addressing Xiao Dong. As you can see, the number of internet cafes nationwide is still quite limited, primarily concentrated in developed regions, as you can verify with the specific figures. If we were to recklessly dive into the gaming market now, it would not only necessitate substantial investments in server infrastructure, but also expose us to user attrition due to inadequate network facilities. More critically, Game development and social platform operations are entirely different domains. Diverting our focus now could adversely impact the user accumulation of Penguin Show. Zhao Guoqing nodded thoughtfully. So, you recommend we concentrate on social networking for the time being? Precisely, Zhang Weihao replied, his expression serious. The nation is vigorously advancing the 15th five-year plan, with next-generation communication networks designated as a key development project. I have studied the pertinent policies and anticipate an explosive growth in broadband networks within the next 5 years. By that time, when the user base and network environment are fully matured, entering the gaming market will be a natural progression. He turned his gaze toward the group, stating, at this juncture, our paramount objective is to seize opportunities to accumulate users. Once mobile communication technology advances to the point where everyone can access the internet via their phones anytime and anywhere, Penguin can emerge as a platform that connects everything. When we eventually enter the gaming sector, we will not only have a substantial user foundation, but also be able to create an ecological loop between social interaction and gaming. Flashes of memories from his previous life flickered in his mind, some sparked by knowledge shared by short video influencers, leaving him uncertain of their accuracy. However, observing Zhao Guoqing's contemplative demeanor, he felt reassured that they were at the forefront of national development and could surely comprehend the trajectory he was outlining. After casting another glance at Zhou Miaoke, it seemed she, too, was savoring the words spoken by Zhang Weihao. Shouldn't she be gazing at me with admiration? Surely, one can enjoy a bit of soup even if one abstains from meat at dinner. Under the crystal chandelier, the crisp sound of clinking wine glasses echoed repeatedly. Zhang Weihao could not recall how many rounds of toasting had occurred. He merely felt an intense heat rising in his throat and a burning fire surging within his chest. Reminiscent of his previous life, when he would drunkenly insist on going to the opera, Zhao Guoqing leaned against the sofa, panting, his tie askew around his neck, the cigar in his hand long extinguished. Typically donning thin-framed glasses and exuding a scholarly demeanor, he now rolled up his sleeves and leaned closer to Zhang Weihao with a glass of whiskey in hand. Come, let us have another. The sound of their clinking glasses was nearly deafening. Weihao, you cannot drink anymore. Zhou Miaoke grasped the arm of Zhang Weihao that held the glass aloft, her earrings swaying vigorously with the motion. Observing Zhang Weihao's flushed face and askew collar, she was reminded that he was still but a 15-year-old student. If something were to happen to him, how could she explain it to his parents? You came to Shanghai, smoking cigars and drinking to excess. And I was right there alongside you. Ha, this is the last one. Absolutely the last. Zhang Weihao laughed, revealing his pearly whites. He had uttered those words no less than 5 times, yet each time he raised his glass and downed the contents, red wine trickling down his shirt. As the three of them slung their arms around each other and exited the private room, the manager stood in shock, stunned into silence. The usually polite Zhao Guoqing was now being embraced by a tipsy youth, mumbling incoherently, Brother Weihao, while singing off-key, his tie wrapped around his neck like a scarf. Brother Weihao, where are you staying tonight? I'll drive you. At the restaurant entrance, Zhao Guoqing's assistant and driver had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Zhao Guoqing, who appeared somewhat inebriated, the assistant reached out to offer support, only to be firmly pushed away by Zhao Guoqing. No need, Brother Zhao. Zhang Weihao patted him on the back, his alcoholic breath wafting over. We can manage ourselves. Before he could finish, Zhou Miaoke had already produced the car keys, adeptly supporting his swaying figure. Rest assured, Director Zhao, I will drive him. Oh, I understand. Zhao Guoqing suddenly squinted playfully, laughing heartily as he slapped his thigh. The long night stretches ahead, and with a lovely companion, why should we old fellows intrude on the merriment? Zhou Miaoke's face flushed crimson. Just as she was about to retort, Zhang Weihao leaned his head against her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Let us go home. The night breeze swept in from the Huangpu River, enveloping them as Zhou Miaoke guided the nearly collapsing youth toward the parking lot. Behind them, Zhao Guoqing's laughter mingled with his off-key singing, resonating through the neon-lit streets. She lowered her gaze to Zhang Weihao's flushed profile, recalling just a moment ago his adult-like discourse. Now, he resembled a mischievous child, eliciting both exasperation and amusement within her. Her steps unconsciously steadied. After seeing Zhang Weihao off, Zhao Guoqing also entered a Mercedes-Benz, the renowned 7th generation 140, colloquially known as the Tiger Head Benz. As the two individuals settled into the car, they instantly regained their composure. exhibiting none of the drunkenness from moments prior. Zhao Dong. I have encountered many people in my time, yet I cannot fathom this young man, one remarked. Exhaling a breath laced with the scent of alcohol, Zhao Guoqing closed his eyes, reflecting on the tableau from the gathering. It was shrouded in mystery. He appeared entirely unlike someone of his age. Rather, he resembled Zhao at 30, navigating the streets of Wall Street. Indeed, shaking his head, he noted the youth's seemingly juvenile appearance. Yet he was accompanied by a stunning senior from a prestigious financial institution in Shanghai, who not only held her own in drinks, but also drove a fine car. It was perplexing to discern his true background. I, too, find it perplexing. The insights he shared regarding Penguin's development were astute, and their show has been commendable. Zhao paused, turning his gaze towards Zhao Guoqing. But what else? Zhao Guoqing opened his eyes. Regarding the gaming sector, I believe now is an opportune moment to explore. If you wish to try, then do so, Zhao Guoqing replied, reclining back in his seat. Penguin now possessed the latitude for experimentation. With careful management of trial costs, it would be prudent to see if Zhang Weihao's assertions held true. The air conditioning gently wafted through the vehicle, and Zhou Miaoke tilted her head to observe Zhang Weihao, who seemed to have drifted into slumber. Reflecting on the evening's events, she remained incredulous, softly exhaling as uncertainty filled her mind. Where had this young man acquired such knowledge? Meanwhile, Zhang Weihao subtly cracked open his eyes, admiring Zhou Miaoke's sharply defined profile, and silently hummed a tune. If you were unaware of how many drinks I had, you would not comprehend your own beauty. As the vehicle entered an upscale residential parking garage, Zhou Miaoke parked and unbuckled her seatbelt. Gently nudging the seemingly dormant Zhang Weihao, she urged, Weihao, wake up, we're home. Zhang Weihao feigned drunkenness, groaning as he turned away, the soles of his shoes grazing the leather seat. Observing this, Zhou Miaoke clenched her teeth and pulled open the passenger door. Just as she grasped his arm, she was nearly thrown off balance, pouting to herself, why is he so heavy? After several attempts, she resigned, and, noticing a security camera on the wall, carefully adjusted Zhang Weihao in his seat before gently closing the door. Zhang Weihao squinted through the crack in the window, watching as Zhou Miaoke, adorned in elegant stilettos, made her way toward the elevator. Suddenly rising in alarm, he thought, she wouldn't leave me behind, would she? This is pushing it too far. Moments later, he heard voices echoing through the parking lot, and quickly reclined in the car, shutting his eyes. Master, could you lend a hand? Zhou Miaoke's voice became clearer as the car door opened. Zhang Weihao buried his face into the seat, as two security guards in navy uniforms bent down to assist him. He caught a whiff of the metallic scent from their shoulder insignias. Goodness, he muttered as he was hoisted towards the elevator, stealing glances at Zhou Miaoke, who carried his backpack and the clothes he had changed out of, leading the way ahead. Having realized the folly of feigning deep slumber, one could have simply relished the comfort of being supported by Zhou Miaoke. The woolen carpet in the guest room absorbed any sound of footsteps as Zhang Weihao was gently laid upon the bed. After bidding farewell to the security guard, Zhou Miaoke securely locked the door. The sound of slippers on the floor mingled with the bubbling of the water dispenser, creating a peculiar symphony. As the bedroom light flickered to life, Zhang Weihao instinctively shielded his eyes, and through the gaps of his fingers, he discerned Zhou Miaoke's silhouette holding a glass. Weihao, are you feeling any better? Zhou Miaoke's fingertips brushed against his forehead, the coolness providing an inexplicable comfort. Drink some milk to alleviate the effects of the alcohol, she suggested, placing the milk on the bedside table before gently assisting him to a seated position. The aroma wafting towards him, intertwined with the scent of alcohol, triggered a sudden warmth rising from his stomach. The warmth of the milk slid down his throat into his stomach, quelling the heat within him like water dousing embers. Are you feeling better? Zhou Miaoke's voice enveloped him like the night mist, the jasmine fragrance from her hair brushing against his nose. Much better, sister, he replied, just as he was about to flash a harmless smile, when Zhou Miaoke unexpectedly leaned closer, startling him, causing him to choke on the milk. Her index finger gently touched his lips, its coolness mingling with a delightful scent. All right, let's get some rest. We can consult with Mr. Zhang tomorrow, she said playfully, leaving Zhang Weihao momentarily mesmerized by her charm. As the bedroom light extinguished, Zhang Weihao could hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart against his eardrum. The soft sound of the door closing prompted him to lick his lips, where the lingering fragrance of Zhou Miaoke's fingertip remained, reminiscent of a mint candy melting in his mouth, its cool essence seeping down his throat, hastening the erratic beating of his traitorous heart. I suppose this counts as indulgence. After indulging in these thoughts, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber influenced by the remnants of alcohol. Meanwhile, Zhou Miaoke found herself in the living room, seated on the couch, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the door to the guest room. After a prolonged silence, her attention was drawn to a contract lying in the corner of the sofa. She stood up, picked it up, and while reading, made her way to her bedroom. As she changed into her cartoon-patterned pajamas, her perfect figure flashed briefly. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she perused the contract and was taken aback to discover that Zhang Weihao held a 1% stake in the business consulting service. What had initially seemed like an extraordinary dinner gathering now felt eerily surreal, akin to a horror film inducing a sense of dread. What capabilities did her so-called younger brother possess? Or rather, what enchantment did he hold that garnered such esteem from those two influential figures? In her eyes, Zhang Weihao was merely a child, so how could he possess such advanced insight? Was education in the mines truly so advanced? After reviewing the contract repeatedly, Zhou Miaoke neatly set it aside. She picked up her frequently read book, Principles of Economics, yet found herself unable to focus on a single word. Casually tossing the book onto the edge of her bed, its corner struck the bedside table, producing a muffled thud. The moment the bedside lamp extinguished, darkness surged in like a tidal wave, yet it could not disperse the myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind. Wrapped snugly in her silk pajamas, Zhou Miaoke curled up in bed, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, faintly illuminating the cartoon Mickey Mouse design on her attire. She tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep, her mind plagued by the confident gaze of Zhang Weihao as he discussed the mobile dream network. His gestures fluid while analyzing the development trajectory of Penguin. How did he even arrive at such thoughts? Suddenly sitting up, the more she pondered, the more alert she became, her hands tugging at her long hair in frustration. As the screen of her phone illuminated, the glaring blue light reflected off her reddened eyes. It was already 2 a.m. She flung the phone onto her pillow with force and collapsed back onto the bed, the spring mattress trembling in response. Pulling the covers over her head, the vivid imagery of Zhang Weihao passionately dissecting online games became increasingly vivid in her mind. The moonlight cast a slender shadow between her furrowed brows. And after an indeterminate amount of time, Zhou Miaoke finally succumbed to a chaotic slumber, intertwined with drowsiness and confusion. Morning light filtered through the slats of the blinds as Zhang Weihao propped himself up from the soft down comforter, a faint scent lingering on the cotton pillowcase. Stretching languidly, his wrist brushed against a ceramic ornament on the bedside table, a curled-up celadon cat, its tail perfectly entwined with the lamp's base, an exquisitely charming design. Moving his stiff shoulders, he pushed open the bedroom door. The living room was quiet, indicating that Zhou Miaoke had yet to awaken. Retrieving his toiletries from his backpack, Zhang Weihao entered the bathroom, which was cluttered with an array of bottles and jars. After freshening up, he settled onto the sofa, awaiting Zhou Miaoke's emergence. When she finally appeared in her Mickey pajamas, rubbing her eyes, her fluffy curls cascading down her shoulders, her graceful waistline subtly revealed with her movements, Zhang Weihao scrutinized her figure, oblivious to her lack of sleep. "Weihao, wait for me to get ready. I'll take you for breakfast," she said. The refreshing sensation of toner roused Zhou Miaoke slightly, and she noticed a faint bluish hue at the corners of her eyes in the mirror. After applying light makeup to mask her fatigue, she changed into a set of sportswear and led Zhang Weihao to the entrance of the community for breakfast. "Sister Zhou, you promised to keep yesterday's matter confidential." Zhang Weihao broke the silence in the elevator, noticing her distracted demeanor. "Why keep it a secret if it's a good thing?" Zhou Miaoke replied, locking eyes with him, attempting to discern the true nature of this boy, yet faltering under his gaze. "All right, I understand. Rest assured, I wouldn't tell anyone, and even if I did, they probably wouldn't believe it. Let us make a pinky promise," he said, extending his pinky finger. Zhou Miaoke chuckled softly. This was the innocent demeanor she associated with children. She watched as Zhang Weihao earnestly recited, "Pinky swear, hang for 100 years, no lies allowed." When he finally extended his thumb to signify a seal on their promise, she found it impossible to associate the boy before her with the events of the previous night. As they descended the stairs, a cool breeze brushed past, and Zhang Weihao pulled his slightly thin suit closer around him. After finishing a steaming bowl of soy milk, Zhou Miaoke felt rejuvenated. "Now, tell me, Mr. Zhang, how did you manage to win over President Zhao?" "Oh dear, Sister Zhou, Please refrain from mocking me. Did I not mention to you yesterday that I met someone online, and by sheer coincidence, I have become their advisor? Zhang Weihao dipped a youtiao in soy milk, watching the bubbles rise. TSK. So the discussion you had yesterday about the penguin show and user engagement was merely another fortunate encounter for you? Zhou Miaoka scoffed, assuming me a fool. Sister, all this knowledge is gleaned from books. He picked up a youtiao and took a bite, causing soy milk to splatter. Oh, which book? I would love to take a look. Zhou Miaoka set down her chopsticks, fixating on Zhang Weihao with an inquisitive gaze. Well, it's not just one book, but many. So you mean to say you are self-taught and have mastered it all? Quite so. After all, high achievers grasp concepts swiftly. Zhang Weihao smiled apologetically. Yet he noticed Zhou Miaoka's expression darkening. Stop trying to distract me. If you don't elucidate the matter today, I shall. Well, I simply want to eat. It's pointless. Zhou Miaoka suddenly tossed her chopsticks aside and stood up, heading towards the community. Oh dear, sister, wait. Zhang Weihao hurriedly grabbed a half-eaten youtiao, stuffing it into his mouth as he chased after her. Chapter 64. Observe my serious nonsense as they walked. Zhang Weihao trailed behind Zhou Miaoka like a small dog with its tail between its legs, attempting to explain how he communicated with Zhao Guoqing regarding the new features of the penguin show. Yet, the figure ahead maintained a straight posture. The sound of her sneakers striking the stone path grew more urgent, as if she intended to leave Zhang Weihao behind in the morning mist. Upon entering the house, Zhou Miaoka flung her bag onto the coffee table, crossing her arms tightly across her chest, sinking into the sofa. Sister. Zhang Weihao approached the edge of the sofa. A smile plastered across his face. It's rather inconvenient to discuss this outside. It pertains to my personal secret. Zhou Miaoka, who had been gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, finally turned her attention to him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. What secret? Her curious gaze betrayed her taut anticipation. Zhang Weihao licked his lips, pondering. Would you believe me if I claimed I had been reborn? He chuckled awkwardly. Sister, my father often praises my academic performance. You must have heard of it. Indeed. Zhou Miaoka remained expressionless, eager to discern what Zhang Weihao would reveal. Just as he began to utter, in books, one can find treasure. Zhou Miaoka's icy smile interrupted him. Oh dear, sister, will you let me finish? Seeing her annoyance, Zhang Weihao hastily continued. Zhou Miaoka remained silent, urging him to proceed. Actually, my discussions with Mr. Zhao and the others about the penguin show are indeed related to my reading. I have loved exploring various books since childhood, everything from the 100,000 Whys to various biographies. You know there's little entertainment in a mining area. So I would spend my days engrossed in literature. As Zhang Weihao earnestly spoke from the sofa, Zhou Miaoka could not help but inquire. Yesterday. Could one truly discern such insights simply from reading? Zhang Weihao waved his hand dismissively and continued. This is my little secret. Each time I read, I immerse myself in the narrative, imagining myself as the protagonist. Immerse yourself? Zhou Miaoka's curiosity was piqued. How so? Allow me to present a simple illustration. Take, for instance, the renowned poem In Mourning for Farmers. The host strikes the earth at noon. Sweat drips onto the soil beneath the crops. Who knows the toil behind each grain on our plates? It is a straightforward piece, merely 20 characters to memorize, meriting only a point or two in exams. Teachers often emphasize the importance of cherishing food and avoiding waste. But do you know how I approach this? Curiosity was wholly ignited within me. I pondered how this poet could craft such verses, what experiences he encountered, or the emotions he felt while composing. One weekend, I ventured to the rural area behind a mining district to observe the farmers tending their fields. The sun bore down, causing my back to ache, while an elderly farmer, with a tattered straw hat, had sweat seeping through a hole, trickling down the creases of his neck. I merely sat at the edge of the field, my back aflame with pain, yet when I witnessed him bend over, droplets of sweat striking the hardened earth at the base of the corn seedlings, I could faintly discern a wisp of mist rising. At that moment, I comprehended that sweat drips onto the soil beneath the crops was not merely descriptive. I could hear the sound of sweat hitting the ground. Later, I assisted in pulling weeds, my back arched like a drawn bow, and upon standing, I was greeted by a flurry of golden stars before my eyes. I grasped that every character in each grain embodies toil was imbued with the salty taste of sweat. I found myself so engrossed that I forgot to blink, as the vivid imagery described by Zhang Weihao unfolded before me. The sweltering heat rising from the yellow earth, the cracked hands of the old farmer, and the boy squatting on the ridge with grass fragments dusting his nose. Farmers endure great hardships and are truly remarkable. Yet reflecting on all this made me recall the peculiar scene from yesterday. Suddenly, Zhang Weihao stood up, signaling me not to rush. You see, I have become accustomed to this immersive feeling. When I find something intriguing, I delve deep. Do you know what it's like for me to read Romance of the Three Kingdoms alone at home? What is it like? I inquired. Even after Cao Cao's defeat at Huairong, he could still laugh derisively at the enemy 3 times. Others would have crumbled in the mud. I envisioned myself as Cao Cao, contemplating his emotions after such a defeat and how he could still find laughter within himself. I imagined the scene of Cao Cao's defeat, mimicking his laughter from the television, yet struggled to comprehend why, on the brink of death, he could still muster a smile. During a meal, my father recounted his terrifying experience of encountering a collapse when he first descended into the mine, trembling in a corner, unable to stand. An old miner, humming a tuneless song, comforted the newcomers with laughter. In that moment of clarity, I understood why Cao Cao could laugh even in dire circumstances. That laughter was not arrogance. It was a means of bolstering oneself amidst despair, much like the old miner using his voice to fend off fear during a mine disaster. Just as I was about to speak, Zhang Weihao seized the remote control from the table, wielding it like a feather fan. Liu Bei's 3 visits to Zhuge Liang began with a stone thrown to inquire, followed by a purposeful feint to pique interest, and finally, choosing a snowy day to visit. Can you imagine Zhuge Liang witnessing Liu Bei, frozen and covered in ice, remaining unmoved? This is akin to the situation of workers in our mining district seeking a wage increase. The mine manager consistently chooses stormy days to discuss salaries, leaving the workers drenched and chilled to the bone. As they see him braving the rain to offer words of comfort, who can afford to haggle? The most remarkable strategy is akin to the empty city ploy. Zhuge Liang wagered not on Sima Yi's suspicion, but on his reluctance to take his life. Without a formidable adversary, the Sima family loses its significance, much like our technicians at the mine, who invariably wait until the last moment to repair equipment malfunctions, lest their superiors deem them unnecessary. Perhaps you should consider a career in acting, Zhang Weihao remarked, mimicking the ancient gestures in a manner that elicited a smile from Zhou Miaoke. It's quite similar. I often find myself emulating characters from television dramas. Pacing around at home like a madman, he continued. As for the past, it drifts away like the wind. I met Zhao Jupeng, Director Zhao, through QQ. Initially unaware of his true identity, he incessantly inquired about the platform, whether I would continue using it. Annoyed by his questions, I asked the patrons at the Internet CAF what they thought of QQ. Based on their descriptions, I imagined myself as QQ's founder and shared some of my thoughts with Director Zhao, who surprisingly accepted them. Have you stepped into that role again? Zhou Miaoke's eyelashes fluttered, as if she were practicing the empathetic immersion Zhang Weihao had mentioned. During that time, I spent countless hours in the Internet CAF, gazing at the QQ icon, engaging in conversations. I noticed the simplistic distinction between male and female users was merely long and short hair, which struck me as rather monotonous. When I spoke with Director Zhao and the others over the phone, I suggested diversifying the character profiles, which ultimately led to the creation of QQ Show. And they invited me to invest. So, was your indulgence in cigars and alcohol yesterday learned from books? Zhou Miaoke, holding a pillow she had somehow acquired, playfully wrinkled her nose. This has something to do with you, sister. When did I ever teach you to smoke cigars or drink? I tossed the pillow back at her, bewildered. Do you recall the call you made to me during the concert? The last time Whitney Houston performed? Zhou Miaoke inquired, glancing at the drawstring of her hoodie, remembering the glow sticks at the arena. Indeed, didn't you sing a song from The Bodyguard? Afterward, I searched for it, and I watched the film. Kevin Costner always snuffs out his cigar before drawing his gun. That stance was incredibly cool. You've immersed yourself in the cigar scene again, I teased. Hee hee. Sometimes I feel like a drama queen. That does have a ring of truth to it. Chapter 65. The most powerful wingman regarding the QQ show. You could interpret my inquiries with the CAF patrons as conducting background checks. Your notion of immersion, I understand as identifying entry points from the client's perspective. After Zhang Weihao's explanation, Zhou Miaoke rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Indeed, you are quite the intellectual. See how readily you grasp the concept? When I mention it to my classmates at the mine, they say I have issues. Zhang Weihao feigned a despondent demeanor. To his surprise, Zhou Miaoke nodded in agreement. You do have some issues. Ah, sister, so you think of me as well. Which respectable person would perform theatrics alone at home? Although you claim to seek a sense of immersion, Zhou Miaoke envisioned the scene, finding it rather peculiar. Yet, it might indeed be your unique talent. For geniuses often exhibit behaviors that diverge from the ordinary. Observing Zhang Weihao's dejected expression, Zhou Miaoke offered further clarification. I pondered for quite some time to concoct this rather clumsy excuse. And you think I am unwell? Zhang Weihao had woven an elaborate narrative in an attempt to sway Zhou Miaoke, but the outcome was rather lackluster. Sister, I am parched. Is there something to drink? Oh, there are tea leaves in the tea bar machine, though they pale in comparison to Chairman Zhao's aged banzhong. Zhou Miaoke then approached the tea bar machine, boiled a kettle of water, and prepared a cup of tea for Zhang Weihao. And remember, you are still young. Refrain from smoking and drinking, as it is detrimental to your health. Zhou Miaoke recalled Zhang Weihao's demeanor from the previous night, feeling that he adapted to such situations even better than her own father. Alas, it was merely our first meeting. Curiosity got the better of me. Curiosity is no excuse. Heed your sister's advice. Once you come of age, you may do as you please. Should I catch you smoking or drinking again, I shall inform your parents. No, I understand, Zhang Weihao pleaded, though his mind was filled with mischievous thoughts. Once I turn 18 and the seal is broken, then, oh my. After Zhou Miaoke's remark, she contemplated Zhang Weihao's previous statements, which seemed to possess a semblance of logic, yet she still found herself perplexed. How could the operations of that legendary game be so vividly clear? And what of that 15-year plan? Was that merely an illusion conjured by immersion as well? Casting a glance at Zhang Weihao, who was fixated on the tea on the coffee table, she sensed an unspoken thoughtfulness between them, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. It felt inappropriate to pry too deeply, given that they had only met once, and he was merely a younger brother who shared her taste in music. Oh right, Weihao. I have the contract for you. Sensing the atmosphere growing awkward, Zhou Miaoke hurried to her bedroom to retrieve the document. Oh, sister, just leave it here for now. It would be inconvenient for me to take it. Zhang Weihao responded nonchalantly, reflecting on Zhou Miaoke's comment about his supposed illness. He began to ponder whether he had overexerted himself, thereby achieving the opposite of his intentions. Are you not afraid I might withhold it? After all, it bears no name. Considering that 1% of the shares must be worth a considerable sum, I trust my sister would never do such a thing. Zhang Weihao blurted out, his gaze intense, causing Zhou Miaoke to feel suddenly uneasy. She was reminded of being referred to as sister-in-law the previous night, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. I will just set it here for you. Take it if you wish. I shall go catch up on some sleep. With that, Zhou Miaoke hastily grabbed the contract and hurried back to her bedroom, leaving Zhang Weihao in a state of bewilderment. In her room, Zhou Miaoke buried her face in the blankets, feeling shame over the fleeting thought that had crossed her mind. As Zhou Miaoke took a nap, Zhang Weihao found himself at a loose end, pulling out an Olympiad mathematics paper from his backpack to maintain his academic persona. At 11 o'clock, Zhao Guoqing called again. Sister Miaoke, Chairman Zhao has summoned me. Would you care to join? Zhang Weihao knocked on Zhou Miaoke's door, calling out. Sure, I am not familiar with this area. I shall drive you. Zhou Miaoke stifled a yawn, contemplating her imminent graduation and the prospect of mingling with these investment elites, a most fortuitous opportunity indeed. She opened her wardrobe and selected a dark-hued suit, striving to present a more formal appearance. Weihao, your suit is rather plain. Put on the jacket, and afterward, I shall buy you a proper outfit, she remarked to Zhang Weihao as she touched up her makeup in the restroom. It's fine. I am young and resilient to the cold, he replied, as Zhou Miaoke donned her boots and cast a sideways glance at him. A sleek black car glided over the cobblestone path, halting before a wrought iron archway adorned with blooming wisteria. Zhao Guoqing personally welcomed them at the entrance and led them into the villa. As Zhang Weihao stepped into the foyer, the mosaic floor dazzled his eyes. The intricate grapevine design interspersed with tiny shells shimmered under the glow of the wall sconces. Zhao Guoqing spoke as they walked. I have a fondness for this old piece. I purchased it when I returned to the country a few years ago. Zhang Weihao surveyed the vintage villa, reflecting on the vast fortunes amassed by the wealthy, wondering how many times the millions spent now would multiply in decades to come. Squatting before the Western-style fireplace, the wooden coffee grinder emitted a soft grinding sound in his palm, the aroma of roasted coffee mingling with the lingering scent of sandalwood from the fireplace. I had planned to share a couple of drinks with you tonight, he said as he poured the ground coffee into the filter, steam rising as hot water was added, obscuring his expression of regret behind his glasses. There was a minor issue with the server. I must return this afternoon. As he accepted the fine bone china coffee cup, Zhang Weihao blurted out, I am merely a bystander. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the three, he realized the reference had yet to become popular. Haha, it's a dialect from my home province. It essentially means to play a minor role. A bystander? A minor role? What an amusing metaphor, Zhao Guoqing responded. Zhou Miaoke regarded Zhang Weihao with a skeptical glance. Weihao, I recall you mentioning you were from either the West Province or Inner Mongolia. Zhao Guoqing inquired further. Both Miaoke and I hail from the West Province. Our family has a small business in Inner Mongolia, he replied. Zhao Guoqing nodded. I have yet to visit the West Province. Should the opportunity arise, I would love to explore. Although the urban development may not rival the metropolises, it boasts rich historical depth. Zhang Weihao reminisced about the brief period of prosperity in the West Province during the Western Development Campaign, only to see it gradually fall behind coastal cities as reforms progressed. I must see it, especially given the presence of such a youthful prodigy as yourself, Zhao Guoqing said while offering a cigar, which Zhang Weihao promptly declined. Zhou Miaoke nodded, inexplicably smiling. I believe Mr. Zhao is correct. A youthful prodigy, she chimed in, undoubtedly possessing high emotional intelligence. Kindly spare me from further embarrassment. I had just told Miaoke this morning that I tend to overthink, and she suggested I have a few quirks. Zhang Weihao feigned a plea, eliciting laughter from the group. Do not speak such nonsense. I possess no such traits. Zhou Miaoke retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him. Haha, dear sister-in-law. Overthinking is hardly a flaw. Just look at how society advances rapidly. It is precisely because of those who ponder endlessly that we progress. After much contemplation, one might indeed conclude that we have launched rockets into the sky and engaged in conversations through computers. Zhao Guoqing's call of sister-in-law instantly flushed Zhou Miaoke's cheeks with a deep crimson. Indeed, I often find myself lost in fanciful thoughts. And in the course of my musings, I collaborated with Weihao, leading to the inception of the Penguin Show. Zhang Weihao silently bestowed a grand commendation upon her, exclaiming, I shall refer to you as the most formidable wingman. Chapter 66. Zhao Guoqing's perspective repeatedly addressed as sister-in-law. Zhou Miaoke felt her cheeks burning as if scorched by fire, her head nearly buried in her chest. In her flustered state, she raised her eyes only to collide with Zhang Weihao's ambiguous smile, causing her heart to flutter violently, akin to a startled fawn. Her mind became a whirlwind of confusion, fleeting, inexplicable thoughts flashing through, provoking further disarray within her. In an attempt to regain her composure, Zhou Miaoke bit her lip resolutely, steadied her heart, retrieved her notebook from her bag, and inquired, Chairman Zhao, as I am about to graduate, I would like to seek your insights on the current financial landscape in our country. Would that be convenient for you? Oh, what inconvenience could there be? I summoned Weihao today precisely to engage in conversation, for I relish hearing this young man's discourse. Many of his statements leave me pondering for quite some time. Zhao Guoqing remarked with a smile, his words brimming with admiration for Zhang Weihao. Brother, spare me. I cannot endure your praise any longer. I must excuse myself to the restroom. Zhang Weihao, feeling utterly uncomfortable under such commendation, hastily concocted an excuse and departed in a flurry, guided by the nanny. Observing Zhang Weihao dart away like a startled rabbit, Zhao Guoqing chuckled and scolded playfully, that rascal. He then turned to Zhou Miaoke, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. Since you are a friend of Weihao, I shall dispense with pleasantries and share my genuine perspective. As an investor, my guiding principle has always been to identify problems before discussing development. Currently, from a financial standpoint, our country does not possess a fully mature financial system. We are still predominantly revolving around traditional banking practices, such as deposits, loans, and basic settlements. Zhao Guoqing's candid remarks took Zhou Miaoke by surprise. They starkly contrasted the discourse at the lecture regarding a breakthrough of 10 trillion and the flourishing domestic financial market. Particularly this year, while the financial market appears lively, it is, in fact, merely an old path traversed anew. Take the banking sector, for instance. The four major banks resemble old cotton jackets that have been worn for over a decade, riddled with holes. The rate of non-performing loans is alarmingly high, at 25. What does that signify? It implies that of every 100 yuan loaned, 25 yuan is destined to be lost. If, in 2002, the Huangpu River were to be filled with banknotes, would that not be terrifying? Zhao Zhuping's vivid and profound analogy allowed Zhou Miaoku to grasp the crux of the matter instantly, her pen racing across her notebook as she jotted down non-performing loan rate 25. This year, the state-owned banks have embarked on a shareholding reform, which, to put it bluntly, translates to robbing Peter to pay Paul. They are closing branches, laying off staff, and begrudgingly adopting risk control measures akin to foreign enterprises, managing to reduce the non-performing rate to 21. Yet, those in the know are aware that this merely involves packaging 14 trillion yuan of non-performing loans for sale, akin to stuffing dirty laundry into a closet, out of sight, out of mind. Let us discuss the issue of non-performing loans. In the past, the assessment of creditworthiness was based on the number of days overdue. Now, it is classified into 5 tiers according to repayment capacity, revealing hidden pitfalls. Joint stock banks have shown their acumen by adopting risk provisions akin to those of foreign banks, setting aside 2 yuan as a reserve for every 100 yuan loaned, which accounts for their impressive non-performing loan rate of merely 0.95. In contrast, our state-owned banks display a coverage ratio of less than 30, reliant on fiscal support. Turning our attention to the stock market, Zhao Zhuping sighed unexpectedly, the aroma of cigar mingling with that of coffee. This year serves as a quintessential case study of a policy-driven market. On June 24th, the suspension of state-owned share reductions led to a dramatic surge in the Shanghai Composite Index, which soared by 925 points, causing the elderly investors in the bustling metropolis to believe a bull market had arrived. However, it has recently plummeted back to just above 1,300 points. Why is this happening? Zhou Miaoku paused from her note-taking, her face a canvas of urgency. The average return on equity for listed companies stands at a mere 5.2, far less attractive than the 3-year government bond yield of 2.1. Consequently, the bond market has become increasingly desirable, with interbank transactions reaching a staggering 102 trillion yuan, equating to approximately 800 yuan per capita across the nation. Let me share an insider perspective. The broad money supply circulating within our country currently amounts to 185 trillion yuan, reflecting a year-on-year increase of 16.78. Yet, the growth rate of corporate deposits rests at a modest 10.3. Where has all the money gone? It remains hidden within household savings, which have increased by 13 trillion yuan, as citizens are reluctant to spend. This reluctance stems from fears of a declining stock market and challenges in the real economy, compelling the populace to deposit their funds in banks. However, these banks simply use these deposits to cover bad debts, effectively transferring funds from one hand to the other. Ultimately, who bears the brunt of this situation? Zhao Zhuping's refreshing insights plunged Zhou Miaoku into contemplation. The most significant hurdle now is that, following our accession to the WTO, 53 foreign banks are permitted to conduct business in renminbi, boasting a non-performing loan rate of just 6.19 due to their adeptness in risk pricing. Our banks, on the other hand, continue to rely on the interest rate spread, with non-interest income accounting for less than 8 of their revenue. Furthermore, our financial regulatory framework pales in comparison to those of developed nations. As a finance student, Zhou Miaoku pondered for a moment and began to grasp some of these underlying truths. What do you foresee for our future development? She inquired eagerly, keen to understand how the investment magnates perceive the evolution of the domestic financial market. Perhaps you should consult Weihao, Zhao Zhuping suggested, gesturing towards Zhang Weihao, who had just approached. Please, do not involve me. I have no idea what you are discussing, Zhang Weihao waved dismissively. Were it not for the memories of a past life, he mused, he would never find himself at the same table as such individuals. Allow me to continue. Zhao Zhuping resumed. The higher-ups have been monitoring these developments closely. The newly implemented 5-tier loan classification is a means of tightening the financial system's belt. As I previously mentioned, first identifying issues before discussing growth. Our nation resembles a robust 20-year-old youth. While our financial system currently grapples with various issues, it is fundamentally sound. We possess a staggering 87 trillion yuan in household savings lying dormant in banks, akin to holding a pocketful of capital yet to be deployed. Thus, we maintain a certain degree of confidence. What do you think we should do next to ensure our continuous improvement? Zhou Miaoku's hand, holding the pen, hovered in the air. Unable to restrain herself from interrupting Zhao Zhuping upon hearing the figure of 87 trillion in capital. Beside her, someone furrowed their brow, sitting silently and attentively during Zhao Zhuping's discourse. Realizing her potential rudeness, Zhou Miaoka bit her lip, attempting to mask her indiscretion. In truth, we could indeed learn from developed nations. Take the United States, for instance. Their financial system is akin to a century-old broth. Zhao Guoqing, unfazed, continued, recounting how in the 19th century, the construction of railroads in America relied entirely on the issuance of bonds, much like our current infrastructure endeavors. However, lacking a unified regulatory framework, the U.S. faced financial crises approximately every decade. It wasn't until the establishment of the Federal Reserve in 1913 that the monetary pool was streamlined. He flicked off the ash from his cigarette and added, "Yet even so, the Great Depression of 1929 still surged the unemployment rate to 25%, with bank failures cascading like a line of dominoes. Hence, it begs the question, is there any financial system that remains unscathed?" Zhou Miaoka nodded. These were indeed lessons imparted by her professors. The United States truly ascended to the pinnacle of financial leadership post-World War II. In 1944, they used gold as collateral, establishing the dollar as the world currency. Yet, look at us now. In our first year of accession, imports and exports surged by a remarkable 218, with foreign exchange reserves soaring to $286 billion. Just as America built its financial empire on railroad bonds, we now possess markets and manufacturing capabilities. What we lack is the method to activate this capital. It is reminiscent of 1890 when U.S. industrial output surpassed that of Britain. Yet its financial system was still in its infancy, only gaining true authority by 1945. Chapter 67, Zhang Weihao's Dream. We have just surpassed 10 trillion. Our financial market resembles that of the late 19th century America. Immense potential exists, but we must first solidify our foundations. Zhao Guoqing's tone grew somber, remarking that the U.S. took 50 years to transition from an industrial giant to a financial powerhouse. We possess a latecomer's advantage. If we can convert savings into scientific and technological investments and transform the renminbi into an international currency. Hearing this, Zhang Weihao abruptly interjected, "Director Zhao, your words sound almost prophetic. What prophecy?" Zhao Guoqing retorted, asserting his confidence in his expertise. In 1978, our capital stood at merely 367.9 billion. Now, in just a decade, it has multiplied 27 times. Finance is akin to constructing a building. America has spent 2 centuries erecting theirs. While we now have the blueprint and the steel, what we lack is the patience to follow the plan. The day our central bank can regulate global capital like the Federal Reserve, and when the renminbi can be freely exchanged in London and New York, that will signify catching up and surpassing. However, remember that financial hegemony does not descend from the heavens. It was carved out by America through naval fleets and the Marshall Plan. Indeed, dignity exists only on the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. Upon hearing Zhao Guoqing's words, Zhang Weihao applauded. Reminiscing about A.I. Gong's famous sayings and recalling the aged photographs of factories he had encountered in short videos from his previous life, those rusted machines that had once upheld half of China. Zhao Guoqing, nodding in acknowledgement of Zhang Weihao's reaction, remarked, "Our journey ahead is long. But one thing is certain, there are aspects of our nation that cannot be rivaled by the United States." He exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze fixed on the rising tendrils. "We, the Chinese, are the most industrious and resilient people in the world. Countless historical experiences tell us that if granted decades of peaceful development, we can surpass any nation." As soon as Zhao Guoqing finished speaking, Zhang Weihao leapt to his feet, applauding fervently, the sound of his hands clapping resonating through the air and startling Zhou Miaoka, causing her pen to clatter to the ground. She looked up, astonished to see Zhang Weihao's eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if he had been scalded by a sudden flame. "Well said, truly well said." Zhang Weihao's fervent enthusiasm bewildered Zhao Guoqing, who wondered, what has stirred this boy so deeply? Others, too, were swept up in the moment, joining in applause. Except for Zhou Miaoka, who sat frozen, gripping her half-broken pen. No one could fathom Zhang Weihao's current state of mind. As a reborn individual, he understood that Zhao Guoqing had almost accurately predicted the future trajectory of national development, and an overwhelming sense of reverence surged within him. Could it be that he, too, has been reborn? At that moment, he comprehended why Zhou Miaoka was so astonished by his display. "Mr. Zhao, I toast to you with this coffee in place of wine," Zhang Weihao declared, his face aglow with excitement as he lifted the now-cold coffee from the table, nodding respectfully towards Zhao Guoqing. Observing this, Zhao Juping appeared to be similarly inspired, a fleeting glimmer of emotion passing through his eyes as he picked up his coffee and gently clinked it against Zhang Weihao's. This small gesture seemed to strike a chord in the symphony of fate, heralding the inception of the illustrious Western investment group. What troubles you, Weihao? You seem lost in thought. Have I said something amiss? Zhao Juping inquired, setting down his coffee cup while studying the contemplative Zhang Weihao, the flickering firelight casting shadows in the creases of his eyes. Yes, absolutely correct, Zhang Weihao exhaled, striving to calm his racing heart. Mr. Zhao, if I were to tell you that I once dreamt a dream where everything you spoke of was identical, would you believe me? Oh, I would very much like to hear about this dream of yours, Zhao Juping replied, intrigued. In my dream, our country, after decades of reform and opening up, ascended once more to the pinnacle among nations. In my dream, our nation's billions of people escaped poverty, living in happiness and health. In my dream, our country thrived in peace and prosperity, welcoming nations from across the globe. Zhang Weihao spoke passionately, his words echoing like a resounding war drum, striking at the hearts of everyone present. Zhou Miaoke gazed at the spirited youth, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. Yes, this dream of yours. I've pursued it for most of my life. Upon hearing Zhang Weihao's vivid description, Zhao Juping sprang to his feet, ignited like a rocket. His own years spent navigating America felt like those of a solitary wanderer, enduring disdain and neglect. Who could truly empathize with the sweetness and bitterness of such experiences? The fruits of one's relentless labor, achieved through tireless effort, can be effortlessly seized by an American executive with a mere dismissive remark about the Chinese. Even now, the perception of China, or rather the Chinese people, by the United States and other Western nations continues to be tinged with disdain. Resolutely, I relinquished a hard-won position that I had toiled for much of my life in America, akin to a bird returning home, unhesitatingly rushing towards China to fulfill a cherished dream. Grasping Zhang Weihao's hand tightly, Zhao Juping could hardly conceal his excitement. He had initially intended to assess the development of the Penguin Company as an ordinary user, but this unintentional act had serendipitously brought him a kindred spirit and a dear friend. Even if Zhang Weihao's vision was no longer as lofty as before, he was determined to maintain this friendship. The atmosphere around them seemed to resonate with their enthusiasm, prompting another to rise and propose a toast to our shared dream. Zhou Miaoke refrained from dissuading them, noticing a glimmer of tears in the corner of Zhao Juping's eye. As the drinks flowed, Zhao Juping sang about life's ebbs and flows like the waves of the sea. When Zhou Miaoke assisted Zhang Weihao to the parking lot, she gritted her teeth and gently helped the half-drunk, half-awake Zhang Weihao out of the passenger seat. Tenderly, she removed his leather shoes, tucked him in, and gazed softly at his sleeping face, letting out a deep sigh before quietly closing the door behind her. After she left, Zhang Weihao squinted, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was not until 7 p.m. that he was roused by Zhou Miaoke's knock. Weihao, are you feeling better? Shall we go for dinner? All right, Zhang Weihao replied hurriedly, preparing himself before stepping out of the bedroom. Zhou Miaoke glanced at him, picked up the car keys, and exited first. Once seated in the car, she spoke, "You should drink less in the future. It's not good for your health." "No more drinking," Zhang Weihao assured her. "Zhao Dong is attending a meeting in Hong Kong, and I will focus on math problems at home tomorrow." "Oh, suddenly remembering you're a student now, Zhang Zong." Zhou Miaoke teased with a light scoff. Zhang Weihao chuckled awkwardly, slightly embarrassed, recalling how he had been taken aback by Zhao Juping's foresight at noon. Momentarily losing control of his emotions, Zhou Miaoke drove directly to the mall, purchasing several outfits and a set of pajamas for Zhang Weihao. On the way back, carrying shopping bags behind Zhou Miaoke, Zhang Weihao couldn't help but smile to himself, realizing that like father, like daughter, as his clothes had been entirely taken care of by this father-daughter duo. Chapter 68. Telling parents I love you. The old adage rings true. Parents invest their hearts in their children, while children often find their hearts elsewhere. In the brief span of 2 days in the bustling metropolis, Zhang Weihao engaged in spirited conversations and laughter with Zhao Juping, truly enjoying the company of intellectuals and avoiding the mundane. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital, Wang Yin found her mind wandering during class. Akin to a kite severed from its string, her thoughts already drifting towards Zhang Weihao and his circumstances in the vibrant city. As November progresses, the weather grows increasingly frigid. leaving me uncertain whether my son possesses sufficient warmth in his attire. I ponder whether the food suits his palate, if he sleeps well, or if he struggles with the unfamiliarity of his surroundings. Similarly, Zhang Guoqing, far away in Mongolia, harbors concerns for Zhang Weihao. Although Zhou Youfu reassured him that Zhou Miaoke would keep an eye on Zhang Weihao in the bustling metropolis, his heart remains heavy with worry. For it is the first time Zhang Weihao has ventured so far from home. Hesitant to call Zhang Weihao directly, he opts instead to inquire about his son's well-being through Wang Yan, who herself fears interrupting Zhang Weihao's studies and has not spoken with him in 2 days. When Zhang Weihao receives his mother's text, he is clad in the new pajamas gifted by Zhou Miaoke. Seated on the sofa enjoying snacks while watching the 1994 adaptation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Upon reading Wang Yan's message, "Son, how are you in the metropolis? Is it convenient for a call with your mother?" He realizes how absurd he has been. He quickly rushes to his bedroom and dials Wang Yan's number. "Mom." The mere utterance of that word dispels all of Wang Yan's anxieties accumulated over the past 2 days. "I've been so busy with practice questions that I forgot to check in with you." "It's all right, my dear. I understand you're preoccupied with your studies. After all, it is a national examination, and I know the pressure must be immense." The gentle cadence of his mother's voice fills Zhang Weihao with a profound sense of guilt. As Wang Yan learns of her son's well-being, she hesitates to intrude further and prepares to end the call. "Mom." Upon hearing her say she wouldn't disturb him any longer, Zhang Weihao's urgent exclamation fills the receiver. "What is it, Weihao?" Wang Yan, thinking he has something more to say, inquires swiftly. "I love you." Those 3 words burst forth like a spark, nearly causing Wang Yan to drop the phone. "What's the matter with you, child? Have you encountered any trouble?" Her voice trembles unexpectedly, as the sudden declaration of love fills her heart with both surprise and joy, followed by concern. Could something be amiss with her son? What could possibly be wrong? "I just miss you." "Ah, well, as long as you're fine, that's all that matters. If anything arises, call your mother immediately. Oh, and if you find a moment, do ring your father. He has been calling me incessantly to inquire about your well-being." "Understood, Mom. I'll call Dad right after I finish speaking with you." After hanging up, Wang Yan clutches the phone tightly, reluctant to release it. Glancing at the half-knit black sweater by the bedside, she resumes her knitting, each stitch infused with the essence of her son. "Weihao, your mother loves you too." When Zhang Guoqing receives his son's call, he is deeply engrossed in studying a geological survey report for a new mining venture. Having invested his own resources and thus dedicating meticulous attention to the matter. Upon hearing Zhang Weihao echo the same "I love you," he falls into a prolonged silence, his face flushing with warmth before he finally responds. "You rascal, have you gotten into any trouble out there?" The words rascal are delivered slowly, laced with palpable tremors. On the other end, a familiar soft chuckle reverberates, prompting Zhang Guoqing to grip the phone tighter. After the call ends, he extracts a cigarette, lighting it with fervor. With a deep inhale, he releases the smoke, allowing the exhalation to soothe the excitement that had just surged within him. Sitting in the office's armchair, a hint of a goofy smile graced his face until a falling ash alerted him to the fact that he had unconsciously taken a drag from his cigarette. Snuffing it out, Zhang Guoqing resumed his earnest examination of the geological survey. How had he overlooked the continuous distribution of coal seams depicted in the geological profile? While the map indicated a discontinuity, he resolved to inquire with the surveying team the following day. In the midst of his contemplation, Zhang Guoqing was oblivious to the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Weihao, having ended a phone call, plopped down on his bed, releasing a heavy sigh. Had he ever expressed his love for his parents in his previous life? As far back as his memory stretched, it seemed not. Did he love his parents? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Did they love him? Again, the answer was a resounding yes. Perhaps it was the cultural conditioning, steeped in the belief that subtlety is a virtue, that led us to encase our fervent affection within the mundane realities of life, veiling it in the silent guardianship of our actions. Just as parents weave their care into the nagging reminders to dress warmly, or entrust their worries to the solitary light left burning late into the night. Like Zhang Guoqing, who clutched the geological report, yearning to call his son, yet only daring to glean information through Wang Yan. Wang Yan, while knitting, entwined her concerns within the yarn, unable to utter the words "I love you" face to face as her son matured. Yet, time waits for no one. As the silver strands of hair began to adorn their temples, as their backs gradually stooped, and as illness conspired to obstruct their reunion, we come to realize that those unspoken I love yous, those unexpressed gratitudes, create irreplaceable voids in our lives, leaving us with the profound sorrow of the child wishes to care for the parents, but they are no longer here. The ancients proclaimed that of all virtues, filial piety reigns supreme, valuing the heart over mere actions, deeming that those from humble beginnings often lack devoted offspring. Yet, this notion of valuing the heart over actions has led many to believe that as long as they harbor love for their parents in their hearts, they fulfill their duty of filial piety. Zhang Weihao, having lived 2 lives, finally articulated the long-buried sentiment, I love you. He could only wonder how his parents felt at that moment. He himself was enveloped in an unparalleled sense of contentment. Perhaps contentment was too feeble a word. It was a sensation akin to shackles shattering, a realization that love should not simmer like molten lava within, but rather manifest as tea leaves steeped in his father's cup, or the gentle pressure of his mother's hands upon her shoulders, or like this very moment, where, separated by miles, the mere utterance of I love you through a phone brought forth an exhilarating release of the soul. At this moment, Zhang Weihao gained a novel understanding of rebirth. Beyond the pursuit of wealth, he recognized the necessity of both heartfelt sentiment and tangible actions in this life. The bright lights of the office in the mining district cast spots of illumination across the desk, as Zhang Guoqing's fingertips traced the fault lines on the geological report, circling the risk areas in red ink. In the dormitory of the provincial training school, Wang Yan's knitting needles glimmered under the desk lamp. The yarn ball rolling to the foot of the bed, beside the training material titled Financial Statement Analysis. The floor-to-ceiling windows of Zhou Miaoka's home reflected Zhang Weihao's silhouette. As he gazed at the construction lights twinkling in the distance of the metropolis, his thoughts adrift. The lights from the 3 locations formed a triangle in the night. The office's illumination pierced through the darkness of the desert. The training school's desk lamp glimmered against the softness of the yarn, and the construction lights in Lujiazui outlined the contours of the future. As Zhang Guoqing's pen inscribed his name upon the report, as Wang Yan's knitting needle wove through the final stitch, and as Zhang Weihao pushed open the bedroom door, these 3 coordinates suddenly resonated with a clandestine harmony. Much like the winds of the Gobi, the rains of the provincial capital, and the waves of the Huangpu River, they would ultimately converge at some dawn, forming a single droplet of morning dew resting upon the knitting needle, reflecting the brilliance of the entire family. Chapter 69, Boss. You're quite nice, huh? Uncle and Auntie. Zhou Miaoka curled up in the corner of the sofa, her cashmere sock toes gently teasing the tassels of the cushion, resembling a drowsy plush cat. Yes, I just wanted to check if you're doing well. You're as fine as ever, I suppose. Perhaps you're so enamored with this place that you dread returning to school. Zhou Miaoka rolled her eyes, noting that he had spent 2 days intoxicated, surpassing even his father's frequency of drinking. Hey, that's not true. Zhang Weihao flashed what he believed to be an endearing smile, pondering that perhaps he ought to refrain from watching Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, lest Zhou Miaoka uncover the secret behind Cao Cao's naming conventions. Are you still watching TV? If not, I'll turn it off. Go ahead, go ahead. After completing her ablutions, Zhou Miaoka noted that Zhang Weihao had retreated to the bedroom. She frowned and knocked on the door. Weihao, I'm done. You should wash up too. While Zhang Weihao brushed his teeth in the bathroom, Zhou Miaoka approached wearing a facial mask. I need to head back to school tomorrow. Will you be all right at home alone? Absolutely, Zhang Weihao replied, setting down his toothbrush and gesturing affirmatively. That should be fine, dreamer Zhang. Zhou Miaoka let out an inexplicable huff, completely ignoring Zhang Weihao's awkward expression with toothpaste still lingering at the corners of his mouth as she turned and returned to her bedroom. Comfortably reclining on his bed, Zhang Weihao thought with delight, if only a thunderstorm would grace the night, it would provide me with an excuse to seek refuge in my sister's warm embrace. Having indulged in drink for 2 consecutive days, his youthful body, still in its development, led him to awaken close to noon. Upon rising and entering the living room, he discovered that Zhou Miaoka had likely left for school early. On the coffee table lay a note that read, I've left breakfast for you on the dining table. If you wish to venture out, don't stray too far. Accompanying the note were a set of keys and a bank card, the back of which bore the password 622935. Zhang Weihao pressed a kiss to the card, pondering, why do I adore my sister? It's because she cares. On the dining table sat a bottle of milk, 2 slices of bread, and half a jar of strawberry jam. As he enjoyed his meal, Zhang Weihao called Zhao Guoqing and others to express his gratitude for their hospitality over the past days. while also inquiring about the economic data of this era. With Zhao Guoqing's professional knowledge and extensive experience, he could make a fundamental judgment on the economic trajectory based on relevant data, allowing Zhang Weihao to unearth value from those figures. The midday sunlight streamed into the living room, casting dappled reflections upon the mathematics Olympiad paper in Zhang Weihao's hands. Yet he found himself unable to concentrate on any single problem. He resolved to step outside and explore the charms of Shanghai in 2002, all the while selecting gifts for his parents. Zhou Miaoka's bank card remained untouched. From the recess of his backpack, he retrieved a black plastic bag containing the 10,000 yuan his mother had given him before his departure, still sealed and neatly bound with a rubber band. With this substantial sum in hand, he exited the corridor. The foam mountains and pools of the traditional courtyard reflected a chilly ambience in the November daylight. While bougainvillea flourished vibrantly beneath the corridor, its delicate pink and white petals strewn across the green bricks below. The entrance of the community bore the resplendent golden characters of Oriental Knowledge Garden, glimmering in the sunlight. He flagged down a green Fukang taxi and announced his destination as Lujiazui. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, commenting, "Going to see the Oriental Pearl, huh? Tourists love that place." Upon arriving at the base of the Oriental Pearl, Zhang Weihao gazed at the colossal structure, characterized by 3 giant pillars connecting 11 spheres. He found it difficult to appreciate the poetic essence of the design, likening it instead to candied hawthorn skewers sold from the back of a bicycle at the mines, a reflection of his own limited cultural exposure. As his past experience as a project manager led his eye to the seams of the tower, he surreptitiously estimated the construction period. The precision of the steel welding and the watertightness testing of the glass curtain wall would surely merit the prestigious Lubon Award in later years. The construction team of that time must have made a fortune. Declining the advances of a street vendor wielding a seagull camera, he stood by the riverbank, allowing the wind to fill his coat. At this moment, Lujiazui had yet to be adorned with a forest of skyscrapers, and the colonial architecture of Puxi emerged hazily from the fog, exuding a charm that surpassed the later concrete jungle. Walking towards Jingdao Plaza, the glass curtain walls shimmered with golden light in the river breeze. Zhang Weihao tilted his head to count the advertisements above, reminiscing how he had initially believed Jingda to be a domestic enterprise until a financial news blogger revealed that the chic mall was owned by a Thai businessman. After wandering for a while, he was uncertain of what to buy for his parents, yet he found himself indulging in Haagen-Dazs. The mall was not yet brimming with high-end brands, and ultimately, he purchased a black and white checkered scarf for his mother and a red and blue contrasting silk scarf for Zhou Miaoka. At last, in the corner of the 3rd floor, he spotted a display of fountain pens and decided to buy Zhang Guoqing a Pelican 300 gold-plated pen, costing him 2,200 yuan. With his gifts in tow, Zhang Weihao noticed a bookstore, Dazhong Bookstore, and stepped inside. Captivated by the insights on building interpersonal networks presented in Harvard Business School Insights, he became engrossed in the text. After purchasing the book, he prepared to return to Zhou Miaoka's home. Just as he reached the bookstore entrance, he suddenly remembered he had left his newly bought gifts behind. He hurriedly retraced his steps to the spot where he had been reading, only to exclaim in dismay, "What the hell?" Aside from a few individuals scattered among the shelves, his gift bag was nowhere to be found. He promptly inquired with the bookstore owner, only to discover that surveillance cameras were not yet commonplace, and the store lacked any monitoring system. The owner, warm-hearted and eager to assist, promptly escorted him to the security room. But the low resolution of the surveillance footage rendered the images indistinct. After much fiddling, the security personnel ultimately found no clues. The bookstore owner voiced some complaints about the security guard on behalf of Zhang Weihao, implying that there had been prior incidents of stolen books within the store. With a sense of discontent, Zhang Weihao followed the owner out of the surveillance room. He lamented that he would have to purchase the books once more, a consequence of his prolonged complacency, which had led him to forget that surveillance cameras were not yet ubiquitous, and petty theft was still a frequent occurrence. Upon learning that Zhang Weihao was merely a middle school student, the bookstore owner hurried back inside and graciously gifted him a compilation of past examination papers from various provinces. "You are quite kind, dear owner," he thought. He then ventured to 3 different counters to repurchase the items, with the attendant at the Bailey Jean counter repeatedly reminding him to take good care of his purchases. Zhou Miaoka initially intended to dine with her roommates, cherishing the limited opportunities for gatherings as graduation approached. However, Upon recalling Zhang Weihao waiting at home, she hesitated and ultimately declined her roommate's invitation, hastily returning home. Upon entering, she discovered that Zhang Weihao had not yet arrived, and for some inexplicable reason, a wave of irritation washed over her, leaving her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 70. The sister with the card. As Zhang Weihao stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Zhou Miaoke seated on the sofa, lost in her thoughts. Sister, you're back. Have you eaten? I bought instant noodles, he announced, shaking the plastic bag in his hand, having assumed she would not return today. Sister, what are you thinking about? Noticing her indifference, he rushed to her side, only to find her expression dark. Ah, the esteemed Zhang has returned. Where have you been? Busy with business. Zhou Miaoke's tone was laced with sarcasm, leaving Zhang Weihao perplexed. Not at all. Haven't I been bothering you these past few days? I just want to buy you a small gift. It's not expensive, so don't reject it. As he presented the box, Zhou Miaoke stared at it, momentarily entranced, until Zhang Weihao waved it before her, prompting her to hastily accept it. Upon opening the package, she found a red and blue patterned silk scarf, and an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. You shouldn't have spent your money on me, she murmured, her fingers gently tracing the scarf's intricate design. Zhang Weihao stood tall and replied, Sister, have you forgotten? I hold shares in a company. This little amount is nothing. Oh, I had forgotten. Not only are you a middle school student, but you're also a big boss now. Is this what a big boss dines on at night? Instant noodles? Zhou Miaoke attempted to wrap the scarf around her neck, the long length accentuating the vibrant pattern. Well, I thought you wouldn't be back, so I was just going to have something quick. Ultimately, Zhou Miaoke insisted on taking Zhang Weihao to a nearby restaurant, asserting that instant noodles were not a healthy choice. That evening, Zhou Miaoke and Zhang Weihao settled in to watch Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The rustling of the chip bag in Zhang Weihao's hands contrasted with his gaze, which was fixed on Zhou Miaoke's hand resting on the armrest of the sofa. When her hand reached out, he instinctively pushed the bag forward. With a crisp sound, Zhou Miaoke deftly pinched a wavy chip between her fingers, never lifting her gaze as she popped it into her mouth. The flickering light from the television illuminated her eyes, and she poked the screen with the remote, addressing Zhang Weihao. Why don't you try your immersion technique? Act as if you were this character, Deng Zhong. He looks to be around your age. In the scene, Deng Ai is besieged at Qishan, while the youthful Deng Zhong clutches his sword, ready to charge, only to be restrained by his father's grip on his wrist. No. Zhang Weihao shrinks into the crevice of the sofa, crumbs of potato chips scattering all over his pants. Zhou Miaoke tilts her head to observe him, asking, why not? I merely wish to witness it. The elongated ma she utters tickles Zhang Weihao's heart like a feather, sending goosebumps racing across his arms. Sister's charm is boundless. This moment calls for solitude in a room to truly grasp the feeling. With someone watching, I feel utterly uncomfortable. He vehemently rejects the notion, gripping the tassels on the sofa cushion. On the television, Deng Zhong's sword clinks against the rocky cliff, producing a melodious sound. Yet Zhou Miaoke suddenly clasps his wrist. Just pretend I'm heir. Look at Deng Zhong's stubbornness. It's quite similar to yours. Zhang Weihao shakes his head vigorously, refusing to comply. Zhou Miaoke springs from the sofa and dashes toward the bedroom, the solid wooden door slamming against the frame, causing the chandelier in the living room to tremble, startling Zhang Weihao, who nearly drops the bag of chips in his hands. He stares blankly at the closed bedroom door as the ending theme of Romance of the Three Kingdoms softly plays on the television. The associations he conjured were mere fabrications. Even repeating them seems impossible now. He had hoped to gloss over it, yet unexpectedly, she took it seriously. To lie is to weave a tale, and to maintain a tale requires further deception. Zhang Weihao tidies the crumbs of potato chips from the sofa, muttering incessantly. Had he known, he would have merely pretended. Now, alas, his sister has stormed off, and he has lost the appetite for chips, his mind swirling with the words panic and confusion. After a while, Zhou Miaoke reemerges from the bedroom, glancing at Zhang Weihao without uttering a word, merely taking the silk scarf from the coffee table. Inside the bedroom, Zhang Weihao smirks, mimicking Zhou Miaoke's playful demeanor with a flamboyant gesture. I can't quite manage it, haha. The following morning, Zhou Miaoke bites into her sandwich, not lifting her eyelids, completely ignoring Zhang Weihao. He stirs his milk, glancing up at her with a gaze akin to a weasel eyeing a henhouse, causing Zhou Miaoke's cheeks to flush. What are you staring at? She snaps. Haha. Sis, Zhang Weihao leans closer. You're not still mad at me, are you? Mad at you for what? Zhou Miaoke rolls her eyes, only to hear Zhang Weihao cheekily continue. Is it because I didn't perform as Deng Zhong yesterday? She cannot help but smirk, but quickly adopts a serious expression. I'm not that petty. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Miaoke retreats to the bedroom for some beauty sleep, while Zhang Weihao pulls out his math Olympiad problems, immersing himself in study. The exam is just 2 days away, although he is indifferent to the results. Submitting a blank paper seems rather inappropriate. After Zhou Miaoke awakens, she considers going shopping and inquires if Zhang Weihao wishes to join. In a previous life, I wouldn't have gone even if a dog was involved. Of course, it's all about shopping, she declares. How could Zhang Weihao possibly refuse her invitation? The car came to a halt at Hanglong Plaza, and Zhang Weihao, much like Lu Laolao wandering through the Grandview Garden, was dazzled by the array of high-end luxury goods within. In his previous life, the most extravagant item he possessed was that Rolex Submariner, a gift bestowed upon him by a certain boss who was captivated by his commanding presence shortly after he had assumed the role of project manager. Zhou Miaoke was at the Dior counter indulging in skincare, while Zhang Weihao shook his head vigorously at the prices displayed. 1 jar of cream costing a staggering 1,500 yuan, equivalent to the salary of a miner for an entire month. Indeed, the great metropolis did not disappoint in its reputation. Once Zhou Miaoke completed her skincare routine, she pointed at the 1,500 yuan cream and said, "Let us take 3 jars and add a serum." Observing her as she swiped her card, he suddenly hummed a tune from his past life. Not every father can become a billionaire. Before he could finish, she playfully tapped his head and retorted, "What are you complaining about?" Following Zhou Miaoke out of the King of Money restaurant, Zhang Weihao clutched a napkin emblazoned with a golden leopard head. In the women's clothing section, the fitting room was adorned with delicate pink silk curtains. As Zhou Miaoke twirled in a burgundy tweed suit, the metallic belt buckle shimmered under the spotlight. Zhang Weihao, nestled beside a pillar plastered with an 80-off poster for winter apparel, counted silently. This was the 9th outfit she had tried on, ranging from a Giordano fleece sweatshirt to a Bao Shijian cashmere shirt, with a sales associate trailing behind. Burdened by a mountain of winter garments, her smile growing increasingly strained, gazing at a fur shawl on a poster from the 2002 Autumn-Winter Fashion Week. He was suddenly reminded of the polyester coat sold at the mine, which could still be worn even after the collar had frayed. At that moment, the disparity between wealth and poverty became vividly apparent. "Help me carry this," Zhou Miaoke said, shoving a shopping bag from Bao Shilong into his arms before diving back into the cosmetics counter at Paisheng. Zhang Weihao looked down at the 3 bags he held, adorned with various logos, a simple red and green tag from a brand from 2002 that lacked the flamboyance of today, a blue and white canvas bag from Giordano, and a promotional bag from Paisheng that read "Spend over 1,000 to receive a silk scarf," the plastic handles digging painfully into his wrist. Yet, watching Zhou Miaoke haggling with the sales associate, he found a certain pleasure in his role as her companion. It was amusing to discover that even the wealthy engaged in bargaining. As they passed a boutique, Zhou Miaoke stepped inside once more, prompting a sigh from Zhang Weihao as he followed. He observed her pull out a Min's wallet, merely asking, "Do you think it looks good?" He had just nodded when she produced her bank card. Chapter 71. Revolutionary Etude. Upon returning home, Zhang Weihao felt a profound ache in his legs. Zhou Miaoke began to unpack her newly acquired clothing, holding each piece up for his opinion. "You should take the remaining cream back for Auntie," she remarked before disappearing into her room, laden with shopping bags, hanging each item meticulously in her closet. The wardrobe was brimming with garments, some still bearing their tags. As soon as they arrived at Zhou Miaoke's home, Zhang Weihao set his belongings down in the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. Exhausted after an afternoon spent at Hanglong, his calves feeling as though they were filled with lead, Zhou Miaoke, as if stepping on a spring, tossed the shopping bag onto the sofa, and an array of winter garments cascaded into a heap. "What do you think of this sweater paired with my checkered skirt?" She twirled in front of Zhang Weihao, adorned in a burgundy turtleneck. Zhang Weihao slumped on the sofa, feeling as though he had exhausted every compliment in his lexicon suitable for praising a woman's beauty. At last, having succeeded in making Zhou Miaoke smile, he watched her eyes crescent into crescents as she turned to the kitchen to boil water for tea. The steam rising from the purple clay teapot carrying the fragrance of her newly spritzed perfume. "Remember to take this set of face cream back for Auntie," Zhou Miaoke said, retrieving the recently purchased cream from the shopping bag and handing it to Zhang Weihao, who had noticed her mother's complexion appeared rather dry during their last encounter. With that, She dragged a paper bag from the brand Bozeting into the bedroom. As she opened the solid wood wardrobe, the sight of her collection, a Bozeting shirt, a Giordano sweatshirt, and several unworn Erdos cashmere sweaters, filled the spacious wardrobe to the brim. Zhou Miaoka, brimming with joy, hung her new purchases inside. However, the sudden ringing of her phone interrupted her task, and upon glancing at the caller ID displaying Tian Xiuqin, her brow furrowed slightly. "Mom, Kiki, are you at school?" Her mother's voice came through the receiver, prompting a subconscious glance at the scattered shopping bags on her bed. She had yet to change out of the new clothes she had just tried on, her toes curling into the wool carpet as she replied, I just finished eating in the cafeteria. How is your paper coming along? Send it to my email once you finish. I'll have your teacher review it first. Have you been practicing the piano lately?" Tian Xiuqin's tone was undeniably brisk. "I'm busy with my paper. I don't have time," Zhou Miaoka began, but was swiftly interrupted. Time must be carved out. Tian Xiuqin's voice suddenly escalated, reverberating through the receiver. "You must come home this weekend to practice. I'm coming up next month, and if I hear you play Moonlight Sonata with 3 wrong notes, don't even think about pursuing that dreadful finance." Zhou Miaoka's hand trembled around the phone as her gaze fell upon the piano in the corner, veiled in a dust cover. The white upright piano had been air-freighted by her mother for her 18th birthday, and the cover bore coffee stains from her practice sessions last year. In an instant of frustration after hanging up, she hurled her new sweater towards the piano, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Meanwhile, Zhang Weihao, in a contemplative state, initially paid no heed to the commotion from the bedroom, assuming it was merely Zhou Miaoka organizing her clothes. However, as half an hour passed without any further sounds, he called out, "Sister, are you watching TV?" "No, I'm not. You can watch by yourself," came her reply, clearly laced with a tremor. She had seemed perfectly fine during the fitting. Now, her tone suggested otherwise. Rising, Zhang Weihao padded across the floor in his slippers and approached the ornately carved door. "Sister, are you all right?" he asked softly, pressing his ear against the doorframe. "I'm fine, really, just a bit tired and wishing to rest early," she responded. Based on Zhang Weihao's lifetime of experience, he knew that when a woman said she was fine, it usually meant the opposite. "Sister, may I come in?" I gently knocked on the door. Inside the bedroom, a flurry of rustling sounds ensued, followed by Zhou Miaoka's anxious interjection. "Don't come in. I understand." Pressing my forehead against the cool door panel, I said, "Sister, I'm right here in the living room. If you need anything, just call me." Zhang Weihao's words filled Zhou Miaoka, who was curled up and softly weeping at the foot of the bed, with a sense of warmth. She huddled there, her fingers digging fiercely into the cashmere texture of her new sweater, the tag still swaying at the collar. Memories surged forth every time her father returned from the mine. His suitcase was always filled with gifts for her, while her mother remained eternally frozen on the piano bench, her nails shaped like freshly polished shells. When the triplet notes of F. R. Elise were played in a staccato manner, those nails would tap sharply on the keys, scolding her about the pile of Barbie dolls at her bedside. Such distractions lead to ruin. The piano became the sole piece of furniture in her childhood, its keys polished to a sheen, the edges of the black keys worn to reveal white. It wasn't until the age of 13, upon passing the grade 8 piano examination, that her mother begrudgingly permitted her a day off. The thunderous beats blasting from a corner music store resonated more deeply within her than the pathetique sonata her mother demanded. Sneaking a cassette tape beneath her bed, she listened to the music, too afraid to insert the headphones, lest the sound of approaching footsteps halt at her bedroom door. Even when applying to universities, her mother insisted she enroll in the piano department of a music academy. Had it not been for her desperate pleas to her father, who supported her in switching to another major, she might have forever remained ensnared by the piano's grasp. She had thought that gaining admission to university would sever the ties of sheet music, yet upon opening the door to her bedroom in this bustling metropolis, she beheld the glaringly bright white piano at its center. The afternoon sun slanted through the keys, casting reflections that suddenly transported her back to the day of her 16th birthday competition. Her mother stood backstage, the pearl necklace glimmering under the spotlight, declaring, "Miss one note, and see if I don't discipline you when we get home." Zhou Miaoka steadied herself against the corner of the bed and slowly rose, picking up the scattered clothes until the last piece, a blouse from the fashion label, was aligned perfectly, as if she had just solved a complex mathematical problem. Releasing a long sigh of relief, when the dust cover was lifted, a fine mist of particles danced in the air, and the pearl-white keys shimmered under the wall lamp's cold glow. Her fingers rested on the tonic of a minor scale, nails trimmed smooth and rounded. These hands had once produced perfect legato at an international competition at 16, yet now, upon touching the keys, her fingertips trembled like a sieve sorting coal. As the first note rang out, Zhang Weihao in the living room was slumped over, staring intently at Zhou Miaoca's door. The sound pierced the silence like an ice pick breaking through a river's surface, beginning with a hesitant single note, followed by intermittent arpeggios. Zhou Miaoca pushed open the bedroom door and instantly spotted Zhang Weihao leaning against the wall. "Sister, are you playing the piano? It sounds wonderful." Although Zhang Weihao had no understanding of the piece being played, he feigned a knowing demeanor. "Is it beautiful?" "Yes, indeed, it's exquisite." "What piece is this?" "I want to download it to my phone and listen every day." "It's the Revolutionary Etude." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder it stirs the soul. It is a revolutionary piece." Zhang Weihao was consumed by the desire to lavish praise, oblivious to the subtle melancholy that lingered in Zhou Miaoca's eyes. Chapter 72. Filled to the brim. Zhou Miaoca chose to disregard Zhang Weihao's incessant flattery and, after completing her ablutions, made her way straight back to her bedroom. Observing this peculiar behavior, Zhang Weihao felt a sense of unease and hastily noted down revolutionary exercise in his mental notebook. The current stagnation of internet development left him yearning for the past, when a mere keystroke could unveil the origins of any melody. In such a vast house, it was perplexing that there was no computer. Perhaps if there were, he could discern why Zhou Miaoca had suddenly become so withdrawn. After musing for a moment in the living room, Zhang Weihao turned off the lights and retreated to his own room. On Friday, he noticed that Zhou Miaoca appeared burdened with thoughts, her responses to his attempts at conversation half-hearted and distracted. He returned to his room, intending to focus on solving problems in preparation for the exam the following day. After only a few questions, he received a call from Zhao Guoqing, inquiring whether he was still in the bustling metropolis, as the materials he requested were ready. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Miaoca, Zhang Weihao grabbed his keys and stepped outside. Beneath the ginkgo tree at the community entrance, a young man named Xiao Li awaited him, leaning against a silver Passat while smoking. Upon spotting Zhang Weihao, he paused momentarily, confirming his identity before retrieving a box of documents from the trunk. "Mr. Zhang, here are the materials you requested." Zhang Weihao gazed at the overflowing box of documents, pondering how he would carry them back. Yet, there was more. Xiao Li produced a box of cigars and a bottle of fine liquor from the passenger seat. As if encountering such luxuries for the first time, Zhang Weihao opened the cigar box in front of Xiao Li, revealing 10 cigars, of which only the Monte Cristo was familiar to him. He recognized the liquor as well, having indulged during karaoke sessions in his previous life. Xiao Li respectfully assisted Zhang Weihao in carrying the materials to the foot of Zhou Miaoca's building before departing with deference. Observing Xiao Li's retreating figure, Zhang Weihao couldn't help but reflect on the hardships faced by the young. Once back in his vehicle, Xiao Li lit a cigarette, musing to himself about Zhang Weihao's youthful appearance, speculating whether he might be the illegitimate son of a wealthy tycoon. It's possible, he thought. Recalling tales of liberal attitudes in America, even envisioning a dramatic inheritance battle between a legitimate offspring and an illegitimate one. He casually updated Zhang Weihao's contact name to young Master Zhao. As Zhang Weihao entered, he was met with Zhou Miaoca's distracted inquiry. "What is this?" "I requested some materials from Director Zhao, but I didn't expect to receive so much," he replied, opening the box to reveal neatly packaged documents. Strikingly similar to the tender documents from his previous life. He picked up one and flipped it open, discovering a detailed account of the current state of industrial development in the country. When he reached the page on coal, he was taken aback to learn that small coal mines in rural areas had extracted an astonishing 10.5 billion tons of coal in 2002, accounting for 56% of the national output. This revelation left Zhang Weihao, who aspired to become part of the coal elite, feeling as though his own resources had been plundered. As Zhou Miaoca observed Zhang Weihao's intense focus, her curiosity compelled her to extract a booklet. The two of them lowered their heads, perusing its contents, the occasional rustle of pages breaking the silence of the room. "Weihao, may I borrow this analysis of the current financial situation for a moment?" she inquired, raising the blue-covered booklet. "Certainly. Take it. I need it back the day after tomorrow. Carrying such a hefty amount of information is rather cumbersome," he replied without lifting his gaze, his attention glued to the industrial data among the 95 million state-owned and large-scale industrial enterprises nationwide, 420,000 were incurring losses, with a loss ratio reaching 21.5. Upon discovering that the losses of state-owned enterprises in the Northeast accounted for 38 of the national total, his hand paused momentarily as he turned the page. The Northeast, once a paragon of industry, had succumbed to such severe economic decline by 2002, a reality he had only heard whispers of prior to his rebirth. The loss curve depicted in the data resembled a steep slope, crashing down upon the phrase industrial stronghold. Zhang Weihao flipped through the financial booklet, inadvertently revealing a report on non-performing loans, which slipped out between the pages. The two exchanged information silently. The only sound resonating in the living room was the gentle rustle of turning pages. "I doubt our teacher possesses such comprehensive data," Zhang Weihao remarked, straightening her posture. After all, those engaged in investment must gather information with utmost thoroughness. Gazing at the documents before him, Zhang Weihao recalled the challenges faced by the nation in his previous life, seemingly grasping the origins of the issues at hand. Following a simple dinner, they retired early, as Zhang Weihao had an examination the next day. "Weihao, do your best on the exam," Zhang Weihao encouraged him at the examination hall's entrance. He responded with a fist pump, crafting a playful expression of encouragement. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as the moment arrived to unfurl the exam paper. Zhang Weihao instinctively flipped to the last page, where an oddly shaped quadrilateral accompanied the query regarding the minimum perimeter. The auxiliary lines drawn on the diagram resembled a tangled mess, leaving him slightly disoriented. With one question per page, he muttered an apology for the interruption as he reverted to the test, diligently starting with the fill-in-the-blank section. The only question he found straightforward was a logic puzzle. Among three individuals, A, B, and C, only one could draw. A claimed he could. B asserted that A could not, and C stated he could not either. With only one statement being true, the task was to identify who could draw. Readers, no doubt, can discern the answer at a glance. The scratching of pens on scrap paper filled the air, as Zhang Weihao stared at the half-blank paper before him. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of his high school examination days when he would fixate on math problems until the bell rang. Finally, the sound of the bell signaled the end of the exam. Seizing the moment when many were submitting their papers, Zhang Weihao discreetly placed his paper in the midst of the stack. Should these results be made public, would he not be branded yet again as a fallen genius? Zhang Weihao inquired about his performance, to which Zhang Weihao merely replied nonchalantly, "Well, I filled out the entire paper." In the afternoon, they jointly procured their return flight tickets, with Zhang Weihao once again handling the payment. At the supermarket entrance, Zhang Weihao selected a large box of Ferrero Rocher chocolates, intending to share them with his classmates upon his return. After all, they had shared a bond as classmates. Upon catching sight of the heart-shaped gift box beside him, Zhang Weihao hesitated for a moment before ultimately placing it into his cart. He also made a point to purchase a hero fountain pen for Teacher Wang, who had shown great dedication in guiding him, though he was uncertain how she would feel once his exam results were released. As the two returned to Zhang Weihao home to pack their belongings, they discovered that Zhang Weihao had arrived with only a single backpack, yet was now burdened with an assortment of items to take back. In the end, it was Zhang Weihao who emptied her suitcase just to accommodate the materials and gifts. The cigar was taken by Zhang Weihao, who claimed it was meant for his father, while the bottle he thought he had left at Zhang Weihao residence remained behind. On the way to the airport, Zhang Weihao called Zhou Youfu to arrange for someone to pick up Zhang Weihao in Xixing. "Just look at how thoughtful my sister is," she remarked. Zhang Weihao protested that it was unnecessary and a bit embarrassing, but once Zhou Weihao assured him that everything was arranged, he promptly requested the driver's number. "Weihao, make sure to study diligently over there," she instructed. Zhou Weihao, at a loss for words to describe the conflicting emotions Zhang Weihao had stirred within her during his brief stay in the metropolis, simply nodded in understanding. Observing his hesitance to ask for a farewell hug, she stifled a laugh, assuring him that she was aware of his feelings. As he prepared to depart, Zhang Weihao contemplated asking for a parting embrace, but feared the embarrassment of being rebuffed by Zhou Weihao in front of the crowd at the airport entrance. It was only after watching him enter the terminal that she sighed deeply and returned to her car, not leaving immediately but instead gazing through the window at a plane ascending into the sky before finally igniting the engine and driving towards the urban district. Outside the porthole, the clouds were bathed in golden sunlight, while Zhang Weihao pressed his forehead against the cool glass. The skyline of the metropolis shrank to the size of his palm, with the high-rises of Lijiazui appearing like squished building blocks. By 2002, the city had advanced at a rapid pace, and he felt as though he were lagging behind. His pickup was a middle-aged man, and Zhang Weihao requested to be taken to his mother's training school first. Wang Yan rushed towards Zhang Weihao, and upon seeing him, her outstretched hands merely patted his head affectionately. He enveloped her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Mom, I've missed you so much." Despite her insistence on treating him to a feast, Zhang Weihao simply craved a bowl of beef noodles. The bittersweet nature of their fleeting reunion weighed heavily upon them, as Wang Yan felt that just as she had finally seen her son, they would soon part ways again. It was only after the SUV disappeared from view that she fondly touched the scarf he had tied around her neck, filled with joy. Upon reaching the mining area, Zhang Weihao had intended to treat the driver to a nice meal. But the driver explained that he had another pickup scheduled for the following day and needed to return early. They settled for a bowl of lamb offal soup at a local eatery instead. Once home, Zhang Weihao immediately called Zhou Miaoke to inform her of his safe arrival and express gratitude for her care over the past week. That evening, as he sorted through his suitcase, he discovered the 2 equity agreements buried beneath a pile of documents. As he picked up the agreement, a fleeting image of himself expressing trust in sister Zhou Miaoke flashed through his mind. Extracting a cigar, Zhang Weihao made his way directly to Zhou Haitao's internet CAF. This foreign contraption is something I have yet to experience. Upon seeing Zhang Weihao toss a cigar thicker than his thumb, Zhou Haitao immediately retrieved a lighter, eager to ignite it. The end of the cigar needed to be cut, otherwise it would be impossible to draw. Observing Zhou Haitao approach the flame as if lighting a standard cigarette, yet failing to ignite it after numerous attempts, Zhang Weihao could not help but interject. "How do we cut it?" Zhou Haitao found himself at a loss. "Just find a knife and make a slit." As Zhou Haitao fumbled with his keychain to extract a nail clipper, cautiously snipping the end of the cigar, Zhang Weihao was momentarily speechless. He urged Zhou Haitao to take his time and casually opened a computer case that was still radiating heat. The cigar smoke exhaled by Zhou Haitao wafted over. "Brother Tao, why are you smoking such an old man's cigar? The taste is utterly repugnant." The regular patrons of the CAF grimaced at the scent of the cigar. "What do you know? This is a cigar, something only the big brothers in gangster would smoke." As a search engine prompted in an instant, Zhang Weihao entered revolutionary etudes into the search bar. The blue loading bar crept along, while he emotionlessly scrolled the mouse wheel. The computer's glow accentuating the furrow in his brow, the words sadness and indignation flickering on the screen. "Brother Tao, you carry on. I need to head back. I have class tomorrow." You're leaving already?" Ignoring Zhou Haitao's pleas, Zhang Weihao hurried home. Upon picking up the phone, he hesitated once more. No wonder when he praised Zhou Miaoke's piano playing, she reacted with indifference. But why would she play such a sorrowful piece when she had been all smiles while trying on clothes? After much contemplation, Zhang Weihao refrained from calling directly, instead crafting a text. "Sister, no matter what you encounter, I will find a way to assist you. Though I am still young, I will grow up one day." Seated beside the piano, Zhou Miaoke, who had just finished practicing, stared blankly at the empty room. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon seeing the text, she instinctively smiled, as if the lamp in her bedroom brightened a little. The heaviness that had weighed on her heart during practice was suddenly dispelled by those few words. Her fingertips returned to the keys, and a lively melody surged forth. The rhythm of the Turkish march danced with a hint of joy, the notes bouncing about the room as if trampling upon the earlier gloom. Zhang Weihao awaited Zhou Miaoke's reply throughout the night, and upon waking in the morning, he checked his phone first, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he arrived at school, surrounded by classmates chattering excitedly about what Shanghai was like. Zhang Weihao suddenly realized that the impressions from his trip were merely the old mansion of Zhao Juping and the warmth of Zhou Miaoke's home. When Ferrero chocolates were distributed among his classmates, he was instantly enveloped by their jubilant cheers. Li Qian was curious about how many points she had scored. Upon noticing that Zhang Weihao was not wearing the red string she had gifted him, her fingers, which held a piece of chocolate, suddenly felt sticky. Nevertheless, she inquired with genuine concern about Zhang Weihao's performance on the exam. In Mr. Wang's office, as she listened to Zhang Weihao hesitantly confess that he had left several questions unanswered, she feared he might be disheartened. She fervently comforted him, worried that this exam might undermine his confidence. It was rare to find such a promising student in the mining district. She recalled a former student who had excelled in middle school, only to falter in high school, failing to even secure a place in the top 10 of a key class, leading to a bout of depression. The memory of that student still tugged at her heart. She resolved to speak with Zhang Weihao's parents, emphasizing the importance of encouraging their child, as temporary setbacks were not insurmountable. True strength lies in resilience. Yet, when she glimpsed the fountain pen Zhang Weihao had given her, her eyes behind her reading glasses narrowed suddenly, and she swallowed the words, "It's too expensive." Lin Xiaoqiao had a brief encounter with Zhang Weihao at the entrance of his classroom. As soon as school let out, she hurried to his door. Noticing this, Li Qian deliberately waved the chocolate balls Zhang Weihao had gifted her in front of Lin Xiaoqiao, saying, "These are from Zhang Weihao." On the way home, Lin Xiaoqiao wore an irritated expression and exclaimed, "Zhang Weihao, I want that little golden ball too." "What little golden ball?" Zhang Weihao, having forgotten his phone that morning, was now eager to return home to check for messages from Zhou Miaoke. "The one you gave to Li Qian." Zhang Weihao abruptly halted, glancing at Lin Xiaoqiao. "I brought you a gift from Magic City as well." "Really? What is it?" Lin Xiaoqiao jumped with excitement upon hearing this. When she received the compilation of national middle school entrance exam questions by province, her lips curled into a pout, resembling a soy sauce bottle. Fortunately, Zhang Weihao also gifted her a box of chocolate balls, which he unceremoniously discarded into the trash. Chapter 74. Zhang Weihao's mini-classroom after sending Lin Xiaoqiao on her way. Zhang Weihao repeatedly scrutinized the message from Zhou Miaoke on his phone. "Study hard, little Zhang." What could his sister mean by that? Was she cautioning him against distraction? He dissected the phrase "little Zhang," pondering each word as if attempting to decipher Zhou Miaoke's thoughts behind the message. Before he could reach a conclusion, a phone call from Zhang Guoqing interrupted his reverie. Following their usual father-son exchange, Zhang Weihao lay in bed, lost in contemplation. At home, Li Qian unusually refrained from doing practice exercises. She sat at her desk, lightly twirling the golden wrapper of a Ferrero Rocher chocolate, smoothing out the creases under the lamp's glow. Carefully, she scraped away the remnants of chocolate from the foil with her nail, tucking each piece between the pages of her book. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoqiao opened the exam paper Zhang Weihao had given her, diligently writing down the answers she could manage. Her lips smudged with chocolate. After popping the last chocolate ball into her mouth, she squinted her eyes, grinning like a sly little fox who had successfully pilfered a treat. The following day after school, Lin Xiaoqiao, with her bulging backpack claiming it was filled with her father's wontons, declared that she could simply boil them upon returning home. She leaned over Zhang Weihao's desk, her pen tip creating a series of ink spots on her physics workbook. "This is so frustrating. One moment, it's elastic. The next, it's inelastic." Turning her head towards Zhang Weihao, who was reclining on his bed, she noticed he was lost in thought over some materials in his hand. "Zhang Weihao, could you explain the concepts of elastic and inelastic deformation to me?" "Pass me a pen refill," he replied without lifting his gaze from the papers. "Huh?" Lin Xiaoqiao blinked in surprise. "I asked you to hand me a refill. Why are you talking so much?" "In a hurry." She pulled a slender pen refill from her pencil case. "What now?" "Break it," he instructed. With a crisp snap, the refill broke into two pieces. Lin Xiaoqiao held up the two halves. "It's broken." "This is inelastic deformation." Zhang Weihao pointed at the refill, explaining, "You applied an external force, altering its shape. And once the force is removed, the object cannot return to its original state." "What about elastic deformation?" Lin Xiaoqiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity, her face alight with eagerness. "Use your finger to poke your face." And then, she continued, gently pressing her fingertip against her cheek, leaving a small indentation as if poking a marshmallow. "When you release, does your face change?" "It doesn't change at all." This exemplifies elastic deformation. Zhang Weihao sat up, clarifying that while force causes deformation, the object reverts to its original form once the force is removed. Lin Xiaoqiao alternated between poking her cheek and breaking another pen refill, and ultimately inscribed the answer in her workbook. "Zhang Weihao, how are you so brilliant? This is far easier to understand than what the teacher explained." Her compliment elicited a paternal smile from Zhang Weihao, though it was soon met with Lin Xiaoqiao's playful exasperation. "Can't take off her place jacket." Lin Xiaoqiao twirled her pen and inquired. "Of course," Zhang Weihao casually remarked as he flipped to another page of his materials. "Then why did the teacher mark my answer incorrect when I wrote that he took off his jacket?" She pointed at the error in her workbook. Zhang Weihao lifted his eyes and replied, "It implies removing all clothing." Takeoff must be followed by a specific item of clothing like coat or pants. Noticing Lin Xiaoqiao suddenly fall silent, he looked up to find her staring at him, her face flushed. Huh? All of it. After Lin Xiaoqiao departed, Zhang Weihao picked up the materials on his desk and began taking notes. Thanks to the accumulation during the planned economy era, the country has now established a complete industrial chain from raw materials to end products, particularly excelling in sectors such as steel, coal, and textiles, leading the world in production capacity. However, leading in production does not equate to leading in profits. Otherwise, why would someone describe the domestic economic boom of the past 30 years as barbaric growth? Take the coal mines, for instance. Who cares about pollution? Extracting it simply means money. But later on, restoring the mines has cost an unforeseen amount. Observing the coal and chemical industry chain, Zhang Weihao realized he had previously possessed a rather shallow understanding. Initially, he believed that mining coal was simply about extracting and selling it, but now he grasped the myriad complexities involved, from extraction to processing and the various products resulting from it, intertwining numerous industries in the upstream and downstream processes. Old Dad and Zhou Youfu have jointly opened a new coal mine. Although they control the production source, the profits from selling raw coal are limited. He contemplates developing deep processing, venturing into coal chemical engineering, transforming coal into high-value chemical products such as plastics and fertilizers, which would undoubtedly be more lucrative than selling coal directly. As he emphasizes key points, he scribbles in his notebook, increasingly convinced of the abundant business opportunities. There is also potential in transportation, yet currently, the old mine is still under Zhou Youfu's dominion, and he certainly has interests in related industries. However, the new mine might afford Old Dad the chance to assert himself. The pressing matter is to swiftly contract the barren land in Haihushan village. Only with a mine under his own control can he truly be considered a second-generation coal tycoon. But how to persuade Old Dad? Zhang Weihao gazed at the words scrawled on the paper, the term act cute crossed out with a single stroke. The tip of his pen danced across the notebook. Under the halo of the desk lamp, the phrase "the rise of the coal boss" was repeatedly bolded. How did those coal tycoons of the previous life, driving luxury cars and adorned with gold chains, rise to prominence? He flipped through the materials provided by Zhao Guoqing, diligently searching for information from his past life. While he had focused on how they indulged in extravagance and contributed to the entertainment industry, he pondered why he hadn't examined their rise more closely. He smacked his forehead, feeling contempt for his former self. It takes at least 2 to 3 years for a coal mine to go from acquiring land to commencing production. Zhang Weihao gnawed on his pen, sketching a timeline on the paper, the costs of construction blueprints, ventilation equipment, and safety monitoring systems swirling in his mind. Yet the specific figures remained elusive like a fog. If all goes smoothly, by the time he graduates high school, the coal from his own mine could turn into real wealth. However, he understands the necessity of adhering to formal procedures. After all, a coal mine safety permit is more precious than gold. Many have scrambled for it in his previous life. That's why the minister never changed. Zhao Guoqing must have connections to procure such internal materials. Zhang Weihao wrote Zhao Dong's name heavily under the section for handling procedures. The project is planned, and the approval channels are becoming clearer. The most challenging aspect at present is funding. Old Dad might contribute a portion, but the bulk would still rely on bank loans, contingent upon obtaining that crucial safety permit. Zhang Weihao recalled the comprehensive notes he had taken as a project manager on the full process of previous projects, bringing forth his old experience in engineering, budgeting, and risk assessment, meticulously recalculating in the funding section. Only the phrase government-business relations bore multiple underlines. Ultimately, the rise of those coal barons in his previous life was inextricably linked to having influential connections. Suddenly, a joke came to mind. A certain boss waited for 3 months at a provincial capital guest house to obtain a safety permit, and when he finally emerged with the approval, even his secretary turned out to be a distant niece of some official. Chapter 75. Mom wants to buy stocks given Lin Xiaoqiao's impure thoughts. Zhang Weihao decided to leave her be for a few days, claiming he was too busy to tutor her lately. Little did he expect her to retort, "How will you eat?" leaving him momentarily speechless. It seemed she had become addicted to cooking. Ridiculous. Am I, a robust young man of 7 feet, truly bound by a bowl of rice? That evening, Zhang Weihao tore open the packaging of a sausage, skillfully biting it into small pieces and tossing them into his instant noodle bowl. On Friday afternoon, with no classes to attend, Wang Yin hurried home. As Zhang Weihua returned from school, He caught a whiff of delicious food wafting through the door, signaling that his mother had indeed returned. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table overflowing with his favorite dishes. Weihua's back and famished. There's just one more dish to be prepared, he thought. Hearing the door open, Wang Yan's cheerful face peeked from the kitchen. Although they had hurriedly parted ways the previous week and exchanged calls sporadically, the warmth of her smile upon seeing him in person was incomparable to the clarity of their phone conversations. Mom, you've cooked so many dishes. We won't be able to finish them. Tomorrow we'll be left with leftovers, he remarked. Yet, as soon as he sat down, Wang Yan's hands were busy serving food, with the braised pork ribs piled high above the rim of the bowl, resembling a towering burger. Leftovers are fine. It's been so long since you've enjoyed your mother-esque cooking. Wang Yan pressed the last piece of rib into his bowl before taking her first bite. Zhang Weihao gazed at the mountain of food before him, filled with his mother-esque love. After finally finishing his meal, Zhang Weihao felt like a little frog, burping incessantly. Weihao, have you ever heard of stocks? Wang Yan suddenly asked as she noticed him putting down his chopsticks, clearly unable to eat more. I've heard of them, he replied, remembering the chapter where his father brought glory to the nation. The teachers at Mom's training school suggested we invest in stocks, claiming it's a quick way to make money. Wang Yan's words tightened Zhang Weihua's heart, for they echoed the tactics of certain experts from his past life who sold courses to unsuspecting individuals. I remember Sister Miaoka mentioning that the stock market carries risks and one should tread carefully. Zhang Weihao resolved to advise his mother against diving blindly into the world of stocks. Oh, our teacher mentioned that too. But he assures us he can recommend some quality stocks that guarantee profit, Wang Yan responded. And Zhang Weihua's expression reflected his realization that the teachers at his mother's training school were treating her as a novice investor. Mom, if you wish to try, perhaps you should start by opening an account. While I can't ensure you'll profit, at least the platform should prevent losses, right? Yes, that's what I was thinking. Let us open an account and start with just 20,000. What do you say? Unbeknownst to Wang Yan, in her heart, her son had become her anchor of support. I believe that sounds fine. Seeing Zhang Weihua's exaggerated expression, Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at how she had been blessed with such a wonderful son. Reflecting on their current life, it felt surreal, like a dream. Suddenly, Zhang Weihao leaned closer to Wang Yan's ear, the light in the living room reflecting like brilliant sparks in his pupils. Mom, I have a confidential matter to discuss. You mustn't breathe a word of it. Lowering his voice deliberately, he noticed his mother tightening her grip on her chopsticks, instinctively leaning in closer. The hair by her ear brushed against his hand as she urged. Go on, Mom won't tell anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, his son mysteriously remarked, when I was in the magical city, I overheard Sister Miaoka on the phone. Her college professor leaked some insider information. Just as she heard the words overheard, Wang Yan frowned, about to admonish her son for eavesdropping. But the mention of stocks struck her like a heavy stone, abruptly silencing her. What stocks? Wang Yan inquired softly, poking the tablecloth with her chopsticks. Zhang Weihao, noticing the sparkle in his mother's eyes, deliberately elongated his tone. Matai. The same liquor my dad drank during the New Year, with the fairy printed on the bottle. Seeing Wang Yan momentarily stunned, he leaned closer, brushing the chopsticks off the bowl. Sister Miaoka studies finance in the magical city. Her professor is a university lecturer, far more skilled than the teachers at your training school. Just think, Boss Zhou's family is so wealthy, they must have made their fortune through this. The energy-saving light in the living room flickered, causing Wang Yan's pupils to expand and contract into shifting light. Zhang Weihao seized the moment. I heard from Zhou Miaoka that her father has been trading stocks for many years. Insider information from them is truly reliable. He deliberately emphasized the phrase insider information, as if sprinkling pepper into a bowl of chicken soup. So how much should we buy? Unable to contain her curiosity, Wang Yan asked. I think we could start with 2 million to test the waters. 2 million. Wang Yan gasped, dropping her chopsticks to the floor with a clatter, hastily covering her mouth and turning to the door as if she could see the shadow of a listener outside. That's far too much, isn't it? As she picked up the chopsticks, the passbook hidden beneath the cabinet suddenly burned in her mind. Let's try in batches. We can start small and observe the market. If we truly make a profit, we can gradually increase our investment. Zhang Weihao watched as his mother clenched her fingers, swallowing the word not much that was on the tip of his tongue. Last year, she had fiercely argued over a few extra cents for wire. Although the family had accumulated some savings, changing her decades-long frugality would ultimately require a gradual, painstaking process. Finally, Wang Yin decided to invest 100,000 to observe the trend, planning to buy in increments should prices rise. This matter must not be disclosed, Zhang Weihao repeatedly cautioned. The term Matai left a heavy imprint on Wang Yan's mind. Late at night, Zhang Weihao suddenly sat up, declaring he had found a way to convince his father to contract the wasteland. He had used Zhou Miaoka as a pretext to persuade his mother to invest in stocks, and she believed him wholeheartedly, unaware that Zhou Miaoka had no knowledge of this. Was this not the same old strategy of profiting from information asymmetry in his previous life? As long as the two sides did not cross-check, the information gap would be the key to liberate himself from the constraints of age. Just as he had coaxed his mother into buying stocks, he needed to find a credible person to serve as a shield for his father, confident that once he obtained the geological survey report for Heihu Mountain Village, his father's expertise would certainly reveal it to be a gold mine belonging to their Zhang family. Zhang Weihao chuckled to himself, recalling that those who had profited from reselling permits in his previous life had thrived on information disparity. At this moment, I resemble an explorer clutching a blueprint of a coal mine, fully aware of where the treasures lie hidden beneath the surface. The so-called shield is merely a dynamite package to pry open my father's lips. How delightful! Zhang Weihao chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, as he rhythmically tapped his hand on the bedside with a resounding thud. Once his brother attains financial freedom, Sister Miaoka will undoubtedly be the foremost benefactor of the Zhang family. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, leaping up suddenly, causing the electric blanket beneath the sheets to tumble out. Although the idea was still rather crude, enduring these next few years and, once of age, retreating to the background to orchestrate his father's facade of wealth while embracing the role of a low-key affluent heir seemed utterly appealing. He recalled how certain wealthy individuals in his past life felt compelled to curate an online persona, only to witness their facades collapse with alarming speed. No, wealth must be amassed quietly. Once the figures in the savings account snowball, he could envelop himself in a cashmere coat and become an invisible man, far preferable to being pointed at and labeled as a coal second generation. With this thought, he hurriedly burrowed into his blankets, the darkness around him only amplifying the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 76. A lighter burden as the cool water splashed against his face on a Saturday morning. Zhang Weihao suddenly remembered the jar of face cream tucked away in his suitcase. Wang Yin, wiping her face with a coarse towel, froze mid-motion upon hearing her son mention the price of 1,500 yuan, her fingers still dripping with water. What? This tiny jar costs 1,500? She exclaimed. Picking up the exquisite bottle, she marveled at its intricate design, sensing its likely expense, yet was taken aback by the steep price. Am I expected to apply gold to my face? Surely, there must be a rationale behind such exorbitance. Zhang Weihao snatched the bottle, twisting it open to release a creamy substance that emitted a delicate fragrance. Just look at Sister Miaoka and her mother. Their skin is so well maintained. All thanks to this miracle. Wang Yin dabbed a bit onto her hand, the fine cream melting instantly, and when she brought her hand to her nose, she found it quite pleasant. Yet, upon realizing the cost, her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Can it really turn someone back to 18? Quickly put it away. I can't afford such an extravagant cream. The Daba cream was sufficient when you suffered from frostbite as a child. I simply warmed it for a few days and applied it to you. Oh, come on, Mom, just use it. If we put it away, it will only expire. Surely, I, a young man, don't need to apply it daily. Despite the family's newfound prosperity, his mother's frugal habits honed over decades remained intact, devoid of any trace of extravagance, much like the slightly rusted wash basin rack at home, exuding a rustic charm that could withstand the test of time. As life became increasingly favorable, it was clear that her spending habits would need to evolve gradually. After lunch, receiving a call from Zhou Haitao, Zhang Weihao initially thought it was news regarding the contract for the barren land in Heihu Mountain Village. The November wind sliced through the alley like a blade, prompting him to hunch his shoulders and gesture toward the corner of the building. Tao Gu, let us go this way, he called out, leading the way. Which shop are you interested in? The biting November wind stung his face, making him wish for a vehicle instead. The motorcycle ride to and from the county was positively treacherous. You'll find out when we arrive at the county, he replied. Zhou Haitao turned and shouted, cautioning about the numerous coal trucks on the road. Zhang Weihao, frightened, pointed ahead, urging Zhou to ride carefully while he nestled behind him to shield himself from the wind. The rumbling trucks thundered past, causing Zhang to clutch tightly to the back of Zhou's leather jacket, burying his face into Zhou's back and directing him to focus on the road. The wind whipped through their ears, creating a deafening buzz. And Zhang regretted not opting for a car ride instead. As soon as the motorcycle came to a halt, Zhang quickly shrank his neck and hopped off, seeking a sunny spot. To his astonishment, this was the very place where his dreams began, a clothing store where he had first encountered Zhou Yufu, who, with Zhang's encouragement, had ventured to Inner Mongolia to earn his initial fortune. Zhou Haitao pointed towards the second floor of the men's clothing store, which had previously housed an arcade that was shut down by the authorities. Now, the space was vacant and available for rent again. I'm contemplating whether to lease it and open an internet CAF. I'd appreciate your thoughts on this, he said. Zhang Weihao looked up at the second floor. There was no sign hanging, and the glass curtain wall was coated in thick dust. Had Zhou not pointed it out, one would hardly recognize it as an arcade. It was shuttered due to gambling violations, and Zhou kicked the rusty roll-up door. It's been empty for over 6 months. A friend of mine called to inform me that it's up for rent again. The two ascended the creaky staircase, and Zhang peered through the locked glass door. The ceiling and floor tiles were intact, and several rows of old gaming cabinets were stacked against the wall. Although the paint was peeling, it would save a considerable amount on renovations. Have you inquired about the rent? He asked, tracing a wave in the dust on the glass with his fingertip. Zhou replied, the main advantage is the nearby bus transfer station. Several trucks from the surrounding mines use this stop. I learned a few days ago that the first floor is renting at 25 per square meter. Zhou took out a cigarette pack and tapped it thoughtfully. I reckon we could negotiate the second floor down to at least 15. The wind blew through the cracked window, stirring a promotional flyer on the ground, its corner emblazoned with the words Fishing Master 100 Jackpot. How many miners had poured their hard-earned money into the slot machines here? Now, it had transformed into an opportunity in Zhou's eyes. Zhang Weihao scuffed his shoe against the floor, asking, how large is this place? Approximately 200 square meters. Zhou replied, kicking aside an old advertisement in the corner, revealing the worn tile patterns beneath. Zhang calculated with his fingers, at 15 yuan per square meter for 200 square meters, the monthly rent would be 18,000. Adding utilities and labor costs, let's estimate around 6,000. Suddenly, he crouched down and poked at the line channel near the wall. With 200 square meters, we could fit 600 machines. If each machine earns 10 yuan a day, that's 180,000. After deducting internet and electricity costs, we could recoup our investment in 3 to 4 months. Zhou suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, saying, thank goodness I listened to you and shut down the arcade. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble again. The wind howled through the broken window, rustling the promotional flyers in the corner. Zhang stared at the partially torn recharge for membership poster on the wall and tugged Zhou towards the staircase. Let's rent it. Hurry and sign the contract. The funds at hand fall short, and as smoke rings spiraled in the stairwell, he kicked at the gravel on the steps. Accompany me to discuss matters with the landlord. We can pay 3 months' rent up front, and once the internet CAF opens, we'll surely make up for it. After a fruitless half-day trying to reach a taxi, Zhou Haitao, exasperated, nearly smashed the glass door with his fist. The two had no choice but to head back. As they reached the ground floor, Zhang Weihao suddenly halted, fixated on the men's clothing store. Didn't Zhou Yufu claim that all the shops in this area belonged to him? When the call connected, just as Zhang Weihao was about to speak, Zhou Miaoka's tearful voice reached him. Weihao, sister, what's wrong? Instantly, Zhang Weihao's heart sank. The background noise revealed the television drama's tragic scene. The little swallow has suffered greatly. It's not that bad, Zhang Weihao instinctively replied, only to hear the other side gasp in disbelief. What did you say? No. Sister, don't you usually surf the internet? Haven't you seen the news about Shiri apparel? Zhang Weihao furrowed his brow, perplexed. Even in this modest internet CF, he had seen it. Yet here she was, engrossed in old dramas. What is Shiri apparel? Zhou Miaoka's voice carried a note of confusion. You can look it up yourself. Zhang Weihao kicked a pebble by the roadside. Sister, may I inquire if you know who the landlord is for the shop above Luada Men's Clothing in our county? I recall this men's store was opened by Uncle Zhou, and I was wondering if you knew the landlord on the second floor. What Luada Men's Clothing? I've never heard of it. Let me ask my father. After hanging up, Zhang Weihao gazed at his phone, reflecting on the lives of the affluent. Ordinary families rely on a single shop to sustain them, while Zhou Miaoka was still fretting over the little swallow. Chapter 77. Zhou Miaoke is essentially a system. The roar of the motorcycle engine sliced through the biting wind. Zhang Weihao had just tucked his frostbitten hands into Zhou Haitao's leather jacket pocket when his phone vibrated incessantly in his pants. The wind whipped cold dust into his mouth as he squinted to read the caller ID, shouting for Zhou Haitao to stop. When Zhou Haitao turned his head, Zhang Weihao nearly burst into laughter. Without a helmet, Zhou Haitao's bangs were swept skyward by the wind, creating a triangular bald patch, reminiscent of a newly transformed scion. Why is the little swallow acting like that? Her outfit looks utterly inappropriate. Zhou Miaoke's tone brimmed with indignation. It's certainly inappropriate. Sister, did you inquire about that shop? Zhang Weihao assumed they were still discussing the store, but Zhou Miaoke's focus remained on the little swallow. I forgot. Wait a moment, I'll ask now. They had no choice but to pull the motorcycle to the side, awaiting Zhou Miaoke's call. My dad said all those shops were purchased years ago, including the one on the second floor. Zhou Miaoke soon returned with the information. That is wonderful. I have a friend who wishes to take over and open an internet CAF. Could you speak to Uncle Zhou about paying 3 months rent up front, and then covering the entire year upon opening? Another internet CAF? Young Zhang's ventures are quite diverse. Zhou Miaoke's tone suddenly took on a playful lilt. Do your aunt and uncle know you're dabbling in these affairs? It's not me. He hurriedly waved his hand, forgetting that the other party could not see him. It was my childhood friend who wanted to take action. I was merely inquiring on his behalf. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, the rent will certainly not be in arrears. My father mentioned that he had transferred all the shops into my name, instructing me to manage them as I see fit. Alas, the burdens of wealth can be quite tiresome. Zhang Weihao rubbed his frostbitten nose and asked, So, Mr. Zhou, could you provide a definitive answer regarding this matter? The sound of rustling papers echoed through the receiver as Zhou Miaoke, holding the financial documents requested from Zhang Weihao, suddenly raised the corners of her eyes with a mischievous glint, suggesting they converted into shares. He covered the microphone and turned to Zhou Haitao, whose cigarette ash was blown away by the wind. Brother Tao, she intends to use the rent as an investment in shares. At most 20, Zhou Haitao replied. I can cover half of the renovation costs. Zhou Miaoke's voice suddenly had a crispness akin to the clicking of a calculator. Zhang Weihao had not yet realized that Zhou Miaoke possessed quite a business acumen. However, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Considering Zhou Youfu had risen from selling offal to becoming a coal magnate, and it was evident that his daughter had inherited this shrewdness. After all, a dragon produces dragons, and a phoenix begets phoenixes. Zhou Haitao expressed his intention to ponder over the proposal, and the two rode their motorcycles back to the mining area. Before parting ways, Zhang Weihao reminded Zhou Haitao to pay more visits to the village head. Upon arriving home, he found Wang Yin diligently taking notes on financial training materials, hunched over the coffee table with a pencil marking the cash flow analysis sheet densely, encircling the intricate loan symbols in red ink. Her dedication to her studies left Zhang Weihao feeling somewhat inadequate. After sipping a cup of hot water, he retreated to his bedroom to diligently work on practice exams, for he could not afford to let his reputation as a genius academic falter. After a night of contemplation, Zhou Haitao ultimately agreed to let Zhou Miaoke hold 45 of the shares. When Zhang Weihao conveyed this news to her, Zhou Miaoke generously offered him 15 of the shares, jokingly stating that she had no time to concern herself with the internet CAF and that she was entrusting the oversight to him, the little General Zhang. If there were any losses, they could be deducted from his dividends. Zhang Weihao soon realized that since he had grown close to Zhou Miaoke, good fortune seemed to come in abundance, much like a favored character in a rebirth novel. His mother once again took the financial materials to the provincial city for training. As Zhang Weihao watched her rush to catch the bus, he suddenly felt it was time for her to learn to drive. In his previous life, when his parents traveled to the provincial city, his father would tremble at the steering wheel while his mother skillfully handled the manual transmission, daring to compete with taxis for lanes during rush hour. He recalled an instance when his father accidentally scraped the car against a flower bed while reversing, flinging the car keys to his mother and hailing a taxi to leave her to deal with the damages, which led to a cold war lasting over a month between them. Zhou Haitao began preparing for the renovation of the internet CAF in the county, hoping to make some money when the students were on vacation. Zhang Weihao repeatedly emphasized that this was not like the dark internet CAFs in the mines. All necessary procedures must be followed, and the required licenses must be obtained. Time flew by, and as the semester came to an end, The Internet CAF and the county began receiving computers, yet matters concerning H remained unresolved. Zhou Haitao is now utterly in awe of Zhang Weihao, who, despite being an unseen shareholder, transferred funds with remarkable swiftness. After reviewing the account statement, Zhang Weihao made a call, and within a day, the money appeared in his account. At the bar, Zhou Haitao's unconventional partner had taken on the role of cashier, while the young man with yellow hair remained at the mine to oversee the dim Internet CAF. Aside from the bulky computers, the establishment bore a striking resemblance to the Internet CAFs of later generations. On the day of the grand opening, Zhang Weihao observed Zhou Haitao's friends with a furrowed brow. Despite the frigid weather, they seemed eager to shed their shirts. Their tattooed arms adorned with dragons and tigers glimmering under the lights, dizzying to behold. This unruly crowd clustered near the bar, causing the students operating the machines to tremble. Their mouse clicks furtive as if they were engaged in thievery. Zhang Weihao pondered that he should offer Zhou Haitao a word of caution. He was aware that the Internet CAFs of that time were a melting pot of diverse characters, without a few reputable friends present. It would be easy to attract trouble, so it was essential to maintain discretion to avoid repercussions later. After a brief stay, feeling disenchanted, Zhang Weihao decided to return to the mine. He sensed a sudden increase in concern from those around him. The day before Shaohan, his phone rang incessantly, compelling him to retreat to the stairwell during breaks to return Zhao Guoqing's calls. During these conversations, the other party hesitated, as though they wished to convey something yet were reluctant to voice it, leaving Zhang Weihao perplexed. That evening, while savoring the millet porridge prepared by Wang Yan, Zhang Guoqing held a family meeting and specifically advised, with so many people falling ill lately, you both should dress warmly. Upon hearing his father's reminder, Zhang Weihao slapped his forehead, awakening to a startling realization. Indeed, it was 2003, and the terrifying SARS epidemic had quietly approached. Memories surged forth, flooding his mind. In his previous life, the school had unexpectedly extended its break for over a month, during which the mining area felt enveloped in a peculiar protective veil. The air was thick with the acrid scent of 84 disinfectant, intermingled with the sour aroma of vinegar boiled in households for sterilization, a scent that lingered stubbornly. At that tender age, he had been blissfully unaware of the pandemic's grave implications. To a child, a school holiday meant no early mornings and no daunting piles of homework. A tremendous boon. However, he had lived through that nationwide epidemic, an indelible scar for many. The bustling healthcare workers in hospitals, the checkpoints erected on streets, and the constantly updated pandemic statistics in the media. All these memories were as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. As images of the previous epidemic flashed through his mind, Zhang Weihao hurriedly reminded his father to wear a mask when going out to prevent illness. Yet, his father gruffly replied, "The coal dust at the mine is overwhelming. A mask feels as if it's glued to one's face, and once removed, one's face is blackened. Dad, it's not that kind of cotton mask from the mine. It's an N95 mask from the hospital. The workers at the mine must be provided with proper ones. And they need daily disinfection." Zhang Weihao clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale as the shadow of the global pandemic loomed ominously in his memory, creeping through the receiver. Though he could not recall the exact mortality rate of SARS, the mere phrase global public health crisis sent shivers down his spine. What was this nonsense about N95 masks? He had never even heard of them. It was just a cold. How could it be so dire? Zhang Guoqing brushed the cold dust from his trousers, still believing it to be nothing more than an ordinary flu. "Father, a classmate of mine has already developed a fever of 39 degrees. One person is infecting the entire class," Zhang Weihao exclaimed, nearly shouting. Zhang Guoqing instinctively held the phone at arm's length, taken aback by his son's fervor. "This illness is different from the flu. It is transmissible." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, as it was the first time Zhang Guoqing had heard his son sound so agitated. Once the call ended, he hesitated for a moment over the contact for the procurement department, ultimately dialing, "Please procure more of those N95 masks. We must ensure every worker has one. Make it 10, and also bring in 20 boxes of 84 disinfectant." "Weihua, is it really that serious?" Wang Yan, who had picked up the phone, observed her son's flushed face, filled with concern. "Yes, it is extremely serious," he replied. Zhang Weihao gazed out at the deepening twilight, recalling the images of layered protective suits that had flooded the news in his previous life. "Mom, you must wear a mask during training. Do not take it off for any reason. When Zhang Guoqing had called, he mentioned that the procurement department had not ordered N95 masks, but had instead bought a considerable quantity of cotton masks used in hospitals. Was it possible that N95 masks were still unavailable? After hanging up, Zhang Weihao reflected on how masks had soared to exorbitant prices in his past life, lost in thought. Later that evening, Zhang Weihao hesitated, pondering whether to inform Zhao Guoqing. Perhaps, with his influence, the relevant authorities would take the virus more seriously. Would it prompt the Disease Control Center to act preemptively? However, in his previous life, the epidemic had not yet been officially announced at this time. He feared that speaking too soon would render him a lunatic spreading rumors. After considerable deliberation, he decided to call Zhou Miaoka instead, urging her repeatedly to wear a mask in the coming days and to seek medical attention promptly if she experienced any symptoms of a cold or fever. After hanging up, Zhou Miaoka felt that Zhang Weihao was overreacting. While it was true that many were falling ill in the city, it did not seem as dire as he described. Nevertheless, her younger brother's concern warmed her heart. Tomorrow, their mother would arrive, and she would once again feel like a caged bird. Spending her days in the company of her piano, Wang Yin listened to Zhang Weihao speaking in the bedroom, presumably to Zhou Miaoka. She thought to herself how her son was still a grateful person, especially after the young woman had taken such good care of him for a week in the bustling city. It was only fitting that he would call to check on her. Suddenly, Zhang Weihao rose and locked the bedroom door before dialing Zhao Guoqing's number. The sound of Zhao Guoqing's suppressed cough echoed through the receiver, resembling a wheezing bellows. "Chairman Zhao, have you caught a cold? I returned from Singapore with a fever and am coughing so hard it feels as though my lungs might burst," he replied, his voice thick with nasal congestion. Amidst faint sounds of papers rustling in the background. "You must go to the hospital. Don't let it develop into pneumonia." Zhang Weihao's knee struck the edge of the bed, as memories of the early days of the SARS outbreak, with their similar symptoms, began to creep through the phone line. Several individuals around him exhibited the same affliction, the contagion spreading with alarming rapidity. After consulting a physician, he was diagnosed with a respiratory infection. Zhao Guoqing chuckled lightly, though his fatigue was unmistakable, assuring that a few days of medication would suffice. "You must wear a mask. Wash your hands frequently, ensure proper ventilation, and disinfect your home and office daily." Zhang Weihao pronounced the word disinfect with fervor, as though he were attempting to drive the precautionary measures into the other person's mind through the receiver. "This virus is unlike the common cold. I suspect it is of the highly contagious variety." "I understand, Dr. Zhang," Zhao Guoqing responded warmly, his laughter reminiscent of a comforting embrace. "More verbose than even the health advisor at my home. This is no jest." Zhang Weihao gazed at his blurred reflection on the window glass, as if he had already donned protective gear. "You must constantly remind everyone around you. Do not take this lightly." As he spoke, he could hear his own heartbeat, mingling with Zhao Guoqing's replies, producing a rapid drumbeat in the stillness of his bedroom. He wondered how much Zhao Guoqing could absorb. His current capacity allowed for little more than this. All he sought was peace of mind. While on the call, the sound of keyboard clattering reached his ears. The virtual gift animations for the showcase needed further optimization to enhance users' willingness to pay. The other party spoke with such speed that they entirely overlooked his admonitions about protective measures, diverting the conversation instead to the product iterations of the Penguin Show. After ending the call, Zhang Weihao stared at the neglected reminder in his call history. The titans of the internet were preoccupied with strategies to entice netizens to click their mice, oblivious to the respiratory virus quietly boarding the train of the times. Zhang Weihao felt an urgent need to remind someone else, scrolling through his contacts until his gaze landed on Zhou Haitao's name. The following morning, Zhang Weihao dragged Wang Yin into the clinic. "We need N95 masks, large containers of disinfectant, and 10 boxes of ibuprofen. Also, some Banlon Gen for preventing colds." As he spoke, he slapped cash onto the glass counter, startling the young woman dispensing medication, who instinctively tugged at her mask straps. Upon being informed that there were no N95 masks available, Zhang Weihao suddenly realized that the domestic medical equipment standards were still lagging far behind. Even specialized medical devices in major hospitals could only be procured from abroad. As Wang Yin prepared to leave, Zhang Weihao brewed Banlon Gen in her thermos. Reiterating his instructions, "Do not complain about how suffocating the mask feels. It must be worn in public, and it is best to avoid those who are coughing or sneezing. Remember to take a packet of Banlon Gen daily as a preventive measure." Seeing Zhang Weihao fuss like a concerned caretaker, Wang Yin chuckled. Are you the adult, or am I? Zhang Weihao's cautiousness was not unfounded. During the previous SARS crisis, he recalled the acrid scent of vinegar wafting through the mining area, where his parents remained largely untroubled. This time, however, his father had been dispatched to a coal mine in Inner Mongolia, while his mother had gone to the provincial capital for training, a place with a higher population density and, consequently, a greater risk of infection. Suddenly, I perceive that the foresight bestowed by rebirth resembles a double-edged sword. Although I am acutely aware of the impending storm, I am more apprehensive that my alterations may lead my family into an uncharted realm of peril. Even the sweetness of the bag of honeysuckle root is steeped in an inescapable sense of dread. When Zhang Weihao entered the classroom wearing a mask, Li Qian assumed he was unwell and inquired with concern, "Are you feeling ill?" "Class monitor, I am not sick," Zhang Weihao quickly clarified. Just as he settled into his seat without even placing his bag down, he rushed over to Li Qian's side, saying, "Class monitor, I wish to inform you that a virus is currently spreading. As class monitor, you must rally everyone to wear their masks and take the necessary precautions. It is particularly easy to catch a cold in winter." Li Qian, initially thinking that Zhang Weihao had come to seek her out for a personal matter, was about to smile when she heard him speak of this issue and merely responded, "This time is different." Zhang Weihao insisted earnestly, "My father heard about it at the mine. This cold is contagious, and he specifically asked me to remind my classmates." Observing Zhang Weihao's seriousness, Li Qian nodded emphatically. Possessing a strong sense of execution, she made it a priority during the class meeting to inform all her classmates about cold prevention measures. Following her reminder, several students in the class began to don masks. On the way home after school, Zhang Weihao pressed a cloth mask into Lin Xiaoqiao's hands, asking, "Have you remembered the key points of protection I mentioned?" I have, Lin Xiaoqiao replied, pulling the mask up, the white filter fabric obscuring half her face, leaving only her almond-shaped eyes peering out from behind her bangs. Her eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the twilight, evoking for Zhang Weihao a certain viral internet celebrity's iconic image from his past life, a masked visage, with only expressive eyes visible against a backdrop of blurred city lights. However, the pandemic did not appear to be as severe as Zhang Weihao had anticipated. Even until the end of the semester, there was no widespread outbreak in the mining area. Wang Yan's first semester of training also concluded, and Zhang Weihao observed that since his mother's excursion for learning, her demeanor had indeed transformed. How to describe it? Previously, she embodied the sharpness of a factory worker, but now, her speech and mannerisms exuded an air of refinement reminiscent of a teacher. His father had also returned from Ming province, and the family was finally reunited. Noticing that his father entered without a mask, Zhang Weihao chided him, only to receive a gentle kick to the rear. "Go, fetch something from the car downstairs." The trunk was still filled with various local specialties from Ming province, new clothes for the New Year stuffed to the brim, and a golden bracelet for Wang Yin glimmering within a red velvet box. However, unlike the previous year, which had been filled with stacks of cash, this time there were merely a few polished Hetian jade piece charms. Dinner was the most exhilarating time for Zhang Weihao, as his father had returned with a lucrative profit, 12 million. Zhang Guoqing slapped his bank card onto the table, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Wang Yin paused mid-motion while serving fish, remarking in a tone as calm as one discussing a rise in vegetable prices, "Is it really that much?" This almost caused Zhang Weihao to choke on a fish bone, recalling how, the last time his father had brought home 100,000 in cash, she had nearly transformed into a black cat police officer. The newly established mine has just begun its construction. Zhang Guoqing lifted a large piece of pig bone, savoring the marrow within, eagerly anticipating that by next year, the profits would multiply tenfold. Noticing that the mother and son were solely focused on their meal, he suddenly slammed his wine cup onto the table. "I've been staring at the account all night without sleep. Why are you two not astonished?" He resembled a child who has just excelled in an exam, fervently desiring familial praise. "Hurry and eat," Wang Yin urged, ladling golden fried ribbon fish into his bowl. "I filleted the fish until my hands were sore last night and woke up at 5 this morning to fry it. How does it taste? Dad has worked the hardest." "Has the new mine already started construction?" Zhang Weihao promptly filled his father's cup with wine. "Uncle Zhou is pushing hard, saying the sooner we build, the sooner we earn." Zhang Guoqing wiped his mouth, the wine clinging to the glass like a golden thread. This year alone, he spent 100,000 on flights to the capital, and his shoes were nearly worn out. Wang Yin placed a piece of tender, stewed rib in his bowl. You're the only one overseeing the mine. Can you handle it? Oh, it's nothing. Production is my expertise. Besides, old Zhou knows nothing about mining. He merely delegates production matters. The confidence in his father's laughter was palpable. From what he gathered, the new mine's paperwork had not yet been finalized. Zhou Youfu must be handling the formalities. In a previous life, this would have been considered construction without proper approval. And now, no one seems to take the paperwork seriously, just as no one believes that cold dust could suffocate the lungs. After dinner, the family gathered around the television. Wang Yin was cleaning her husband's ears while Zhang Weihao gazed at the jade piece pendant around his neck, reminiscing about the winter holidays of his previous life, when he would run wildly between the buildings with firecrackers, causing snow to cascade down his neck. Yet now, as he listened to his father discuss the mine and observed his mother meticulously wrapping the earwax in paper, he found a deeper appreciation for these tranquil evenings spent together. However, his father, oblivious to the serene atmosphere, insisted on bringing up the math competition. Weihao, what happened to your competition results? Teacher Wang said that only the top 100 scores are published. Those who did not make it are not recorded. Zhang Weihao's gaze remained fixed on the television, recalling moments spent watching with Zhou Miaoka. What? You didn't even make it into the top 100? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing's brows immediately furrowed, only to be lightly poked on the forehead by Wang Yin. It's a national competition. Just being able to participate is commendable. Do you think it's like arm wrestling at the mine? I thought our son could at least break into the top 100, his father muttered, interrupted by Zhang Weihao. Dad, do you know what my biggest impression was when I went to the Magic City? What? The couple turned their attention to Zhang Weihao in unison. Sitting up straight, he surveyed the students from the capital surrounding him. Counting those from our western province was a challenge. They discussed TOEFL and IELTS before the exam, expressing ambitions of studying abroad. The couple exchanged glances, and Wang Yin paused as she poured tea for her husband. Zhang Guoqing took a drag from his cigarette. We are indeed lagging behind. We cannot compare ourselves to families from big cities. And then there's Sister Miaoka. She only brings milk to her piano teacher, enough to fill half the Huangpu River, not to mention the cost of buying a piano or paying tuition. So, what does that mean? Therefore, you may earn as much as you desire. Zhang Weihao poured a cup of tea for his father, causing the elderly couple to burst into hearty laughter. Ah, so you were all waiting for me here, his father exclaimed, reminiscing about his school days when the entire class took turns copying from a single mimeographed workbook. During sheep herding, he would scratch arithmetic problems in the dirt with a twig, believing that finishing middle school was a monumental achievement. As he held his bank card, feeling its warmth in his hand, he reflected on his original intention to work diligently at the mine until retirement, just enough to marry off his son and secure a modest apartment. To his surprise, a single trip had yielded such a substantial income, transforming his humble aspirations of family warmth into an insatiable greed, akin to the melting spring waters cascading down snow-capped mountains. If earning 12 million was possible, why not allow his son to experience the delights of TOEFL and IELTS? Even if they couldn't go abroad, they could certainly build a bright, spacious home in the bustling cities like Beijing or Shanghai. The next morning, the family prepared to visit their new home in the county and, in the process, buy some necessities for the grandparents and uncles back in their rural hometown for the new year. Under Zhang Weihao's strong insistence, the family bundled up tightly as they descended the stairs. Just as they were about to open the car door, a voice called from behind. Oh, old Zhang, you're back. Why is your family so bundled up? Zhang Weihao kindly reminded. Uncle, there's a flu going around. Make sure to wear a mask when you go out. The uncle chuckled. A cold has really frightened you all. It's clear that money has made you value your life. Zhang Weihao paused, then replied, Uncle, have you heard the saying, summer insects cannot discuss ice? What does that mean? The literal interpretation is that summer insects cannot comprehend winter's ice. After delivering this enigmatic remark, Zhang Weihao ignored the puzzled expression on his uncle's face and got into the car. As the SUV roared away, the uncle tilted his head, pondering. Does that mean the insects just don't eat ice? Has Zhang's son become foolish from studying? Inside the vehicle, Zhang Guoqing drove with a beaming smile, listening as Zhang Weihao recounted the tale of summer insects cannot discuss ice to Wang Yin. Upon arriving at their new home, Wang Yin twirled on the pristine marble floor, her fingers gliding over the solid wood veneer of the custom wardrobe. Look at this baseboard. It's made of oak, and we specifically chose odorless paint. She chattered on about the materials and brands, her eyes frequently darting to her husband, who was crouched down examining the tile seams. After all, it was her brother who had done the renovations, and she felt hesitant to point out any flaws. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing sank into a genuine leather sofa, the springs emitting a satisfying creak. A spacious house is truly delightful. At the mine, I felt cramped in that 60 square meter space. Indeed, our new home is over 100 square meters larger than the one at the mine, Wang Yin replied, smiling as she filled Zhang Guoqing's teacup from the water dispenser. If it weren't for Weihao's upcoming high school entrance exam, I would have already insisted on transferring him to a county school. Zhang Guoqing added, once your training course is completed, you and your mother will be able to move directly into this grand house. His words caused Wang Yin to pause, her hand faltering in its task of refilling the cup, as the blue glow of the water dispenser reflected the sudden dimness in her eyes. Father, my mother is set to become your chief financial officer. If she merely accompanies me, wouldn't that render all her training futile? Zhang Weihao observed his mother's hand hesitate and hastily interjected. Indeed. With the new mine commencing operations, your mother could indeed be of assistance. Zhang Guoqing's words stirred something within Zhang Weihao. There are numerous mines over there. Perhaps his presence could expedite his father's development. Yet, a rotund figure surfaced in his mind, his high school deskmate from a past life, Liu Xiongbo. His memory recalled their first encounter. Deskmate, I am Liu Xiongbo. Liu Xiongbo? Huh. My father named me thus, claiming it was inspired by a great man's verse. When the rooster crows, the world shall be white. What do you think? Isn't it quite imposing? In his previous life, Liu Xiongbo ultimately moved to a new province, assuming the position of deputy mayor in a remote township. On the eve of his wedding, he drunkenly pulled Zhang Weihao, freshly appointed as a project manager, into a heartfelt conversation, tearfully lamenting, I wish to do something meaningful for the common folk. Before he could finish, Zhang Weihao splattered him with a face full of alcohol. How could that guy, who had taught him to scorch his jeans with a cigarette to appear cool, suddenly utter such poignant words? Was this the kind of sentiment one would expect from someone who once proclaimed that a bad boy would never win a girl's affection? Zhang Weihao roared with laughter, entirely unfazed by his deskmate's pained expression as he responded, Then I wish the future provincial governor Liu to accomplish many great deeds. Should any projects arise, simply entrust them to me. In his past life, the overly ambitious Zhang Weihao, while inebriated, had bared his soul to the princess of the box. Lamenting that he possessed but 2.5 friends, Liu Xiongbo counted as one, his college roommate as another, and a colleague who once shared footbaths as half. As Wang Yin's elbow nudged Zhang Weihao's shoulder, he found himself lost in thought, staring at the tea leaves swirling in his cup. Those leaves twisted into shapes reminiscent of mahjong tiles, abruptly reminding him of nights spent at a tea house, racking up debts over mahjong. In the screenshot of a transfer Liu Xiongbo had sent, beside the sum of 1,800 yuan, a message read, "Leave 200 for meals and cigarettes. You know I have a strong craving. I'll find a way to support you once my salary arrives." Zhang Weihao lifted his cup, blowing gently at the tea leaves on its rim, suddenly realizing that in this game of rebirth, the most critical loss was not monetary. In his previous life, after graduation, he gradually lost touch with his college roommate, and a half-friend from work had turned against him following a dispute over project payments. Yet, Liu Xiongbo's chat background remained a green bubble, consistently featuring a photograph of the two taken in front of County No. 1 High School. "I wish to attend County No. 1 High School for a semester first." He heard his own voice mingling with the hum of the water cooler. The teacher had proclaimed that entering County No. 1 High School was akin to having one foot in university. "Once you establish yourselves in the province, I shall transfer over smoothly." The number of masked individuals in the county far exceeded that in the mining area, and the scent of disinfectant lingered in the shops. Zhang Guoqing and Wang Yin instinctively tightened their masks, hastening back to the mining area after shopping. Outside their home lay half a pig's leg and several boxes of frozen shrimp. "This child truly understands," Wang Yin remarked. Glancing at the note affixed to the shrimp, Zhang Weihao, "Enjoy this meat and shrimp with uncle and aunt during the new year. We are returning to our hometown. Wishing uncle and aunt a happy new year." As Zhang Weihao loaded the pig trotter and frozen shrimp into the car, he was taken aback by their weight, pondering how the young lady had managed to carry them. Wang Yin had resigned from the mine and now found herself with ample time. This time, the family returned to their hometown early, hoping to arrive at Wang Yan's maternal home by the second day of the new year, a tradition they maintained since their marriage over a decade ago. As the wheels rolled over the icy ruts at the village entrance, Zhang Weihao spotted his grandparents sitting on a small bench at the gate. His third uncle hung red silk from a tree, while the entire family gathered to unload the New Year provisions. He had already dashed with a box of firecrackers to the wheat field, followed closely by his shrieking cousin, her cotton shoes crunching in the snow. Inside the main room, a tin can bound with iron wires served as a teapot, bubbling on the coal stove. His third uncle rubbed his frostbitten hands and leaned towards Zhang Guoqing. Brother, the new policy provides seeds, and the Agricultural Bureau sends instructors. But we have to pay for the sand and plastic film ourselves. The ember from his pipe sparked against the ashes, and he gazed at the unfamiliar logo on his elder brother's leather jacket. Growing watermelons was certainly more lucrative than corn. Zhang Guoqing tapped the tea leaves in his cup, acknowledging the swift profitability of cash crops. His second uncle, with his cracked fingers clutching a coarse ceramic bowl, squinted from the steam. But watermelons can't be stored. What if nobody wants to buy the rotten ones? Corn can be dried and ground into flour. We have plenty of workers at the mine. Zhang Guoqing kicked his tea bowl onto the stove. We'll sell a portion as welfare. However, it all depended on the yield. If it was too abundant, they could not absorb it all. His third uncle tossed a chunk of hard coal into the fire, which flared up with a whoosh. If I can't sell it all, I'll take the cart to the market. I just need to recoup my investment. All right. Let the elder brother cover the costs for sand and film. I haven't been much help to the family these past few years, so this time, I will contribute no matter what. Zhang Guoqing retrieved his leather bag from the car, keys in hand. His second uncle's rough fingers traced the bills, while his third uncle's hand trembled as he poured tea into an enamel cup. The sun at 4 in the afternoon slanted across the ridge, and his third uncle's shout startled the sparrows from the straw stack. Zhang Weihao followed his cousin along the frost-covered ridge. Feeling the edges of the paper money, he clutched flutter in the wind. The wine flask in his cousin's arms jingled softly, and his third uncle, holding a white wooden ancestral tablet, walked ahead, gently polishing the characters that read inviting the Zhang ancestors. Upon reaching the old locust tree at the village entrance, Zhang Weihao noticed the ashes piled at the tree's roots, partially obscured by fresh snow, revealing a faded paper banner. The flickering flames of the paper money revealed the solemnity in his third uncle's gaze. As he bowed, his forehead struck the frozen earth with a thud, startling his cousin. While his third uncle suddenly pressed his hand against his back, the warmth of his calloused palms seeping through his down jacket. A heavier offering is better. Our ancestors can hear us. As the last handful of wine extinguished the remaining flames, Zhang Weihao walked back with his cousin, hearing the flutter of wings from the sparrows behind them. In his previous life, he regarded these customs merely as remnants of a feudal society. Yet now, as he heard the land echo during his bowing, he sensed a profound connection between the ancestors and the present amidst the ashes. As the biting winter wind swept through the valley, a fleeting thought occurred to me. Perhaps those customs it had once derided were merely the ways in which our bloodlines converse with destiny. Chapter 81. Each suffering its own. When it came time to receive the New Year's money, Zhang Weihao, observing his father produce a handful of red bills, deliberately excused himself to the restroom. The disparity in wealth between his father and his uncles had grown stark. Remaining in their presence might render the atmosphere awkward, especially since their rural hometown still relied on outdoor toilets, the pungent odor notwithstanding, not to mention the cold seeping through. Building a house was a necessity. It must be done, reaching 2 or 3 stories high. Upon entering, Zhang Weihao was met with a generous gift of 100 yuan in New Year's money from his uncles, which he accepted with exuberant joy, bowing before them in gratitude. The sound of his bowing evoked laughter from Zhang Guoqing, who could hardly contain his amusement, while Wang Yan affectionately ruffled Zhang Weihao's slightly reddened head, exclaiming, "This child is so sincere." However, Zhang Weihao harbored criticisms regarding the local custom that forbade women from sitting at the table during the New Year's Eve dinner. As his mother returned from afar, his grandmother invited her to dine in the main room, while his second and third aunts remained busy in the kitchen. In a previous life, he had dashed into the kitchen to call out to them, but the 2 simple rural women merely smiled and shook their heads, accustomed to their roles. This year's spring festival gala was truly entertaining. He was in stitches over Uncle Benchen's comedic skit about a pig's postpartum care. In his past life, he had largely ceased watching the gala, merely turning on the television for background noise. as the first fireworks of the hour exploded at the top of the mountain. The green sparks illuminated the coal cinders in the snow, making them gleam. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the yard was already filled with visitors kneeling in homage, as the villagers came early to pay their respects to Zhang Weihao's grandfather. He stepped onto the frozen ground, and, as his knees touched the earth, he heard his grandmother's laughter mingling with the crisp sound of falling candies. A handful of peanuts and fruit candies were thrown his way, accompanied by the shout of good fortune. He leapt up to seize a slightly faded candy wrapper. In his previous existence, he had found this all rather tedious, merely hoping to collect some New Year's money to buy a colorful little turtle from a vendor outside the school. As the elders entered the main room to light incense, the thin smoke wafted through the door, curling around the flickering candlelight on the offering table. In that life, he would likely still be sleeping soundly in the warmth of the Kong bed. Naturally, Zhang Weihao intended to call his dear friend to extend New Year's greetings. Zhao Guoqing cheerfully exclaimed, "The penguins made one. For billion, my 2 points of equity will yield over 2 million. After ending the call, he hurriedly dialed another number, pondering the necessity of obtaining a bank card, as it seemed minors required a guardian's presence to do so. Xu Miaoka's tone lacked the joy typically associated with the Spring Festival. However, Zhang Weihao paid little mind, believing that both families should gather for the celebration, allowing him another chance to see his sister Miaoka. On the second day of the new year, amidst the reluctant gazes of family members, Zhang Guoqing started the car, carrying his wife and child towards Wang Yan's hometown. Throughout the journey, his mother was the most animated, peering out the window and counting the milestones along the roadside, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable anticipation. It had been several years since she had seen her parents. Zhang Weihao's most vivid memory is of his grandmother's deft hands, kneading, rolling, and pinching dough in her palms, transforming it in the blink of an eye into pleated flour buns, with dates nestled within, resembling rouge-dipped petals. Reflecting on his childhood, he recalls his own superficiality, favoring visits to his grandmother's house solely because of the abundance of relatives and the generous gifts of red envelopes. In his previous life, every return to the rural hometown was marked by a facade of deep grievances, yet upon hearing of a trip to his grandmother's, his feet felt as if they were equipped with springs, resolutely determined to accompany the journey. His grandfather's home was relatively distant, necessitating a passage through the provincial capital. Zhang Guoqing contemplated dining in the provincial city before continuing their journey, but was urged by Wang Yan to sip tea and press on. Wang Yan nearly leapt from the vehicle, and when the mother and daughter embraced, her eyes were as red as ripe persimmons. Upon seeing Zhang Guoqing's car, his uncle was evidently taken aback. He had been in the provincial city for many years and recognized the gleaming vehicle, which exuded the same grandeur as those belonging to affluent business magnates parked at construction sites. Wang Yuping, unable to contain his excitement, seized the moment when Zhang Guoqing opened the car door and climbed inside, his small hands grasping the steering wheel as he exclaimed, "Brother, why is this car so spacious?" Mimicking the sound of the accelerator, only to be swiftly met with a playful slap from his uncle. Zhang Guoqing chuckled heartily, patting the boy on the shoulder. "Let the child have his fun. The keys are with me. Brother-in-law, just don't let the child damage such an expensive car," his uncle called out, urging Wang Yuping to carry the gifts from the vehicle as they all made their way inside. Zhang Weihao assisted Wang Yuping in holding 2 boxes of frozen shrimp, his gaze falling upon his father, who strolled in with a teacup cradled in his hands, inciting a twinge of irritation within him, his demeanor strikingly reminiscent of certain leaders inspecting work in his past life. Meanwhile, his uncle busied himself, while his father acted like a true relative, offering a cigarette to his grandfather and engaging in light conversation. "Look at what grandmother has steamed for you." When the steamer lid was lifted, lotus-shaped buns danced within the steam, with red dates nestled in their centers, gleaming with vibrancy. During the meal, Zhang Weihao noticed that his teacup never seemed to empty. After just a sip, it was once again filled to the brim. His grandfather and uncle savored the Maotai liquor brought by Zhang Guoqing, continuously praising its delightful aroma, while Wang Yan, admonishing them to drink less, nonetheless poured the liquor generously, allowing it to overflow the rim of the glass. Each tended to their own. Wang Yan dove into the kitchen upon arrival, assisting her grandmother with the vegetables, her apron speckled with fragments of chives. With relatives visiting, she stood shoulder to shoulder with her aunt at the stove, their shadows merging on the earthen wall amidst the flurry of spatulas and sizzling oil. In contrast, Zhang Guoqing seemed somewhat out of sorts, unable to remain still in the main room for long, puffing on a cigarette as he murmured to Wang Yin, "Shall we head back tomorrow?" Life inevitably intertwines reunions with farewells. Spending every day together, the clatter of pots and pans resonated, and even a misaligned glance could ignite sparks in the air. Yet after years apart, the first meeting would invariably bring tears to the eyes. On the return journey, witnessing his mother unable to contain her tears, Zhang Guoqing felt a pang of sympathy, suggesting, "Why don't you stay a few more days? I can come to fetch you if you wish to return." Wang Yin shook her head. "You need to go to Ming province, and Weihua is about to start school. I must prepare meals for both of you." After the family spent 2 days at the mine, father called grandpa to consult the ancient almanac, selecting an auspicious day and time to conduct a simple fire commencement ceremony in the new house. Thus, the family officially moved into their new abode. Zhang Weihao eagerly contemplated visiting the bank as soon as it reopened, urging his mother to accompany him in obtaining a bank card. Entering Zhou Haitao's internet CAF while donned in a mask, he found the establishment bustling with patrons. Zhou Haitao, despite the advice to prepare masks and disinfectants, had neglected these precautions. Upon entering, the mingled aromas of instant noodles and peculiar scents assailed the senses, causing one to wince. "Happy New Year, Ahao?" Zhou Haitao greeted with hearty laughter, seemingly in high spirits. "Tao Go, why haven't you disinfected?" Zhang Weihao inquired. "Oh, it's only been 2 days since we started disinfecting. The customers complained about the unpleasant smell. We must heed their concerns. Otherwise, they might flock to other CAFs. It's merely a slight cold. Nothing to worry about," Zhou Haitao replied, casually handing Zhang Weihao a bottle of sports drink. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Weihao still urged Zhou Haitao to exercise caution. Chapter 82. The unnecessary used thrice in Zhang Weihao's hopeful anticipation. Zhang Guoqing received a call from Zhou Youfu. Hearing his father chuckle into the receiver, "What hotel are we heading to? Let my wife showcase her culinary skills." Once the call ended, Wang Yin expressed her concern. "How can my cooking be worthy of such attention? The Zhou family indulges in lavish feasts daily." Before her words could settle, Zhang Guoqing remarked, "Your sweet and sour shredded potatoes could make me devour 3 bowls of rice." "Son, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Weihao promptly chimed in, "Absolutely. Mother's tomato and scrambled eggs are the finest in the world." Complaints aside, Zhang Guoqing hurried to drive out and purchase various ingredients and fruits. With new bowls and chopsticks at hand, Wang Yin and Zhang Guoqing busied themselves in the kitchen. The exhaust fan humming as the sounds of Wang Yin chopping vegetables blended harmoniously with the splashes of water from Zhang Guoqing cleaning fish. Zhang Weihao polished the dining table until it gleamed, bringing out the red tea his father had brought from Inner Mongolia. He poured half a cup of water into each cup, awaiting the family's return to top them off, ensuring the tea would be just the right temperature. When Zhou Youfu called to inquire about the house number, Zhang Weihao dashed out the door and ran downstairs. "Uncle Zhou, Aunt Tian," he exclaimed, seizing the gift box from Zhou Youfu's hands and casting a playful wink at Zhou Miaoka. She was wrapped in a cream-colored scarf, her mask covering most of her face. Upon seeing Zhang Weihao's playful demeanor, the corners of her eyes crinkled with delight. Zhou Youfu patted his shoulder and led him into the corridor. "I've often heard your father praise your mother's cooking. Today, you shall be treated to it." Once seated, Zhang Weihao enthusiastically served hot tea, then obediently settled next to Sister Miaoka. When Zhou Miaoka removed her scarf and outerwear, Zhang Weihao noticed with joy the silk scarf he had gifted her adorning her neck. After assisting her in hanging her coat, he resumed his seat beside her. "Weihao, Auntie prefers water over tea. Do you have any boiled water?" Tian Xiuqin nudged her teacup forward. "Of course." Zhang Weihao sprang to his feet, quickly fetching a cup from the kitchen, pouring boiled water, and placing it before Tian Xiuqin. Zhou Youfu took a sip of tea and suddenly inquired with a smile, "When you went to Shanghai for the exam, your sister didn't bully you, did she?" "Of course not." Zhang Weihua immediately straightened up, exclaiming how kind Sister Miaoka was to him, treating him to an abundance of delicious food and even purchasing gifts. He was at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Zhou Miaoka, seated on the sofa, discreetly rolled her eyes at the comment, thinking to herself that if they knew his true demeanor in the bustling metropolis, they might be struck with a heart attack from shock. What is there to be thankful for? It's only natural for an older sister to treat her younger brother to some good food and buy him a little something. She mused. Zhang Guoqing warmly hosted a few guests, offering them fruit, while Zhou Miaoka surveyed the house and asked Zhang Weihao if it had just been renovated. Yes, sister. Zhang Weihao replied, his eyes lighting up. Shall I show you around? He led Zhou Miaoka on a brief tour, ultimately arriving at his bedroom. Sister, how have you been lately? Quite well, thank you. What could possibly be wrong? Zhou Miaoka leaned against the bed's edge, supporting herself on the sheets. Gazing up at the empty bookshelf. Wrapped in a thick wool sweater, she still managed to accentuate her slender waist. The room fell into a silence, the only sound being the faint hum of the radiator. Zhang Weihao broke the stillness first, inquiring how long she planned to stay. I will return to the provincial capital tomorrow, she replied, her expression somewhat disheartened. So soon? Zhang Weihao leaned forward, adding, I was hoping to take you to see the internet CAF when it opens. At this, Zhou Miaoka's eyes sparkled with excitement, her eyelashes fluttering. Tomorrow morning, I'll take my mother to meet an old classmate, and afterward, I'll come to pick you up. It's the perfect opportunity to see how things are running. She spoke with a hint of enthusiasm, her hair gently swaying with her movements. Mom prepared nearly 10 dishes, filling the table to the brim, she said. Mr. Zhou, sister-in-law, please try it and see if it suits your taste. Wang Yan, wiping her hands on her apron, asked somewhat nervously. Delicious. I've always heard Guoqing praise your cooking. And today I finally get to taste it, Zhou Youfu said, taking a bite of the shredded potatoes, showering her with compliments that finally eased Wang Yan's anxiety. Sister-in-law, sit down and eat with us. We can't possibly finish all this food, Zhou Youfu urged as Wang Yan turned back toward the kitchen. You all go ahead. I still have a soup that will be ready shortly. Zhang Weihao thoughtfully provided a serving chopstick for Zhou Youfu's family, earning praise for being considerate. Zhou Miaoka's hearty enjoyment of the meal stood in stark contrast to Tian Xiuqin, who only sampled each dish lightly. As drinks were exchanged at the table, warmth and laughter filled the air until Zhou Youfu, having had a few too many cups, inadvertently mentioned the internet CAF, leaving Zhang Guoqing and his wife frozen with their chopsticks suspended midair. Zhang Weihao stammered, concocting a reason to gloss over the matter. Fortunately, Zhou Youfu, inebriated, handed over a generous red envelope, diverting attention from the internet CAF discussion. Once the Zhou family took their leave, and the dishes remained piled on the table, Zhang Guoqing, with a stern expression, finally spoke up. Now tell me, what is really going on with the internet CAF? Zhang Weihao swallowed hard. I have a classmate named Zhou Haitao who has decided not to continue his studies and mentioned to his family that he plans to open an internet CAF. While we were playing basketball, I recalled Uncle Zhou mentioning that the commercial space was part of their family's assets, so I asked Sister Miaoka. He deliberately concealed Zhou Haitao's true identity, fixating on the floor as he continued, stating that merely collecting rent was not advantageous and that investing in shares was a wiser choice. Currently, she had granted me 15 shares as a form of salary, assisting monthly with the accounts. Wang Yan paused while tidying the dishes. Such a significant matter, and you didn't even mention it to your parents. I had intended to bring it up, but during that period, with exams approaching, I became so engrossed in my studies that I forgot. When Sister Miaoka inquired about the internet CAF, I was completely unaware. You, my child, should focus on your studies instead of engaging in such frivolities, Zhang Guoqing remarked, his cigarette in hand, the mingling sense of alcohol and smoke enveloping the living room, his face flushed, surrounded by those with poor academic performance. How could that possibly be acceptable? This is not a fair assessment. Wang Yan, sensing Zhang Guoqing's irritation, quickly tucked the cloth for wiping the table into her apron. There are many children with poor grades. Weihao mentioned that child was a classmate with whom he played basketball. Zhang Weihao straightened his back. Mom, Zhou Haitao is genuinely a good person. Despite his poor grades, he possesses a sharp mind. Even the ruffians at the mine steer clear of him. If it weren't for his protection, how could I focus on my classes? Furthermore, I have never let my studies suffer, right, Dad? Zhang Weihao dutifully poured a cup of tea for his father and presented it before him, saying, Dad, enjoy your tea. Those who do not need it still ask 3 times. Zhang Guoqing responded, your mother and I also struggled academically back in the day, which is why I learned tailoring. Had I not met your father at the mine, I might have become a skilled seamstress. Do not judge others through an outdated lens. The heater in the living room hummed, and Zhang Guoqing's cigarette flickered between his fingers. He ultimately sighed deeply, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray and lifting the teacup in silence. Zhang Weihao felt a sense of amusement. He knew his father often criticized his mother for her lack of education, and while it was one thing to speak of his mother, It was another to implicate her entire family. His mother had long harbored resentment over this issue, and now, it seemed, he had struck a nerve. Chapter 83. A memory never to be forgotten. The car crunched over the icy road, producing a delicate crackling sound. Tian Xiaoqing adjusted her cashmere scarf in the back seat, her gaze slipping through the gap between the front seats, landing on her daughter's face. Kiki, what exactly is going on with that internet CAF you discussed with Zhang Weihao? Zhou Miaoka tugged at her down jacket zipper, the breath she exhaled crystallizing into frost on the car window. Weihao wants to take over our shop, to open an internet CAF. And I thought that merely collecting rent would be unwise, so I invested a bit of money for shares. What business do you have in such a chaotic place as an internet CAF? Tian Xiaoqing's voice suddenly sharpened, the moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating the jade ring on her ring finger. Why are you so fixated on money, just like your father? I am not involved in the operations. Dividends are far more lucrative than rent, Zhou Miaoka retorted, feeling increasingly stifled as she matured. How many times have I told you? Tian Xiaoqing said, tapping the back of the front seat. Practicing the piano is the priority. The spots at that music academy in France are exceedingly hard to secure. If you could gain admission for graduate studies, you might one day perform a solo concert at the Grand Theater. From the passenger seat came the steady sound of snoring. Zhou Youfu tilted his head, his lips slightly downturned, resembling a mischievous child. Zhou Miaoka caught a glimpse of her father's helplessness beneath his eyelashes, silently biting her lip. This charade of feigned slumber was a performance that the father and daughter had mastered since childhood. At Zhang Weixiao's home, as Wang Yin grew increasingly animated in her discourse, Zhang Guoqing took a large gulp of tea and declared, I'm off to bed. Watching Zhang Guoqing depart, Zhang Weixiao gave Wang Yin a thumbs up. After assisting Wang Yin in tidying up the kitchen, Zhang Weixiao retreated to his bedroom to call Zhou Haitao, informing him that the secondary shareholders would be inspecting the premises the following day and that cleanliness was imperative. The next day, Zhang Weixiao rose early, glancing at his phone, and waited until nearly 10 o'clock to receive a call from Zhou Miaoka. As soon as the car came to a halt, Zhang Weixiao pointed at the neon sign and shouted, causing Zhou Miaoka to burst into laughter. The words Dream Internet CAF shimmered in cheap pastel hues in the morning light, while the corner of the sign, where the character for think was missing half of its heart. Zhang Weixiao mused to himself, could this be a result of kickbacks? The renovation was recent. How could it already be malfunctioning? Upon entering, a mix of disinfectant and a damp, fishy odor assaulted their senses. Zhou Miaoka frowned as she stepped onto the freshly mopped tiles, the heels of her shoes squeaking against the surface. In the corner, a mop bucket contained murky gray water, with a few cigarette butts floating on the surface. This is Zhou Haitao, my friend. This is my sister, Zhou Miaoka, Zhang Weixiao introduced. Before he could finish, Zhou Haitao brushed aside the curtain from his forehead, taking in the poised Zhou Miaoka before him. Hello, Sister Zhou. Welcome, he stammered, his usual bravado evaporating. Zhou Miaoka surveyed the lobby, noticing that the number of internet users was sparse. She glimpsed a pair of chairs pushed together as makeshift beds for those who had stayed overnight, which deepened her frown. What is the revenue? She suddenly inquired, her tone cold and detached. Zhou Haitao, still dazed by her presence, was nudged by Zhang Weixiao, prompting him to respond. Hey, I'm asking you, what is the revenue? Zhou Haitao snapped back to attention, rubbing his hands nervously. In the first few days after opening, we reached over 6,000. These past few days, we're hovering around 4,000 daily. Zhou Miaoka pointed to a vast empty area deep within the hall, asking, why is that section still vacant? Sighing, Zhou Haitao scratched his head, his tone laced with regret. I initially thought it would be straightforward to take it all, but the 100 new computers cost nearly 400,000. Wiring, routers, switches added another 50,000, and keyboards, mice, and headsets came to over 20,000. The real kicker is the annual licensing fee of 50,000. After all these expenses, I've drained my savings and borrowed quite a bit. Our total investment was around 600,000, Zhou Miaoka remarked, lightly tapping the bar counter. What is the profit margin? Approximately 25%, Zhou Haitao calculated. When the place is busy, selling drinks and instant noodles can yield some profit. Assuming a daily revenue of 4,000 with a 25% profit margin. Zhou Miaoka contemplated silently. It would take about a year and a half to recoup the investment. It would have to suffice for now. She intended to head to the restroom, but upon opening the bathroom door, her stomach churned violently, and she had to suppress her nausea as she retreated. As she descended the stairs, she could not help but exhale deeply, as if she had almost been overwhelmed by the odor within. Once settled in the car, Zhou Miaoka continued to voice her discontent. The environment inside was so poor that it baffled her how anyone could frequent such a place daily. Zhang Weihao sighed inwardly. Recognizing that the joys of different individuals varied significantly, the cost of Zhou Miaoka's jar of face cream equated to a worker's monthly salary. For many, the expense of 2 or 3 yuan per hour at the internet CAF required considerable contemplation, yet the current wages in the mines were decent. Otherwise, the CAF would likely suffer losses. This reminiscence brought to mind his early days in the workforce when an old foreman pointed to the color steel houses where the workers lived and asked him if he knew what they spent the most on each month. He had guessed water and cigarettes, but the foreman had laughed and replied that it was toilet paper. At the time, Zhang Weihao did not grasp the underlying meaning, but he gradually came to understand it, leaving a bittersweet taste in his heart. Weihao, there are so many vacant storefronts on the second floor. We must devise a way to utilize them, as leaving them empty is quite wasteful. Let me think, Zhang Weihao mused, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind. Foot massages and wooden tub water beds. I believe we could establish a billiards hall. Look, that storefront is close to the transit station. The children from various mines must pass through here when they come to the county. And the mining bureau is nearby as well. We could open a mid to high-end billiard hall, which would complement Zhou Haitao's internet CAF perfectly, allowing those weary from online gaming to unwind with a game of billiards. After casting aside some errant thoughts, Zhang Weihao organized his words. Zhou Miaoka lightly tapped her finger on the steering wheel, seemingly missing the earlier suggestion about the billiards hall, yet she precisely caught Zhang Weihao's use of we. Indeed. Let us do it together. Zhang Weihao turned to her, the zipper of his down jacket rustling against the seatbelt. Sister, lease the storefront to me, even among close siblings. Accounts must be settled properly. Oh, I mean, between dear brother and sister. Do you think you can convince Dad to invest in this venture? Zhou Miaoka raised an eyebrow, her reflection in the rearview mirror showcasing her sparkling eyes. No need for family funds. I will soon have my own finances. Penguin? Zhou Miaoka instantly recalled Zhang Weihao's modest stake in the venture. After all, he was the young hero praised by director Zhao. She intentionally elongated her tone, nearly forgetting that young Zhang held this particular identity. When you become successful, do not forget about your sister. What began as a jest was met with a sudden turn from the youth beside her, his eyes shining like scattered stars. Rest assured, his voice carried an undeniable certainty, resonating clearly amidst the warmth of the car's heater, a promise that would linger throughout his life. The air within the vehicle fell silent, and Zhou Miaoka, fixated on the red light at the intersection ahead, realized after counting to 7 that she had forgotten to shift gears. Chapter 84. The first 5-year development plan as the car came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Zhang Weihao had barely opened the door when he heard Zhou Miaoka say, "Study diligently." The vehicle then rolled away, crunching over the accumulated snow. Zhang Weihao stood there, scratching the back of his head, his down jacket's hood askew from his tugging. The lingering words, "I will never forget this life," buzzed in his ears, reminding him of Zhou Miaoka's tense neck as she pressed the accelerator and the fleeting glimpse of her ear, partially obscured by her scarf, which seemed tinged with a hint of blush. In the internet CAF, Zhou Haitao fixated on the smoky eye makeup at the corners of his girlfriend's eyes, then glanced at her coal-black nails, finding them increasingly jarring, having just been made to feel inadequate by Zhou Miaoka's crisp and tidy appearance. He turned back to his own partner, contemplating, "You ought to tidy your hair and perhaps choose a different color for your nails." He kicked the soda box beneath the bar, his annoyance palpable. "Why, Brother Tao?" The girl pouted, her black nails scraping against the soda can with a shrill sound. "These are our couple's nails." Zhou Haitao cast a glance at his own black nail polish nestled between his fingers, a decision made in a moment of bravado, now appearing grimy and unrefined under the light. Grabbing a nail file from the table, he began to file his nails vigorously. Meanwhile, Zhang Weihao, having received his New Year's money, accompanied Wang Yin to the bank to obtain a bank card for himself, also transferring his phone card to his name. Nowadays, acquiring a phone card does not mandate real name registration. He reminisced about his past life when, to prevent telecom fraud, one had to sign a promise and provide fingerprints for half of a phone card. While the intent was noble, the incessant barrage of nuisance calls persisted. As the New Year festivities concluded, it was once again time for family separations. When Zhang Guoqing was about to leave, Zhang Weihao stubbornly stuffed a box of masks into the car. On the first day of school, the moment Lin Xiaoqiao saw him, she eagerly inquired, "Weihao, did you receive the pork and shrimp I brought over? I knocked on your door, but no one answered, so I left it at your doorstep." "Yes, thank you. How did you manage to carry such heavy items?" He replied. "Hee hee, I pushed the old man's flat cart." Her eyes crinkled with laughter. Despite her new clothes from the new year already bearing a small burn mark from fireworks. Ever since Wang Wu laid eyes on the car Zhang Guoqing drove, his ambitions began to flourish. He had long desired to establish his own construction company. In recent years, the demand for work had surged, with young laborers frequently leaving the village. Yet, lacking a company of his own, he could only labor under various bosses. "Sister, did that brother-in-law earn quite a bit of money?" Wang Wu called Wang Yan, and after exchanging pleasantries, he suddenly asked, "Who told you that?" Wang Yan's instincts sharpened. "Is it not obvious? Just look at the car my brother-in-law drove during the new year. It must cost hundreds of thousands. Is that car really so expensive?" "I don't know," she responded, genuinely unaware of the specific price, only feeling that the vehicle was impressively large, nearly the size of a bus. "Sister, I don't have much to say, but I was thinking of borrowing some money from you to start my own construction company. With more projects, I could earn more, and eventually bring our parents to the provincial capital to enjoy a better life." The last sentiment stirred something within Wang Yan. "How much do you need to start a company?" "About 200,000 should suffice," Wang Wu said cautiously, noticing the silence on Wang Yan's end. 100,000 would also work. "Let me think about it, and I'll call you back." After hanging up, Wang Yan rummaged through her contacts for Zhang Guoqing's number, pressed the dial button, then immediately hung up. She waited until the afternoon school dismissal, then dialed Zhang Weihao's number. "Certainly, however, I believe it would be more advantageous for you to establish your own company rather than borrowing money, much like Sister Miao Ku. You could grant uncle a share in the business, allowing him to take charge of its operations." Hearing the hesitance on Wang Yan's end of the line, Zhang Weihao promptly remarked, "But I won't meddle in that. You could appoint uncle as the general manager, given that you have recently studied finance. As long as you can comprehend the financial statements and ascertain whether the company is incurring losses or generating profits in its initial phase, that should suffice." Noticing his mother's silence, Zhang Weihao understood that she was undoubtedly intrigued. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly decided to learn about finance. He surmised that she was contemplating leveraging their newfound wealth to embark on ventures of her own. He continued, "Look, mother, if you lend money to uncle and he profits, he will naturally repay you. But if he incurs losses, would you really confront him about it? It would be wiser to invest in a company and offer him some shares, allowing him the freedom to operate without overwhelming psychological burdens. If the company thrives, the distribution of profits is entirely at your discretion. Then how should I explain this to your father?" She replied, "After all, the family's current funds are derived from Zhang Guoqing's earnings. Even though I manage them, such a significant decision ought to be discussed between us as a couple. What should I say? That we need money for purchasing a house in the city? He often insists that the money he earns is for our mutual benefit." Zhang Weihao chuckled on the phone, akin to a clever little fox. "You, my dear child, have certainly inherited a knack for intricate thinking," Wang Yan chided playfully, her lips curling into a smile. "However, mother, I believe we should seize this opportunity and aim for something grander. You could even consider starting a real estate company." With his mother having opened the conversation, Zhang Weihao felt it was the perfect moment to elevate her aspirations. In the realm of entrepreneurship, his mother indeed possessed more acumen than his father. It was only after the couple's retirement that Zhang Weihao learned from his mother's musings how his father's reservations had caused her to miss numerous lucrative opportunities in the past. According to her, while she might not have made a fortune, it was still better than finding themselves devoid of funds after purchasing a home, relying solely on their meager retirement pensions. Thus, he envisioned himself balancing the mining industry in one hand while managing real estate in the other. As he matured, he could carry forward the illustrious legacy of coal magnates, perhaps even investing in a few films. The imagery was almost too grand to fathom. After hanging up, Zhang Weihao opened his notebook and began outlining Zhang family's first 5-year development plan. 1. Coal mining sector, core industry. Currently, the family's primary economic source is derived from his father's 20 stake in an aging mine in Inner Mongolia. Although a new mine is under construction, the necessary permits have yet to be finalized. Zhang Weihao understood that the focus should be on the speed of production. As soon as operations commence, extraction will begin immediately. However, The new mine will require at least another year before becoming operational, and the village chief's stance remains uncertain. Even if they secure the rights to the village, it would be challenging to develop independently. Partnerships will be essential. 2. Mother South Real Estate Construction Company. Once established, the company will require substantial capital. But given his father's conservative nature, he may not invest heavily. It would be prudent to start with smaller projects. And Zhang Weihao could suggest to his mother to begin by securing land in advance. Personal planning. The equity I hold in Penguin 2 can serve as initial capital for small ventures, such as opening a billiards hall. Zhang Weihao jotted down key points in his notebook. Address the issues surrounding coal mine holdings, facilitate the establishment of mom's company, and leverage the dividends from Penguin equity to launch small projects like the billiards hall. In Chapter 85, Zhou Laohu reflects on development plans. In his previous life, Zhang Weihao would have scoffed at such notions, deeming them mere empty rhetoric. Yet, despite the simplicity of his notes, he has indeed established a certain direction for his goals. Wang Yin felt it necessary to clarify matters with Zhang Guoqing. The voice on the other end of the line was accompanied by the cacophony of miners changing shifts. With the sound of a pneumatic hammer in the background. Buy a shop? You want to start a company? As Wang Yin gazed at the chili sauce gifted by her sister-in-law on the windowsill, she swallowed hard. Wang Wu mentioned that commercial properties in the provincial capital appreciate in value. I just want to secure a spot and have him run errands. There was a long silence on the line, so prolonged that Wang Yin almost thought the signal had dropped, until she finally heard her husband's muffled voice. All right, you manage it. The crisp sound of a drill hitting rock resonated through the line as he continued. The old mine is undergoing expansion, and the new mine has encountered a fault while drilling. It's all quite hectic. Keep a close eye on Weihao. Don't let him mix with those kids at the internet CAF. On the first Saturday of the school year, Zhang Weihao hurried down to the county town, determined to meticulously plan his billiards hall. Ever since the new internet CAF opened, Zhou Haitao had been living there, and he noticed a marked decrease in foot traffic since classes resumed. It's much better during the new year when all the students have their red envelopes, he mused, feeling somewhat reassured as he noticed more patrons in the CAF. Here comes Weihao. Zhou Haitao swallowed a mouthful of instant noodles and pointed to the empty hall. The students have all gone back to school. We can only hope for a few visitors on the weekend. It's normal, no need to panic. Brother Tao, let us discuss that vacant space, Zhang Weihao said, stepping deeper into the hall. He gestured to the open area, tracing a half circle with his finger. I spoke with my sister about opening a billiards hall on the second floor. Zhou Haitao slurped his noodles. Don't even think about it. Your sister won't go for that. Zhang Weihao kicked aside a beer crate, and several cigarette butts tumbled out. Zhou Haitao waved his hand dismissively. What can I think? I'm just curious. What does her family do to have so much money? All the shops on this street belong to her family. How could they not be wealthy? Zhou Laohu's daughter? Zhou Haitao suddenly exclaimed, steam from his noodles wafting into his hair. Zhang Weihao frowned. Zhou Laohu? Who is that? I should have guessed when you introduced your sister yesterday. Isn't her father called Zhou Youfu? Zhou Haitao leaned forward, placing his noodles on the adjacent table. Upon seeing Zhang Weihao nod, Zhou Haitao continued. When you mentioned the key would be left at the men's clothing store on the first floor, I chatted with the owner and learned that this entire area of shops belongs to the Zhou family. Zhou Haitao gestured animatedly. I didn't finish my first year of junior high before I got involved with a gang leader. Isn't Shaihu the only way into the mine? One of my former leader's friends is from Shaihu village. They used to collect tolls from coal truck drivers. And then, Zhang Weihao's heart inexplicably quickened. Once, a friend of mine blocked a convoy, and noticing the number of vehicles, he sought to extort more money. The leader of the convoy suggested a resolution, but my friend refused to relent, which led to a brawl. Zhou Haitao's gaze drifted towards the window, as if he were revisiting the earthen roads of that year, where villagers swiftly subdued the driver. I prudently refrained from joining the fray, instead witnessing the leader of the convoy, bloodied, storm into the driver's seat. He retrieved a dark object and suddenly raised a noodle fork, mimicking the action of pulling a trigger. Gun! He shouted, and with a resounding bang, a shot echoed, reminiscent of a blast from a mine. And then, Zhang Weihao merely listened to Zhou Haitao's account, his palms growing clammy with tension. My friend shouted, if you have the guts, shoot me. The leader of the convoy, bewildered, took out a large mobile phone, dialed, and without further ado, turned the gun and shot him in the leg. Zhou Haitao's voice trembled as he recounted. Goodness, his leg looked as though it had been severed. the white bone exposed. I was so frightened I wet my pants and turned to flee. How do you know he called Zhou Youfu? But the story didn't end there. Zhou Haitao lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. That night, a bulldozer arrived at Shaihu and razed my friend's house to the ground. His family was still in the hospital, and upon their return, they couldn't even find a pot. Later, I heard from my elder brother that the convoy was responsible for transporting coal for Zhou Youfu. After that incident, no one dared to block their convoy. And they didn't even have to wait in line to load trucks at the mine. So, did they not report it to the police? With a gun involved? They did report it. My brother mentioned during a drinking session that the leader of the convoy seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Subsequently, someone approached my friend and handed him 50,000 yuan, saying that the life of a worker was worth only 20 or 30,000. So 5,000 for a leg was a fair exchange. Thus, the matter was settled. After that, I dared not continue down that path. Those I once associated with either ended up imprisoned or crippled. Eventually, I opened a gaming hall and engaged in a modest business. Zhou Haitao finished his cigarette, seemingly lost in the reminiscence of his tumultuous past. So, Brother Tao, you are indeed quite something, Zhang Weihao remarked, giving Zhou Haitao a thumbs up, focused on monetary gains. After discussing the arrangements for a billiard hall, Zhou Haitao listened as Zhang Weihao explained a promotional activity involving recharge bonuses. Zhou Haitao traced his finger over the bar's ledger. Recharge 100, receive an additional 10? Wouldn't that result in a loss of 10 per transaction? Brother Tao, look. Zhang Weihao chuckled, sipping from a bottle of beverage. Recharge 100, get 10 extra may appear unprofitable, but the more people recharge, the greater the cash flow we receive up front. For instance, if 100 individuals each recharge 100, we immediately have 10,000 in hand, and we give out 1,000. This 10,000 can circulate in our pockets first. The more people recharge, the more money we have in advance. Once they recharge with us, they become our regular clients. Moreover, accounting for beverages and snacks. They won't need to buy water from outside. They can use their membership cards directly. We will have established a loyal clientele. You need not worry about the dwindling number of guests online. Once the billiard hall is renovated, we shall orchestrate a grand event. Those who recharge will be entitled to complimentary games of billiards. In such a scenario, we can easily confine these patrons to our modest second floor, and the prospect of financial gain will not be a concern. No wonder my father always advised me that academic excellence paves the way to substantial wealth. Your intellect is indeed lacking. As Zhou Haitao listened to Zhang Weihao's exposition, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. After Zhang Weihao departed, Zhou Haitao glanced at the ledger in his hands and, after some contemplation, added a new entry to the previous day's revenue. Beverage and instant noodle sales amounted to 120 yuan. On his way home, Zhang Weihao's mind was consumed by thoughts of Zhou Youfu, that jovial uncle who resembled a Mithra Buddha. He too had once been a formidable figure in his youth. Yet, one must remember that he began with a humble venture in selling sheep offal. Even if one possesses charm and catches the eye of influential figures, without a modicum of skill and tenacity, it is unlikely to thrive in this era and savor the lucrative rewards of coal. One must be ruthless to establish oneself. Zhang Weihao was acutely aware that those who amassed wealth through coal mining often had murky dealings lurking beneath their fortune, akin to the blood diamonds depicted in the film Blood Diamond, where alluring gems conceal unspeakable horrors. Chapter 86. A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. As Zhang Weihao lay in bed, tossing and turning, he was far from the calm demeanor he exhibited earlier at the internet CAF. Zhou Haitao's words resonated like a heavy hammer upon his heart. The former squad leader who had accompanied Zhou Youfu to Inner Mongolia ultimately took over several coal mines, amassing great wealth. Although the details were hazy, the trajectory of his fortune was unmistakable. He realized that his father's journey to Inner Mongolia would likely not lead to a conflict with Zhou Laohu. After all, the moniker concealed the ruins beneath the bulldozers of Shahigu village and the bloodshed caused by gunfire. Even though Zhou Youfu's hair had grayed and he had a daughter, the latent ruthlessness lurking in the depths of time remained akin to a beast with its claws retracted, ready to strike when its interests were threatened. Given the current circumstances of both families, it seemed that his father and Zhou Youfu maintained a relatively cordial relationship. Nevertheless, one must always be vigilant. Ultimately, his father was still employed by Zhou Youfu. Recently, the development of the company, Penguin, has been nothing short of meteoric. When the call came through, excitement was palpable in his voice. The success of Penguin Show had granted him a taste of immense rewards, inspiring him with innovative and bold ideas for future paid services. Although Zhang Weihao relied on his memories from a past life to offer some suggestions, he was inherently a quick-witted and creative business prodigy. How much weight his advice would carry remained uncertain, as even without his input, the enterprise would likely continue to prosper. In stark contrast, his conversation with Zhao Guoqing was imbued with a different atmosphere. Their dialogue extended over an hour, traversing beyond the confines of business, delving into personal anecdotes with fervor. Zhao Guoqing lamented the struggles with his eldest son in America, who steadfastly refused to heed his counsel, determined to settle there and never returning despite repeated entreaties. He also mused that daughters are often considered nurturing, yet his own daughter was perpetually busy, leaving him bereft of her presence throughout the day. Zhang Weihao's mother, a woman of decisive action, swiftly acquired a property in the provincial capital, where the ground floor serves as a commercial space, while the remaining funds were entrusted to his uncle for the purchase of an office building. His uncle is now perpetually occupied, tirelessly traversing the landscape of his new venture with unwavering enthusiasm. In contrast, Zhang Weihao has recently enjoyed a leisurely existence, adhering to a routine of attending school, returning home, and dining at regular intervals. Occasionally, he even tutors Lin Xiaoqiao. Life unfolded with a serene and pleasant cadence. However, unexpectedly, just a few days into March, the pandemic situation escalated dramatically. The oppressive scent of disinfectant permeated the mining area, evoking a familiar sensation that instantly transported Zhang Weihao back to his previous life. One day after school, Zhang Weihao, feeling rather bored, sat at home watching television, where the news was reporting on the conflict of the Iraq War. This conflict, referred to as the Second Gulf War, spanned several years. In his previous life, Zhang Weihao had watched the live coverage from the Strategic Disinformation Bureau and vividly remembered the assertion that the First Gulf War had definitively signaled the end of the era of armored warfare. In the ensuing years, phrases like the rabbit crossing the river while touching the eagle's sauce and quips such as good news, reinforcements have arrived, bad news. They are equipped with the Type 95 circulated, which he found utterly fascinating. Iraq, after all, is a nation abundant in oil. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Weihao. With the onset of war, the price of oil was bound to rise. His mind raced with countless business opportunities related to oil. Zhang Weihao stared at the service suspended sign on the glass door of the securities office, his burgeoning thoughts of trading futures deflating like a punctured balloon. The words of the staff member who had responded to his mother's inquiries still echoed in his ears, shaking their heads at the mere mention of international oil futures, as if it were a fantastical tale. Undeterred, he skipped classes and made his way to the county securities office, only to find a suited clerk spinning a pen with remarkable speed. "Young man, to open a stock account for crude oil futures, you'll need to go to the Hong Kong government." The phone call from Zhou Miaoka felt like a bucket of cold water, given the strict foreign exchange controls. The annual limit for ordinary individuals is minuscule, and even if one wishes to purchase, it can only be done through the Hong Kong government, or alternatively, with an offshore account. But how do those reincarnated characters in novels manage to trade? Why is it that in his case, he couldn't even grasp the entry threshold? Was he simply born at the wrong time? Lying back on the sofa, he scrolled through his contacts until he paused at Zhao Guoqing's name. Recalling the last conversation where the latter lamented about his son being in America and not returning. Suddenly, he sat upright. Should he go long or short? Zhao Guoqing's voice came through, hoarse from sleep, accompanied by the faint clatter of cutlery in the background. Go long. Zhang Weihao tightened his grip on the phone. War in Iraq meant turmoil in oil-producing nations, and consequently, prices would surely surge. Just as he had anticipated, it was indeed a long position. Zhao Guoqing chuckled softly, acknowledging that conflicts in oil-producing regions would inevitably lead to a short-term contraction in supply. He paused deliberately, elongating his tone. How much are you planning to invest? On the other end of the line, Zhang Weihao scratched his head, contemplating the potential for dividends to facilitate his financial maneuvering. Hey, you rascal. Zhao Guoqing suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly adept at the art of exploiting opportunities. Leave 200,000, buy everything else, and leverage it, he advised. Upon hearing Zhang Weihao's final remark, Zhao Guoqing shook his head. To say he was uninformed would imply a certain understanding of the broader trends. Yet claiming he was knowledgeable made him sound naively inexperienced. By the end of March, The special holiday Zhang Weihao recalled had arrived as anticipated. The homeroom teacher had just announced a 2-week school break, and the classroom erupted in jubilation. Boys in the back row hurled their textbooks into the air, while the girls in front chattered excitedly about finally being able to sleep in, the reminders about safety measures drowned out by their laughter. Observing his surroundings, Zhang Weihao noted that everyone wore masks, and in the corridors, he spotted street workers he had never seen before, carrying large spray canisters emblazoned with the words pesticide application. When Zhang Guoqing called, his hard hat jingling atop his head, the laughter lines at the corners of his eyes nearly touched the phone. "Son, thanks to you. I stocked up on masks and disinfectant ahead of time. The supermarkets are in chaos. Some people are even hoarding salt by the box." Removing his hard hat, Zhang Guoqing lit a cigarette with a casual flick. The neighboring mine didn't conduct their sanitation on time and got penalized by the health department. "You're all alone at home. How will you eat? Your mother doesn't know when she'll be back." "Oh please, I'm an adult now. Our mine's cafeteria is still open. And Aunt Lin from the Xiao family has been giving me bags of dumplings since they have no customers," Zhang Weihao replied, shaking the frozen, hard plastic bag in his hand as he spoke into the phone. "When Dad gets back, I'll bring 2 cases of Mao Tai to show my gratitude. Take care of yourself and don't wander about." Just before hanging up, Zhang Guoqing's tone grew serious. "If you feel any discomfort, call me immediately." Chapter 87. To the reverse adventurers in the storm, Zhang Weihao's windfall from the 2 shares amounted to $2.8 million, roughly translating to over $330,000. Zhao Zhupeng exchanged $300,000, while the remaining funds were transferred to Zhang Weihao's newly opened account. If there is any advantage to this era, it is that personal entertainment options are still limited. Phones serve primarily for calls and texts. Forced to remain idle at home, Zhang Weihao retrieved Dawn Blossoms plucked at dusk to read. Lu Xun's narrative was incessantly flowing, yet it could not drown out the clamor of his own calculations. Since purchasing 300,000 barrels of international oil futures, Zhang Weihao experienced the sensation of being an ant on a hot stove during the initial days. His palms sweating around the phone, nearly dialing Zhao Zhupeng. However, the need to maintain the enigmatic persona of a reborn individual kept him from doing so. One day, unable to contain himself, he sent a message asking, "How is the market?" After a considerable delay, Zhao Zhupeng replied, "Stay calm. Just like in battle, there is no way to determine victory or defeat on the first day." Initially, one hoped that the pandemic would swiftly pass, yet who could have anticipated that by April, the situation in the capital and Guangdong would worsen significantly, with reports of fatalities gracing the news. The air at the alleyway was thick with a pungent mist of disinfectant mingled with vinegar, and the once vibrant exchanges among acquaintances had dwindled to muffled nasal sounds escaping from beneath masks. Zhang Guoqing, in recent times, found himself rather pleased with his foresight. Having heeded Zhang Weihao's advice to stockpile masks and disinfectants before the onset of the crisis, these items had transformed into coveted commodities. He had even followed the trend to acquire a mountain of Banlingen granules, which workers were mandated to consume 3 large cups daily, treating it as their tea. Ironically, the quarantined mining area became a sanctuary, reporting no infections to date, earning him commendation from the health authorities. Conversely, Zhou Youfu, who was far away in the capital dealing with bureaucratic matters, had succumbed to the virus. Zhou Miaoka's voice, tinged with tears, pierced through the phone line. Initially dismissing it as a mere cold, she often lowered her mask out of discomfort, only to realize too late that she had been quarantined. "Dad always says it's nothing." Her voice fragmented through the receiver, "But now I'm alone in the hospital, and my aunt who brought me food has also been infected." "Calm down, sister." Zhang Weihao spoke softly. "The hospitals in the capital are the best, and Uncle Zhou is in good health." His words were abruptly interrupted by her sobs. She spoke of the overwhelming scent of disinfectant in isolation and expressed a desire to see her father. Leaning against the bedside, Zhang Weihao listened to the stifled cries on the line, yearning to break through the screen and envelop Zhou Miaoka in a comforting embrace. Ultimately, Zhou Miaoka resolved to travel to the capital to see her father. Zhang Weihao was uncertain if there were still quarantine measures in place, but he repeatedly urged her to prioritize personal protection while complying with local health protocols. As he picked up the book Morning Blossoms gathered at dusk, he recalled a line that read, "Hope is neither a matter of existence nor absence," perhaps encapsulating the resilient concern in Zhou Miaoka's heart. A yearning that transcends even the virus, pushing her ever forward. Zhao Guoqing fixated on the news as the infection numbers rose relentlessly, and Zhang Weihao's warning, "Never let your guard down," suddenly echoed in his ears. The cigar he held was rubbed between his fingers but remained unlit, as he recalled Zhang Weihao's insistence, which he had previously regarded as youthful caution and care, now felt like urgent admonition. "Xiaoli, how many masks are left in the warehouse?" Zhao Guoqing pressed the intercom, his fingers drumming a hasty rhythm on the leather desk. "Director Zhao, only a few boxes remain in your office," the assistant replied hesitantly. "We just distributed the last batch to the staff last week, and now it's nearly impossible to procure more on the market." The computer screen reflected Zhao Guoqing's furrowed brows, showing medical personnel clad in protective gear conducting examinations on patients, while gauze masks needed to be sterilized at high temperatures for reuse. "Contact the manufacturers under the company's name." He suddenly straightened, loosening his tie slightly. "Masks, disinfectants, goggles, order as much as necessary." "But Director Zhao, the procurement prices have surged tenfold or more." "Tenfold or not, we must acquire them," interrupting the assistant. Zhao Guoqing's gaze fell upon the bookshelf adorned with photographs of various luminaries, ultimately resting on the dusty copy of Das Kapital on the bottom shelf, which he had donated to the hospital on behalf of the group, inscribing a note that read, "To all the brave souls in the eye of the storm." Fortunately, the school had resumed normal classes, alleviating some of Zhang Weihao's concerns. It seemed that nearly 2 months after the resumption, the pandemic had largely subsided as the year progressed. Li Qian suggested to the homeroom teacher that Zhang Weihao be appointed as a health monitor, urging the entire class to emulate his hygiene practices, such as diligent hand-washing and becoming adept at pandemic prevention. This led to Zhang Weihao feeling somewhat bashful while demonstrating the 7-step hand-washing technique to his classmates. After school, Lin Xiaoqiao invited Zhang Weihao to dine at her family's restaurant, noting that business had been slow recently, making it a safe option. After spending half a month at home, Zhang Weihao was indeed craving something more flavorful, so he accompanied Lin Xiaoqiao to her establishment. Dining with others seemed to enhance the experience, perhaps due to his recent monotonous meals of instant noodles. With a table full of dishes, Zhang Weihao felt as if he had consumed half of the meal on his own. Later that evening, after tutoring Lin Xiaoqiao on a few problems, the girl suddenly inquired, "Zhang Weihao, do you still remember that experiment you mentioned about recruiting students with dance specialties?" Zhang Weihao patted his head, realizing he had forgotten his casual remark, surprised that Lin Xiaoqiao still recalled it. "Ah, I do remember. Let me check with the teacher for more details." "Hee, you're really great, Zhang Weihao." As the locust trees blossomed along the streets of the mining district, Zhang Weihao finally removed the mask that had concealed his face for 2 months. The coarse cotton mask had become drenched with sweat, resembling a rag that could not be wrung out. In a previous life, even a thin medical mask had felt suffocating. How much worse was this makeshift protective gear, leaving a red mark on his nose that had yet to fade? Elderly men and women began to shed their masks as well, their conversations filled with spittle that could splash onto each other's sleeves, as if the pandemic had merely been a brief chill of spring, dissipating with the rising temperatures. However, Zhang Guoqing's call mentioned that the situation in Mongolia was still quite severe. Zhang Weihao reiterated the importance of remaining vigilant. Though his father had learned from the news that this virus was not simply an ordinary flu, the provincial capital seemed unaffected, with his mother and uncle's real estate and construction company in the West now operational. In their conversations, Zhang Weihao could sense his mother's assertiveness. On a weekend visit to the Dream Internet Cafe, he spotted Zhou Haitao crouched at the bar, cleaning the monitors, and nearly failed to recognize him in a collared shirt. Just last month, Zhou had sported disheveled hair, but now he appeared as a proper proprietor. "We finally made it through." Zhou Haitao wiped his brow and pointed to the gradually filling computer area, recalling the days when they had only 3 customers, which had kept him awake at night with worry. "This is an improvement. The situation back then was far worse." After discussing plans for the billiards hall, they listened as Zhang Weihao detailed his intentions to install spotlights, arrange single sofas in the front hall, and purchase a self-service beverage machine. Hearing Zhou Haitao's bewildered remarks, it struck him that a billiard hall merely required a few tables, yet it seemed as though it were being designed like a grand hotel. In Chapter 88, The Omnipotent Reborn, Zhang Weihao was delighting in the prospect of having Zhou Haitao persuade his girlfriend to gather some friends. Envisioning them donning shorts and lounging at the bar during the billiard hall's grand opening, reminiscent of his past affinity for visiting billiard halls in search of teaching assistants. He intended to employ the strategies he had cultivated over 2 decades to offer the billiard enthusiasts of this small county a taste of finer indulgences. Suddenly, his reverie was interrupted by a call from his mother, Wang Yan, whose voice carried a tone of anxiety. "Weihao, why is the Matai still declining? This can't be right." Zhang Weihao felt a jolt of unease. He distinctly remembered that Matai had been a surefire investment in his previous life. So why had it plummeted just after he advised his mother to purchase it? The humorous anecdotes about making easy profits from Matai began to blur in his memory, leaving only the image of an upward trajectory, while the potential pitfalls were forgotten. "I checked the trading hall. Each share has dropped by over a yuan." Wang Yan's voice was tinged with sorrow, lamenting the loss of over 5,000 yuan. "Should we sell quickly?" Zhang Weihao, feeling uncertain, struggled to find the right words. He recalled Zhao Guoqing's words. "In war, there are no clear victories on the first day." Clearing his throat, he imitated Zhao Guoqing's tone perfectly. "Mom, long-term investments require patience. What is Matai? The national liquor. Why fear short-term fluctuations? But what if it continues to fall? Can our family withstand a 10,000 yuan loss?" Zhang Weihao paced back and forth in the empty shop, his mind racing as he pondered how to explain to his mother that selling now might lead to greater losses if the price surged the following day. His mother mentioned that the Qingdao heir, recommended by their teacher, had actually risen a few dimes. As the busy tone of the call lingered in his ears, Zhang Weihao gazed at the vast hall, suddenly feeling as though this emptiness mocked him. The once clear path to wealth, Zhou Youfu's coal mine, the rise of the penguin, and Matai's stock price seemed to unravel. His father's financial trajectory alongside Zhou Youfu appeared sound, and the penguin's growth mirrored that of his previous life. Yet, the counterintuitive decline in Matai's stock price punctured Zhang Weihao's fantasies of being an omnipotent reborn individual. He chastised himself for not paying closer attention while watching the videos, where the red line had ascended so steadily, only to find that his own involvement coincided with the downward trend. Had he miscalculated the timing? Or had the butterfly effect of his rebirth silently altered the historical details? His finger hovered over Zhao Guoqing's number, hesitant to press it. A sudden weight of anxiety gripped him, as if the 300,000 in crude oil futures had transformed into a searing iron pressed against his back. What if the course of the Iraq war had also shifted? What if oil prices fell instead of rising? The plans he had just devised for attracting patrons to the billiard hall now seemed trivial, akin to a child's game. If the futures were to collapse, he would be unable to afford to hire friends in shorts, and he might even have to seek employment himself, casting aside the notion of being a reborn individual. The decline in Matai's stock had cast a considerable shadow over Zhang Weihao's psyche, much like the decline in traffic had cast a shadow over the author. The character Water evokes a chuckle. "Indeed, I find myself somewhat oblivious to the intricate details of developments in this era, while I grasp the overarching trends. The finer points elude my understanding. Had I known I would be reborn, I certainly would have endeavored to master every aspect thoroughly. Moving forward, I must exercise greater caution and refrain from recklessly pursuing profit at the slightest whim. Without the requisite expertise, perhaps rebirth is best avoided." These past few days, Zhang Weihao has been visibly distracted, a fact even Lin Xiaoqiao has noticed. While doing homework at home, the young girl has lost her usual vivacity, occasionally glancing over at Zhang Weihao, who seems lost in thought. Fortunately, Zhao Guoqing's extensive experience has enabled him to assist Zhang Weihao in earning a considerable sum. "Weihao, I believe it may be time to withdraw," Zhao Guoqing remarked. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Weihao mumbled, sensing that the conversation was veering towards his investments in crude oil futures. "You leveraged your $300,000 at 10 times, bringing your total to $3 million. You bought in at $25 per barrel, and now it has risen to 34. I've seen in the international news that the coalition forces have largely taken control of Iraq, and many international speculators are pulling out their investments. I think we should also consider pulling back, or perhaps even shorting the market. Let us sell then. Oil prices are likely to drop." Although Zhang Weihao grasped little of the intricacies, he recognized that Zhao Guoqing, a seasoned investor, had a far better read on the market than he, the novice reborn. Yes, avoiding greed is indeed profit. As he absorbed Zhao Guoqing's praise, Zhang Weihao felt a flush of pride. After ending the call, he quickly calculated 34 minus 25 equals 9, yielding a profit of $9 per barrel. With $3 million at a purchase price of $25 per barrel, he had acquired 120,000 barrels. Multiplying 120,000 by 9 results in a profit of $8 million. Adding the initial 300,000. His total now stands at $38 million, equivalent to approximately 966 million yuan. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, with this operation, I have amassed a fortune of millions. As the winds calmed and the rain ceased, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. He felt liberated from the need to toil for a living. It was imperative to procure some stylish shorts and gather a group of friends. In high spirits, Zhang Weihao, having reaped a bountiful harvest, encountered Li Qian at the school's convenience store and, for the first time, took the initiative to treat her to a bottle of cola. Watching her smile as she accepted the drink, he felt as though the sun shone even brighter. At long last, the much-anticipated May Day holiday arrived, and Zhang Weihao dragged Zhou Haitao onto a bus bound for the provincial capital. Upon entering the lobby of a skyscraper, they were met with 2 wooden plaques bearing the names Western Real Estate Development Company and Western Engineering Construction Company. Zhou Haitao was so taken aback that he nearly bit his tongue, pondering to himself why the daughter of Zhou Laohu was indeed her sister. It dawned on him that Zhang Weihao, who usually dismissed a few hundred yuan without a second thought, had a mother engaged in substantial real estate business in the provincial capital. As Zhang Weihao gazed at the plaques, a thought sprang to mind. A single team, 2 signs. Wang Yan's office is spacious and radiant. Zhang Weihao plopped down onto his mother's genuine leather office chair, playfully swinging his legs and teasing Mom. How does it feel to be the boss? Wang Yan suddenly appeared a bit bashful, caressing the edge of her desk as she smiled. On the very first day the desk and chair arrived, I secretly sat here for an entire day, too timid to let anyone see me. Sunlight cascaded through the Venetian blinds, illuminating her face and causing a blush to rise on the cheeks of this newly minted businesswoman. Embodying both the shyness of embarking on a new enterprise and a hint of satisfaction from her strategic acumen. Upon learning that Zhou Haitao was the classmate Zhang Weihao often mentioned who operated an internet CAF, she earnestly advised, Zhou Miaoka has also invested. So ensure things don't go awry. At this mention, Zhou Haitao's heart skipped a beat as he instantly recalled the formidable reputation of Zhou Laohu, hurriedly assuring, Auntie, rest assured. The CAF's revenue has been quite promising lately. Fearing that this real estate mogul might consider him unreliable, he promptly informed Zhou Laohu. Meanwhile, Wang Wu, upon hearing that Zhang Weihao had arrived in the provincial capital, rushed over from the construction site. Having credentials certainly made a difference. He immediately secured a small project, involving both materials and labor, which promised a significantly higher profit than his previous solely labor-based endeavors. As the group hailed a taxi for dinner, Zhang Weihao suggested to his mother that she take some time to learn driving.